Chapter 1. Transcendence. The sun blazed fiercely upon the earth, while faint sounds of insects chirping echoed in the distance. A young girl clad in a striking red silk skirt lay languidly atop a massive stone. Her long eyelashes fluttered like the wings of a cicada, and her porcelain skin shone brilliantly under the sunlight. A soft sigh escaped her lips as she opened her eyes, revealing a pair of striking phoenix-like eyes, clear and bright. With a gentle push of her arms, she sat up slowly, her gaze falling upon an exquisitely beautiful face, with delicate willow-like brows, long lashes, and flawless skin tinged with a hint of rosy hue. Her thin lips resembled tender rose petals, and her flowing black hair was styled into an elegant bun, adorned with a jeweled hairpin. Her graceful brows knitted slightly, casting a fleeting shadow of worry across her delicate features, adding an extra touch of charm to her already breathtaking visage. At this moment, Jian An was utterly bewildered. Heaven only knew what she had been through. During the weekend, she had ventured to an ancient city with friends for a photo shoot. After paying a few notes, they donned traditional attire to capture stunning photos. Everything was in place, and just as she posed regally upon a throne, the photographer pressed the shutter. Suddenly, a blinding white light enveloped her, and then there was nothing. She looked up at the sun, glaring down with its commanding brightness, and lowered her head in despair, tears of regret streaming down her cheeks though. Truth be told, it was merely the sun's harsh glare that prevented her from crying outright. She had thought, how foolish for an ordinary person to sit upon a throne. Look, now she was facing divine retribution. Shielding her eyes from the glaring light, she surveyed her surroundings. She was indeed perched upon a giant rock, flanked by a vast expanse of woods. The conclusion was clear: she had, without a doubt, traversed into another realm. Having spent years immersed in the world of homebodies, the concept of transmigration was not foreign to her. However, she was not merely borrowing a body, she had fully embodied one. Jian An did not naively believe that she possessed the power of spatial teleportation, whisking herself into a different scene in the blink of an eye. Although she had once fantasized about it, she had no idea where she had ended up. Brother, let's hunt more prey to bring back to the tribe. If Lily sees our prowess, she will surely agree to be our mate, came a boisterous voice from the depths of the forest. Indeed, you speak wisely. Let us hurry, replied another voice, rugged yet slightly hoarse. A shiver ran down Jian An's spine. Someone was approaching. Her heart raced with a mix of anxiety and anticipation, tinged with a hint of excitement. This was her first official encounter since her transcendence. She wondered what manner of individual she would meet. The mystery of her new surroundings was finally about to be unveiled. Clumsily, Jian An scrambled down from the rock and moved toward the source of the voices, both parties momentarily stunned upon their encounter. Two tall, robust men approached her. Standing at 1.65 meters, she felt like a mere child before them. She had never felt so diminutive. Both men bore bare upper bodies, their waists adorned with the pelts of unknown beasts. Their muscular arms were impressive, and on either side of their faces were 3 lines resembling whiskers. Standing before them, she felt an invisible pressure that made her uneasy, especially as their gaze fixated on her, as if they intended to devour her whole. Sirs, Jian An stammered, her heart racing. Brother, a female, the man with the booming voice exclaimed. How can there be a female here? The elder brother responded, equally astonished. Jian An attempted to speak again, but was interrupted. How delightful. Brother, we finally have a mate. The younger brother beamed with joy, relieved that they would no longer have to worry about being solitary. Chapter 2. The Lynx Brothers. The elder brother nodded seriously, having never encountered such a beautiful female before. Her stunning face, fair skin, and petite, adorable form utterly reshaped his understanding of femininity. Listening to the brothers' dialogue, Jian An began to suspect she had indeed transcended into a world of beast men. As she pondered this, the younger brother suddenly grasped her arm with a firm grip. Little female, we found you first, you belong to us, he declared, swallowing hard. Wait a moment, Jian An mentally screamed. Shouldn't the narrative of a female in a beast world involve being discovered by a dashing beast man, who would then tenderly escort her back to his tribe? Why had she encountered 2 brutish beings instead? If she had to experience a transmigration, she wished to apply for a do-over. Seeing his brother's rough manner of handling the beautiful female, the elder brother worried that he might frighten her. He spoke in what he believed to be the gentlest tone of his life. Little female, do not be afraid. We reside in a tribe just beyond the forest. It is too dangerous for you to be alone here. Indeed, little female, return with us to our tribe, and we will take good care of you, the younger brother chimed in eagerly. Jian An found herself both amused and bewildered. Observing their towering figures, she noted how they intentionally lowered their stances, attempting to appear gentle despite their boisterous voices and grins that nearly reached their ears. They resembled lecherous old men trying to entice an innocent girl. And she was that naive, innocent girl. Oh, how naive she truly was. Given their apparent lack of intent to harm her, she decided to extract some useful information first. I've lost my way from my family. Could you tell me where I am? Where's your tribe? And what kind of beasts are you? She gazed intently at the younger brother and even blinked playfully. This is the Rocky Forest. We live just outside in the Rocky tribe. We are from the Lynx clan, the younger brother replied, scratching his head shyly as he caught her gaze. The little female was staring at him. Did she like him? Her eyes were so beautiful, captivating him completely. The lynx? So imposing. Jian An felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Her expression, one of utter shock. She had seen documentaries on animal kingdoms. Lynxes were classified as a protected species. She had only seen them on television, and while they were indeed larger than domestic cats, were beastmen of such colossal stature, they had utterly shattered her preconceived notions of felines. The lynx brother, noticing her astonished scrutiny, quickly reassured her. Do not worry, little female, though we are large, lynx cubs are quite small and not difficult to bear. Jian An was taken aback. Why? Was he concerned about the difficulty of breeding cubs? There was no need to embellish their narrative. Then where's the Rocky tribe? Jian An continued to observe her surroundings, contemplating how to extricate herself from the lynx brothers. The younger lynx pointed in a direction. Follow the small path through the forest and descend the slope. It's not far. Jian An glanced in the direction he indicated, her mind whirring. With a swift motion, she pointed behind the lynx brothers. Look, a dog, she exclaimed. The lynx brothers turned in unison. Seizing the opportunity, Jian An swiftly lifted her leg and delivered a powerful kick to the younger brother's groin, shouting, Behold my kick of doom. She felt a rush of satisfaction as the younger brother crumpled to the ground, clutching himself and howling, before sprinting into the forest with the speed of a sprinter. Chapter 3. Arrival at the Rocky Tribe. Jian An ran frantically. The path described by the younger lynx, merely a narrow gap between the trees and the forest, forcibly cleared by the beastmen over time. The dense foliage on either side bore numerous branches that whipped against her, causing a stinging sensation without inflicting serious harm. Yet the relentless onslaught was enough to torture her. Only when her legs felt numb did she finally burst forth from the forest. Upon exiting, Jian An collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. She truly believed that if she continued running, she would perish. As her breathing gradually steadied, she crawled toward a nearby stream, desperately needing water without hydration. Her throat felt as though it would ignite. Cupping her hands, she drank deeply from the cool, sweet waters of the stream, releasing a contented sigh. Ah, how refreshing. I've finally come back to life. The mountain stream was indeed cool and delightfully sweet. As she reached down to splash her face, she caught sight of her reflection and recoiled in shock. Who is this person? Jian An gasped, utterly startled by her appearance. Was this truly her? The once meticulously arranged hair had become a disheveled nest atop her head, while her exquisite visage, after an extended period of relentless running, resembled a freshly baked potato. The sweat glistening on her skin had mingled with an unknown amount of dust, rendering her face a mottled canvas of crimson and ebony. Lowering her gaze, she beheld the once resplendent silk gown, now ravaged by the branches along her arduous journey, transformed into a mere tattered garment. How far removed she was from the enchanting figure she had been at the outset. She now appeared akin to a refugee fleeing from a disaster-stricken area. Jian An felt an overwhelming urge to weep, yet she refrained, for her adorableness might attract the attention of others, who would likely not return her if taken. Feigning strength, she continued to wash her face, and, as the stream's gentle caress graced her skin, her complexion gradually regained some semblance of its former glory. Gazing at her reflection in the water, she impulsively scooped a handful of muddy creek sediment and smeared it across her face, determined to avoid being captured by other beastmen after barely escaping the mountain cat brothers. After covering her entire visage, leaving only her eyes visible, Jian An stood up with satisfaction, picking up a branch the thickness of her wrist to serve as a makeshift cane. With the stick as her support, she wobbled down the slope. She traversed from the zenith of the sun to the horizon, and it was only after nearly 5 to 6 hours of relentless walking that she finally glimpsed the rock tribe spoken of by the mountain cat brothers. She felt an exasperated urge to curse. Was this what they meant by not far? After hours of running and walking, her feet felt as if they were treading upon cotton, while her knees were stiff as though filled with lead. Her body felt detached from her will, a pervasive soreness enveloping her entire being, rendering her legs nearly foreign to her. Clenching her teeth, Jian An pressed on, spotting a circular wall constructed of mud ahead, with a grand archway at its center. Passing through the archway, she finally arrived at the rock tribe. The village was dotted with numerous stone houses, each emitting wisps of smoke, the air thick with the enticing aroma of roasted meat. Jian An swallowed hard, her throat dry. Since her inexplicable arrival in this place, she had only enjoyed a solitary breakfast prior to her journey, and now, as evening approached, hunger gnawed at her insides. After hours of exertion, she felt as though she could devour an entire cow. Yet, the question remained where to go from here. Should she simply burst into someone's home seeking aid? In that moment, Jian An truly grasped the weight of her isolation. She was both famished and fatigued, having arrived alone in this unfamiliar land, her body and spirit utterly drained. Chapter 4. The Air of White Tiger City. While Jian An wallowed in her despondency, a familiar voice suddenly pierced the air. "Brother, look, it's that beautiful female," the mountain cat brother exclaimed, pointing at Jian An's retreating figure. Without hesitation, the mountain cat brothers rushed towards her. Jian An turned her head, momentarily forgetting her sorrow, and hurriedly ran forward. It was utterly bewildering despite her disheveled appearance. How could they recognize her at a glance? She was desperate to avoid being taken back by the mountain cat brothers. She was still young and did not wish to be confined to a life of breeding with them, particularly given their less than attractive looks. In truth, even in her current state, familiar friends would scarcely recognize her. However, she overlooked the keen sense of smell possessed by beastmen. Once they had caught a whiff of a scent, it was rarely forgotten. The mountain cat brothers had detected her presence through her unique aroma. Moreover, the beastmen typically donned animal skins, making Jian An's tattered red gown all the more conspicuous. The mountain cat brothers continued to pursue her relentlessly. Jian An noticed a beast cart a few steps ahead, drawn by two creatures resembling wild boars, the other end of the rope tethered to a wooden cart adorned with a flag depicting a majestic white tiger roaring skyward. Beside the cart stood a beastman, busily unloading items from the cart. He wore a sleeveless cloth tunic and a skirt made of animal hide. Though his attire seemed mismatched, it distinctly set him apart from the other beastmen in the tribe. Without a moment's hesitation, Jian An lifted the curtain of the beast cart and slipped inside. The voices of the mountain cat brothers grew closer. "Brother, the little female has entered that beast cart," the younger mountain cat exclaimed, attempting to lift the curtain. Jian An's heart raced as she hid behind the fabric. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" The beast man, having noticed the mountain cat brothers, barked. "Do you dare to touch the beast cart of White Tiger City? Do you wish to perish?" "Brother, our companion has entered the beast cart. We merely wish to retrieve her. We mean no harm," the elder mountain cat explained, a hint of trepidation evident in his voice at the mention of White Tiger City. Jian An, concealed behind the curtain, felt utterly speechless. When had she become their companion? She was completely unaware. What companion? Stop spouting nonsense. Our young master is still inside the beast cart. If a female had truly entered, would I be unaware? Scram! The beast man in the tunic retorted dismissively. Jian An's heart sank at the mention of young master. Was there someone else in the cart? As she cautiously turned, she indeed spotted a young man seated on the cushioned interior of the cart. In her moment of panic, she had overlooked his presence. Dressed in a flowing white robe embroidered with golden clouds at the cuffs, his silver hair was loosely gathered with a pin. His fair, smooth complexion exuded an air of gentle refinement. His deep, azure eyes sparkled with warmth, radiating nobility and grace from every inch of his being. This strikingly handsome figure, resembling a character from a comic, momentarily left Jian An in a daze. Had she truly traversed to an ancient era, and was everything that had transpired merely a dream? "Brother, we truly only wish to find our companion, and will depart immediately once confirmed," the elder mountain cat pleaded earnestly. "Go away. I see you truly wish to court death," the beast man in the tunic retorted, continuing to argue with the mountain cat brothers outside the cart. Jian An hastily turned to the refined young man, clasping her hands together in sincerity, and implored, "Please, help me." Yet, even with her most earnest expression, her face, smeared with mud from the creek, rendered her intentions barely discernible. Chapter 5. Escaping the mountain cat brothers. Si Chun regarded Jian An with quiet intensity. Though her features were obscured by mud, the lively glimmer in her eyes captivated him. He spoke softly. Have you finished packing?" Jian An felt as though she were enveloped in a gentle breeze. His warm voice rippled through her like a stone cast into a tranquil pond, sending delightful shivers through her ears. "Alas, young master, everything is prepared." Outside the beast cart, Kada, the orc clad in a tattered garment, promptly replied. "Then let us depart." Si Chun instructed with a hint of indifference. Very well, clear the way, do not obstruct our passage. The voice of Keita echoed once more as he urged the mountain cat brothers to move aside. After a brief moment, the beast cart began to advance slowly. Jian An lifted the fabric curtain of the car window and glanced back. The pair of bobcat brothers still stood in place, seemingly embroiled in a dispute, yet thankfully, they had not pursued further. Jian An averted her gaze, leaning against the side of the carriage, exhaling deeply as she finally liberated herself from the presence of those brutish orc brothers. The beast-drawn vehicle glided smoothly along its path, while Jian An huddled in the corner of the carriage, discreetly stealing glances at the man in white robes. Just as she cast her gaze in his direction, she discovered his deep azure eyes fixed upon her, causing her to hastily divert her eyes and lower her head to scrutinize the tips of her shoes. A grumbling noise emanated from her stomach, shattering the silence that enveloped the space. Jian An felt a flush of embarrassment creep across her face as she gently placed her hand on her belly and patted it twice. You could at least consider the circumstances before calling out, she remarked. Her adorable antics evoked an involuntary chuckle from Si Chun, whose melodious laughter resonated in the air. Upon hearing that delightful sound, Jian An wished fervently to lift the curtain and escape the vehicle at once, utterly mortified as if she had disgraced herself in another realm. Are you hungry? Here is a meat pie. You may take it and eat, Si Chun offered, retrieving a paper-wrapped parcel from a nearby bag and unveiling a round pastry within. Jian An only saw a pair of slender hands, resembling white jade, extending towards her, holding a wrapped cake. Thank you, Jian An expressed her gratitude, reaching out to take it. However, upon noticing her own hands, caked with mud from the stream, she awkwardly withdrew her hand. Si Chun seemed to perceive Jian An's embarrassment and instructed the driver outside. Kuda, please stop at the maternal river. Kuda promptly responded. Understood, young master. The beast carriage continued for about 10 minutes before coming to a gentle halt. Kuda's voice called from outside, young master. We have arrived at the maternal river. Si Chun acknowledged with a simple all right, then stood up and exited the carriage. After waiting by the side for a moment, he noticed that the young female remained seated inside, prompting him to lift the curtain and, with a hint of confusion, inquire, why aren't you coming down? Jian An beheld a pair of elegant jade-like hands extending towards her, and in a daze, she reached out her own hand. Upon noticing her small, mud-streaked hand resting upon Si Chun's pristine palm, she suddenly felt the urge to retract it. Si Chun, seemingly perceiving her intentions, deftly curled his fingers, enveloping Jian An's delicate hand completely within his grasp. Reluctantly, she acquiesced to his lead as they descended from the beast cart. No sooner had they touched the ground than a startled exclamation from Kuda filled the air. Ah, a female, he cried, pointing at Jian An with exaggerated astonishment. Young master, there truly is a female. Si Chun cast a calm, sidelong glance at Kuda, urging him to quiet down. He then proceeded to guide Jian An towards the banks of the maternal river. Kuda trailed behind, muttering in hushed tones. So the pair of Lynx brothers were not lying after all. There really is a female in the beast cart. But why hasn't the young master mentioned it? Could it be he glanced up at Jian An and Si Chun, pondering, is the young master taken with this female? In the brief span of time, Kuda's imagination had already woven an elaborate tale. Chapter 6. Si Chun upon arriving at the banks of the maternal river. Si Chun retrieved a white handkerchief from within his garments and presented it to Jian An, saying, please cleanse yourself. Jian An expressed her gratitude, accepting the handkerchief and squatting by the riverbank to freshen up. After a thorough cleansing and grooming, she finally regained her original appearance. Once she had washed the handkerchief to perfection, she stood up, returned it to him, and said, thank you, the handkerchief is now clean. Jian in sudden turn left both Si Chun and Kuda utterly astonished. The tranquil depths of Si Chun's eyes, usually devoid of emotion, began to ripple with the beauty of Jian An's visage. Kuda, initially taken aback, soon erupted into exclamations of wonder. Heavens! How can there exist such a stunning female in this world? Jian An was somewhat at a loss for words at Keita's exaggerated reaction. Turning to gaze at the man in the white robe, she found him looking at her, his exquisite blue eyes reflecting her graceful figure. A faint blush crept onto Jian An's cheeks. Here, you may eat now, came the gentle voice of Si Chun beside her. Before Jian An could respond, he pressed a piece of meat pie into her hand. It dawned on her that he was referring to the earlier incident on the beast cart, where she had hesitated to accept the item he offered due to her soiled hands. Was this the reason he had specifically instructed Keita to come to the riverside? Jian An pondered this in silence. Meanwhile, Keita, after recovering from his initial shock, rushed to Jian An's side and inquired, beautiful female, how did you find yourself in the young master's beast cart? Furthermore, are those two beastmen truly your companions? Why did you flee? Did they treat you poorly? That seems unlikely, as females are so precious, and you are undeniably lovely. At this moment, Keita's imagination began to weave a convoluted narrative. As Jian An savored the meat pie, she observed Kuda animatedly gesticulating while speaking, although the pie was merely seasoned with a hint of salt. Jian An considered it the most delectable pastry she had tasted in her 18 years. After swallowing a mouthful, she replied, they are not my companions. I encountered them in the rock forest. They intended to capture me, which is why I fled into the beast cart. Ah. From the moment I laid eyes on those orc brothers, I knew they were trouble. I should have taught them a lesson. How foolish of me to let them off so easily. Kudu exclaimed indignantly. Jian An thought to herself how this individual was perpetually startled. She glanced at the handsome man seated across from her, who, despite sharing the same rocky perch, exuded an indescribable elegance, as if enveloped in a soft glow. How could he choose such a person as a subordinate? Fortunately, Jian An did not suffer from heart ailments. Otherwise, Kuda's incessant surprises would surely have provoked an episode. Since the beginning, Sichen's gaze had not strayed from Jian An. He watched the young female as she eagerly stuffed her cheeks with the meat pie. Her cheeks puffed like a small creature from the forest, exceedingly adorable, which involuntarily caused the corners of his mouth to curve upward. Kuda, you are exceedingly noisy. Go tend to the grilling, Sichen interrupted, unable to endure Kuda's incessant chatter any longer. Oh, very well, young master, Kuda replied, turning back repeatedly as he went to grill the meat. Sichen extended his hand to wipe the remnants of meat from Jian An's lips and, regarding her with a gentle expression, inquired, I am Sichen, the young master of White Tiger City. To which tribe do you belong? Jian An felt her cheeks flush from Sichen's actions. Upon hearing his inquiry, she hesitated before replying, My name is Jian An, and I belong to the ape clan. After all, aren't humans descended from the great apes? Her assertion was not entirely unfounded. Sichen, gazing at her with utmost seriousness, then asked, So, do you know where your tribe resides? Jian An felt a pang of guilt under his gaze, hastily diverting her eyes. I am not certain of my tribe's location. She mused, for I seldom venture beyond its confines. In her heart, Jian An reflected on her journey, acknowledging that she was indeed transported from another realm. And the whereabouts of her homeland remained a mystery. As a reclusive individual, she rarely stepped outside, rendering her statement not entirely deceitful. Sichen, unperturbed by her revelation, understood that females were typically sheltered within the home, rarely departing the tribe unless it was for migration. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Is your tribe in the midst of a migration? Do you know their intended destination? It is perilous for a female to be alone outside. Generally, beastmen would not permit females to wander alone. Their fragility and lack of combat prowess rendered them vulnerable to even the most commonplace forest predators, let alone the lurking threat of rogue beasts. I became separated from my kin and lost within the rock forest, Jian An recounted, her voice subdued. Later, I encountered a pair of bobcat brothers, which led me to seek refuge in the rock tribe, after which I stumbled upon you. As for the fate of my companions, I remain unaware. With that, she cast her gaze downward, unable to meet Sichen's eyes. In Sichen's perception, he observed the petite female bow her head in despondence, exuding an aura of profound loneliness and helplessness. Recalling the disarray she exhibited upon their first meeting, it was evident she had endured considerable hardships. Given her delicate beauty, she would undoubtedly be cherished within her tribe. A sudden surge of empathy welled within him, compelling him to suppress the urge to envelop her in an embrace. Instead, he gently stroked Jian An's head, a silent gesture of solace. Jian An lifted her head in confusion, casting a glance at Sichen, her heart filled with curiosity. What could be the matter? Was there something dirty in her hair? Do not be disheartened. If we head south towards the rock forest, we shall traverse the woods and reach the southern continent. Come back with me to White Tiger City. I shall take good care of you. As for your kin, I will send someone to assist you in your search, Sichen spoke gently. Upon hearing Sichen's words, Jian An felt a flush of embarrassment. She recognized Sichen as a good person who had consistently offered her help. She understood that deceiving him was wrong. Yet, she was afraid she did not know if there were others like her on this continent. Moreover, who would believe her extraordinary tale of crossing over? What if they mistook her for a monster and captured her? Southern continent? Are there other places as well? Jian An inquired with curiosity, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Sichen observed the little female's inquisitive demeanor, her eyes shining even brighter than the stars in the night sky. And a hint of unperceived tenderness emerged in his gaze. Our land is known as the Morwa continent, which is divided into 5 major regions: Zhanghe, Dongxue, Xiqing, Nanyu, and Beisai. We currently reside in the northernmost region, Beisai. It is quite normal for a young female like you not to be aware of the affairs of this continent, as beastmen seldom stray far from their homes. Had Jian An known of Sichen's thoughts, she would have felt fortunate to have traversed into a realm of beastmen, where news traveled slowly and females remained blissfully ignorant of external matters. In any other place, she would have been exposed in an instant. By now, the sky had completely darkened, enveloping the surroundings in silence, save for the faint chirping of insects. Not far off, Kuda was roasting meat by the fire. The crackling of burning wood filled the air, gradually releasing a rich aroma of cooked meat, accompanied by Kuda's muttering to himself. At that moment, Kuda was pondering. The young master must have taken a liking to that female. Otherwise, he would not have brought her along. It is the first time I've seen such a beautiful female. Even Talise, the most exquisite female in White Tiger City, pales in comparison. She is like the moon in the sky versus a stone on the ground. And Talise already has 5 partners. If the young master were to bond with this enchanting female, she would be his first mate. Even if she were to take other partners in the future, the young master's esteemed position would ensure she would not easily fall out of favor. Generally, a female's first mate holds a special significance, and subsequent partners would regard him as the leader, thereby elevating his status within the household. The more Kuda contemplated, the more he felt that this scenario could not be more perfect, and he could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Chapter 8. A Different Beast World. Jian An, upon hearing Kuda's laughter, cast a puzzled glance in his direction before turning to Si Chun and inquiring, "What is wrong with him?" Si Chun, exasperated, ran a hand over his forehead and replied, "Do not pay him any mind. He is perhaps having one of his episodes." Regret welled up within Si Chun for having brought along this foolish creature on their outing. "Oh," Jian An responded, somewhat skeptical. Moments later, Kuda's voice rang out, announcing that the meat was ready. Consequently, Jian An and Si Chun made their way to the fire. Kuda sliced a small piece of roasted meat and handed it to Jian An, saying, "Lovely lady, do give it a taste. My grilling skills are quite commendable." Jian An accepted the grilled meat with gratitude, saying, "Thank you. You may call me Jian An." She was quite unaccustomed to being addressed as a female. "Oh, I am Kuda, always by the young master's side," he replied. Kuda found the young lady's temperament to be remarkably gentle, her voice melodious and sweet. Unlike the females from Baihu City, who regarded others with disdain and possessed rather fiery tempers, the young master was truly fortunate. Lost in thought, he couldn't help but break into a foolish grin. Jian An observed Kuda, who was staring at her with an expression of utter bewilderment. As she continued to gaze at him, an unexpected grin spread across her face, causing a slight shiver to run down her spine. Si Chun, unable to bear the sight any longer, cleared his throat discreetly by placing his fist against his lips. At that moment, he fervently wished for Kuda to promptly return to White Tiger City. "Hee, young master, you should partake as well," Kuda exclaimed, hastily slicing off a piece of roasted meat to offer to Si Chun before finally sitting down to enjoy his own meal. Jian An was satiated after consuming merely a piece of roasted meat, having previously indulged in a meat pie. The remaining roasted meat was entirely devoured by Si Chun and Kuda. The evening breeze wafted gently, carrying a hint of chill, as Jian An extended her hand to roast by the fire. A slender, jade-like hand reached out before her, holding a small porcelain vial. Jian An received the porcelain bottle, glancing at Si Chun with a hint of perplexity. Si Chun parted his thin lips. "This is a medicinal concoction prepared by a shaman. Apply it to your wound, and by tomorrow, it will be healed." Earlier, when Jian An reached out to warm her hands by the fire, he noticed several scratches on the back of her hand. Females are often fond of beauty, and it would surely sadden her if her delicate, fair skin were to bear scars. "Thank you," Jian An said, examining the porcelain bottle with a growing sense of curiosity. This beastly world seemed vastly different from what she had previously known. Beasts rode in carts, utilized flour to prepare food, and donned garments made of cloth. Now, to her astonishment, there existed porcelain as well. Yet, these thoughts were not ones she could voice at present. Upon opening the porcelain bottle, a subtle fragrance of herbs wafted through the air. She poured a small amount of the liquid onto the back of her hand. The medicinal solution was a verdant hue, reminiscent of juice extracted from vegetables. As she applied it, a cool sensation enveloped her skin, and the sharp pain in her hand dissipated. Jian An marveled inwardly at the immediate efficacy of the potion. After a hearty meal, one often feels drowsy, and Jian An could not suppress a yawn. Siken, noticing Jian An's weariness, spoke gently. "You should rest on the beast cart tonight." With that, he rose and took Jian An's hand, leading her towards the cart. Jian An was momentarily taken aback, gazing in bewilderment at the intertwined hands of the two. "But where will you sleep tonight?" she asked, perplexed. Si Chun gently squeezed Jian An's delicate hand, the soft and smooth sensation causing his heart to soften a fraction. A tender smile graced Si Chun's face as he replied, "I shall sleep outside the beast cart. The night will be quite cold, and you would not be able to endure it. Moreover, wild beasts may roam at night, necessitating someone to keep watch." With Si Chun's words, Jian An felt compelled to acquiesce. Upon reaching the beast cart, Si Chun reluctantly released Jian An's hand. Jian An lifted the curtain of the beast cart and bid goodnight to Si Chun. Si Chun clasped the hand that had just held the delicate females, the tender sensation lingering in the palm of his hand. After enduring the day's tribulations, Jian An reclined on the meticulously arranged animal pelts within the carriage and soon drifted into a serene slumber. Standing outside the beast cart, Si Chun patiently awaited, and only when he discerned Jian An's steady breathing did he transform into his beastly form, lying beside the cart with closed eyes, resting. Chapter 9. The Unusual Female. A night devoid of dreams. When the sun, radiant and resplendent, spread its luminous embrace across the land, Jian An awoke from her slumber, stretching her limbs, the weariness of her body dissipating entirely. However, due to a lack of exercise and the extensive journey the previous day, her legs bore a slight ache. Alighting from the beast cart, her gaze inadvertently swept across a certain area, and Jian An seemed startled, letting out a cry. Before her stood a robust white tiger, its physique streamlined, muscles taut and athletic, exuding an aura of boundless strength. Its alternating black and white stripes adorned a coat that shimmered like silk in the sunlight. With sturdy limbs and a long, thick tail marked by black rings, it swayed gently like a steel whip. A prominent royal emblem graced its forehead. Truly the king of all beasts. Upon meeting those familiar azure eyes, Jian An hesitantly inquired, "Sichin?" The white tiger's mouth opened and closed, articulating human speech. "It is I." In a flash of brilliance, Sichin appeared, clad in a flowing white robe, his tall figure commanding attention. Jian An couldn't help but widen her eyes. Although she had read novels, the reality before her was far more astonishing than anything she had encountered in fiction. The dramatic transformation she witnessed was a profound visual shock. Sichin approached Jian An, gently ruffling her dark hair, and inquired if she had slept well the previous night. She felt somewhat awkward about his newfound habit of touching her head, yet replied, "Yes, I slept very well." Sichin naturally took Jian An's hand as they walked, saying, "That's great. Let's freshen up first. Breakfast is already prepared." Jian An glanced at their intertwined hands, feeling a sense of helplessness. In addition to his penchant for ruffling her hair, Sichin now frequently held her hand. She hesitated to pull away, pondering whether he was merely looking after her, which would make rejecting his gesture quite embarrassing. Besides, with Sichin striking good looks, she certainly didn't feel disadvantaged. After Jian An and his companions had finished their breakfast, they boarded the beast cart, which proceeded smoothly along its journey. Jian An sat upon the meticulously arranged animal hides in the carriage, gently massaging her abdomen. Having indulged in roasted meat early that morning, she found herself experiencing some discomfort, her stomach feeling somewhat bloated. Chun retrieved several vividly red fruits from his bosom, wrapped in leaves, and offered them to Jian An, suggesting that these are zhuhong fruits, which would provide some relief. "Thank you," Jian An replied, accepting the fruits and taking a bite of one. The flesh was tender, and the juice was a delightful blend of sweet and tangy flavors, refreshing to her palate. After consuming a fruit, she indeed felt a considerable alleviation in her stomach discomfort. Jian An couldn't help but admire Chun for his thoughtfulness and attentiveness. In the modern world, he would undoubtedly be considered a quintessential gentleman, and to top it all off, he was remarkably handsome. Jian An carefully gathered the remaining crimson fruits and turned to Sichin, inquiring, "Where are we headed now?" Sichin produced a handkerchief to gently wipe the corner of Jian An's mouth, explaining, "We are bound for the Sheep Clan settlement. Our journey from White Tiger City was undertaken to trade for some rice and vegetables." Jian An felt a slight flush from Sichin's intimate actions and averted her gaze, continuing to inquire, "Then why not bring back some seeds to plant yourself? That way, you wouldn't have to traverse such a long distance for trade." Sichin smiled gently and shook his head, explaining that aside from the herbivorous beastmen, only the females had a penchant for rice and vegetables, as the predominant diet in White Tiger City consisted of meat. Moreover, cultivating rice and vegetables required prolonged attention, and it was rare for beastmen to take up such tasks. Females could assist in tending to the crops. The males could prepare the soil, and after planting the seeds, the females could water them in the morning and evening. This division of labor would simplify the process significantly. Jian An's reasoning was straightforward. She believed that if the men handled the labor-intensive tasks, it wouldn't be too difficult for the women to occasionally water the garden. Upon hearing Jian An's words, Sichin found her perspective particularly remarkable. Given the rarity of females, they were considered precious and were often pampered by the males, resulting in their delicate natures. The thought of a female suggesting that they participate in labor was unprecedented in his experience. Sichin gazed at Jian An, his deep eyes softening with tenderness. Chapter 10. The sheep tribe. Sichin extended his long fingers and gently ruffled Jian An's hair. Feeling a bit awkward, Jian An lightly swatted his hand away, tidying her hair while casting him a playful glare, huffing, "You're going to mess up my hair." "Huh, if it gets messy, I'll help you fix it." He chuckled, and Jian An's actions elicited a light laugh from Sichin. As Jian An beheld the exceptionally handsome face of Sichin, illuminated by a smile that radiated a myriad of glimmers, it was so dazzling that she found it difficult to look away. Consequently, Jian An felt her cheeks flush with a deep crimson. What was so amusing that he smiled so beautifully? Was he attempting to entice someone? Truly, he was infuriating. The journey continued in silence. When the beast cart came to a gradual halt, the voice of Kuda resonated from outside. "Young master, we have arrived at the Sheep Clan settlement." Upon disembarking from the cart, Sichin instinctively took Jian An's hand. As if this gesture were a familiar routine he had performed countless times before. Jian An cast a disdainful glance at him, extricated her hand, and proceeded alone. Sichin bore no ill will, gazing at Jian An's retreating figure with a gentle expression, following closely behind her. Before them lay an expansive vegetable garden, abundant with a variety of verdant produce interspersed with splashes of red. As they walked, Jian An observed that the vegetables here were significantly larger than those she had seen in the modern world, their leaves particularly tender and vibrantly green. Dewdrops clung to them, exuding an undeniable freshness that was utterly appetizing. These were indeed authentic, pure, organic greens. Upon entering the sheep tribe settlement, it felt as though the world had come to a standstill. All the beastmen ceased their activities, their eyes fixed upon her in rapt attention. A singular thought echoed in their minds. Could it be that the beast god has manifested? For why else would such a stunning female grace their tribe so suddenly? Jian An felt an overwhelming discomfort under the simultaneous gaze of so many orcs. Did she resemble a monster in their eyes? Why did their stares seem as if they were poised to devour her? Suddenly, a warm hand enveloped Jian An's, and an invisible pressure radiated outward. Jian An gazed at Sichuan, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. She sensed a transformation in his demeanor. The once gentle and jade-like figure now radiated an air of authority. A four-star soul beast. The beastmen, who had been fixated on Jian An, averted their gazes upon sensing the formidable presence emanating from Sichuan. After all, they dared not provoke such power, lest they invite calamity upon themselves. Yet, a few audacious beastmen continued to steal glances at Jian An, drawn to her exquisite beauty, as though indulging in a fleeting moment of visual delight. Sichuan took Jian An's hand, leading her toward the stone dwelling of the sheep clan leader. Trailing behind them, Kudu shot a fierce glare at the lingering beastmen. Disdain evident in his expression as he scoffed. That is the female of my young master. Is she someone you beastmen dare to covet? With that, he let out a heavy huff. Upon reaching the stone house of the sheep clan leader, they were met by a gaunt man, who wore only a hide skirt around his waist. Judging by his features, he appeared to be in the prime of middle age. Yet his face bore a bushy white beard, giving him a somewhat Santa Claus-like appearance, albeit in a slimmer version. Jian An pondered inwardly. Could this person's beast form be that of a goat? If a wild boar were to transform into a beast man, would its prominent tusks remain intact? Upon seeing Jian An, the goat tribe leader, Kurd, was momentarily taken aback, his eyes filled with astonishment, though he quickly regained his composure. While Jian An's beauty was indeed remarkable, beastmen were known for their steadfast devotion, and Kurd already had a partner. Beauty is universally admired, and he was no exception. He would regard Jian An with appreciative eyes, but would harbor no inappropriate thoughts. Chapter 11. The females of the continent. The group settled at the stone table within the stone dwelling, and the goat tribe leader, Kurd, greeted them with a smile. Welcome to the goat tribe. Sichuan smiled gently, nodding slightly at Kurd. We have come to trade for some vegetables and rice. Upon hearing this, Kurd seemed to have an epiphany and laughed heartily. Ah, you've arrived at the perfect time. Just a few days ago, we finished harvesting our rice. And this year's yield for the second half has exceeded that of the first by 2 bags. Jian An later learned that on the Moro continent, rice was cultivated in 2 seasons, sowing in spring and harvesting in summer, followed by sowing again at summer's end and harvesting in autumn, which coincided perfectly with the current harvest season. So, how much in vegetables and rice do you wish to trade? Kurd inquired, gazing at Sichuan. After a moment's thought, Sichuan replied that they would take a variety of vegetables and all the rice available. Baihu City had a larger population, with more females compared to other tribes. And as this was the last harvest of the year before winter approached, Sichuan intended to bring back an ample supply. Kurd contemplated for a moment, then stated, Very well, we harvested a total of 7 bags of rice. We will reserve 2 bags for the females of our tribe, and the remaining 5 bags can be traded with you. Sichuan turned to Jian An and asked, Anin, what vegetables do you like? I will bring back quite a few. I'm fine with anything. You can decide, Jian An responded, slightly taken aback by Sichuan's sudden familiarity. However, her modern friends often called her An, and considering her budding friendship with Sichuan, it felt acceptable for him to use her nickname. Sichuan then retrieved a red crystal from his pocket and placed it on the stone table, addressing Kurd. Is this sufficient? Jian An observed that when Sichuan produced the crimson crystal, the eyes of the sheep clan leader sparkled with intrigue. A thought crossed his mind. Could this be the currency traded across this continent? Judging by the leader's reaction, the worth of this currency appeared to be considerable. The distinction could be likened to receiving a single bill versus a stack of bills. Enough of that. Kurd carefully tucked away the crimson crystal and rose to his feet, stating, I shall arrange for the orcs to prepare the supplies at once. With that, he exited the stone chamber. Moments later, Kurd re-entered the stone chamber and approached the stone table, announcing, I have arranged for the orcs to harvest the vegetables. Just as he finished speaking, a woman's voice resonated from the inner chamber, growing nearer. Kurd, who has arrived? Jian An beheld a robust woman emerging from the inner chamber. Her appearance strikingly abstract. Her eyes, the size of mung beans, were framed by coarse, dark brows, and her full lips were adorned with a visage of brown spots that dotted her dark skin, while her hair appeared unruly and parched. Clad in a beast skin bodice and a skirt of the same material, she bore a noticeable ring of excess flesh around her abdomen, prompting Jian An to admire her audacity in donning a midriff-bearing outfit. Kurd promptly rose to assist her, introducing her to Sichuan and the others. This is my partner, Versi. Versi lifted her chin, casting her gaze upon Kata and then upon Sichuan, her eyes fixated and unwilling to wander. She found herself captivated by the striking beauty of this male, with his profound eyes, thick brows, prominent nose, and delicately pressed lips, all harmoniously combining to form an exquisite visage, exuding an innate nobility and elegance. How splendid it would be to forge a bond with him as her partner. Jian An glanced at Werxi and noticed that upon seeing Shurchin, she resembled a fly drawn to flesh, her eyes gleaming with an unmistakable fervor. What was even more surprising was that she audaciously cast a flirtatious glance in Shurchin's direction. Jian An could not help but shiver, stifling a laugh as she turned to Shurchin, playfully winking at him, as if to say, look at your fortunate fate. Upon hearing Kurd's introduction, Shurchin merely nodded politely, not deigning to glance at Virksi. His gaze fell upon Jian An's charming demeanor, and an involuntary soft smile graced his lips as he took her hand, gently toying with it. Chapter 12. Soul Crystal Stone. Virksi had been observing Shurchin intently, witnessing him not only bestow such tender smiles upon the female beside him, but also hold her hand filled her with an undeniable pang of jealousy. Why was such a handsome male not hers? In a fit of frustration, she shot Jian An a fierce glare. Jian An was bewildered by the intense gaze directed at her. She glanced at Virksi, then at Shen, who was playfully toying with her hand. What had she done to provoke such scrutiny? Virksi turned to Kurd and inquired, what is his purpose here? Clearly, she referred to Shen. While Jian An and Kurd were entirely overlooked, Kurd, addressing his partner, softened his tone. They are here to trade some vegetables and rice. Upon hearing this, Virksi's voice rose sharply. What? You haven't traded away all the rice, have you? I still need to eat. The piercing tone sent shivers down Jian An's spine. Kurd hastily reassured her. No, I've set aside enough for you. Well, that is more like it. I'm hungry. You should hurry and prepare lunch. Virksi declared with an air of superiority before strutting away. This scene truly opened Jian An's eyes. The females here were indeed quite assertive, commanding their partners with utter disregard for decorum in their presence. Jian An glanced at Sichin and Kuda, observing their expressions, which bore a natural ease, as if they had become accustomed to the situation. Kurd addressed Sichin, suggesting, as noon approaches, why not stay for lunch before you depart? At that moment, a she-folk orc approached Kurd and stated, Chief, everything is packed and ready. Kuda promptly rose and said to the orc, very well, follow me. The beast cart awaits just outside the tribe. With that, Kuda departed the stone dwelling alongside the orc. Sichin also stood and told Kurd, there's no need for trouble. We are in a hurry to return, so we shall not linger. He took Jian An's hand and walked towards the tribe's exit. The goods from this transaction exceeded Sichin's expectations by several bags, even filling the cart with vegetables and rice, making it impossible for Jian An and Sichin to sit down again. Consequently, Sichin took his place outside to drive the beast cart, with Jian An naturally accompanying him, while Kuda transformed into his beast form and ran alongside the cart. The beast cart proceeded smoothly along its path. As Jian An relished the scenic views, a gentle breeze caressed her face, whisking away fatigue and ushering in a fragrant aroma. The vast sky appeared profound and expansive, flanked by sprawling clusters of trees. Autumn had arrived, and the leaves had transitioned from vibrant green to a delicate yellow. Jian An closed his eyes and took a deep breath. It must be said that the air here is truly refreshing, untainted by any pollution or impurities. Jian An discreetly glanced at Sichin beside her, parting her lips as if to speak, yet hesitating over whether to voice her thoughts. Although Sichin appeared to be focused on driving, the corner of his eye was consistently attuned to Jian An, and upon noticing her countenance filled with unspoken words, he took the initiative to say, since this is your first departure from the tribe, feel free to inquire about anything that piques your curiosity. This, in essence, provided Jian An with the perfect opportunity to express herself. Jian An smiled and nodded, inquiring, what was that piece of red crystal you presented during your trade with the leader of the sheep clan today? Sichin glanced at Jian An with a smile, retrieved a small cloth pouch from his bosom, and replied, it is a soul crystal. Jian An took the cloth bag and opened it, discovering within it a collection of a dozen or so crystals, each varying in hue. Sichin continued, explaining that the soul crystals are categorized into 9 distinct colors: white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and black. The white crystals are typically utilized for everyday transactions, while the more rare and valuable crystals become increasingly difficult to obtain as one progresses through the spectrum. Each soul crystal contains a reservoir of beastly soul power, with higher-grade crystals harboring a greater abundance of this ethereal energy. Beasts can enhance their own soul power by absorbing these crystals. Jian An suddenly recalled that when he first arrived at the Sheep Clan tribe, Sichin's entire demeanor underwent a profound transformation. Could it also be attributed to the power of the beast soul? Chapter 13. Arrival at White Tiger City. Jian An picked up a piece of red crystal and continued to inquire, can all orcs absorb soul energy from the soul crystal stone? Can she do so as well? Sichin smiled and shook his head, explaining that not all orcs possess the ability to cultivate soul energy. Females, by nature, are incapable of such cultivation, and only those orcs who have awakened their star soul diagram are able to practice soul energy. Jian An felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing Sichin's words. If only she could cultivate her soul power, she would not have to flee blindly in situations akin to that involving the Lynx brothers, and she would possess the ability to defend herself. Jian gently picked up the solitary orange crystal from the cloth bag, playing with it in his hand. Sichin, have you also awakened the star soul map? Sichin smiled softly and nodded. Yes, I am now a 4-star soul beast. Jian An gazed at Sichin with a look of envy, asking, are you exceptionally talented? Sichin reached out to tousle Jian An's hair and replied with a smile. The soul power level is categorized from 1 to 10 stars, with a king level beyond the 10 stars. Thus, his strength is not particularly formidable. Jian An gazed at Sichin with curiosity, inquiring, What does the star soul map look like? May I see it? Sichin responded with a gentle smile. The star soul map is imprinted upon the male form, with its placement varying from one individual to another. Are you certain you wish to behold it? His voice carried a hint of allure, and as his profound eyes fixed upon Jian An, her delicate reflection shimmered within his deep azure gaze. As if she were the sole occupant of his vision, Jian An seemed to be under a spell, staring blankly at Sichin as she remarked, "What am I thinking? I have no desire to see it, humph. How perilous." She almost revealed her innermost thoughts. This person is truly wicked, just because he is handsome. Does he think he is remarkable? Jian An, somewhat awkwardly, averted his gaze, feigning an interest in the scenery. Sichin, with a tone that seemed laced with regret, remarked, "Do you not wish to see it? Such a pity, for my star soul map is right here." Sichin intentionally paused for effect as he spoke. Jian An appeared to be admiring the scenery, yet her ears were perked up attentively. With her impatient nature, she wondered why he was taking so long to speak. Had no one informed him that leaving sentences unfinished could be quite irksome? Just as Jian An was on the verge of an outburst, Sichin finally spoke. His voice slow and deliberate. "It resides at the core of my being." His profound gaze brimmed with tenderness, yet Jian An, lost in her reverie, remained unaware of it. Later, Jian An would come to understand that the star soul map represented the Achilles heel of every beast man. Targeting this map would inflict multiplied harm upon them. Except for their closest companions, beastmen would never easily reveal such vulnerabilities. Yet, in that moment, Sichin laid his weakness bare before Jian An. The journey continued in silence. Jian An and Sichin strolled, meandering through the landscape, until on the 5th day they finally arrived at the majestic White Tiger City. Towering walls loomed before them, flanked by 2 grand gates, each guarded by an orc. Upon spotting Sichin, one of the orcs hastened towards their beast cart, while the other dashed into the city, shouting, "The young master has returned." The male orc approached the cart, addressing Sichin with a warm welcome. "Young master, we are delighted to have you back." Sichin nodded, leading Jian An down from the cart. In no time, a throng of orcs encircled the cart, their excitement palpable as they eagerly inquired about Sichin's journey. "Young master, did you encounter any intriguing events during your visit to the sheep tribe?" "Indeed, young master, how many vegetables and rice have you traded back with you?" One audacious orc turned to Jian An and asked, "Is this beautiful female your companion?" This inquiry ignited a lively buzz among the crowd, perfectly articulating the curiosity of the Orcish assembly. Yes, young master. Is she your partner?" "She is stunning." "Is she from the sheep tribe?" "Her skin is so fair, far exceeding the beauty of the loveliest females in White Tiger City." In truth, everyone had already taken note of Jian An. Her striking appearance was simply impossible to overlook. However, out of respect for Sichin holding her hand, they had refrained from speaking until now. With someone breaking the ice, their inhibitions faded away. This was the first time Jian An encountered such a scene. Naturally, being praised brought her joy. However, being surrounded by a throng of admirers left her feeling somewhat bewildered. Chapter 14. The Charming Sarang. Jian An extended her hand to greet everyone, smiling as she said, "Hello, my name is Jian An." Oh my, her voice is truly enchanting. Indeed, it is soft and melodious, even more delightful than the songs of the birds that serenade the forest. Jian An found herself somewhat overwhelmed by the enthusiasm surrounding her. She gently stirred her hand, which was firmly held in Shichin's palm, casting a look of pleading towards him. Sensing the slight unease of her delicate hand within his grasp, Shichin turned to her, his eyes brimming with affection, and tenderly tucked the strands of her long hair that had fallen over her face behind her ear. Addressing the assembled crowd of beast men, he said, "Please, let us not crowd around. Let us move the items from the cart into the city." He then turned back to Jian An and added, "Shall we return home?" Jian An remained in a daze, responding softly, Sure." Shichin let out a light chuckle, taking Jian An's hand as they walked towards the city. Jian An regained his senses, feeling perplexed. It seems that something was amiss just now. Jian An followed Sichin to the stone house of the city lord, which resembled a vast courtyard more than a mere dwelling. The entire courtyard was constructed from stone, and upon passing through the grand entrance, one was greeted by a spacious yard. Within the courtyard, a myriad of colorful flowers bloomed, and on either side stood 2 stone houses, with a larger main house situated at the center. Suddenly, a boy of about 5 years, with short silver hair and strikingly similar azure eyes to Sichin's, came running towards them. Fluffy beast ears adorned his cheeks, and a slender tail swayed playfully behind him as he moved. He dashed up to Sichin and embraced his waist joyfully, exclaiming, "Brother, you're back." Sichin, with a gentle expression, affectionately patted the boy's head and softly inquired, "So long. Where is your father?" Taking Jian An by one hand and Sualong by the other, they proceeded towards the main house. Sualong bounced along, responding, "Father has gone hunting." The interior of the main house was simply furnished, featuring only a low table in the center, beneath which lay a large hide. Jian An sat cross-legged on the fur. Feeling its softness, the plush texture was exceedingly comfortable. Sarang knelt before Jian An, gazing at her with a face full of curiosity. His deep azure eyes sparkled with the innocence and simplicity of childhood, making him quite endearing to behold. Jian An reached out and gently pinched Suolong's chubby little face. "Hello, my name is Jian An. You can call me Sister An," she said. "What is your name?" Suolong, with a sweet and obedient expression, replied, "I am Suolong, the younger brother of my elder brother." After finishing his words, he offered Jian An a delightful smile. Jian An could not resist the temptation to pinch Suolong's chubby little face. She yearned for a younger brother as sweet and adorable as him. Suolong, gazing at Shurchan with innocent curiosity, inquired, "Brother, is Sister An the partner you brought back?" Shurchan merely smiled gently and patted Suolong's head, choosing not to respond to the question. Little Suolong, undeterred by the lack of an answer, turned back to Jian An and remarked, "Sister An, you are truly beautiful, even more so than the mother beast in the portrait." "Hee, thank you. You are quite charming as well, Suolong. Where is your mother beast?" Jian An wondered, puzzled by Suolong's reference to a portrait. With a look of bewilderment, Suolong replied, "Well, Father Beast said that Mother Beast has gone to the Beast God." Jian An lifted her gaze to Shurchan, observing him silently watching them. Within his profound eyes, a flicker of sorrow seemed to pass, and she understood instinctively. She reached out affectionately to stroke Suolong's head. With an innocent smile, Suolong looked up at Jian An and asked, "Sister An, do you know about the Beast God?" "Father Beast said that Mother Beast went to the Beast God, but can still watch over us from the heavens. Is that true?" In her heart, Jian An felt a twinge of sympathy as she gazed gently at him. "Indeed, your Mother Beast will always watch over you from the heavens. Therefore, Suolong must remain cheerful. This way, your Mother Beast will also find joy in seeing you happy." Suolong nodded earnestly, affirming, "Yes, I will make sure to be happy every day." Sikhen sat beside the low table, his warm gaze enveloping Jian An and Suolong, choosing not to disrupt the cozy atmosphere that filled the room. Chapter 15. An uneasy heart after a playful interlude. Suolong sprang to his feet and bounced over to Sikhen, clinging to his arm. "Brother, did you bring me anything fun this time?" Sikhen chuckled helplessly. "Unfortunately, I didn't come across anything particularly interesting this time. However, I will take you to the fair soon to see what delights await." Upon hearing they could visit the fair, Suolong erupted into joyous leaps, his exuberance undeniably endearing. Sikhen affectionately ruffled his small head, asking, "While I was away these past few days, has anything noteworthy happened in the city?" Suolong tilted his head, his brow furrowed in deep thought, resembling a young scholar in contemplation. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Ah!" A look of concern crossed his small face as he glanced from Jian into Sikhen. Leaning closer to Sichen's ear, he whispered, "Brother, a few days ago, Talisi came to our house looking for you." He then furtively glanced at Jian An, as if fearful of her overhearing. Jian An felt a sense of bewilderment at the situation. "What is the matter?" Sichen replied in a nonchalant tone. After Sorang spoke, he obediently settled onto the animal hide, secretly reveling in his own cleverness. He recalled an incident from the past when his mother had been at home. A female had once come looking for his father, which had greatly displeased her, prompting her to strike his father. If Sister An were to learn of a female visiting his brother, she would undoubtedly be upset as well. Thus, he resolved to keep this matter a secret from her, believing that if his brother remained unaware, he would be spared from any punishment. He felt exceedingly astute. Sarang covered his mouth with his tiny hands, stifling a giggle, while his little tail wagged joyfully behind him. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from the courtyard as a heavy object hit the ground. Sarang's ears perked up, and he sprang to his feet, dashing towards the yard. His father had returned. Jian An also stood up, feeling a twinge of unease, fearing that Si Chin's paternal figure might disapprove of her friendship. After all, her appearance was strikingly enchanting. She recalled an occasion in the modern world when she visited a friend's home. Upon seeing her, her friend's mother had cast a peculiar glance, as if regarding a girl of questionable virtue. Jian An was acutely aware that her appearance seemed too unrefined in the eyes of her elders, which was one of the reasons she seldom ventured outside. A large hand enveloped Jian An's delicate fingers, and as she looked up, she found herself beside Si Chin. The warmth emanating from his palm gradually soothed her restless heart. Moments later, Suolong exuberantly bounded into the main house, accompanied by a robust white tiger. Jian An's pupils involuntarily contracted as she faced the orc's transformed beast form. A surge of fear welling up within her, for it was indeed a living, breathing predator. The white tiger's jaws opened and closed. "You have returned. Was everything smooth?" Sichin responded with a gentle smile. "Yes, Father Beast, everything went exceedingly well." Suolong tugged at the white tiger's fur, pointing at Jian An and exclaimed, "Father Beast. Father Beast, look, brother has brought back a partner." Jian An felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing Suolong's words and spoke up. "Hello, uncle. My name is Jian An, and I am a friend of Siching." The white tiger lifted his gaze to Jian An, his striking azure beastly eyes, reminiscent of Siching's, scrutinizing her for a moment before shifting his attention to Siching. He then said, "Greetings, I am Yazan, the lord of White Tiger City. Welcome to our realm." Yazan, unlike Suolong, had consumed more salt than Suolong had meat, and thus he discerned Jian An's discomfort. He understood that his son, Siching, had yet to win over this enchanting female. Yazan regarded Siching and remarked, "You have turned 18. It is time for you to seek a companion." With that, he stepped forward and settled onto the animal hide. Jian An gazed at Xichen with a look of curiosity, astonished to find that he was indeed of the same age as herself. Chapter 16. Xichen's Deception. Under Jian An's peculiar gaze, Xichen, slightly perplexed, inquired, "What is the matter?" Jian An chuckled softly and shook her head, saying, "It's nothing. I just didn't expect you to be the same age as me." Xichen gazed at Jian An with a smile in his eyes and replied, "That signifies a connection between us. However, among the females in the Moro continent, it seems that you are the only one who has yet to find a mate by the age of 18. Allow me to escort you to your room." With that, Xichen strode towards the courtyard exit. Wait, does that sound a bit odd? Jian An pondered over Xichen's words, considering whether he implied that she was aging. It must be noted that in the Moro continent, females assume their human forms at birth, while males only transform into their human guise at the age of 3 and reach adulthood at 14. Typically, females begin searching for potential mates upon reaching maturity, and by the age of 15, they often have 1 or 2 partners. Jian An, at 18 and still unwed, was indeed regarded as an old maid. Following Xichen to the first stone house on the left side of the courtyard, Jian An was enveloped in a subtle fragrance of wood. The interior was adorned with an air of antiquity, featuring a carved wooden bed draped with floral bedding, a simple dressing table set against the window wall with a round mirror atop it, and a wooden wardrobe placed against the opposite wall. In the center of the room stood a round table covered with a pale purple tablecloth, upon which rested a ceramic vase. All the furnishings were crafted from the natural brown yellow of the wood, untouched by paint. "This room has been specially arranged by my mother," Xichen remarked as he approached the wardrobe and opened it. "These dresses were all handmade by her, brand new, and they are just perfect for you and An." Jian An noticed several dresses of varying colors neatly arranged in the wardrobe. Observing Xichen's eagerness, she waved her hands dismissively, saying, No. Since these were specially prepared by your mother, how could I possibly wear them? Besides, the dress I am currently wearing is quite suitable, as you can see." With that, she spread her arms wide to showcase her outfit. Xichen, ever the attentive companion, scrutinized Jian An from head to toe, regarding her with a look of skepticism. Jian An felt somewhat guilty under his gaze, lowering her head to glance at her dress. She felt a bit embarrassed. Well, although it was tattered by branches, with fabric hanging in strips and smeared with creek mud, at least it was not indecent, right? Jian An, feeling somewhat bashful, offered a shy smile to Xichen. Hee. "It seems a bit worn and a touch dirty." Xichen reached out to gently ruffle Jian An's hair and replied, "You needn't worry. These garments were prepared by my mother beast for her daughter. She always longed for a daughter but was unable to fulfill that wish. Rather than leaving these items unused, it is far better for you to wear them, thus granting my mother beast a semblance of her dream." Xichen's words held a certain logic, and indeed, she was in need of fresh clothing. To refuse further would be somewhat pretentious. "Thank you, I will treasure them," Jian An said earnestly, gazing at Xichen. "I'll go prepare some hot water for you. Please rest for now." With that, Xichen exited the room. Standing in the courtyard, he gazed at the closed door, his eyes betraying an unmistakable tenderness. In truth, he had spoken a falsehood. This room and the garments were specifically prepared by his mother beast, not for an unborn daughter, but for his future partner. Xichen understood that if he had revealed the truth, Jian An would surely not accept it, yet as he mentioned, these clothes were indeed fitting for her. Jian An approached the wardrobe and selected a delicate lavender gown from within. With the outer garments sorted, she found herself troubled by the dilemma of her intimate apparel. As she pondered this predicament, her gaze inadvertently swept across the corner of the wardrobe, and her eyes widened in astonishment. There lay a piece of crimson fabric, intricately embroidered with a resplendent peony. It was, to her surprise, a traditional belly band. Jian An was taken aback, pondering, could it be that Xichen's maternal beast is also human? Suddenly, a series of crisp knocks echoed at the door. Jian An opened the door to find Xichen standing outside, each hand grasping a wooden bucket filled with steaming hot water. Xichen entered the stone cottage and made his way to the far right corner of the room, where a purple curtain hung. He lifted the curtain to reveal a small alcove containing a large wooden basin, accompanied by a petite wooden table, suggesting a specially designed washing area. Xichen filled the basin with hot water and produced 2 flintstones, striking them together to ignite the oil lamp resting on the table. He then turned to Jian An and said, "Why not indulge in a warm bath first? I shall fetch you when dinner is ready." With that, he turned and prepared to depart. Jian An suddenly called out to him, "Xichen, wait." Xichen turned around to look at Jian An. Jian An gazed at him, her heart swirling with a multitude of unanswered questions, yet she found herself at a loss for words. "It's nothing. I merely wish to express my gratitude," she murmured, lowering her gaze, deciding instead to wait for a more opportune moment. Once Xichen departed, Jian An secured the door and retreated to the adjoining room, shedding her garments before settling into the large wooden basin, where the warm water enveloped her, rising just above her chest. Immersed in the soothing warmth, she could not suppress a soft sigh of contentment. Leaning against the edge of the basin, she extended her left hand before her. Upon her wrist rested a delicate bracelet, its silver sheen glimmering softly in the dim light. The bracelet, a lustrous silver white, was adorned with intricate patterns and featured 2 colorful crystals, separated by a crescent-shaped groove. As her fingers brushed against the groove, Jian An felt an inexplicable sense of loss, as if a piece were missing. Jian An gently caressed her bracelet, lost in thought. It had been a week since she arrived in the demon Luo continent. She had grown accustomed to solitude back in her hometown, having been abandoned at the doorstep of an orphanage while still in swaddling clothes. All she had to her name was a note bearing her name and date of birth, along with this bracelet. Thus, she felt little attachment to the modern world. Though she did miss her two dear friends, she wondered how they would react to her sudden disappearance. Perhaps they had already reported her missing, and she might now be considered a missing person. Jian An remained immersed in her thoughts until the water gradually cooled, prompting her to rise and don the garments she had retrieved from the wardrobe. She made her way from the stone house to the main dwelling, where Uncle Yazan retained his form as a white tiger, reclining upon the animal hide. Solong was playfully perched atop Yazan, an enchanting tableau reminiscent of a dramatic interplay between beast and human. Upon spotting Jian An, Solong beamed with delight and bounded toward her, embracing her waist with exuberance. "Sister An, you look truly beautiful in that dress," he exclaimed. "Thank you. I also find this dress quite lovely," Jian An replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling Solong's hair. At that moment, she noticed Shurchin entering the room with an array of delectable food. Tonight's dinner was splendid, featuring not only the customary roasted meat but also savory meat soup, fresh vegetables, and rice. To her surprise, Shurchin's culinary skills were exceptional, rivaling that of a master chef, leading Jian An to indulge to the point of excess. After dinner, Shurchin accompanied Jian An for a leisurely stroll in the courtyard to aid digestion. The luminous moonlight dispelled the cold solitude of the night, casting a gentle silver glow. Looking up, she beheld a myriad of twinkling stars, a celestial spectacle that was all but lost amidst the bright lights of the modern city. In a serene and tranquil setting, one cannot help but marvel at the untouched beauty, devoid of convenient transportation and the trappings of modernity. Here, nature's bountiful gifts remain preserved in their entirety, and life in such an environment is far from disagreeable. At this moment, Jian An quietly resolved within her heart. Chapter 18. The most beautiful female, whose essence remains elusive, a night devoid of dreams past. As the morning light gently penetrated the window, warming the room, Jian An sat at her vanity, holding a wooden comb. She fashioned a loose braid, tearing a strip of fabric from her red dress to serve as a hair tie, securing it at the end of her hair. In the courtyard, Sichin was watering the flowers. Jian An approached him, saying, "Good morning. These roses are truly exquisite." The blossoms, in a riot of colors, displayed their vibrant beauty in myriad forms. Sichin smiled softly and replied, "Good morning." The mother beast has always had a fondness for roses. These were all brought back by the father beast from the southern region. Jian An gazed at the resplendent flowers, a hint of longing in her voice as she inquired, "What kind of place is Southern Prefecture?" Having made up her mind, she felt an eagerness to explore this unfamiliar land, seeking to understand the realm where she would eventually reside. Sichin shook his head. "I have never been there either. I have only heard my father speak of Southern Prefecture as a place where spring reigns eternal." Sichin pondered to himself, realizing how naive he was. It was likely that Jian An's kin had migrated to Southern Prefecture, and she must be deeply concerned about them. Gently ruffling Jian An's hair, he looked at her with affectionate eyes and promised, "In the future, I shall take you to Southern Prefecture." Jian An was perplexed by Sichin's sudden promise. Yet the prospect of visiting different places brought her immense joy. She gifted Sichin a sweet smile and cheerfully replied, "Yes, it's a promise." Observing Jian An's unmasked exuberance, Sichin breathed a sigh of relief, his spirits lifting in response. After breakfast, Sichin and Uncle Yazan ventured out for a hunt, while Jian An accompanied Solong in playful activities within the courtyard. "I heard Sichin has returned." A haughty voice echoed from outside the door before the speaker appeared. A female figure strode into the courtyard, flanked by 5 or 6 male beast men. She surveyed her surroundings, quickly realizing the person she sought was absent, and then, lifting her head like a proud rooster, directed a question at Jian An. "What wild female are you, and why are you in Sichin's home?" Talus found this female thoroughly irksome, her fair skin, striking features, and lustrous black hair evoking a deep-seated jealousy within her. It was evident that, after just one glance, Jian An had already become the target of her resentment. Had Jian An been privy to Talus's thoughts, she would have surely scoffed. "Oh? Am I to be blamed for being beautiful?" Jian An regarded her with a sense of bewilderment. Was this individual truly devoid of reason? Bursting into someone else's abode while exuding such arrogance, her head held high as if to proclaim her superiority, did she not realize how ostentatious she appeared? Jian An was tempted to discreetly inform her, "Excuse me, my dear, but your nasal hair is quite visible." Therese, noticing Jian An's blatant disregard, felt a surge of indignation. She pointed an accusatory finger at Jian An and exclaimed, "Hey, did you not hear me speaking to you, you untamed female?" Jian An rolled her eyes, pondering to herself, even a clay figurine possesses a spark of defiance. Does she truly believe herself to be a porcelain doll? Jian An turned to Talis and inquired, "Who are you?" "I do not respond to mere hey. Has no one informed you that pointing at others is exceedingly impolite? Moreover, you are the wild female here, and your entire family embodies that description." Talis, accustomed to her commanding presence in White Tiger City as the most exquisite female, had never encountered anyone bold enough to rebut her so directly. Initially taken aback, she quickly regained her composure and replied with haughty disdain, "Humph, I am Talis, the most beautiful female in White Tiger City, and I am to be the future mate of Sichin. The notion of being Sichin's future mate left Jian An in utter disbelief. She scrutinized Talis's features, her round face, thick black brows, flat nose, a complexion dotted with freckles, dry hair, dark skin, and robust limbs. It was perplexing how someone with such an abstract appearance could be deemed the most beautiful female. What could have compelled Sichin to choose her as a partner? Chapter 19. The first fight. Soren hurriedly dashed to Jian and sighed and embraced her waist. Looking up to explain, Sister An, she is not my brother's maid at all. Brother does not like her in the slightest, so please do not be upset. Soren was profoundly anxious. If Sister An were to become angry, brother would inevitably face a beating akin to that of a feral beast. If Sichin were aware that his brother was concerned about the potential repercussions he might face, he would be torn between laughter and tears. Talis, upon hearing Soren's words, was incensed. Pointing at him, she declared loudly, "Humph, what do you know? A mere half-beast cub who has not even fully transformed. In White Tiger City. Which female surpasses me, Talis, in beauty? Does Sichin really intend to choose this wild female over me?" Soren appeared startled by Talis's sharp words. Lowering his head with a sorrowful expression that tugged at Jian An's heartstrings, evoking a surge of maternal instinct and deep sympathy, Jian An pulled Su along behind him and reproached Talisi. "Do you possess any sense of decency? How can an adult bully a child? What do you consider yourself? The most beautiful of females? I dare say you are nothing but the most uncouth harridan." Although Jian An was unfamiliar with the concept of a half-beast, she could glean some understanding from the term itself. While she was aware that the females here were typically haughty and spoiled, she was taken aback that an adult would resort to verbal provocation against a 5-year-old child. This was not merely arrogance, it was sheer barbarity. Talise did not comprehend the meanings of the terms vulgar and shrew as used by Jian An, but she surmised they could not be flattering. "How dare you insult me?" Talise exclaimed, her face contorted with rage, as she extended her hand with the intention of striking Jian An. At this moment, Jian An felt a surge of anger as her small universe erupted, seizing Talis by the wrist just as she was about to strike her face, forcefully pushing her back. With a piercing scream, Talis fell heavily to the ground. As she sat there, stunned and disbelieving, she gazed at Jian An and uttered, You actually dared to push me." Talis's companions hurried to assist her, expressing their concern. "Talis, are you all right? Did you hurt yourself?" Talis, in a fit of rage, shoved away the hands that supported her and shouted furiously, "What are you standing around for? Did you not see her push me? Hurry up and capture this wild female." Her companions exchanged glances, yet none heeded her command. Although Talis was indeed their partner, they could not bring themselves to bully a frail female, especially one as beautiful and delicate as she. Seeing her companions merely standing there in silence only fueled Talis's fury, and she bellowed, "Useless creatures. I shall abandon all of you." The male beastmen looked at each other, yet still, no one moved. With bloodshot eyes and a fiercely contorted expression, Talis pointed at Jian An, her chest heaving with rage. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "Today, I will certainly teach you a lesson." With that, Talis charged toward Jian An with great ferocity. Jian An felt a profound sense of speechlessness, pondering, "Why don't you ascend to the heavens? Does the entire world revolve around you? She is not a mere clay doll to be molded at will. This has escalated to the point of bullying her." Do they truly believe her to be so easily intimidated? Jian An casually rolled up her sleeves, placing her hands defiantly on her hips, adopting a fierce demeanor as she proclaimed, "Come on, who is afraid?" Thus, she and Talise engaged in a playful scuffle. Despite Jian An's lack of experience in brawling, she was not oblivious to the ways of the world. Talise's physique was notably larger than Jian An's, and her strength far surpassed that of her opponent. Aware of her disadvantage, Jian An resorted to pinching Talise's flesh, targeting the more abundant areas, twisting her grip with a vengeance, each pinch eliciting a sharp cry from Talise. To the bewilderment of Sarang and Talise's companions, it appeared as though Jian An was completely enveloped in Talise's embrace, her long, dark hair being tugged backward, creating the illusion that Talise was solely tormenting Jian An. Yet, the intermittent cries of Talise raised questions as to why she was seemingly the victim despite her apparent dominance. Chapter 20. Unspoken affection. Sarang, in a state of distress, fretted anxiously, her petite face glistening with tears. "Sister An is being bullied. What should I do? Brother, please come back." A stern voice suddenly rang out from the entrance of the courtyard. Shurchen hurriedly made his way toward Jian An, and upon spotting him, Sarang rushed forward, tugging at his sleeve with a quivering voice. "Whoa, brother, they are bullying Sister An." Through her choked sobs, she recounted the unfolding events to Shurchen. As he stepped into the courtyard, he was met with the unfolding scene before him. Jian An and Talis engaged in a fierce struggle, her pristine attire now disheveled, and her raven locks were in utter disarray from the tugging. Meanwhile, Su Lang cowered behind her, weeping loudly. Sichin felt an intense fury swell within his chest. His delicate features lost their gentleness, replaced by a sharp intensity as he fixed his gaze upon Talis. "Who bestowed upon you the audacity to torment An?" His voice resonated with the pressure of a 4-star soul beast, causing Talis to falter and kneel before him. Her companions, ensnared in the oppressive aura, found it difficult to breathe, trembling with a desire to submit, yet they resolutely pulled Talis forward. Talis, genuinely frightened, stammered, she, yes." It was she who struck first, while pointing a trembling finger at Jian, and Chin's expression softened, the fury receding. His eyes glimmering with a chilling light as he cast a disdainful glance at her and warned in a grave tone, "This is your first and final warning. Should you dare to bully An again, regardless of your gender, I shall not show mercy. You are not welcome here." With that, he averted his gaze and strode towards Jian An. Thus, Talus was unceremoniously scooped up by her companions, and they fled in disarray, epitomizing the notion of entering upright and exiting in a horizontal manner, devoid of their previous arrogance. As Jian An beheld Chin approaching her step by step, she stood there, utterly at a loss, her heart heavy with regret. It was over. Chin had witnessed everything, and her image as a refined lady was shattered. He must now perceive her as nothing more than a coarse, wild girl. Standing before Jian An, Chin gazed intently at her, his deep azure eyes brimming with a complexity that Jian An could not decipher. At that moment, he looked at her delicate face, still beautiful yet disheveled, and felt a tumult of emotions: anger, frustration, tenderness, and heartache. He was incensed by her lack of retreat, enraged that he had allowed her to suffer harm, moved by her resolve to protect so long despite the odds, and profoundly pained by the sight of her in such disarray. These myriad emotions coalesced, ultimately fermenting into a sentiment that filled his chest, pressing against his heart with a slight ache. Chin's gaze traversed Jian An's figure, meticulously assessing her for injuries. When his eyes fell upon her slender neck, they darkened. There, 2 crimson scratches marred her pristine skin, a sight that was all the more alarming against her fair complexion. Jian An perpetually maintained an evasive demeanor, reluctant to confront Chin. Stealing glances at his expression, she observed the complexity of his gaze transform into something piercing, sending a shiver down her spine, mistakenly interpreting his intensity as anger. With a timid voice, she murmured, "I'm sorry, I ruined your beautiful dress." Alongside her regret lay an additional layer of guilt, yet she felt no remorse. She believed that if faced with a similar situation again, she would act in the same manner. Chin's gaze remained fixated on Jian An, capturing every nuance of her expressions and movements. Noticing her slight tremor, he surmised her fear. A multitude of unspoken words condensed into a single sigh, and he softly asked, "Forget about the dress. Does it hurt?" His deep, soulful eyes betrayed an unmistakable tenderness, his voice tinged with a husky quality as he gently caressed Jian An's delicate neck. Chapter 21. A transformation of image. Jian An couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, feeling a stinging sensation at the spot where Chin's hand had brushed against her. As she reached to touch the area, she discovered 2 distinct scratches. In her earlier fury and agitation, she had failed to notice the wounds inflicted by Talus, oblivious to the possibility of lasting marks. Observing the worry etched on Jian An's face, Chin felt a mix of anger and compassion, his tone laced with a sense of resignation as he remarked, "So now you're concerned?" Jian An feigned a carefree smile and said, "It actually doesn't hurt that much." However, if only her facial expression could appear more natural, it would be even more convincing. Jian An turned her head away in an awkward manner, her gaze falling upon Solong, who was hiding behind Chin, peeking out timidly at her. The remnants of tears still lingered on her cheeks, and her small hands clutched tightly at Chin's sleeve, presenting a truly pitiable sight that tugged at Jian An's heartstrings. She crouched down, her voice gentle as she spoke. "Has Sualong been frightened? Do not be afraid. Look. Sister An has driven away the bad people. Isn't that impressive?" As she spoke, she extended a slender arm, flexing as if to showcase her strength. Sualong gazed up at Jian An with glistening eyes, her eyelids heavy with unshed tears, wearing an expression that suggested she might burst into tears at any moment. Jian An awkwardly lowered her arms, her face filled with concern as she soothingly said, "Oh dear, please don't cry, don't cry. It's all my fault. Solong, please don't weep." Jian An felt a profound sorrow within her. Truly, no matter the circumstances, fighting in front of children was utterly inappropriate. Now, Sualong must surely be frightened of her. Sualong released the hem of Chin's garment and leapt into Jian An's embrace, clinging tightly to her waist, burying his head in her arms as he wept uncontrollably, sobbing and stammering, "Woo-woo, no, no, Sister An is the best," due to his incomplete transformation. Sualong often faced ridicule from his peers, and though he received affection from Chin and Uncle Yazan, the former being the young master of White Tiger City and the latter the city lord, there were inevitably moments when their attention faltered. Sualong, however, remained exceptionally well behaved. Perhaps a consequence of losing his mother at a young age, he had never returned home to weep after being mocked. Although Chin and Uncle Yazan showered him with love, it could never truly satiate a child's yearning for maternal affection. Today, Jian An's actions profoundly stirred Sualong's inner longing for a mother's love. He witnessed Sister An standing bravely before him, her petite figure towering like a mountain, shielding him from the harm inflicted by others. In that moment, Jian An's image transformed from that of a beautiful young lady into that of a heroic figure. This profound experience fostered an unyielding dependency in Sualong towards Jian An, who became his constant companion, trailing after her like a shadow. Much to Chin's exasperation, a matter to be explored later, Jian An was suddenly knocked to the ground by Sualong, and faced with the child who had been crying softly in her embrace, she felt somewhat at a loss. She awkwardly reached out to gently pat his head, offering comfort. There, don't cry. With eyes filled with affection, Siqing observed Jian An's somewhat clumsy attempt to soothe Sualong, and an inadvertent tender smile graced his lips. He stepped forward, lifted Sualong into his arms, and helped Jian An to her feet, addressing Sualong, you should return to your room. Your brother needs to take care of it. Sualong glanced at Siqing, then at Jian An, and finally settled his gaze on Jian An's face, nodding obediently. Sister An. I will go back to my room now. Though he felt a twinge of reluctance, Sister An's embrace was truly warm, fragrant, and soft, which he adored. He acquiesced. All right, go ahead. Jian An smiled as she patted his head. Raising her gaze to the figure of Siqing, she hesitated for a moment before following him into the stone house. Upon entering, Jian An found Siqing seated at a wooden table, his expression inscrutable as he regarded her. She felt a flutter of unease under his gaze, attempting to maintain her composure. She remarked, the medicine you gave me last time worked wonders. Look, there's barely a mark left on my hand. She finished with a sheepish smile, looking to Siqing for a response. However, he remained silent, his handsome face set in a serious expression. Jian An's smile waned, pondering whether he was still upset. After all, she was an injured party now and wished to avoid the cold treatment. Turning to the vanity, she began rummaging through its contents, muttering to herself. I remember there was still quite a bit left from last time. I'll use it again shortly, and surely it will leave no trace. Jian An held a porcelain vial filled with medicinal liquid, poised to apply the remedy to herself. From behind her, Shin's gentle voice resonated. Come here. Jian An turned to him and said, well, actually I can wipe the mirror by myself. However, the words that followed remained unspoken. After finishing his sentence, Siqing returned to his usual expressionless demeanor, his deep-set eyes fixed intently upon her. Jian An promptly conceded, acknowledging that it is wise for a virtuous woman not to engage in conflict with a handsome man. Jian An cautiously moved to sit beside Siqing, handing him the porcelain vial, her heart unable to suppress a sardonic remark. Siqing, your persona has crumbled. You were supposed to be the gentle and refined gentleman. Yet in the blink of an eye, you have transformed into a domineering and cold CEO. Simultaneously, Jian An realized a profound truth. Those who appear gentle and perpetually wear a smile can unleash astonishing devastation when angered. Upon noticing Jian An's timid demeanor, Siqing found it quite amusing, though his expression remained impassive, maintaining an air of cool detachment. He poured the medicinal liquid into his palm and delicately applied it to Jian An's wound, his gentle touch akin to that of handling a rare treasure. After 2 applications, he ceased his ministrations, tenderly brushing aside her hair. The subtle upward curve of his lips and the softening lines of his face betrayed his inner joy and satisfaction as he softly uttered, An, thank you. Thank you for standing by Sualong today, and for being by his side. Jian An observed that Siqing had regained his previous gentle demeanor, causing her heart to relax. Perhaps he was no longer angry. When it came to Siqing's earnest expression of gratitude, she felt a twinge of shyness, her face flushing with a delicate rosy hue, enhancing the porcelain-like quality of her complexion, making her all the more captivating. Jian An jested lightly, it's no big deal. I believe anyone else would do the same. After speaking, he shyly lowered his head, fidgeting with his fingers. Siqing gazed intently at Jian An, feeling his heart race like a thunderous storm, the infatuation and affection in his eyes unmistakable and unmasked. However, this moment of vulnerability from Jian An, with his head bowed, went unnoticed. Siqing stood up and, still observing Jian An's downcast demeanor, said, I'll go prepare some hot water for you. He reached out to gently touch Jian An's head before stepping out of the room. Jian An slowly raised her head upon hearing the sound of the door closing, exhaling a long sigh. As she reminisced about the earlier events, she couldn't help but feel astonished at her own audacity in engaging in a confrontation. The recollection sent a shiver down her spine. Thankfully, Tali's companions refrained from intervening in their affair, for otherwise, she would have been no match against them. Indeed, when one is consumed by anger, irrational actions often ensue. After a refreshing bath, Jian An retrieved a sky-blue gown from her wardrobe. The dress exuded a fresh and elegant charm, adorned with delicate embroidery of several roses at the cuffs, collar, and hem. A testament to the deep affection that Siqing's mother must have had for this particular flower. Chapter 23. Jian An's reflections. Jian An traversed the corridor to the right of the front yard and arrived at the backyard, which was no less spacious than the front. Aside from a kitchen on the right side and a latrine nestled in the far left corner, a substantial expanse of open space remained in the center. Jian An entered the kitchen, where Siqing was seated before a modest hearth, skillfully tending to the fire as he prepared a meal. The rudimentary cooking setup consisted of 2 small stoves, constructed from stone and clay, forming a raised platform. Atop it, a sizable opening accommodated the cookware, while a smaller aperture below served as an entry for firewood. Jian An approached Siqing and took a seat beside him, inquiring with a cheerful smile, What shall we have for lunch today? Peering into the pot, she noticed it seemed to be simmering with bone broth. Siqing, while adding firewood to the stove, replied, There is bone broth cooking in the pot. Shortly, I shall add some noodles. Today, during the hunt, I stumbled upon a nest of bird eggs. Let us saute some eggs as well. Jian An couldn't help but swallow at the thought of fried bird eggs. She adored eggs. And surely there wasn't much difference between bird eggs and chicken eggs. Siqing, Who did you learn to cook from? Jian An inquired with curiosity. A hint of nostalgia graced Chen's face as he replied, well, I learned everything from my mother. She was an excellent cook, fond of stir-frying and preparing soups. Unlike other females, this similarity between her and An made Chen ponder how special they both were. Jian An increasingly perceived that these habits bore a striking resemblance to those of humans, leading him to harbor deeper suspicions regarding the identity of Chen's maternal beast. Jian An glanced at Chen, carefully considering her words before asking, Chen, why does Suolong retain its ears and tail even after transforming into human form? Chen sighed softly and replied, the mother beast was startled during her pregnancy with Suolong, resulting in a premature birth. Consequently, Suolong was born with inherent deficiencies. And when it transformed at the age of 3, it only achieved a half-beast form. A half-beast, as it is termed, retains certain characteristics of its beast form even when appearing human. When Jian An first arrived on the Mo Luo continent, she encountered a pair of bobcat brothers in the rocky forest who were also half-beasts, displaying markings on their faces reminiscent of bobcat whiskers. Upon hearing Chen's account, Jian An felt an increased pang of sympathy for Suolong. Such an adorable creature, yet subjected to ridicule by its peers. While half-beasts may be mocked by others, Jian An found them utterly charming. They were the stuff of illustrations, with their fluffy beast ears and long tails, so endearing. Chen, standing at the stove, prepared to saw it, while Jian An instinctively sat beside him to add firewood, observing him skillfully crack a bird's egg into a bowl. He then poured some oil into the pan and added the beaten egg mixture, which sizzled as it hit the hot surface. Chen stirred with a spatula, and the kitchen gradually filled with the delightful aroma of scrambled eggs. Jian An gazed at the tender, golden scrambled eggs in the pan, inhaling the rich aroma of the eggs. Unable to suppress a swallow, Jian An gazed at Chen and inquired, Chen, what kind of bird's egg is this? It's quite sizable. Nearly the same dimensions as a chicken egg. If it belongs to a bird, it is rather substantial. Chen, while sought ing and adding a handful of greens to the pan, replied, this is an egg from the spotted thornbird. Do you fancy it? Chen noticed that from the very beginning, Jian An had not diverted her gaze from the pan, her expression one of palpable longing. Jian An nodded slightly, expressing his fondness for chicken. He relished all forms of eggs, scrambled, fried, and steamed custard. Although he intended to mention chicken eggs, he altered his words at the last moment. Jian An suddenly had a thought and turned to Chen, inquiring, are these birds difficult to catch? Chen smiled gently at her and replied, the spotted thornbird is not particularly hard to catch. They lack aggression, but their nests are built quite high. What, are you now yearning for spotted thornbird? His tone carried a hint of exasperation. Jian An waved his hand dismissively. No, just observe the vast expanse of open land in the backyard. Allowing it to remain unused would be a tremendous waste. Rather, we could raise some poultry there. This way, we would have a steady supply whenever we desire. And with time, as they reproduce, we would have an inexhaustible supply of eggs. Ultimately, isn't it simply because you crave eggs? Chapter 24. A group of homemakers. Jian An found this method truly commendable. It alleviated the need to venture out in search of food. After contemplating for a moment, she gazed at Chen with hopeful eyes and inquired, Chen, might you take me along on your hunting expedition tomorrow? Chen, amused by Jian An's whimsical nature, shook his head with a smile and replied, I cannot. The forest harbors wild beasts, and it would be unsafe. Hearing Chen's refusal, Jian An felt a twinge of disappointment and murmured softly, oh, very well then. Jian An's delicate visage instantly fell, and Chen felt a momentary constriction in his breath. His heart tugged tightly as he could not bear to witness An's disappointment. With affectionate eyes, he gazed at her and said, however, if we remain on the outskirts of the forest, it shall not be overly perilous. Moreover, I shall ensure that An encounters no danger. A smile swiftly returned to Jian An's face as she said, well, let us explore the outskirts of the forest. The rapidity of her mood shifts was rather astonishing, wasn't it? Noticing the renewed radiance of her smile, Chen let out a sigh of relief, feeling as though his heart had been filled with cotton, soft and tender. Having arranged the prepared dishes in the main house, Jian An, Chen, and Suolong gathered around the low table, ready to enjoy their lunch. Jian An, not having seen Uncle Yazan, felt a twinge of curiosity and turned to Chen, inquiring, is Uncle Yazan not returning for lunch? Before Chen could respond, Suolong interjected, the male beast will remain by the grave of the female beast, except when hunting. Jian An couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. By the timeline, it had been 5 years since Chen's mother beast had passed away. Uncle Yazan had steadfastly remained by the graveside day after day, year after year. Such unwavering dedication must stem from profound affection. After lunch, Suolong pulled Jian into play in the courtyard. Upon noticing Chen carrying a wooden bucket and preparing to head out, she approached him and inquired, Chen, where are you taking the wooden bucket? Peering into the bucket, she observed various animal hides, and her skirt nestled inside. Was he going to wash clothes? Her keen eyes also caught a glimpse of a familiar piece peeking out from beneath the skirt. Wasn't that her little pair of shorts? Jian An hurriedly snatched the bucket away, a sheepish smile adorning her face as she remarked, allow me to wash them. The mere thought of Chen, a person as gentle and refined as jade, Squatting by the riverbank, washing her delicate undergarments filled her with an overwhelming sense of guilt. How could she possibly allow him to undertake such a task? Lifting her gaze to Shurchen, she inquired, "Where shall we wash them? Would you guide me?" Shurchen regarded Jian An with a hint of amusement. His tone laced with surprise as he replied, "Are you truly going to wash your clothes yourself, An?" Jian An, bewildered, replied, "Indeed, let us hasten. What is there to be astonished about?" With that, she stepped out of the courtyard, while Solong skipped eagerly in her wake. Upon reaching the moat outside the city, Jian An finally comprehended why Sichun had been astonished. There, by the riverbank, gathered a group of robust male orcs, huddled together in small clusters, washing their garments and engaging in casual conversation. Had this scene been occupied by a group of women, it would have exuded an air of tranquility and harmony, a picture of serene domesticity. However, with the presence of these towering males, Jian An found the sight somewhat unsettling. It was hardly surprising given her limited exposure to this land, having only arrived a few days prior. In the realm of Moro, tasks such as laundering, cooking, hunting, and tidying up are predominantly the domain of the males, establishing them as the caretakers both inside and outside the home. The female orcs, on the other hand, are expected to enjoy a life of ease, relying on others for sustenance while fulfilling their role in procreation. Yet, Jian An was not a native of this land, and adhering to the lifestyle of the local females was unnecessary. While it is indeed advantageous to indulge in a life of comfort, becoming entirely devoid of survival skills renders one less desirable. Thus, the dangers faced by females venturing out alone are not without justification. Aside from the threats posed by wild beasts and rogue creatures, they risk losing their innate survival instincts. A female who strays from her partner effectively becomes incapacitated. Chapter 25. Making new friends. Jian An and Sichun arrived by the riverbank, where the male orcs paused in their activities to greet Sichun, their eyes furtively glancing toward Jian An. Whispers of the young master returning with an exceedingly beautiful female had piqued their curiosity about Jian, and Jian An rolled up her sleeves, revealing a section of skin as white as jade. Her lustrous black hair cascaded smoothly over her chest, and the brilliant sunlight illuminated her exquisite features, rendering them captivating. As she stood bathed in the sunlight, Sichun gazed intently, his eyes filled with infatuation. The group of masculine orcs was initially taken aback to see the beautiful female washing clothes by herself, their expressions a mixture of astonishment. However, upon witnessing Jian An's increasingly radiant face and fair skin under the sunlight, they collectively gasped, their eyes widening in awe. They completely forgot their astonishment at her washing and could only stare in rapture. Sichun observed the reactions of those males with a growing sense of agitation. Their gaze upon An stirred a disquieting feeling within him. In just a few strides, he approached Jian An and said, "Allow me to wash instead." He took the clothes from her hands, crouched down, and began to wash with seamless grace. Jian An was in the midst of retrieving garments from a wooden barrel, soaking them in the river water before lifting them for a thorough scrubbing, when suddenly a force yanked him upward. Dazed, he stood to the side, observing Sichun as he crouched down to wash the clothes, pondering inwardly, what is happening? After Sichun finished washing the garments in his hands, he casually picked up a triangular piece of fabric, examining it closely. It was indeed a peculiar article of clothing. Seeing Sichun pick up her small pants, Jian An couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She averted her gaze, tears brimming in her heart. Never mind, let it be washed, after all. He has no idea where it is worn. Sualong tugged at Jian An's skirt from behind, looking up with a cherubic face and said, "Sister An, let us play over there." With that, he grasped Jian An's hand and began to move forward. Jian An was led by Sualong to a verdant meadow, where the grass was lush and soft underfoot, interspersed with patches of a subtle golden hue. Delicate wildflowers in shades of blue, purple, and pale yellow flourished amidst the greenery, creating a breathtaking tableau. Several females sat on the grass, engaging in playful banter, while nearby, a few young ones frolicked and rolled about, their laughter occasionally ringing out in the gentle air. Sualong guided Jian An towards the playful cubs, and she smiled quietly, realizing that he had brought her to join in the fun with new friends. "Go on." Jian An gently ruffled Sualong's head. His face lit up with joy as he nodded enthusiastically and dashed off to join the lively group of cubs. Jian An observed Sualong, resembling a spirited young colt unshackled from restraint, joyfully frolicking about, which lifted her spirits in tandem. After pausing to watch for a while, she turned her gaze to the group of females gathered nearby, contemplating the prospect of forging new friendships, recognizing the value of companionship in her new life. Approaching them with a warm smile, she greeted, "Hello, I am Jian An, a newcomer to White Tiger City." Upon hearing Jian An's voice, the females looked up, and one among them, with a hint of surprise, exclaimed, "Ah, I know you. You are the female that Master Sichun brought back. Greetings, I am Mina." She introduced herself, as a short-haired female approached Jian An, casually linking arms with her and inviting her to sit. Pointing to the other females, she continued the introductions. "This is Ji Werua, she is Yumeshi, and this is Meitei. We are currently crafting floral garlands. You should join us." Jian An seated himself on the ground, and surprisingly, the grass beneath him felt remarkably soft, not at all prickly. He breathed a sigh of relief. as he had been somewhat apprehensive that Talish might have cast a shadow over his mind, fearing that these females might behave similarly. Fortunately, they appeared to be quite amiable. Indeed, truly peculiar individuals were a rarity. Chapter 26. The familiar Mina, the short-haired female, Mina, gazed at Jian An with curiosity and inquired, Jian An, are you the partner of the young Master Sichin? Not at all. We are merely friends, Jian An hastily refuted. Oh, Mina mused internally, pondering whether a female and a male could indeed be just friends. Do you not harbor feelings for young Master Sichin? There are numerous females in White Tiger City who wish to bond with him, especially that Talish, who incessantly claims to be the future partner of young Master Sichin. Mina remarked with a look of disdain. Jian An observed Mina's expression with curiosity and inquired, it seems you harbor little fondness for Talis? Mina glanced around before leaning closer to Jian An's ear and whispered softly, in truth, I detest that Talis. Jian An observed Mina's furtive demeanor, finding it quite amusing. Imitating her, she softly inquired why. This question arose naturally, as Jian An was well aware of the underlying reason. Just yesterday, she had clashed with Talis. What other reason could there be? Talis, boasting of being the most beautiful female in the city, had always been arrogant and overbearing, leaving the other females reluctant to associate with her. Mina pouted slightly, then turned to Jian An with a broad smile, exclaiming, but now things are different. With your arrival, Talis is no longer the most beautiful female. You surpass her in beauty by far. Jian An, your skin is so fair, smooth, and tender to the touch, unlike ours. Mina enviously caressed the back of Jian An's hand. Perhaps it's because I seldom venture outside, Jian An replied with a smile. Is that so? I rarely go out as well, yet my skin is dark and yellow, Mina said, looking at Jian An with a puzzled expression. And your hair is so dark and lustrous, so silky to the touch. I used to have long hair too, but it was dry and frizzy. So I cut it all off out of frustration. Mina picked up a strand of Jian An's hair and examined it, her face full of wonder. Jian An felt somewhat unaccustomed to Mina's demeanor. She realized that Mina was rather affable. The other three females, although cordial, sat at a distance and engaged in little conversation with her, whereas Mina had been amiably chatting with her from the very beginning, her demeanor both gracious and warm. Jian An appreciated Mina's character, finding their interactions to be quite effortless. Hee, your short hair is quite lovely. It's also convenient to manage. Jian An's words were not entirely flattery. She believed that rather than maintaining a head of dry, unruly long hair, which lacked both aesthetic appeal and ease of care, it was far better to adopt a short style like Mina's, refreshing and natural. Moreover, Jian An had noticed that the females here seemed to eschew hairstyling altogether. Take Talis from yesterday and the three females opposite her, all sporting wild, unkempt hair. Hee, really? I find it so much more convenient. My hair dries much quicker after washing. Mina playfully tousled her short hair, her eyes sparkling with delight. When she smiled, two faint dimples appeared on her cheeks. Mina was not unattractive. Her slender eyes narrowed into slits when she smiled, her nose slightly prominent, and her lips of moderate fullness. A few freckles adorned her cheeks, adding a touch of playfulness to her appearance. Most striking were the dimples at the corners of her mouth when she grinned, combined with her refreshing short hair, lending her an endearing charm. Jian An found Mina to be far more beautiful than Talis. Perhaps Talis was indeed more attractive than the females in the city. Yet her haughty and disdainful demeanor rendered her utterly repulsive. Wow, Jian An, your dress is truly exquisite. It must have cost a fortune in crystals. Mina gently caressed the hem of the dress, her delicate touch suggesting a fear of damaging it. Chapter 27. Encounter with Talis. Jian An suddenly realized that she had never contemplated the worth of these dresses. Her thoughts remained entrenched in modernity, where a dress could be procured at a night market for a mere few dozen coins. Reflecting on the numerous beast folk she had encountered in recent days, all clad in animal hides, even the delicate females were swathed in such materials. Mina, do you have any idea how many crystal stones such a dress would cost? Jian An inquired, a hint of anxiety in her voice. I recall seeing a beast man at the last gathering selling a roll of fabric for 1 red crystal stone. However, that fabric felt considerably coarser than your gown, and its color was far less appealing. I suspect your dress would command at least several red crystal stones. Mina replied thoughtfully. Jian An felt her heartbeat becoming somewhat uncontrollable, and then inquired, how many pieces of white crystal are needed to exchange for a single red crystal? 10 pieces, why do you ask? I've saved for quite a while, and have only managed to accumulate a few white crystals. The young master is truly kind to you. When will you become his partner? Mina spoke dreamily, resting her chin on her hands, utterly infatuated. It's nothing, Jian An replied somewhat dazedly, and after that, she could no longer hear what Mina was saying. Jian An buried her face in her hands, resting upon her knees, her heart wailing in despair. Oh heavens! She is guilty. Recalling how, in the Sheep Clan tribe, Sichin had exchanged but a single piece of red crystal for an abundance of vegetables and rice. And reflecting on the skirt she had ruined during her altercation with Talis yesterday, she felt an overwhelming sense of shame. To her, it was merely a commonplace garment. Yet at this place, it was regarded as a precious item. Jian An. Mina gently nudged Jian An, who was lost in her sea of guilt. Jian An, slightly bewildered, lifted her head and inquired of Mina. What is it? I've called you several times. What are you pondering? Mina looked at her with curiosity. I wasn't thinking of anything. Jian An smiled at Mina, though the smile on her face appeared somewhat forced. Winter is fast approaching. Now is the time for you to swiftly form a partnership with young Master Sikin. By next spring, you will be able to bear him a litter of tiger cubs. Mina said, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes with delight. Jian An gazed into her eyes, which sparkled with laughter to the point of invisibility, and felt a slight uplift in his spirits, pondering to himself, why don't you consider becoming a matchmaker? Jian An was busy weaving flower crowns alongside Mina, who playfully nibbled at her ear. Jian An gazed at the 3 flower crowns she had crafted, which, though not exquisitely made, possessed a refreshing and natural charm. She donned one upon her head, intending to gift the remaining 2 to Si Chun and Suolang. Mina nudged Jian An and remarked, look, someone is coming. Jian An, filled with curiosity, turned her head to glance back, and there stood the peculiar Talise. Today, she was accompanied by only 2 companions, yet her head remained held high. Jian An cast a fleeting glance before promptly averting her gaze. She resolved to maintain a considerable distance from Talise, lest she lose control of herself. Prior to today, her impression of Talise had been one of eccentricity. However, upon discovering the value of the exquisite dress she wore, Jian An felt a pang of regret. Had she known the dress was so precious, she would have restrained her feelings. After all, it represented a significant sum, or rather, a wealth of crystal. Fate, however, did not align with her wishes. Despite her desire to avoid Talise, the latter inexorably gravitated towards her. Talise approached Jian An, looking down imperiously as she pointed at her and declared, once again, it is you, this wild female. From a distance, Talise had already spotted Jian An, her elegant blue gown shimmering brilliantly against the verdant grass. The sight of Jian An clad in yet another new dress ignited a frenzy of jealousy within Talise. These garments rightfully belonged to her. Why should they adorn this wild female? Shinshin was destined to be hers, and all those stunning dresses should belong to Talise. Chapter 30. New Boots. Shinshin observed the faint flush upon Jian An's cheeks, deliberately choosing to shift the conversation without addressing her actions. His gaze brimmed with affection as he spoke. Since the passing of the matriarch, my father entrusted the affairs of the city to my care. He constructed a stone house beside the matriarch's grave and seldom returns, save for matters of utmost importance. It could be said that Jian An's previous encounter with Uncle Yazan was fortuitously facilitated by Shinshin, as he had ventured to the sheep tribe for trade. During his absence, Uncle Yazan returned to temporarily oversee the management of White Tiger City. Shinshin bore the weight of the city's responsibilities, tended to domestic affairs, and cared for the young so long, shouldering every task alone. Jian An gazed at Si Chin's tall figure, feeling a twinge of compassion for him, as well as a deep sense of empathy. Having been alone since childhood in an orphanage, she often strived to be more obedient, hoping to endear herself to the caregivers. Perhaps, in doing so, she might receive a little more affection, a piece of candy, an apple, or a modicum of care. If fortune smiled upon her, she might even be adopted by a kind-hearted individual, finding the familial love she so desperately craved. Si Chin gently ruffled Jian An's hair and spoke in a soft voice. Silly girl. Upon seeing the concern in her eyes, the melancholy in his heart dissipated without a trace. It's time to sleep, after all. You're joining me for the hunt tomorrow, aren't you? Si Chin teased. Jian An's emotions were truly a whirlwind. But she decided to cast aside her troubles and look forward, as one must do in life. Good night, she said as she approached the door. Good night. Do come in, responded Si Chin, watching Jian An enter the house, only turning away once the door had closed behind her. The next day, Jian An rose early, her heart fluttering at the thought of spending the day in the forest with Si Chin. After completing her morning routine, she stepped out of the stone house and glanced at Si Chin's door, which remained firmly shut. She pondered, he must be awake by now, I presume? Jian An pondered for a moment and then, with a light-hearted gait, traversed the corridor to the kitchen in the backyard. Indeed, Si Chin was preparing breakfast. As she entered the kitchen, a rich aroma enveloped her senses. Approaching his side, she inquired, what are we having for breakfast today? Her gaze fixated on the pot. I'm making meat broth, and shortly I'll add some noodles. Since you relish bird eggs, I'll toss in a few along with some vegetables, Si Chin replied. He had grown accustomed to Jian An's eager demeanor. Whenever she entered the kitchen, her attention would invariably be drawn to the food, even as she conversed, her eyes rarely straying from the pot. Sounds delightful. When can we eat? Jian An had initially woken up feeling unhungry, but now, with the enticing scent wafting through the air, her stomach was grumbling. Si Chin regarded her with a mix of amusement and exasperation, recalling how she had complained about overeating just the night before. Now, she was once again displaying an urgent desire for food. It will be ready shortly. Please set the bowls in the main house, he instructed, gesturing towards the bowls resting on a wooden table not far from the stove. Oh, very well, but do hurry, Jian An exclaimed, taking the bowls and chopsticks, urging Si Chin as she departed. After breakfast, she settled in the courtyard, awaiting Si Chin. Moments later, he emerged from the stone house, seemingly carrying something in his hands. As he approached, she discerned that it was a pair of boots. Chen stepped in front of Jian An and handed her the boots, saying, "Try them on and see if they fit." Jian An still wore the pair of embroidered shoes she had donned in modern times. The boots were crafted from animal hides, with several layers of leather padding at the soles and a ring of white fur stitched around the openings, presenting a rather charming appearance. Chen crouched down, unceremoniously taking Jian An's foot in hand, assisting her in shedding the old shoes and adorning her with the new boots. Jian An watched as Chen crouched down to help her put on her shoes, her face involuntarily flushing. "Do they fit well?" Chen inquired. Looking up at Jian An rose and took a few steps, the boots fitting her perfectly. She pondered how he knew her size. It must be said that the boots were both comfortable and warm. Chapter 31. Touching the tiger's rear, they fit well and are quite comfortable. "Thank you." Jian An expressed her gratitude to Chen, secretly contemplating the debt of favor she owed him. As they prepared to leave, Suolong insisted on accompanying them. Jian An initially intended to coax him into staying at home, yet Chen nonchalantly suggested he should come along. In the Moro continent, once a beastman weans, their staple diet shifts to meat, and they are taken along to hunt as part of their training. This skill is highly regarded for those wishing to bond with a female partner, as after forming a union, one must bear the responsibility of providing sustenance for the entire family. Thus, while Jian An viewed a 5-year-old as still a child playing in the mud, here they were already capable of hunting small creatures independently. Upon exiting the city gates, Chen transformed into his beast form, a majestic white tiger materializing before Jian An. His deep azure eyes regarded her, his mouth opening and closing as he beckoned, "An, come up. I shall carry you." Jian An climbed onto Chen's back, settling comfortably as she caressed his sleek and soft fur, her expression filled with wonder. She mused to herself, "Wow, I am riding a tiger. If I capture this moment in a photograph and share it on social media, I could make headlines by tomorrow." Chen began to trot, deliberately maintaining a slow pace for Jian An's comfort. Jian An grasped tufts of fur on the tiger's back with both hands to prevent himself from slipping off. Leisurely seated atop the majestic creature, admiring the scenery along the way, while Suolong transformed into a small white tiger, trailing closely beside him. Jian An, feeling somewhat weary of the scenery, patted Chen's strong back and leaned closer to his ear, whispering, "Chen, could you possibly run a bit faster?" Chen glanced back with his beastly gaze, his tiger mouth curling slightly as if to smile. In response to her request, he quickened his pace, his powerful limbs propelling him forward like a bolt of lightning. As Jian An was abruptly accelerated by Chen, she nearly toppled backwards, instinctively bending down to clasp her arms tightly around his neck, afraid to move further. Indeed, one should never be too complacent. The cool breeze swept across Jian An's cheeks, and the scenery on either side of the road rushed backward like a fleeting slideshow. Jian An lay upon Chen's majestic back, her heart racing. She wished to voice her desire for him to slow down, but as she opened her mouth, a gust of cold wind rushed in, prompting her to swiftly shut it. She contemplated reaching out to pat him, yet faced with such lightning speed, she dared not loosen her grip. Resigned, she closed her eyes, holding on tightly. It was not until they reached the edge of the forest that Chen decelerated and came to a gentle stop. Jian An, relaxing her entire body, slid down from his back and sat upon the ground. Throughout their exhilarating journey, she felt as if she had been the one running, her limbs stiff with the thrill of it all. In retrospect, she found the experience rather delightful. With her hair tousled by the wind, Jian An sat on the ground, laughing heartily. Chen approached her, lowering his head. Within his sapphire-like beastly eyes shimmered a hint of affection as he gazed at her and asked, "Was it enjoyable?" Jian paused, chuckling heartily, as she adjusted her hair and remarked, "Ah, how amusing. However, next time you decide to accelerate, please do inform me. I nearly tumbled off." Running freely amidst the trees, at such exhilarating speed, one can easily forget the complexities of life, becoming wholly immersed in the sheer delight of the experience. Indeed, it is quite exhilarating. After a brief wait, Suolong returned, bounding back on all fours. He gazed at Chen and exclaimed, "Brother, why did you suddenly dash off so swiftly? I could hardly keep up." Jian An found herself momentarily entranced by the sight of Chen's tiger-like demeanor, her palm tingling with a peculiar itch. It is often said that one should never touch the rear of a tiger. What might transpire if she were to dare such an act with Chen? Jian An's actions often outpaced her thoughts. When she regained her senses, her hand had already found its way onto Chen's backside, and she even gave it a gentle pat. Chen glanced back at her with a somewhat peculiar expression, prompting Jian An to awkwardly retract her hand and exclaim, "Huh? I spotted a mosquito." Chapter 32. The fluffy rabbit. In a flash of brilliance, Chen's tall and slender figure materialized before Jian An. He lifted her from the ground, gazing at her intently as he said, "An, if you wish to touch, you may do so at any time." Chen's underlying message was clear. There was no need for such furtive gestures. She was free to indulge her desires openly. Jian An felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, swiftly diverting the conversation with a light-hearted remark, "You truly have a knack for humor. Let us hasten to find the spotted bird." With that, she approached and took the hand of Suolong, who had reverted to his boyish form. The trees in the forest towered majestically, their stout trunks thick enough to require the embrace of at least 3 adults. The foliage was lush and vibrant, with sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patterns of light upon the forest floor. As they traversed the path, Jian An's eyes were ceaselessly engaged, darting left and right in curiosity, pondering whether this woodland held any fruits. Suddenly, a white spherical object darted swiftly from a thicket of trees. Jian An nudged Si-Chen at his side and pointed towards the thicket, inquiring, "Did you see that? What just rolled out from the grass?" "That was a fluffy rabbit," Si-Chen replied after a brief glance. Given the inherent keen eyesight of beast men, coupled with Si-Chen's formidable 4-star soul beast prowess, he could effortlessly perceive anything within several hundred miles if he wished. Are rabbits hard to catch? Jian An pondered, considering that if the elusive spotted thornbird proved elusive, bringing back a few rabbits would suffice. Si-Chen gently shook his head and remarked, "Fluffy rabbits are timid by nature, gentle in temperament, and though they are quite agile, they are not difficult to capture. Furthermore, their fur is abundant. With winter swiftly approaching, it would be perfect to craft a hat and a scarf for it." Si-Chen mused internally. "Wait for me. I shall return shortly." With that, Si-Chen strode in the direction where the fluffy rabbit had vanished. Jian An waited for only a few minutes when she saw Si-Chen approaching, holding a fluffy white ball. The plush rabbit, adorned with its snow-white fur, boasted long ears and a round, ample body, resembling a fluffy cloud. Its petite head was complemented by a pair of vibrant red eyes and a 3-part mouth, while its little nose twitched adorably. Jian An's heart softened at the sight. How utterly adorable. She crouched down, gazing intently at the fluffy bunny, which, in turn, fixated its pair of bright red eyes upon her. Jian An extended his hand, intending to stroke the fluffy fur of the little rabbit. However, as soon as his hand rested upon the soft creature, the tiny rabbit's eyes widened in shock, and it fainted. Jian An was rather speechless. Was she truly that terrifying? Such a timid disposition was rather surprising. Meanwhile, Solong, sensing that Jian An did not appear sufficiently embarrassed, pointed at the fluffy rabbit and remarked, "Sister An, it seems to have fainted." Jian An pondered. "Very well, Suolong, thank you for your reminder. She is aware that it has fainted. Or perhaps it was her presence that caused it to lose consciousness." Jian An stood upright, brushing off non-existent dust from her skirt, and said with a serious expression, "Let us seek the spotted thornbird." The group, accompanied by an unconscious rabbit, continued their journey deeper into the forest. After approximately half an hour of wandering, Jian An, having only encountered towering trees and nothing else, not even a single insect, felt a twinge of disappointment. She found a rock to sit on and lamented, "Why is there nothing here?" Si-Chen gazed at her with a gentle demeanor, affectionately patting the top of her head, and reassured her, initially. The outskirts of Beichuan Forest were home to numerous small creatures. However, with the beastmen frequently hunting here, the animals have grown wise and now refrain from venturing near the perimeter. "What? Then where shall we search for the spotted thornbird?" Jian An's spirits sank further upon hearing Si-Chen's words. "I shall take you to a special place," Si-Chen replied, transforming into his beast form. Jian An carefully climbed onto the tiger's back, and Si-Chen guided her toward the right side of the forest, maintaining a steady pace as they traversed a narrow path. Suddenly, the scenery opened up before them. Chapter 33, Capturing the Spotted Thornbird. A lush carpet of green grass and a riot of blooming flowers greeted their eyes. Alongside a shimmering lake were numerous small creatures gathered to graze. Jian An spotted several fluffy rabbits among them. Upon noticing the unexpected visitor, the little animals abruptly ceased their feeding and scattered in all directions. Suolong sprang into action, pursuing the fleeing creatures. He targeted one and pounced fiercely, opening his powerful jaws to sink his sharp teeth into its neck. Jian An mused that this must be the nature of beasts. Upon sighting a fleeing prey, they are irresistibly compelled to pursue. Suolong approached Jian An, proudly clutching a fluffy rabbit, larger than his own head, and with a playful sway. He set down the now unconscious creature before her. Looking up, he exclaimed, "Sister An, behold, I have caught a fluffy rabbit." His beastly eyes sparkled with delight, and his tail wagged eagerly from side to side, reminiscent of a puppy awaiting its master's praise. Jian An smiled as she gently patted his tiger-like head, praising, "Soren, you are truly remarkable. This is a designated area for small animals to drink water. Come, let us go capture the spiny-tailed bird." Si-Chen then proceeded towards the grand tree ahead. Jian An followed closely behind, arriving at the base of the tree. With a powerful leap, Si-Chen ascended the trunk, his sharp claws gripping the bark with remarkable agility as he climbed higher and higher. Jian An watched as Si-Chen vanished completely among the lush foliage above. Jian An tilted her head, attentively listening to the sounds above. In a short while, several sharp bird calls echoed from the treetops, followed by the imposing figure of Si-Chen appearing among the branches. Si-Chen leapt with grace, descending directly from several meters high upon the trunk. Jian An was startled by his audacious action, but upon witnessing Si-Chen land safely, she exhaled in relief. Her gaze measured the distance between the ground and the branches, estimating it to be around 6 or 7 meters high. Jian An rushed to Shen-Chen's side and observed him biting down on 2 flapping birds. The birds were adorned in a tawny hue, their wings speckled with numerous black spots. It seemed these were indeed the stippled thornbirds. Jian An searched around and pulled a vine from the thicket, tying its ends to the feet of 2 spotted thornbirds, thus making them easier to hold. Si-Chen had reverted to his gentle and refined demeanor, resembling a jade-like young gentleman. Observing his pristine white robe, Jian An couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity and asked, Si-chun, how is it that you don this garment? Si-chun replied, holding the spotted thorn birds bound by the vine. Once one's spiritual power ascends to 4 stars, one can conjure garments at will. Jian An gazed at Si-chun with envy and remarked, how convenient that must be. If only I could cultivate the power of the beast soul. I would gain the ability to protect myself and possess an everlasting garment that would never wear out. That would be wonderful. Si-chun smiled and gently ruffled Jian An's hair, saying, even if you cannot cultivate, I shall safeguard you. Since you adore new clothes, I shall craft many for you, ensuring that you always have something new to wear. Upon hearing this, Jian An promptly shook her head and said, no need, I have enough clothes to wear. I do not require any new garments. A single outfit costs several pieces of red crystal, which she simply cannot afford. Si-chun remained silent. His gaze filled with tenderness as he looked at her, contemplating that not only new clothes, but anything that An desired, he would strive to procure for her. As they walked back to the lakeside, Jian An glanced around. The water was not particularly deep, crystal clear, revealing numerous fish swimming about. The lake bed was adorned with a layer of smooth pebbles, glistening under the sunlight. Jian An gazed at Si-chun and suggested, why don't we have lunch here at noon? We could catch some fish and roast them. The scenery is delightful, making it an excellent idea for a picnic. Chapter 34, Fishing very well. I shall venture nearby to catch some prey. You and Sualong should remain here and not wander too far. Although this area is inhabited by small animals, there are occasional sightings of larger beasts, Si-chun cautioned. Understood, I won't stray too far. As for catching fish, leave that entirely to me, Jian An confidently declared. Patting his chest, Jian An gathered the hem of her skirt to her knees and tied it in a knot, removed her boots, and waded into the lake. The water was slightly cool as she rolled up her sleeves, watching the fish glide past her feet. She reached out to catch one, but her grasp met with nothing but air. Jian An, undeterred by misfortune, had tried numerous times to catch fish, yet each attempt seemed to elude her grasp. On one occasion, she had successfully held a fish in her hands, only for it to slip away, agile as ever, with a flick of its tail. Observing her endeavors, Sualong's playful spirit was ignited. He plunged into the lake with fervor, sending a cascade of water splashing around him. When he emerged, he triumphantly clutched a lively fish in his mouth. Proudly, he presented his catch to Jian An, his little tail wagging with uncontainable joy. Jian An couldn't help but chuckle at Sualong's exuberance. After all, he was a tiger, and such a jubilant tale was quite unexpected. Gently, she patted his head, praising, Sualong, you are remarkable. You've caught a fish so swiftly. She took the fish from his mouth and placed it on the bank, pondering why Sualong could succeed where she could not. Determined, she resolved to catch a fish of her own that day. Thus, Jian An and Sualong became engrossed in their fishing escapade. When Si-chun returned, dragging a hefty wild boar behind him, he was greeted by the sight of Jian An and Sualong joyously catching fish in the lake. A dozen fish lay on the bank, some still wriggling, clearly freshly caught. Most of the fish were Sualong's accomplishments, with only a couple caught by Jian An, thanks to sheer luck when a fish had inadvertently leapt into her hands. Are you planning to stay here for a few days? Si-chun inquired, observing Jian An, who was still patiently waiting for the fish to bite. He gestured toward the pile of fish. Ah, you're back. Wow, you've caught so many fish, Jian An exclaimed. Her eyes widening in surprise at the sight Si-chun pointed out. Sualong, no need to catch more. We have plenty already. She called out to the tiger still immersed in the water. Si-chun extended his hand towards Jian An, urging, come up now. The water is chilly. Don't catch a cold. Gratefully, Jian An took his hand and climbed ashore. Jian An counted and exclaimed, wow, there are 15 in total. Most of them were caught by Sualong. But I managed to catch 2 as well. Si-chun smiled as he gently patted her head, praising, yes, and it is truly remarkable. He took a handkerchief from his pocket and knelt down to assist her in wiping her feet. Jian An felt a touch of embarrassment at Si-chun's intimate gesture and said, I'll do it myself, reaching for the handkerchief. However, Si-chun nimbly evaded her, taking the opportunity to wipe her other foot. Gazing at the delicate, fair foot cradled in his palm, each rounded toe resembled a plump pearl, utterly adorable. His heart softened inexplicably. After assisting Jian An in donning her boots, he rose and said, I shall attend to the prey over there, and dragged the wild boar to the opposite side of the lake. Jian An raised her hand to cover her face, her cheeks still slightly flushed, and her heart racing. She had noticed that Si-chun had recently taken to doing things that made her blush and her heart flutter. With a splash, Sualong leaped from the water onto the shore, setting down the fish in his mouth. He approached Jian An and looked up at her, saying, Sister An, aren't you going to catch any fish? I can catch even more. Jian An's thoughts were interrupted by Sualong, and she ceased to ponder the chaotic matters. Gently patting his head and saying, there's no need to catch any more. Look at the abundance of fish we have. We cannot possibly consume them all. Sualong, you truly excel. Sualong felt immensely pleased by Jian An's praise, his little tail wagging joyfully. Chapter 35, Constructing the Enclosure at Noon. Si-chun fashioned a small circle of stones by the lake, inserting 2 sturdy tree branches into the stones on either side. He then sliced the wild boar meat into small chunks, skewering them on the branches to roast. Initially, Jian An was apprehensive about how to cook such a large wild boar, but then she witnessed Sichin extend his hand, his nails gradually lengthening. And with a delicate stroke across the boar's body, the entire creature was cleaved into pieces, leaving her utterly astonished. She examined Sichin's hand, turning it over and over, noting that it still resembled the elegant, jade-like hand she was familiar with only the nails having grown sharper, akin to blades. Jian An couldn't help but marvel at the undeniable truth that strength is paramount, no matter the circumstance. After their lunch, Sichin led Jian into several fruit trees. Specifically the crimson fruits she had sampled previously. The treetops were laden with vibrant red fruits, and as no one had harvested them, the ripe ones had fallen abundantly to the ground. The trees bearing these crimson fruits were not particularly tall, allowing Jian An to reach them on her tiptoes. She gathered around 20 fruits, wrapping them in large leaves, deeming this excursion quite fruitful. On their return journey, Jian An perched upon Sichin's back, cradling the leaf-wrapped fruits, while Sichin sported 2 fluffy rabbits around his neck and several uneaten fish from lunch. Even Sualong bore 2 spiny birds, bound with vines, hanging from his neck. Upon arriving at the stone courtyard, Sichin temporarily confined the spiny birds and fluffy rabbits in the kitchen before heading to the backyard to commence the construction of the enclosure. Jian An observed attentively, pondering how she might assist. Sichin stepped outside briefly, returning with a substantial bundle of slender branches. After several trips back and forth, the branches amassed into a small hill upon the ground, sufficient for their needs. The branches, reaching waist-high and as thick as his wrist, were meticulously sharpened at one end with a knife before being firmly planted into the soil. One by one, they were secured, forming a large circle, marking the preliminary completion of their enclosure. Next, using additional branches, Sichin divided this expansive circle into 2 sections, one designated for the spiny birds and the other for the fluffy rabbits, separating them by species to prevent potential conflicts. Carrying the spiny birds in one hand and the fluffy rabbits in the other, Sichin emerged from the kitchen. The spiny birds fluttered energetically in his grasp, while the fluffy rabbits remained comatose, leading Jian An to suspect they were merely feigning unconsciousness. Considering the bumpy journey back from the forest, she thought they should have awakened by now. Concerned that the spiny birds might take flight, Jian An employed scissors to trim their long feathers, ensuring no harm would come to them while preventing their escape. Holding the scissors, she mused, this world of beastmen is truly filled with wonders. She could hardly believe she had entered a genuine beastly realm, questioning the origins of such peculiarities. As she placed the spiny birds into the right enclosure, they immediately flapped their wings in an attempt to escape, only to realize after much struggle that they could not take flight. Frustrated, they began to circle the enclosure, squawking loudly, "You needn't fuss. No matter how much you flail, you won't be able to fly. Just stay put and lay some eggs for me." Jian An kindly reminded the spiny birds. Sichin, listening to her gentle admonishments from behind, gazed at her with affectionate indulgence, remarking on her playful spirit. Jian An took the fluffy rabbit from Sichin's hands, untied the vines binding its feet, and placed it into the left enclosure. The 2 rabbits lay motionless on the ground, their bodies barely rising and falling, revealing the grim truth that they were 2 lifeless creatures. Jian An stood by the fence, waiting patiently. After a minute, 2 rabbits gradually opened their eyes but remained motionless, as if surveying their surroundings. Upon realizing their bodies had regained freedom, they sprang up and began to flee. However, no matter how they ran, they could not escape the confines of the fence, and like the prickly bird, they found themselves circling the enclosure. Chapter 36. Catching the rabbits. Jian An retrieved some greens from the kitchen and placed them into the enclosure of the fluffy rabbit. Glancing at Sichin as she inquired, "What does the spiny bird eat?" "It consumes vegetables, fruits, and fish," Sichin replied, approaching the fence. "Fish, indeed." Jian An pondered for a moment, then dashed back into the kitchen to fetch a fish she had brought home earlier, placing it into the spiny bird's enclosure. However, neither of the creatures had touched the food provided. Both were still desperately struggling against the confines of their enclosures. Jian An reasoned that they might be unaccustomed to being confined all of a sudden, believing that they would adapt in a few days. "I also need to construct 2 small wooden houses, otherwise, when it rains, they will turn into drenched rabbits and birds," she remarked. "Yes, I shall commence that now," Sichin responded, picking up the remaining branches to begin building the wooden houses. He arranged the branches meticulously, binding them together with vines, creating a square structure with an entrance left open, and filled it with some dried grass. The rudimentary wooden houses were completed and placed within the 2 enclosures, marking the successful culmination of their efforts. As autumn brought its characteristic lethargy, Jian An, having played throughout the day, felt exhausted and yawned widely. "Let us head back inside. I shall call for you at dinner time," Sichin said, gently ruffling Jian An's hair. "All right, I will return to the house then," she replied, rubbing her eyes as she made her way to the front yard. Jian An slept soundly until the sun dipped below the horizon. When Sichin knocked on her door, she found the room shrouded in darkness, with only a faint moonlight filtering through the window, leaving her momentarily disoriented regarding the time. After dinner, as was her custom, Jian An strolled in the yard under the moonlight to aid digestion, and Sichin, having tidied up, joined her. Having napped extensively in the afternoon, she felt no trace of fatigue, and together they sat on a stone bench, gazing at the moon and counting the stars. In the following days, aside from eating and sleeping, Jian An finally found herself occupied. She made regular visits to the fluffy rabbit's enclosure, where the rabbit no longer dashed anxiously around the fence but occasionally nibbled on the vegetables provided. Jian An gazed longingly at the two fluffy white balls, her heart yearning to embrace them and revel in their softness. However, the velvety rabbits consistently eluded her. Each time she approached, they would leap away. Frustrated, Jian An attempted to capture them, but tragically, she found herself unable to catch the two rabbits. Despite their round and seemingly clumsy appearance, they exhibited remarkable agility. After several unsuccessful attempts, she resigned herself to the futility of her efforts and decided to adopt a different approach. From that point onward, at mealtime, Jian An would bring fresh vegetables to feed the fluffy rabbits. Initially, she placed the vegetables a short distance away, and the rabbits cautiously nibbled at them. Gradually, she began to hold the vegetables in her hand. After several days of patient feeding, the rabbits seemed to sense that Jian An meant them no harm, lowering their guard and hopping closer to partake of the vegetables she offered. At last, Jian An enjoyed the bliss of petting the soft creatures, one hand clutching the vegetables while the other caressed the fluffy balls of fur, a smug smile gracing her face, albeit with an air that resembled a rather dubious trickster who had successfully lured in their prey. In recent days, Jian An appeared increasingly busy. Apart from mealtimes, he was seldom seen, whether he was hunting in the forest or processing game by the riverbank. It was evident that he was preoccupied with gathering provisions for the impending winter. One morning, after breakfast, Jian An set out once more to hunt. Having fed the fluffy rabbits and the speckled birds, Jian An was watering the flowers in the courtyard when a visitor arrived. With a refreshing short haircut and eyes that crinkled into crescent shapes, it was none other than Mina, the new friend Jian An had made a few days prior. "Jian An, I've come to play," Mina exclaimed with a cheerful grin as she approached Jian An. "What are you doing?" "Let us go pick flowers in the meadow outside the city." Jian An contemplated the opportunity to gather some grass to feed the rabbits and smiled as she said, "All right, please wait for me a moment while I fetch a few things." She dashed into the kitchen, retrieved a kitchen knife, and grabbed a basket. Chapter 37. Discovering the sunflowers. As Jian An walked through the bustling town, she observed a vivid scene of activity. Every household had animal pelts laid out to dry in front of their doors, while the orcs moved back and forth, some carrying the freshly caught game upon their backs. The arrival of Jian An undeniably stirred quite a commotion, as the orcs bestowed upon her their attentive gazes. Jian An greeted them with a warm smile. Observing the orc before her, who was shouldering his prey, she cheerfully remarked, "Hello." This elicited an even more bewildered expression from him. His masculine visage flushed crimson in an instant, leaving him frozen in place, convinced that today he had surely received the favor of the beast god. Beyond the city gates, many male orcs were also engaged in the processing of their game, meticulously tanning the hides by the moat. Jian An and Mina strolled hand in hand to the verdant meadow, where the wildflowers continued to bloom in splendid hues, untouched by the encroaching autumn. Upon reaching the grassy expanse, Mina transformed into a liberated butterfly, flitting gracefully among the blossoms, darting from one spot to another. In no time at all, her hands were adorned with a delightful assortment of vibrant wildflowers. Jian An gazed at her, her hand clutching a bouquet of wildflowers, the smile on her face illuminating her features and lifting her spirits. She chose a lush patch of grass, retrieved a knife from her basket, and bent down to begin cutting the grass. Mina rushed to Jian An's side, her face alight with curiosity. "Jian An, what are you doing? Why are you cutting this grass? Can it be eaten?" "Hee. A few days ago, I went to the Wangshuan forest with Shurchin and caught 2 fluffy rabbits. This grass is for feeding them," Jian An replied, placing the freshly cut grass into her basket. "Wow, the young master Shurchin is really good to you. Was it fun?" Mina exclaimed, her face brimming with envy. It was merely at the edge of the forest. There wasn't much amusement, just trees as far as the eye could see. Jian An observed Mina's envious expression and mused to herself. She realized that Mina was solely focused on eating and playing. Yet was this not the very essence of life for the females here? Jian An was cutting grass while Mina sat beside her, weaving flower garlands and occasionally engaging in light conversation, embodying a serene sense of contentment. After glancing at the basket filled with freshly cut grass, Jian An straightened her back and patted her lower back, feeling the soreness from bending over for a while. Truly, the perils of physical exertion were not to be underestimated, especially for someone like Jian An, who oscillated between wanting to stand, sit, and lie down. It was commendable that she spent this time tending to the grass. Noticing Jian An had paused, Mina inquired, "Jian An, are you not going to cut more grass?" "That's enough." "Which direction is your side, Mina?" Jian An asked, pointing towards a nearby grove. "Oh, that's just a small grove. Shall we head back?" Mina replied, adorned with a flower crown and holding a handful of leftover wildflowers. "Let us go take a look," Jian An said, setting down her sickle and taking Mina's hand as they made their way toward the grove. The grove was only a few meters away, and since there were plenty of beasts near the moat, it seemed unlikely that they would encounter any danger. "Really? Are we going?" Mina asked uncertainly, observing Jian and walking ahead. "Don't worry, We'll just go in for a brief look, Jian An reassured her nonchalantly. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they discovered an expanse filled with lush, straight bamboo, revealing that this was indeed a bamboo grove. Jian held Mina's hand as they ventured deeper into the bamboo grove, her eyes keenly scanning the surroundings. The forest was enveloped in serene silence, occasionally interrupted by the gentle rustle of bamboo leaves stirred by the autumn breeze. The grove was modest in size, and within a mere 10 minutes, they reached its conclusion. Jian An glanced around, convinced that there was no longer a path available. As he turned to leave, a glimmer of golden hue caught his peripheral vision beyond the bamboo grove. He halted in his steps, approached, and parted the bamboo before him. In an instant, a vast expanse of golden brilliance filled his sight. In Jian An's eyes, surprise glimmered as she beheld the vast fields of sunflowers stretching towards the sun, their golden petals shimmering brightly. Chapter 38, Xichen's Sorrow. As she traversed through the bamboo forest, Jian An gazed in admiration at the towering sunflowers that stood far above her, marveling at the richness of this land. Everything that grew here seemed to flourish in abundance. Each sunflower was as large as a basin, with its center brimming with plump seeds. Mina, come help me, Jian An called, bending down to lower the flower stalks and carefully plucking the sunflowers to place them on the ground. Mina stood still, watching Jian An with curiosity. What are you doing with these flowers? Can they be eaten? Jian An smiled gently at her, acknowledging, you've hit the nail on the head this time. The edible ones, when sawed ed, are truly fragrant. Let us gather a few more to take back. I shall share some with you. Upon hearing that they were edible, Mina finally took action, mimicking Jian An's movements as she plucked a sunflower. The duo managed to gather 6 blooms in total. Each took 3, their arms full. Mina discarded the wild flowers she had held, realizing their edibility rendered the flowers unnecessary. Retracing their steps, Jian An lifted the basket filled with grass and asked Mina to assist in carrying the sunflowers back to the stone courtyard. Before departing, Mina reminded Jian An to be sure to share when they were cooked. As they entered the courtyard, they noticed 3 animals piled on the left side of the gate, 2 wild boars captured by Xichen in the Wangchuan forest, and a deer, indicating that Xichen had returned. They proceeded directly to the backyard, passing the main house where laughter echoed from within. Jian An peeked inside, spotting Suolong playfully sprawled across the back of a white tiger. It appeared Uncle Yazan had returned. Jian An speculated whether there was some significant matter at hand. Upon reaching the backyard, she placed the basket outside the pen and entered the kitchen, where Xichen was tending to the fire. Jian An seated herself beside him and inquired, Uncle Yazan has returned. Could there be something important? She recalled Xichen mentioning that Uncle Yazan rarely returned unless there was pressing business. Xichen continued to stoke the fire, replying, winter is approaching. The father beast intends to organize the city's beastmen to hunt in the forest and stockpile provisions. Oh, I see, Jian An reflected, recognizing the gravity of the situation. She pondered the burdens of being a city lord, responsible for the well-being of its inhabitants. Observing Xichen skillfully stir-frying the vegetables, she asked, Xichen, why does Uncle Yazan remain in beast form? Having encountered his white tiger form on but a few occasions, she was puzzled by his continued animalistic state at home, typically transformed for hunting. Xichen continued his task, his gaze partially obscured, concealing the emotions within his eyes as he responded, the father beast cannot assume human form. Cannot assume human form? Jian An questioned, her curiosity piqued. When Mother Beast was pregnant with Suolong, she was captured by wandering beastmen. The father beast went to rescue her and was gravely injured, affecting his star's soul map, thus rendering him unable. Xichen recounted slowly, his voice as soothing as ever. Yet, Jian An sensed a hint of regret in his tone. When the father beast returned, he bore the newborn Suolong and the nearly lifeless mother beast. At that time, I was still in my youth, and the star soul map had only just awakened. I often wonder if the outcome would have been different had I accompanied them. Xichen paused his movements, gazing silently at her, his deep eyes harboring emotions that Jian An could not fully comprehend. Although Jian An could not fully comprehend the emotions that engulfed Xichen at that moment, witnessing his profound sorrow tightened her heart. She disdained this version of Xichen. Rising to her feet, she approached him, tiptoeing to rest her hand atop his head, mimicking his usual affectionate gestures. Her phoenix-like eyes shimmered with compassion as she spoke. I cannot ascertain whether your journey would have yielded a different outcome, yet I believe Uncle Yazan must be grateful that you did not accompany him. Your safety should be the greatest aspiration of both Uncle Yazan and your mother. Chapter 39. Roasting sunflower seeds. Jian An pondered that the greatest wish of parents in the world is undoubtedly the safety and health of their children. A wave of melancholy washed over her as she considered why her own parents had abandoned a healthy version of herself at an orphanage. Could it be that they too had faced insurmountable calamities? Shaking her head to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind, her clear phoenix-like eyes fixed on Xichen, she spoke with conviction. If your mother were to witness your current strength and accomplishments, she would surely feel immense pride in you. Uncle Yazan's injuries will undoubtedly find a remedy. As long as there remains a glimmer of hope, we must not surrender. Jian An gently patted his own shoulder and smiled, saying, furthermore, if you feel weary, you may lean on my shoulder. Heh, how dependable Jian An is. Xichen chuckled softly and rested his head on Jian An's shoulder. The petite figure before him, though small, provided him with an unparalleled sense of reassurance. Jian hesitated for a moment before extending her hand to gently pat Si Chen's back. Si Chen's hand encircled her delicate waist, and he could distinctly feel her body stiffen in response to his gesture. A gentle smile graced his lips, subtly curving upward. Jian An and Si Chen embraced gently in the serene kitchen, an inexplicable atmosphere gradually enveloping the space. A faint scent of burnt food wafted into the air, prompting Jian An to push Si Chen away, her voice tinged with awkwardness as she remarked, "It seems the dish in the pot is burned." Her gaze flickered, and she lowered her head, her cheeks subtly flushed. Si Chen disposed of the charred food, and, after washing a fresh batch of vegetables, began to sort them. He glanced at Jian An, who sat beside him with her head bowed, and inquired, "An, what did you do today?" "Ah, Mina came to play with me today. We went to the grassy meadow outside the city to pick flowers, and I even brought back some grass," Jian An replied, still with her head down. Suddenly recalling something, she lifted her gaze to Si Chen and exclaimed, "Oh, we also ventured into the bamboo forest in front of the meadow, and I found sunflowers. If we extract the seeds and roast them, they will be so fragrant." In that moment, she forgot the subtle tension that had lingered between them, lost instead in the joy of anticipating roasted sunflower seeds. Si Chen gazed at Jian An, her enchanting phoenix-like eyes seemingly holding a reservoir of autumn water, shimmering and filled with tenderness. After lunch, Uncle Yazan went to the city to gather the orcs, with Solong happily bouncing along behind him, while Si Chen carried a wild boar on his shoulder, with a deer in each hand, heading to the city moat for processing. Jian An couldn't help but marvel at Si Chen's strength, thinking to herself, he truly is a strong man. After tending to the fluffy rabbits and the spiny birds in the backyard, Jian An, seeking a pastime, began to tinker with the sunflowers. She brought a spare wooden table from the kitchen and set it up in the vacant space of the backyard. She carefully pried open the sunflowers, revealing their plump seeds, which fell effortlessly with a gentle nudge. By the time she had removed all the seeds from 6 sunflowers, the table was completely covered. She picked up a seed, cracked it open, and tasted it, savoring its slightly moist texture. Jian An had never roasted sunflower seeds before, but she imagined it involved simply toasting them until they were done. She took a wooden basin and filled it halfway to embark on her endeavor. In the kitchen, she sat down at the stove, striking 2 flint stones together to produce sparks that ignited the dry grass she placed inside the stove. Gradually, she added firewood, and the task of kindling the fire proved to be quite laborious, leaving her face smudged with soot before she finally succeeded. Once the flames danced vigorously, she placed a pot atop the stove, poured in the sunflower seeds, and began to stir them with a spatula. After a while, uncertain of how long the seeds needed to be roasted, she fished one out from the pot and tasted it. A wave of delight washed over her as she found the kernel perfectly toasted, both fragrant and crisp. She then poured all the roasted seeds into the wooden basin, recalling her promise to Mina, and filled another basin from the backyard to bring into the kitchen. After preparing it, she set it aside to cool. Gazing at the 2 full basins of sunflower seeds on the table, Jian An felt a profound sense of accomplishment. These were the fruits of her labor. Chapter 40. A visit to Mina's house carrying a small dish with some seeds, Jian An strolled to the front yard, where she found Si Chen had returned, seated beside a stone table, diligently stitching something with a piece of animal hide. She approached and sat beside him, placing the dish on the stone table, and said, "Si Chen, look, these are the sunflower seeds I roasted. Please, have a taste." Si Chen offered a subtle smile, picked up a seed, and popped it into his mouth. As he chewed, his finely sculpted brows furrowed slightly, and he looked at Jian An, remarking, the flavor is quite unique." Jian An was taken aback, pondering whether he had never encountered this before. Observing him, she remarked, "The outer shell is inedible, you see." As she spoke, she picked one up, cracked it open, and offered the kernel to Si Chen. Unfazed by the situation, Si Chen placed the sunflower seed kernel in his mouth, and to his surprise, it was bursting with flavor. "It's delightful and crisp. You truly are impressive, An." "Oh, it's not that remarkable," she replied. Her curiosity piqued as she glanced at the animal hide in his hands. "Are you crafting clothing?" "As the weather turns cooler, I am making a warm garment for you," Si Chen stated, expertly threading the needle. Indeed, he was creating clothing specifically for her, Jian An mused. With focused diligence, Si Chen adeptly sewed the hide, his slender, jade-like fingers gracefully maneuvering the needle and thread, creating a visually pleasing sight. Jian An sat beside him, munching on sunflower seeds, resting her chin on her hand as she observed the movements of his fingers. This continued for 1 or 2 hours until Si Chen tied off the final stitch, biting through the thread with his teeth, signaling that he had completed his task. "An, give it a try," Si Chen said as he handed the finished leather garment to Jian An. Jian An donned the long-sleeved fur coat, rising to her feet to admire herself. The coat, extending to her knees, boasted a warm, tawny hue, exuding simplicity and comfort. A belt was stitched on either side of the waist, and Jian An fastened it at the front, tying it into a lovely bow. She twirled around and playfully inquired, "Does it look good?" "Absolutely," he replied, his gaze filled with affection. "You look wonderful in anything, An." Jian An was both delighted by Si Chen's praise and shy due to his candidness, a truly contradictory sentiment. "Thank you, Si Chen. I truly adore the garment," she remarked, gently caressing the soft fur surface, relishing its comfort. Si Chen smiled, his eyes filled with affection, and replied, I am glad you like it. What could bring more joy than creating something that delights the one who holds your heart? He carefully removed the fur coat and folded it neatly. The autumn afternoon, bathed in sunlight, was quite pleasant, more suitable for the morning and evening chill. By the way, Jian, could you take me to Mina's house? I promised her I would share some of the roasted sunflower seeds. Of course, I shall take you, Jian said as he gathered his sewing materials and rose to head back to the stone house. Jian An carefully returned the fur coat to the house and proceeded to the kitchen to fetch a bowl of freshly sawed sunflower seeds. Shurchin took the wooden bowl and, with one hand clasping Jian An's, they made their way toward Mina's residence. As they traversed the town, they encountered various orcs, all of whom greeted Shurchin with smiles, to which he responded with a courteous nod and a warm smile. After a few minutes of walking, they arrived at a stone house situated at the forefront on the right side, which must surely be Mina's home. Jian An stood at the door and knocked, calling out, "Mina, are you home?" After a brief moment, a sound emanated from within, and the door opened to reveal Mina's figure. Upon seeing Jian An outside, she exclaimed with delight, "Jian An, you've come to visit me." She reached out to grasp Jian An's hand, and upon noticing Jian behind her, she smiled and said, "Young Master Jian has also arrived. Please, come in." With that, she ushered Jian An into the house. The interior was modestly adorned, featuring a wooden table at its center. To the left, a section was designated as the kitchen, while to the right, against the wall, stood a large wooden bed. Not far from the bed, a wooden curtain hung on the wall, suggesting the presence of a private room beyond. Unlike Jian's residence, which boasted both a front and a back courtyard, such an arrangement was a privilege reserved for the city lord alone. Chapter 41. Those matters. Jian An took the wooden basin from Jian and placed it on the table, gazing at Mina as she said, "This is the roasted sunflower seeds. Do give them a try." Recalling Jian's recent embarrassment, she promptly added, "Make sure to crack the shell open to savor the kernel inside." Mina hurriedly picked one up and placed it in her mouth. Watching her spit out the shell, Jian An finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Delicious. They are fragrant and crispy." "Thank you, Jian An." "No need for thanks. This is a bounty we gathered together. And naturally, you have your share. It would be best to find a sealable container to store them, so you can take some whenever you wish, preventing them from becoming damp," Jian An reminded her. Yes, I understand. Next time, we shall gather more. Or perhaps I could simply ask my partner to help in the collection," Mina said, continuously popping sunflower seeds into her mouth. Jian An, somewhat at a loss between laughter and tears at her gluttonous demeanor, remarked, "This should sustain you for a while, once you've finished. I still have some that hasn't been stir-fried yet." Jian An sat at the wooden table, engaging in conversation with Mina, observing her increasingly adept snacking techniques. She mused that food enthusiasts possess an extraordinary talent. Turning her gaze to the side, she met the eyes of Jian, their gazes colliding momentarily before she averted her own. Preoccupied with her chat with Mina, Jian An contemplated that Jian, sitting alone, must be feeling rather bored. Thus, she rose and addressed Mina. "Mina, I'll take my leave today. I shall visit you again soon." "You're leaving already? You must come and play with me next time." "It gets quite dull at home," Mina replied eagerly. "Indeed. Farewell." Jian An bid her goodbye. As they departed from Mina's residence and strolled back with Jian An occasionally cast furtive glances at him. During her conversation with Mina, she had overlooked him, yet Jian remained quietly seated, displaying no signs of impatience. A smile unconsciously crept onto her lips as she thought of him. By Jian An's side, Jian's gaze was perpetually fixed upon her. He observed every movement, every expression, and every glance she made. What Jian An believed to be discreet glances were, in fact, entirely within Jian's awareness. Noticing the smile gracing her face, Jian's lips curled slightly upward as he reached out to grasp her delicate hand, soft as if it were made of air. Jian An was lost in thought when she felt a familiar warmth enveloping her hand. She slightly raised her gaze to meet Jian's, only to find him looking at her with his deep azure eyes. Within those profound orbs seemed to dwell an unfathomable tenderness, inviting one to be ensnared and to savor that gentle affection. Jian An felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment as she averted her gaze, unable to look again. While Jian's smile deepened perceptibly, they walked in silence, an unspoken warmth lingering between them, devoid of any awkwardness. The following morning, the sunlight streamed through the windows, and Jian An lay languidly in bed. Normally, she would have risen by this hour, but today she felt particularly fatigued and reluctant to move. A subtle discomfort in her lower abdomen informing her of an impending visit from relatives. Sighing softly, Jian An reclined on her bed. Reflecting on her time in the magic Luo continent, she had almost forgotten about the monthly visitor. When one becomes too immersed in joy, the universe often delivers a gentle reminder not to lose oneself in delight. A series of crisp knocks echoed at the door. Jian stood outside, his brows furrowed with concern. Jian An usually woke up by now, yet the sun was high in the sky, and still, there was no sign of her. Was she unwell? "An, are you all right?" Jian called out. From within, Jian An's voice replied, "I'm fine. I just want to sleep in today." Before she could finish, a sudden exclamation from her interrupted the moment. Alarmed, Jian pushed open the door forcefully, stepping inside and instantly detecting a sweet, metallic scent. His eyes widened with surprise as he exclaimed, "An, are you in heat?" Chapter 43. Mina's dilemma not receiving a response from Jian An, Mina continued, "What's wrong? You should hurry and bond with the young master. Next year you could have a litter of cubs. How delightful they would be. If you have cubs, I could play with them." So, she wants her to bear cubs for her amusement? If you adore cubs so much, why not have a litter yourself? As Jian An uttered these words, she could distinctly sense a tinge of melancholy in Mina's smile, which inevitably piqued her curiosity. "What troubles you?" she inquired. Mina grasped Jian An's hands earnestly and gazed at her, asking, "Jian An, do you look down on me?" Jian An's heart sank further into confusion upon hearing this. "Why would you think that? How could I ever look down on you?" Mina continued, her voice laced with sorrow. "I have been in White Tiger City for 2 years, witnessing other females bear 2 litters, yet I have not produced even one." Jian An is currently unable to fully grasp Mina's sentiments. She believes that for a woman to lose the right to motherhood must be profoundly distressing. In contemporary society, women who cannot conceive often face judgmental gazes. And in this land of beast men, the primary duty of females is to procreate. It has only been 2 years, has it not? Perhaps it is merely a matter of fate, not yet arriving. "Have you consulted a healer?" Jian An gently inquired, patting the back of Mina's hand. Mina shook her head and replied, "Are you referring to the shaman? If I were to seek out a shaman, wouldn't the beast men in the city be aware of it? I have been coupled for 2 years, yet I have not conceived. Although the beast men do not speak of it openly, the other females gossip behind my back. They look down on me. Jian An, will you still choose to associate with me? I would never regard you with disdain. Furthermore, our friendship is unrelated to your ability to bear children. It is unwise to avoid seeking medical advice. How else can we uncover the source of the issue?" Jian An gently encouraged. Mina displayed a look of slight confusion. "What do you mean by avoiding medical consultation? Is that also referring to the shaman? Such an odd term." A dark line crossed Jian An's forehead. Just moments ago, she was enveloped in a melancholic atmosphere, but with Mina's question, the mood swiftly shifted towards a comedic direction. "If there is an issue, one should consult a shaman. Do not let fear deter you. Besides, we are yet to ascertain if there is indeed a problem. Perhaps it is merely that you are temporarily unfit for pregnancy," Jian An elucidated. "Ah, well then, I suppose I shall discuss it with my partners," Mina replied, somewhat hesitant. "By the way, Jian An, the gathering is approaching swiftly. Let us attend together," Mina remarked, her demeanor returning to its carefree nature at the mention of the gathering. "What is this gathering?" she inquired, having heard about it more than once. Mina, with a look of surprise, responded, "You are unaware? That makes sense, considering you have only recently arrived in White Tiger City. The gathering is held every 3 months, where White Tiger City, Red Lion City, and all the surrounding tribes convene to trade goods. It is quite a lively affair." "Very well, I look forward to attending together," Jian An said, her anticipation piqued by Mina's enthusiastic description. Jian An and Mina conversed until noon, reluctantly parting ways only when Mina's partner, Right, came to find her. This was also Jian An's first encounter with Mina's companion. Upon first meeting Right, Jian An couldn't help but think that he resembled the type of mature gentleman many young girls find appealing. Right possessed strikingly handsome and deep-set features, a hint of stubble gracing his chin, and a tall, robust physique complemented by a sun-kissed complexion that exuded vitality. Jian An wandered through the stone courtyard, only to discover that Sichin was unexpectedly absent. After he had gone to summon Mina, he vanished without a trace. In the backyard, she crouched in the pen, playing with the fluffy rabbit for a while. Just then, she noticed Sichin entering the yard, a wooden bowl in hand. Upon seeing Jian An squatting and playing with the rabbit, Sichin furrowed his brow slightly, concern lacing his tone as he said, "In an, why aren't you resting in bed? Why should I be lying down?" Jian An replied, a hint of confusion in her gaze. "Listen to me, come here. You are in your heat cycle and your body is weak. You should be resting more." Sichin extended his hands, gently lifting Jian An from the rabbit's enclosure. Taken aback, Jian An felt bewildered. What was happening? She was merely experiencing her menstrual cycle, not gravely injured. Besides, she was among the fortunate few who, during this time, only felt a slight soreness in her lower back, with no other discomfort. Observing Jian An's dazed expression, Sichin found it quite amusing and spoke tenderly. "Once this heat cycle passes, you can play with them for as long as you wish. It's not that serious. I feel perfectly fine, truly." Jian An widened her eyes, her gossamer-like lashes fluttering as she looked at Sichin, silently urging him to notice her earnest gaze. With a resigned smile, Sichin did not allow her a chance to refuse. He bent slightly and effortlessly cradled her in his arms. A gesture she vowed was a first in her life, being held like a princess, carrying Jian An into the stone house. Sichin placed her carefully on the bed as if she were a porcelain doll, tenderly adjusting the corners of the blanket around her. Gently stroking the top of her head, he said, "I've brought some red dates and goji berries from the shaman. I'll make you a soup to drink shortly. Just lie here and be good." With that, Sichin stood and exited the stone house. Jian An lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, her expression one of utter desolation. This monthly ordeal would last at least 7 days. Surely, Sichin would not confine her to the bed for an entire week. She vowed that this was the first time in her life she had been treated like a fragile object. During lunch, Sichin entered the room carrying a small low table, setting it down before Jian An. On the table was a plate of roasted meat, a dish of stir-fried greens, a bowl of soup, and a bowl of rice. Sichin sat at the bedside, gazing at Jian An as he spoke. First, have some soup. It will nourish your energy and blood. Oh, very well. Jian An glanced at the bowl of soup, which contained goji berries and red dates. So this was what Sichin meant by those ingredients, with names that were quite straightforward. She looked up at Sichin, wondering why he hadn't left yet. Surely he wasn't planning to wait for her to finish eating. Noticing that Jian An had yet to take a bite, Sichin inquired, "Would you like me to feed you?" He reached for the soup spoon. No, it's fine. I can drink it myself." Jian An hurriedly picked up the spoon. Lowering her head to sip the soup, after all, she wasn't incapacitated and certainly didn't require Sichin's assistance. However, the meal left her feeling quite uncomfortable. As Sichin continued to watch her intently, making her feel uneasy, it was difficult to eat under such scrutiny. After finishing the last grain of rice in the bowl, Sichin revealed a satisfied smile. Before he departed, he reminded Jian An to rest in bed, assuring her that he would forego hunting in the afternoon to keep her company at home. Jian An, lying in bed, responded weakly. Jian An lay on the bed, lost in thought, while Sichin took a stool beside her, diligently crafting clothes from animal hides. As Jian An turned her head to observe Sichin's focused sewing, tears welled in her eyes. The sight of Sichin's unwavering presence by her bedside led her to question whether her ailment was merely the monthly cycle or something far more dire. Engrossed in her thoughts, Jian An unwittingly drifted into slumber, awakening to find Sichin still vigilantly by her side. She could not help but admire his steadfastness. Dinner passed in a struggle under Sichin's watchful gaze, and in the following days, Jian An found herself engaged in a battle of wits with him. Each morning, she remained in bed until Sichin brought her breakfast and assisted her with her morning routine. Under his scrutiny, she finished her meal and quietly returned to her resting position. Once Sichin ventured out to hunt, Jian An would swiftly rise, tend to the flowers in the yard, sit at the stone table to snack on sunflower seeds, and play with the rabbits in the backyard. Timing her return carefully, she would return to bed before noon. Thus, the days turned into a monotonous cycle. Despite her efforts to assert her well-being, Sichin's resolve had hardened. This time, he was unwavering in his insistence that she rest. And Jian An ultimately succumbed to his authority. On the morning of the 8th day, a glimmer of dawn broke on the horizon, casting a warm golden light through the window. Jian An sprang from her bed, rushing into the adjoining room, her eyes sparkling with joy. Her relatives had finally departed. Stepping outside to bask in the morning light, Jian An's heart sang. She had emerged anew. Sichin, standing behind her, watched her radiant figure bathed in the soft glow of dawn, thinking to himself how wonderful it was that An had regained her vitality. Were she aware of his thoughts, Jian An would have been incensed, for her lack of energy was indeed a result of his overprotectiveness. The longer she slept, the more drained she felt, a sentiment that resonated with the wisdom of an unknown sage. Life gradually resumed its normal rhythm, and Jian An returned to her routine of eating, sleeping, and caring for the rabbits. One afternoon, after lunch, Jian An and Suolong sat at a low table in the main room. Suolong nestled against Jian An, gazing up at her with innocent eyes, and said, "Sister An, tomorrow is the gathering. My brother promised to take me along. Is that so? Might I accompany you as well?" Jian An inquired, a gentle smile gracing her face as she affectionately ruffled Suolong's hair. "Yes, Sister An must come. It will be so lively, with plenty of delicious food and fun activities." Suolong exclaimed. "But what if I get lost?" "I've never been before," Jian An replied playfully. "You won't. I went once before, and as long as you follow me, you'll be just fine," Suolong assured her earnestly. "Ah, how reliable you are, Suolong." Jian An chuckled, pinching his soft cheek. "What are you two discussing?" Sichin entered the main room, a smile gracing his lips as he heard Jian An's laughter from outside. Suolong rushed to Sichin, hugging his waist. "Brother, I was talking to Sister An about the gathering. Doesn't An wish to go?" Sichin inquired, gently stroking Suolong's head as he turned his gaze to Jian An. "Indeed, I've already made plans with Mina to go together," she replied. "Very well, then we shall all go together," Sichin said, his eyes filled with affection. In the backyard, Jian An cradled a bundle of hay, preparing to replace the old bedding in the two small wooden houses of the enclosure. Following Sichin's diligent efforts, the number of spiny birds had increased from 2 to over a dozen, and the fluffy rabbits had multiplied to a dozen more. The once spacious enclosure felt somewhat cramped now. As she squatted down to remove the old hay from one of the wooden houses, something rolled out. Jian An picked it up, her heart leaping with joy upon discovering it was an egg. The spiny birds had finally laid an egg. The egg, white with black speckles, resembled the birds themselves. It was indeed a genuine egg. She placed the egg in the kitchen for safekeeping, planning to collect a few more, as one egg would hardly suffice. In the front yard, Sichin sat on a stone bench, sewing animal hides. Jian An couldn't help but admire his capabilities. He excelled in both domestic tasks and hunting, embodying the ideal of a dutiful partner. Sitting beside him with a playful smile, she said, "Sichin, I just changed the hay in the spiny bird's wooden house. Guess what I found?" Sichin glanced at her face, the answer evident in her expression. He smiled softly and inquired, "What did An discover?" "An egg. I can't believe they laid one so quickly," Jian An exclaimed, her laughter ringing with delight. Sichin smiled, affectionately patting her head, and said, "Indeed, It is all thanks to and gazing at the animal hide in Chin's hands, Jian An had a sudden inspiration. Since we're going to the gathering tomorrow, why not make a backpack? It would be useful for carrying things. Chin, do you have any spare animal hides? Jian An asked, looking at him expectantly. There are some left in the house. I'll go get them, Chin replied, rising to return to his stone dwelling. When he emerged, he held a piece of brown hide and asked, what does An wish to create? I can assist you. I want to make a backpack. I can manage it myself, Jian An insisted, taking the hide from Chin. Laying the hide on the stone table, she envisioned the design in her mind. Cutting a rectangular piece and folding it 2/3 of the way down, reserving the remaining third for the flap. Grabbing a needle and thread from the table, she began to sew along the sides. This was Jian An's first attempt at sewing, and her movements were somewhat clumsy. The thick hide occasionally pricked her fingers, not painfully, but startling nonetheless. She pondered how Chin could sew so effortlessly, his movements appearing so graceful. Watching Jian An struggle with the sewing, Chin felt a twinge of concern as she occasionally pricked her fingers. He considered offering help but restrained himself, noting the determination on her small face. Once she had sewn both sides together, the basic shape of the bag emerged. Jian An held it up, admiring her handiwork, despite the rough stitching. It was the first item she had ever made, and she cherished it dearly. She dashed back inside to retrieve the red silk button from the dress she had initially worn, sewing it onto the bag for closure. After cutting a long strip from the hide, she stitched both ends onto the sides of the bag, completing the straps. Finally, she snipped the edges of the flap into a wavy pattern, and just like that, her animal hide cross-body bag was finished. Jian An eagerly slung the leather bag across her body, growing increasingly pleased with her choice. With a beaming smile, she turned to Chin and asked, what do you think? Does it look good? Her eyes shimmered with anticipation. How could he possibly disappoint in his hopes? With a gaze filled with affection, he complimented her. It looks splendid. You are truly remarkable, and haha, I think it's quite nice too. With Chin's affirmation, her heart swelled with joy. Deep down, she was aware of the quality of her work. Receiving praise for her creation naturally brought her delight. Women are often easily satisfied, their indecision and hesitation merely stemming from a lack of someone capable of providing accurate answers and guidance. In the early morning, as all things awakened, the world was full of promise. Jian An arose early, having completed her morning ablutions, and after sharing breakfast with Chin and Sualong, she slung the newly crafted leather bag over her shoulder and departed the stone courtyard, heading towards the city gate. By the time the trio reached their destination, a considerable number of beast men had already gathered at the entrance. Among them were Mina and her companion, Light, as well as Kata, whom Jian An had not seen since her arrival in White Tiger City. To Jian An's surprise, even Talus, who had been absent for several days, was present. Talus perched regally upon the back of a tawny tiger, her head held high with an air of superiority. Mina waved to her from the crowd, and Jian An reciprocated with a cheerful greeting. How lazy you are, making so many wait for you without a hint of shame, Talus remarked scornfully from the forefront, her tone dripping with arrogance. Jian An rolled her eyes, choosing to ignore the comment, privately reflecting that while no one else had spoken up, it was just her who was being overly dramatic. Seeing Jian An disregard her, Talus felt a simmering resentment. Vowing to teach that bothersome wild female a lesson in due time, Shurchin transformed into his beast form, and Jian An instinctively climbed onto his back, ready for departure. Shurchin, carrying Jian An, led the way and was the first to exit the city gates. Chapter 47, the seasonal gathering. A throng of beastmen surged forth from the city gates. Traversing the road, Jian An glanced back, witnessing a magnificent sight as a dozen tigers sprinted in unison. Some bore females upon their backs while others carried goods, and a few were unburdened. After about an hour of travel, Shurchin halted on a hillside, overlooking a vast plain below, with towering mountains rising in the distance. Dismounting from Shurchin's back, Jian An approached the edge, where she observed a bustling crowd. From her vantage point, she could see numerous stalls lining both sides of the wide thoroughfare, which was left open for passage. Mina came up beside Jian An, unceremoniously taking her hand and leading her down the slope. Mina, slow down, Jian An exclaimed, feeling somewhat helpless at her friend's eagerness, glancing back at Shurchin. Upon noticing her gaze, Shurchin smiled, his lips parting slightly. Go on. Once they reached the plain, the array of stalls was overwhelming, captivating the eye. Mina tugged Jian An this way and that, exclaiming in delight. Jian An found this whirlwind exploration a bit taxing and halted Mina, urging her to stay still. What's wrong, Jian An? Mina asked, her expression one of confusion. Mina, even if we take our time, this gathering won't disperse immediately. Hee. I'm just a bit too excited. We can browse slowly. There were some things I didn't quite catch earlier, Mina admitted, sheepishly ruffling her hair. Jian An mused to herself that Mina was indeed a lively spirit. At last, the two slowed their pace, with Shurchin and Sualong trailing behind them. Always within Jian An's line of sight, the stalls offered a dazzling variety of goods, vegetables, rice, fruits, and the fabrics Mina had mentioned, even some porcelain. Look, Jian An. There's a stall selling fabrics, Mina exclaimed, pulling Jian An toward it. Arriving at the fabric stall, they found a middle-aged beastman manning the booth, which displayed only a single piece of fabric, suggesting that such materials were rare in this market. The fabric was a deep shade of purple, slightly faded. Jian An touched it, noting its rough texture, akin to linen. In contrast, the garment she wore felt like a luxurious item. Her thoughts drifted back to the dress that Talus had torn, causing her heart to ache anew. After all, she was someone who held grudges. How much for this piece of fabric? Jian An inquired, looking at the middle-aged beast man. The beast man, taken aback by the beauty of the female before him, felt his heart race. Despite having a partner, Jian An's exquisite features left him momentarily awestruck. One red crystal. Mina, do you want it? She asked, glancing at her friend. I do, but I only have 8 white crystals, Mina replied, her fingers lingering on the fabric with affection. Jian An pondered for a moment before addressing the middle-aged orc. Sir, would you be willing to sell me 8 pieces of white crystal? She had already devised a strategy if the orc refused. She would employ her 5 essential bargaining techniques honed from her experiences in modern night markets until he acquiesced. Very well, in light of your beauty. 8 pieces of white crystal it shall be. The orc agreed, acknowledging that encountering such a lovely female was worth a minor sacrifice in profit. Jian An was somewhat taken aback. This was the swiftest negotiation she had ever experienced. She had not even had the chance to deploy her usual tactics, pointing out flaws, feigning poverty, pretending to be an expert, promising to return, or simply walking away. What truly amused and perplexed her was the orc's remark. She hadn't anticipated that she possessed a discount aura. In the modern world, she could swipe her card, but could she do the same in the realm of orcs? Mina, having successfully acquired the fabric, cradled it as if it were a precious treasure, eliciting a pang of envy from Jian An. Chapter 48. Talise seeks trouble. As Jian An leisurely strolled along the stalls, she found herself pausing at one particularly captivating stand. Displayed before her were a dozen intricately carved wooden hairpins. While these wooden pins lacked the opulence of gold or silver, their craftsmanship was remarkably refined. Jian An knelt down to pick up a wooden hairpin, upon which was intricately carved a flower with 4 petals. The petals were rendered with remarkable vividness, and even the center of the blossom was meticulously detailed, reflecting the artisan's dedication. How much for this? He inquired, holding the floral hairpin. 3 pieces for 1 white crystal stone, replied the vendor, a robust orc. Jian An was surprised to discover that even in the realm of orcs, the concept of bundled sales was understood. Curiosity piqued, he asked, did you carve these hairpins yourself? Yes, I carved them all, the burly orc replied, somewhat bashfully. Jian An glanced at the robust orc, surprised that such a rugged figure possessed such delicate sensibilities. Mina squatted beside Jian An and asked, do you wish to purchase these wooden items? They are rather exquisite. Is there one that catches your fancy? Choose one. I shall gift it to you. Jian An, feeling no inclination to correct her phrasing, acknowledged the essence of her words, for indeed, they were wooden items. Really? That's splendid. Oh, is this a rabbit? How adorable. I shall take this one, Mina exclaimed, holding a hairpin intricately carved in the shape of a rabbit. Jian An cast a glance, finding it indeed quite adorable. Perfectly suited for Mina. However, before she could finish her words, a haughty voice emerged from behind Jian An, accompanied by a dark hand that rudely snatched the wooden hairpin from her grasp. I shall take this hairpin, Talise declared, looking down with an air of superiority at the towering orc. Jian An rose to her feet and gazed at Talise, exclaiming, what a surprise to find you everywhere. You truly are an unrelenting spirit. Before Jian An could utter another word, Mina, standing beside her, interjected with indignation, hey, Talise, Jian An spotted it first. She glared at Talise with righteous fury. Talise cast a disdainful glance at Mina and retorted with a sharp tone, what business is it of yours, you barren female? Do you intend to champion this wildling? Upon hearing those words, Jian An cast a concerned glance at Mina, but seeing her remain unfazed, merely biting her lip and glaring at Talise, she felt a sense of relief. Jian An realized that Talise, lacking any true merit, simply delighted in pricking others' vulnerabilities. She yearned to inquire what satisfaction one could derive from such hurtful words. I beg your pardon, but this is my intended purchase. Are you not aware of the principle of first come, first served? Jian An addressed Talise with poise. I too wish to buy it now. I know nothing of your so-called order of arrival, Talise shot back, turning to the stall owner. Hey, I said I want to purchase your hairpin. Are you deaf? The robust orc paid no mind to Talise's outburst. He merely glanced at her before focusing on Jian An, stating, this lovely female arrived first. In contrast to the petulant Talise, he preferred to sell the wooden hairpin to the enchanting lady before him. Talise was taken aback that the male would speak on behalf of the wildling. She bellowed, what? You intend to sell it to this wildling? What a worthless wooden hairpin. I have no interest in it. With that, she raised her arm, prepared to hurl the hairpin away. Jian An rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking to herself, what a peculiar individual, truly believing herself to be a treasure, expecting everyone to cater to her whims. She turned to Talise, saying, this is my wooden hairpin. If you damage it, you will be liable for compensation. Jian An retrieved a piece of white crystal from her leather pouch and extended it towards the towering orc. She gestured towards Talise with her hand, her gaze indicating for her to return the wooden hairpin. Talise glared fiercely at Jian An, remaining motionless, her grip on the hairpin tightening resolutely. Jian An gazed at her fierce demeanor, questioning whether the wooden hairpin would be crushed in her grasp. Chapter 49. A gift for Sichin. Jian An turned to her and said, what is the matter? I already handed over the crystal earlier. You haven't returned it. Are you attempting to pilfer my belongings? Moreover, be cautious. Do not damage my wooden hairpin. Talise snorted disdainfully, her expression one of contempt. Is it merely a white crystal? I possess countless of them. She was determined not to allow this wild female to obtain what she desired. Who claimed it was just one white crystal? It was 1,000 white crystals. From her tone, it seemed she intended to flaunt her wealth. Talise gasped, her voice rising dramatically. What? 1,000 white crystals? I distinctly saw you give her just one. This infernal wild female was attempting to deceive her. Jian An extended her index finger and gently shook it, saying, I indeed purchased this wooden hairpin for a sum of 1 white crystal stone. However, have you not heard the adage? A heart's desire is priceless. This hairpin is my cherished possession. It requires no exorbitant price, even at a friendly rate of 100 gold. If you can part with 100 white crystal stones, you may take it. I am reluctantly parting with it. She regarded her with an expression that suggested the other party was indeed fortunate. Talis's chest heaved slightly, and she gritted her teeth, retorting, What utter nonsense! It is merely a worthless wooden hairpin. I wouldn't even consider it. Initially intending to cast the hairpin onto the ground. She recalled Jian An's mention of 100 white crystal stones and, with a tempered motion, tossed the hairpin onto the stall instead. With her disheveled hair swaying, she departed haughtily, accompanied by her 2 companions. Jian An cast a glance at the 2 males trailing behind Talise, feeling a twinge of sympathy for them. It must be arduous to be paired with such a female. Jian An elegantly pinned a wooden hairpin into her hair, which was styled in a ponytail today, making it a perfect fit. After browsing through the stall, she initially intended to select one to gift to Sichin, but upon inspections, she found that the wooden hairpins were adorned with floral motifs and small animals, none of which seemed suitable. Turning to the stall owner, she inquired, Could you assist me in carving something unique? I would be willing to offer an additional piece of white crystal. The burly orc, perceiving the genuine admiration this enchanting female had for his crafted items, replied, There is no need for extra. As we agreed, 1 crystal stone for 3 pieces. What would you like me to carve? I have my tools with me. Jian An pondered for a moment, then picked up a small stone and drew a circle on the ground, inscribing the character for Chen in its center. Let us carve it in this manner, he declared. With the exception of the character, the rest shall be hollowed out, and we shall leave 2 holes at these specific points on the outer circle. He gestured to the upper and lower positions of the circle. Very well, I shall begin the carving at once. It will be completed swiftly. With that, he produced his tools and wood, commencing the intricate work of sculpting. Jian An and Mina were waiting in front of the stall. After just a few minutes of waiting, Mina became restless, exchanged a brief greeting with Jian An, and then disappeared in an instant. Jian An watched as Mina scampered away with exuberance. A look of helplessness crossing her face. Mina was simply restless by nature. After waiting alone for several minutes, the burly orc completed the wooden carving. Taking the sculpture from his hands, she examined it closely. It resembled exactly what she had envisioned, with the addition of a red string. It would serve perfectly as a wooden pendant. After expressing her gratitude to the vendor, Jian An stood up and glanced around, still unable to catch sight of Mina. She decided not to worry, knowing that with Light accompanying her, Mina would be safe. Continuing along the stalls, she came across a fruit vendor. Displayed were several clusters of fruit, greenish-blue in hue, reminiscent of green grapes, yet significantly larger and more translucent. Approaching, she inquired, What kind of fruit is this? The vendor, a youthful orc with rosy lips and white teeth, looked up at the sound of her voice. Upon seeing such a strikingly beautiful female before him, his face flushed crimson. And he mumbled shyly, It's crystal fruit. Crystal fruit? How much do they cost? The name was indeed fitting, as their glistening clarity was akin to that of crystal. The young orc, still blushing, extended a finger and stammered, 1 white crystal stone for 2 clusters. Jian An found it quite challenging to understand. Was this young orc perhaps a stutterer? Would you sell 5 clusters for 2 white crystal stones? She asked, noticing the vendor's face grow even redder. His eyes shimmering with a hint of embarrassment, his demeanor shrinking away. The resemblance to the rabbits kept in the academy became increasingly apparent. It was undeniable, this young orc belonged to the rabbit tribe. All right, he replied softly. Observing his timid disposition, Jian An felt a strange compulsion to purchase. As onlookers might mistakenly believe she was bullying the young orc. Was she truly that intimidating? Jian An selected 5 clusters of crystal fruits and, from the corner of the stall, took a large tree leaf to wrap the fruits, evidently a thoughtful touch prepared specifically for the guests. He retrieved 2 pieces of white crystal from his leather pouch and handed them to the young beast man. However, the moment the crystals touched the boy's hand, he recoiled sharply as if jolted by an electric shock. Jian An found the situation rather amusing. After all, she posed no threat. Her courage as timid as that of a rabbit. Rising while cradling the fruit, she addressed the young beast man. Then I shall take it, all right? To quell any potential regret he might feel later, she sought his confirmation. The young beast man, with his head bowed, responded in a voice barely louder than a whisper, MMHM. Today, Jian An spent 3 white crystal stones, acquiring items that pleased her greatly. These stones were given to her by Sichin when she first arrived in White Tiger City, as she had inquired about crystals. Sichin presented her with a cloth bag containing a dozen white crystals, several red crystals, and an orange crystal. Later, when she attempted to return the crystals, he insisted she keep them. Unable to refuse, Jian An agreed to hold on to them for him. After wandering for a while, she decided to retrace her steps, unaware of Mina's whereabouts. As she searched through the throng of people, she momentarily lost focus and was abruptly jostled by a passing beast man. Just as she felt herself tipping backward, a pair of strong arms encircled her waist. "Be careful," came a voice laced with a hint of languor from above. Jian An slowly lifted her gaze, and her eyes were met with a dazzling expanse of red. A figure clad in flowing crimson attire stood before her, with hair that danced in the breeze. His alluring peach blossom eyes sparkled with charm, and a mark resembling a flame adorned his brow, mysterious and perilous. His sensual crimson lips glistened with a rosy hue, the corners slightly upturned, exuding an enchanting aura that captivated the very essence of beauty, resembling a mesmerizing poppy. Jian An's eyes sparkled, her phoenix-like gaze filled with astonishment, rendering her momentarily spellbound. "Heh, little one, could it be that you were utterly stunned?" A light chuckle reached her ears, snapping Jian An back to reality, her face flushing with embarrassment. How mortifying it was to be so entranced by a man. "Thank you. You may release your hold now." She spoke somewhat shyly, feeling the hand encircling her waist. "Then you must steady yourself. Do not inadvertently stumble into someone else's embrace." The red-haired man remarked with a hint of mischief at the corner of his lips. As if it were her desire, Jian An pouted in response. "Thank you, but I must take my leave." After expressing her gratitude once more, Jian An attempted to depart. However, the red-haired gentleman slightly raised his hand to obstruct her path. "Is it truly so simple to walk away?" Jian An's face reflected a hint of confusion. Otherwise, what could it be? The red-haired man's lips curved into a subtle, enchanting smile, exuding an indescribable allure. Jian's eyes flickered momentarily as she averted her gaze. Truly a bewitching creature. Had she been a woman, she would undoubtedly captivate the hearts of countless men. "Little one, I have indeed assisted you, and you ought to express your gratitude appropriately." My tone carried a hint of playful insolence. "Haven't I already expressed my thanks?" she retorted. "And who are you calling little one? I am of age, thank you very much. Your lack of discernment is astounding." "Ah, that is not what I meant at all." Jian An furrowed her delicate brows, revealing a hint of impatience. Chapter 51. Yu Xing. "What exactly are you saying? With such a charming visage, are you really just a scoundrel?" The red-haired man shook his head lightly, clucking his tongue. Such a captivating face. Yet it frowns poorly. As soon as he noticed Jian An's frown deepening, he ceased his teasing, realizing she might soon become angry, a sight he wished to avoid. With a smirk playing at the corners of his lips, he remarked, "You are quite bold, daring to venture alone into this realm filled with males. Aren't you afraid of being taken home?" She was not alone. Sichin was supposed to be behind her. Turning to glance back, she found no trace of him. Upon reflection, if Sichin were indeed nearby, how could he have allowed her to become entangled with this man for so long? A flicker of surprise crossed her mind. When had she begun to trust Sichin so implicitly, believing he would always remain by her side? That she could act without reservation in his presence? What are you thinking? Or perhaps you become separated from your kin. Indeed, it seems I have been foolish. With a beauty like yours, who would allow you to wander alone? Jian An was currently in no mood to engage in idle chatter with him. Casting a glance his way, she slightly turned her body, intending to leave. However, the red-haired man once again obstructed her path. A flicker of anger stirred within Jian An as she glared at him and demanded, "What exactly do you want?" "Ah, please do not be angry. Have you not noticed the lecherous gazes of the males around us? They harbor ulterior motives, and I am merely shielding you from their ill intentions. Surely, you ought to express some gratitude for my intervention. Though, I must admit, your fierce expression is somewhat endearing," he replied with a teasing tone. "And how am I supposed to thank you?" Jian An asked, struggling to suppress her rising ire. The red-haired man crossed his arms, his golden, almond-shaped eyes appraising her from head to toe, finally resting on her hair. "That wooden hairpin is quite unique. Let's consider it a token of appreciation," he remarked. And before Jian An could respond, he swiftly plucked the hairpin from her hair. "Hey, why are you taking my things without permission?" Jian An exclaimed, reaching out to reclaim it. The red-haired man raised his arm high, grinning mischievously at her, while Jian An, on her tiptoes, stretched her arms but could not reach it. From behind, Mina's voice resonated through the air. Jian An turned around and saw Mina and Light approaching her. "Jian An, where have you been? I've been searching for you for quite some time." "I went back to the lumber stall, and the man there said you had already left," came the voice, laced with a hint of concern. Jian An was rendered speechless. Wasn't it you who had vanished without a trace first, yet still had the audacity to speak of her? "What are you doing here?" she exclaimed. "A rogue has stolen my belongings. Mina, please summon Light for assistance." Mina glanced around, her expression one of confusion. "A rogue? Where is this rogue?" Just as Jian An turned around, she found that the only figures around her were the passing orcs. The red-haired man had long since disappeared without a trace. Jian sighed and said, "Let us be off. It is unfortunate for her. May she never encounter that scoundrel again. For if she does, she will certainly make him pay." "Humph. Well, it is about time we return to White Tiger City." Jian An and Mina retraced their steps along the stalls. At that moment, the rogue Jian An had mentioned was toying with her wooden hairpin, softly murmuring, "Jian An, we shall meet again." Suddenly, a short-haired male dashed towards them, his face lighting up upon seeing the red-haired man. He breathlessly exclaimed, "Chief Yoshing, where have you been? I have been searching for you for quite some time." Noticing that Yoshing was preoccupied with the object in his hand and ignoring him, he curiously inquired, "What are you doing here, Chief?" Yoshing smirked, saying, "I am comforting a lost little lamb." "Lamb? Is it a young one from the sheep tribe?" The short-haired male asked. Puzzled, how could there be a young one from the sheep tribe here? Yoshing playfully tapped his head and scoffed, "So foolish, no wonder you can't find a partner." With that, he left him behind. Chapter 52. Jian An's mood. The short-haired male rubbed his head, muttering to himself, "If he calls me foolish and then taps my head, doesn't that make me even more foolish? Besides, if he had looks and strength like the chief, he would have sired several litters by now. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and catch up." Yoshing called back to the short-haired male. "Oh, coming," he replied obediently, quickening his pace to follow. Upon reaching the hillside, they found that a considerable number of beastmen were already gathered, including Sichen and Suo Lang. When they spotted Jian An, both approached her simultaneously. Suo Lang embraced Jian An's waist, his eyes brimming with affection. Sichen smiled gently, ruffling her hair, and asked, "Did you have fun?" At that moment, Jian An felt a bit awkward facing Sichen. Reflecting on her earlier thoughts, she realized she needed to contemplate her feelings regarding him. Yes, it was quite lively. Jian An replied, managing a faint smile. Sichen assumed she was merely tired from browsing, not delving deeper into her demeanor. As the other beastmen who had come along nearly all returned to the hillside, Talise finally arrived fashionably late, accompanied by her two partners. As she passed by Jian An, she couldn't help but let out a disdainful snort, arrogantly turning her head away, her flowing hair nearly brushing against Jian An's face. Jian An truly wished to find a pair of scissors to trim her unruly hair, curious to see how she would toss it afterward. The orcs had all gathered, and under the leadership of Sichen, they marched grandly towards the White Tiger City. Upon returning to the stone courtyard, Jian An immediately retreated into her room, retrieving a wooden pendant from her fur pouch, pondering where to find a red string. Thus, the tattered red skirt served its purpose once more. She cut off the waist ties, threaded them through the two reserved holes in the circular wooden pendant, and braided a heart knot, a skill she had learned in the orphanage during her childhood, and the only one she could proudly showcase. Clutching the wooden pendant in her hand, she lay on her bed, lost in thought. She harbored feelings for Sichen. She was not oblivious to the affection reflected in his eyes. Yet the uncertainties of the future held her back from reciprocating. Upon her arrival in this continent, he was the first to extend his help to her, fostering a subtle, instinctive attachment. He was both gentle and considerate, always thinking of her needs and indulging her requests. Faced with such a man, it was rare for any girl not to be moved. However, her feelings were not profound enough to consider bearing his children. In her understanding of this Orcish land, relationships did not follow the conventional path. Sometimes, it was merely a matter of mutual attraction or recognition of each other's strength that led to partnerships. She did not wish to rush into such a commitment. Males only bond once in their lifetime, and it would be reckless for both Sichen and herself. If he was willing, she thought perhaps she could explore a relationship with Sichen, allowing feelings to blossom naturally. With these thoughts clarified, Jian had felt no lingering confusion. She was not one to shy away from her emotions, regardless of whether Sichen was human or orc. She resolved to confront her feelings head-on, as there was no shame in that. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside her room, accompanied by Sichen's warm voice. "An, are you asleep?" "No. I'm coming right away." Jian An rose from her bed, opened the door, and found Sichen standing there, a gentle smile gracing his features. In his presence, her lips involuntarily curved into a radiant smile. Sichen beamed at her porcelain-like visage, his eyes brimming with joy, sparkling with an indescribable beauty, revealing traces of infatuation and love. "Why are you so happy, An?" "Well, it's nothing much, just in a good mood." "Did you need something?" "Yes. I want to take you somewhere in a bit," Sichen replied, softly caressing Jian An's long hair. "Where to?" Jian An inquired, her curiosity piqued. Sichen smiled lightly. "You'll know when we get there." Chapter 53. The anniversary of Sichen's mother's passing. Seeing Sichen's reluctance to disclose more, Jian An ceased her inquiries and handed him the wooden pendant. "This is for you. This is my name, and An can read?" Sichen's eyes sparkled as he gently traced the characters on the pendant. "Do you recognize the writing on it? Is there writing here too?" she wondered, a hint of surprise creeping in. Could it be that this land also held human script? Sichen nodded slightly. Indeed, the Moro continent possesses the script of the orcs, but only in prosperous cities and affluent regions. White Tiger City is merely a remote town in the northern state, and here, the writing remains unknown to all. I have only seen it in first scrolls. "I see. I learned it by chance from an elder in my clan," Jian An admitted, feeling a twinge of guilt for her lie. Sichen chuckled softly, praising her, "And it is truly clever. Will you help me wear it?" Taking the pendant from his hands, she assisted him in fastening it to his belt. Sichen tenderly caressed the pendant, his gaze filled with unwavering affection. "I will treasure it well." "Yes." Jian An watched Sichen, a blush creeping across her flawless features. Noticing her rosy cheeks, Sichen sensed something subtly different about her today. Usually, when she displayed shyness, her eyes would evade his, but today, there was a hint of stubbornness in her demeanor. Jian An followed Sichin out of the stone courtyard, winding around to the rear of Baihu City, ascending along a rugged path. Sichin held a bamboo basket in his hand, which contained some fruits. Jian An speculated that perhaps they were intended as a gift for Uncle Yazan. As they continued along the mountain trail, they arrived at a flat area where, in the distance, Jian An spotted a stone house. Standing in front of it were the beastly figure of Uncle Yazan and the young Sorang by his side. Upon seeing Jian An, Sorang joyfully dashed towards them. Extending his small hand to grasp Jian An's, looking up with a beaming face and saying, "Sister An, you're here," entirely overlooking Sichin beside her. Jian An habitually pinched his plump cheeks as he approached a patch of grass not far from the stone house. There, he beheld a wooden tombstone, inscribed with the words "in loving memory of Mu Ro." Turning to his companion Sichin, he pondered whether today marked the anniversary of his mother beast's passing. Sichin, glancing at Jian An, confirmed, "Today is the anniversary of my mother beast." He then delicately arranged fruits from the bamboo basket before the tombstone. Uncle Yazan also arrived at the grave site. Jian An could not discern his expression, yet he caught a glimmer of tears pooling in the depths of his beastly eyes. Jian An imagined that had they not been present, his face would have been drenched in sorrow. Beside Jian An, Sualong stood in a state of confusion, his small head darting between Uncle Yazan and Jian An. He understood that this was the resting place of his mother beast. Having never experienced the warmth of a mother's embrace since birth, he remained oblivious to the profound pain of losing a mother. In a way, this ignorance could be perceived as a form of happiness. Jian An displayed a demeanor of reverence as she bowed deeply before the gravestone. "Hello, Aunt Mu Ro. My name is Jian An. I believe you must be a woman of exceptional grace and virtue. Though we are strangers, I have long benefited from your kindness. The garments you crafted are exquisite, though I regret to admit that I have damaged one. I hope you can forgive me. I have heard from Sichin that you have always desired a daughter. While I cannot become your daughter, perhaps I may one day be your daughter-in-law. I promise to care for Sichin and Sualong well." After a brief pause, Sichin took Jian An's hand and said, "Shall we go?" "Yes," she replied. And together they descended the mountain path. She cast a glance back at Uncle Yazan, still standing solemnly by the grave, and her heart swelled with emotion. Perhaps this is what true love is. Upon returning to the stone courtyard, Jian An fed the fluffy rabbits and the speckled birds in the backyard before assisting Sichin in kindling a fire for dinner in the kitchen. Life resumed its tranquil rhythm, and as the weather grew progressively colder, Jian An donned the fur coat that Sichin had made for her. Chapter 54. The helpful beastman. After a few days of leisure, Sichin returned to his usual industrious self, venturing out each morning after breakfast to hunt. Upon his return, he consistently brought back 2 game animals. He would carefully prepare the catch, salting it before hanging it in the courtyard to dry. Before long, the yard was adorned with an array of various animals. Jian An had not been idle either. In addition to daily feeding the rabbits and birds in the backyard, she had also roasted the sunflower seeds she had collected last time, sealing them in jars and storing them in the kitchen cellar. The uneaten fruits were sliced with a knife and laid out on the wooden table in the backyard to dry, ensuring she would have snacks to enjoy during the winter. Perhaps it was the approaching winter that prompted the backyard spotted thrush to lay a few more eggs, which Jian An, unwilling to consume, carefully stored in the cellar. Although such days were monotonous, they were fulfilling. Despite the absence of modern entertainment, life was exceptionally tranquil and harmonious. One day, while observing the animals that adorned her yard, an idea struck Jian An. She took Sualong with her to the moat outside the city to catch fish. She removed her fur boots and waded barefoot into the frigid water, which sent a shiver down her spine. She watched as Sualong dove into the depths, surfacing moments later with a fish in his mouth, seemingly unbothered by the cold. A twinge of envy stirred within her. Having a natural fur coat certainly had its advantages. Jian An, however, struggled with the art of fishing. After several minutes of effort, she had yet to catch a single fish, while Sualong, with each plunge, effortlessly returned with his prize. Resigned, she opted for a patient waiting game, hoping a fish would eventually bite. Along the edge of the moat, several male beastmen were processing their prey and tanning hides. Their hands moved swiftly, yet their gazes were fixed upon Jian and noticing her barefoot in the icy water. Concern flickered across their faces. While the cold did not deter the robust male beastmen, they feared for the delicate female who might fall ill. One of the larger beastmen set aside his hide and approached Jian An, hesitating slightly before speaking. "Jian An, female. Huh." Jian An looked up in slight confusion at the towering figure before her. He stood at least 2 meters tall, his solid muscles giving him an imposing presence. Though Shurchun was also nearly 1.90 meters, his build was lean, athletic, yet not as robust. The strong beastman felt a flush creeping across his face as Jian An's gaze met his, though the dark hue of his skin concealed it well. "The river is cold. You should come out quickly, or you might fall ill." In response to his concern, Jian An smiled gently. "It's all right. I'm just going to catch a few fish and we'll be out soon." "Thank you. I'll help you catch the fish. You should really come out. Falling ill would be disastrous." In his mind, he associated fragility with females, believing even a minor ailment could be fatal for them. Seeing his insistence, Jian An hesitated, replying, "But that's your work." The strong beastman dismissed her worries. "I've already finished tanning my hide." With that, he stepped into the water. bending down to begin his own fishing. One of the males who had been tanning hides beside him glanced at the hide he had set aside, internally scoffing, "What nonsense." Wee barely finished half of it. As Jian An observed him wading into the river, he fell silent, contemplating that once the fish were properly cured, he would offer some to him. Returning to the riverbank, he retrieved a handkerchief to dry his feet. The male orcs, who had previously been busy processing their catches and tanning hides by the river's edge, could no longer contain their curiosity upon witnessing Jian An accept his assistance. Most of them were still unpartnered orcs, seizing this opportunity to showcase themselves before the enchanting female, hoping that when she sought a companion in the future, they might stand a chance. Thus, they set aside their tasks and approached Jian An one by one. Chapter 55. The foolish Jian An dried his feet and donned his leather boots, only to feel a shadow enveloping him from above. Upon raising his gaze, he found himself surrounded by orcs, a peculiar sense of bewilderment washing over him. What was happening? Jian An, the female, I am quite adept at catching fish. Allow me to assist you, one of them proclaimed. As soon as the words left his lips, the other males couldn't help but inwardly chastise him. Have you not yet grasped the taste of fish after all these years? Fish, with their numerous bones and lingering scent, offered little flesh, and orcs would hardly exert themselves to catch them for consumption. Though they all harbored disdain for him internally, they outwardly chimed in, indeed. We are all skilled at fishing. Let us lend a hand. And I too, and I too. Without waiting for Jian An's response, the group of males leaped into the river, eagerly commencing their fish-catching endeavor. Jian An sat on the shore, her expression one of bewilderment, reflecting inwardly on the remarkable helpfulness of the orcs. In just a matter of minutes, the fish gathered on the bank had formed a small hill. Jian An pondered whether all the fish in the river would soon be depleted. So Long emerged from the water, shaking off droplets from his fur, and approached Jian An. Observing the river brimming with orcs, he curiously inquired, Sister An, what are they all doing? They are assisting us in catching fish, she replied, gently patting his fluffy head, a hint of exasperation crossing her face. Noting that the orcs showed no signs of stopping, with some even preparing to venture downstream, she hurriedly stood up and called out to them, Please, come ashore quickly. There are already plenty of fish. I fear if this continues, we may deplete the entire river of its fish. We must leave some behind for their propagation. Upon hearing Jian An's voice, the males still engrossed in fishing promptly made their way to the shore. Given the substantial catch, she reluctantly asked for their assistance in transporting the fish back to the stone courtyard. As she observed the orcs filling the yard to capacity, a smile graced her lips as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your help. Once the fish are cured, I will share some with all of you. May I ask your names? The orcs waved their hands, insisting it was unnecessary, as their initial intent was merely to gain her favor. However, when Jian An inquired about their names, they eagerly responded. The robust orc replied, I am Nal. I am Vexifa, another chimed in. And I am Nudie, added a third. Jian An introduced herself. I am Jian An. The males eagerly continued to introduce themselves, each one proud to share their name. Jian An wore a smile, attentively listening. Yet apart from the initial few, she retained none of the subsequent information. It was simply too much for her to remember, as she lacked the gift of a prodigious memory. After bidding farewell to the group of orcs, Jian An glanced at the mound of fish piling up in the right corner of the yard, feeling somewhat troubled. Surely, it would take a considerable amount of time just to apply salt to all these fish. When Sichin returned, carrying his catch, he was immediately greeted by a strong fishy odor upon entering the yard and spotted Jian An and Sualong crouched in the corner, sprinkling salt over the fish. Sichin set down his catch and approached Jian An from behind, inquiring, How did we acquire so many fish? Jian An raised her gaze to Sichin, offering a sheepish smile as she recounted the events that had transpired. There were some names she could not recall, so she suggested delivering the fish to the homes of a few orcs, allowing them to distribute the bounty among others. Sichin displayed a look of helplessness, gently ruffling her hair. Silly An, there is no need to deliver them. I believe they wouldn't want them in private messages. Huh? Why not? Jian An inquired, her expression revealing her confusion. Sichin chuckled lightly, his tone imbued with affection. Hiki, how could An be so naive? What? Are you making fun of me? Jian An retorted, feeling that Sichin was becoming increasingly mischievous. Come and help me. My hands are all wrinkled. She spread her palms before Sichin for him to see. Noticing a hint of playful coaxing in her voice, Sichin laughed heartily. Get up. There is no need to marinate the remaining fish any longer. It will be perfect for use tomorrow. Jian An stood up and brushed off the dust from her clothing, inquiring, Will we be able to use it tomorrow? Chapter 56. Pursued in public, Sichin helped Jian An tidy her somewhat disheveled hair, remarking, Every year at the end of autumn, Baihu City holds a harvest festival to pay homage to the beast god, beseeching for another fruitful year. We shall prepare these fish for the festival, ensuring that everyone can partake. Ah, that is quite fortuitous. With the chill in the air. Leaving them out overnight won't spoil them. I shall hang the marinated fish to dry for my own consumption, she replied. Sichin grasped Jian An's arm gently, saying, Allow me to handle that. You should go wash your hands. Jian An mischievously winked at him and cheerfully remarked, All right, let's go, Sualong. We shall wash our hands now. Leading Sualong towards the backyard, the scene shifted as the sun rose and set. By the time the sun dipped below the western mountains the following day, the entire White Tiger City was abuzz with excitement. The venue for the Harvest Festival was situated on the grassy expanse just outside the city. Orcs bustled about, entering and exiting the city, transporting food, tables, chairs, and firewood. The faces of every individual radiated joy, suggesting that this year, they had indeed received bountiful gifts from nature. Jian An led Sualong to the meadow, where a massive bonfire was constructed from bundles of firewood at its center. Several wild boars were roasting over the flames, while numerous females, accompanied by their partners, gathered around the fire, engaging in cheerful conversation and laughter. Jian An found a vacant spot to sit down. Upon noticing her, Mina took Light and another companion by the hand and joined Jian An at her side. Jian An, there are so many delicious dishes today, Mina said warmly, linking her arm with hers, her face beaming with delight. Shurchen looked at Jian An and said, Inan, I shall go and assist in preparing the fish soup. Jian An smiled at him and said, Go ahead, I will stay here with Mina. Mina nudged Jian An with her elbow, a mischievous grin on her face, and remarked, Jian An, just look at how wonderful young Master Sichin is. When will you finally become his partner? Jian An felt speechless as Mina brought it up once again, demonstrating her relentless persistence. She was aware of his admirable qualities, yet she wished Mina would refrain from concerning herself with her affairs, allowing everything to unfold naturally. Casting a glance at another companion of Mina's, she curiously inquired, Mina, how many partners do you have? Only 3, Mina replied. Why do you ask? Only 3? Is that not rather few? How do you all coexist at home? Do they not bicker over you? Jian An contemplated, wondering if 3 men often found themselves at odds due to jealousy. Mina appeared puzzled. Why would they fight? We are all one big family. Is that so? Jian An remained somewhat perplexed about how a polyandrous household could function, questioning whether true equity could be maintained. Was this truly what it meant to sacrifice oneself for love? Si-chun, positioned by the fire, directed the orcs in roasting meat while he tended to a large iron pot, meticulously cleaning and chopping fish to boil. Once it was nearing completion, he added some vegetables. He ladled out fish and broth into bowls for each orc, while the roasted meat was left for everyone to slice according to their appetite. Si-chun filled a bowl with fish soup and cut a small piece of roasted meat, making his way towards Jian An. Before he could approach, a male orc, clutching a piece of roasted meat, stepped forward to Jian An. Jian An gazed at the imposing male orc standing before her, the very same robust orc, Nor, who had assisted her in fishing the day prior. Nor, what brings you here? She inquired. Perhaps it was the flickering firelight, but even in the dimness of the night, Jian An discerned a hint of crimson beneath his dark complexion. Upon hearing his name called, Nor's heart leapt with joy. He had not anticipated that she would remember him. Summoning his courage, he boldly proclaimed, Jian An, would you do me the honor of becoming my mate? At his words, Jian An could distinctly sense the lively atmosphere around them abruptly hush, interspersed with occasional cheers of encouragement. Well done, Nor. Bravo, Nor. Jian An's face was etched with surprise. Was she being pursued by someone? Or was it simply the presence of so many onlookers? In Chapter 57, Mutual Confessions. Facing such a situation for the first time left Jian An somewhat flustered. Noticing her discomfort, Noel took the initiative to speak. Jian An, you need not feel burdened. I shall wait until you and Master Si-chun become partners before I pursue you. Though my strength may not rival his, I am already a 2-star soul beast, and my hunting prowess is quite remarkable. On the opposite side of the fire, Talus was enjoying fish under the service of her partner. Upon witnessing Noel publicly professing his affection for that wild female, she was infuriated, snapping her chopsticks in two. Although Noel's strength did not compare to Si-chen's, he was nonetheless among the elite in White Tiger City. She had originally intended for him to be her 6th partner. Why must this insufferable wild female vie for everything with her? Her eyes brimmed with resentment, aimed directly at Jian An across the fire. Yet Jian An remained oblivious to Talus's glare. She looked at Noel, feeling conflicted, contemplating how to decline his advances without causing undue embarrassment for everyone involved. Standing a few steps away, Si-chen, with his eyes partially closed, concealed the emotions within. Upon hearing Noel's words, he merely paused momentarily before striding toward Jian An with a gentle smile. Inan, why not have something to eat? He did not even cast a glance at Noel beside him. Upon encountering Si-chen, Jian An felt a sudden wave of unease. Although she had done nothing wrong, she was reluctant for Si-chen to witness the scene. She forced a sweet smile and turned to Noel, her tone earnest as she said, Noel, I truly appreciate your kind intentions, but I must inform you that my heart belongs to someone else. I am sincerely sorry, but I cannot accept your feelings. Noel, though disheartened by Jian An's rejection, was not inclined to surrender easily. It's quite all right, Jian An, she replied. I shall not give up so easily. Farewell. With that, Noel swiftly turned and ran away. Jian An sighed with relief, pulling Si-chen to sit on the grass beside her. She took the bowl from his hands, inhaling the fragrant aroma. Indeed, it promised to be delicious. Meanwhile, Si-chen's mind was preoccupied with Jian An's words to Noel. I already have someone I like. Who could that person be? Was it merely a statement directed at Noel? Si-chen rose and approached her, kneeling on one knee before Jian An. In his deep, Azure eyes shimmered a blend of anticipation and profound affection as he gazed at her. "An, who is the person you like?" Jian An intended to feign nonchalance while eating, yet unexpectedly, Chen inquired, raising his head to meet Chen's gaze. He was stirred by the fervent emotions reflected in those eyes. Indeed, had they not agreed to confront their feelings head-on? Why then, retreat at the last moment? Jian An lightly bit her lip, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, her eyes shimmering with a gentle radiance. "It was you." Chen's breath caught momentarily. His strikingly handsome visage displayed a fleeting moment of daze. Wasn't it speaking of him? Realizing this, he felt as if a castaway clinging to the precipice had finally found salvation. Waves of ecstasy and exhilaration washed over his heart, gradually easing his taut nerves. His brow softened, and his gaze overflowed with profound and weighty affection. He extended his hands, gently cradling her porcelain-like face, and with his lips parting, he confessed, "I too cherish An." At this moment, Jian An found it somewhat difficult to breathe, as though her heart were striving to escape from her chest. Although she had long been aware of Chen's feelings, hearing him articulate them stirred a flutter of joy within her. Chen gazed at the enchanting figure before him. Her cheeks flushed, her flawless visage shy yet affectionate, her eyes sparkling with charm. She moistened her slightly parched lips, and with a voice tinged with huskiness, he asked, "An, do you wish to?" A most unwelcome interruption shattered Chen's words. "Young Master C," could have shouted from a distance as he sprinted towards them. Arriving breathlessly behind Chen, "Young Master, it is time for the ritual. Everything is prepared." Chapter 58, an extraordinary scene. Jian An gazed at Chen's handsome face. Her expression darkening momentarily, a hint of amusement dancing within her heart. This could have certainly had a knack for choosing the right moment. Chen's temples pulsed with irritation. Even his typically gentle demeanor could not suppress his rising anger in the presence of Kuda. A glance at Jian An revealed her smiling eyes, and the flicker of anger within him swiftly transformed into resignation. With a soft sigh, he beckoned, "Come. Let us go together." He took Jian An's hand and led her toward the city moat, casting a meaningful glance back at Kuda. The moment Chen's gaze landed on him, Kuda shivered involuntarily, scratching his disheveled hair, wondering why he sensed that the young master seemed displeased. Seeing Chen head toward the moat, the scattered orcs in the grass slowly rose to follow. Upon reaching the riverbank, Jian An noticed a wooden table set up near the water. Marking the boundary of the table, numerous torches were planted on either side, illuminating the scene. The table was adorned with roasted meats, fruits, a large stone bowl, and a dagger. The orcs stood around the riverbank, creating a respectful space. While Chen led Jian into the wooden table, he grasped the dagger, making a small incision on his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall into the bowl filled with water, which blossomed into a crimson flower upon contact. This bowl contained water from the Mother River, a vital artery of the northern state, revered as the Mother River of the Orcish kin. By dripping their blood into the bowl before pouring it into the Mother River, the orcs sought to return to the embrace of their maternal spirit, symbolized by the beast god. This ritual was a plea for the beast goddess' blessings. Hoping for abundant hunts in the coming year, Chen explained softly. "So the orcs are superstitious as well?" Jian An pondered. "Though it could be said that their very nature leads them to such beliefs." "I shall partake as well," she declared, her expression resolute. Embracing her newfound identity as part of the White Tiger City, despite her apprehension towards pain. Extending her index finger before Chen, she closed her eyes tightly, urging, "You may cut it." A smile graced Chen's lips as he gently traced the dagger across her fingertip. A single drop of blood fell into the bowl. And astonishingly, the blood did not immediately dissolve but swirled in ripples around the bowl, ultimately forming a crescent red moon before vanishing into the water. Chen's gaze remained fixed on Jian An, oblivious to everything else, while the surrounding orcs engaged in laughter, rendering this intimate moment unnoticed by all. Jian An initially felt a slight prickling sensation in her finger, followed by the warmth enveloping her index finger, a moist and smooth touch. Upon opening her eyes, she found Chen gently sucking on her finger, her cheeks instantly flushed crimson. She could hardly fathom how someone as gentle and refined as him could engage in such heart-fluttering actions. Meanwhile, far away in Zhangzhou, within a resplendent and solemn palace, a middle-aged man clad in a white priestly robe was seated on a soft cushion, meditating with his eyes closed. The stone door of the palace was pushed open from the outside, and a young man, also dressed in white robes, hurriedly approached the middle-aged man with an anxious expression. Upon reaching him, he bowed respectfully, his voice trembling with excitement. "Archbishop." The middle-aged man maintained a composed demeanor and sternly inquired, "What is the matter that has you so flustered? Have you forgotten the decorum?" The young man's face paled, and he knelt on both knees, exclaiming, "Archbishop, the crystal sphere has reacted." As soon as the words left his lips, the middle-aged man opened his eyes, which were filled with authority and wisdom. The man known as the Archbishop was illuminated with a glimmer of intensity as he rose and exited the grand door, with the young man hastily following suit. At an altar, a crystal sphere rested, subtly shimmering with silver light. As the radiance dissipated, a single character emerged within the sphere. The Archbishop reached out, gently caressing the crystal sphere, exclaiming, "North, north. Ha, the day has finally arrived. Ha, I have waited a full 18 years. His demeanor hinted at a touch of madness. Chapter 59, confirming the relationship. The young man in white knelt on the ground, bowing his head in silence. Once the archbishop seemed to have laughed enough, he addressed the kneeling youth. Luo Qi, you shall journey northward. Luo Qi displayed a hesitant expression, but the archbishop's increasingly piercing gaze silenced his objections. The archbishop withdrew his gaze, placing both hands over the crystal sphere, which gradually emanated a silvery glow. After a moment, he appeared to suffer an internal injury, his body shuddering as he spat a mouthful of blood onto the exquisite marble surface. Luo Qi rushed forward to assist him, exclaiming, Archbishop, are you all right? The archbishop retrieved a white handkerchief from his robe to wipe the corner of his mouth, stating, I am fine. To glean the secrets of the heavens, one must pay the price. He then looked back at the youth. Luo Qi, in North State, at White Tiger City, you must find her and bring her to me. His wise eyes sparkled with determination. Luo Qi knelt on one knee, his right hand placed upon his chest, affirming, Archbishop, I will not fail you. On the riverbank, the beastmen approached the wooden table one by one, dripping their blood into stone bowls. Xichen strolled under the starry sky, holding Jian An's hand. Stopping before a grand tree, facing Jian An, the tenderness in his eyes seemed to envelop her. An, do you wish to bond with me as partners? At that moment, Xichen's entire being was tense, his heart raced, and his hands involuntarily clenched, his palms already damp with sweat, revealing his nervousness. Jian's face flushed with shyness. She remained silent, merely nodding slightly. A joyful expression illuminated Xichen's brows, and the taut lines of his face softened with delight and contentment as he gently embraced her, tenderly caressing her silky long hair. Anan, I am truly happy. I vow to cherish you well, he pledged to the beast god. The warmth of her delicate form filled his embrace and enveloped his heart, leaving him in a state of blissful daze. Jian An, nestled in Xichen's embrace, replied in a muffled tone, Upon returning to the stone courtyard, Jian An, under Xichen's watchful gaze, entered her stone house and lay upon her bed, tossing and turning, reflecting on the events of the evening. A bashful smile crept upon her face as she buried her head beneath the covers, laughter occasionally escaping from within, as if she were a fool unable to contain her delight. On the following day, as dawn broke, Jian An emerged from her stone abode, bearing the marks of fatigue beneath her eyes. She glanced at the adjacent door, tightly shut, and made her way to the backyard, tending to the small animals within the enclosure. Entering the kitchen, she caught sight of Xichen, busily engaged in his tasks, and an involuntary smile graced her lips. Good morning, what is for breakfast today? She inquired, taking a seat by the stove. Xichen regarded her with a gentle expression, but upon noticing the dark circles beneath her eyes, a flicker of concern crossed his gaze. He reached out to tenderly brush the corner of her eye and asked, laced with worry, did you not sleep well last night? Though she felt somewhat unaccustomed to his affectionate demeanor, the realization that they were now lovers gradually eased her discomfort. It's nothing, just pondering a few matters. The culprit is you, she teased. Today, I shall prepare your favorite bird eggs. Sounds delightful. What is simmering in that pot? Jian An inquired, peering into the vessel, which appeared to contain meat. Xichen expertly sought the contents, responding, fluffy rabbit. Jian An's face was etched with surprise. You killed it? Indeed, though there is little meat, its fur is abundant, just perfect for crafting a scarf for you. Oh, very well. Jian An refrained from expressing the sentiment that such a lovely creature as a rabbit should not be consumed. After all, the initial intent behind capturing it was for its pelt, and this is the fundamental law of survival here. After breakfast, Jian An trailed behind Xichen, observing as he retrieved a large, pristine piece of fur. It was astonishing to behold such a generous amount of pelt from a small, round-bodied rabbit, whose fluffy exterior enveloped two-thirds of its diminutive form. Chapter 60. Dumpling. Xichen expertly tanned the fur, skillfully dividing it with scissors. One half was destined for the scarf, while the other would be fashioned into a hat. Whenever she found herself idle, Jian An could not resist munching on sunflower seeds, to the point where her tongue felt as if it might burst with flavor. She longed for meat dumplings. Since arriving in the Moro continent, her meals had consisted solely of roasted meat, vegetables, and occasionally a bird egg. There was nothing else to savor. The nostalgia for modern delicacies intensified, and she resolved to create her own if they were unavailable. Casting a glance at Xichen, she inquired, Xichen, do we have any flour at home? Xichen, focused on sewing the hat, replied without pausing, there is some in the cellar. A smile crept onto Jian An's lips, silently conveying her anticipation of more culinary delights. Once the hat is finished, let us head to the kitchen to prepare meat dumplings. Oh, meat dumplings are quite similar to meat pies. Dumplings are round while pies are flat. She propped her chin on her hands, reminiscing about the first time she met Xichen, when he had treated her to a meat pie. Xichen chuckled softly, his tone laced with affection. Very well. As he retrieved the flour from the kitchen cellar, Jian An intended to assist with kneading the dough, but Xichen gently declined her offer. She watched as he poured the flour into a basin, adding water while kneading, but was puzzled by the green hue of the water. Jian, filled with curiosity, inquired, what has been added to this water? Xichen, skillfully kneading the dough, replied, it is sour grass juice, which helps the dough to rise. Oh, so it serves the purpose of yeast. This place truly holds an abundance of wonders. Merely awaiting your discovery. After setting the kneaded dough aside and covering it with a cloth, Xichen sliced a piece of wild boar meat, added a carrot, and minced them together. He placed the mixture into a bowl, seasoning it with salt and spices. Then, he rolled the risen dough into a long strip, pinching it into small pieces. With a clean wooden stick, he flattened each piece into a round pancake, encasing it with the meat filling. Jian An washed her hands meticulously before assisting with the dumplings. She had crafted buns before, during her time at the orphanage. It was customary to prepare dumplings or buns during festive occasions. A throng of children would gather around the table, imitating the adults as they learned the art of wrapping. She mused that it must be Shi Qin's first experience with this endeavor, yet he seemed to possess an innate talent for it. The buns he produced were exquisite and visually appealing, showcasing a level of skill that surpassed even Jian An, who had wrapped dumplings on several occasions. As the water in the pot came to a boil, they placed the buns in the steamer. After 20 minutes, when the lid was lifted, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, and Jian An could no longer contain herself. She swallowed her saliva repeatedly, disregarding the heat as she picked up a bun, blowing on it gently before devouring it in a few bites. It wasn't until she had consumed 3 buns that her craving was finally quelled, leaving her with a profound sense of satisfaction. What could be more gratifying than the immediate fulfillment of one's craving? Noticing that there were still plenty of buns remaining in the pot, Jian An turned to Shi Qin and proposed, "Shall we perhaps share some with Mina?" "You decide," he replied, as he retrieved a bowl from the shelf and placed several buns within it. Jian An took the bowl, saying that she could manage on her own. As she still remembered the way to Mina's home, Shi Qin tucked her long hair behind her ear and reminded her to be cautious on the way. Jian An stepped out of the stone courtyard, a bowl in hand, making her way to Mina's residence, guided by the threads of memory. Along the path, numerous beast men greeted her warmly. "Jian An, where are you headed? If you need assistance, feel free to ask," having grown accustomed to their exuberance. Jian An smiled and exchanged pleasantries. "Thank you all. I am merely on my way to find Mina." As she passed by a stone house, she noticed 2 females basking in the sun and engaged in light-hearted conversation. Jian An recognized both. One was named Jiwei Luo, and the other, Yumei Shi. Jiwei Luo remarked, "Have you heard? Talisi is expecting again." Yumei Shi scoffed. "Pfft, I knew that early yesterday morning. When has she ever been discreet about her pregnancies? It's like the whole town knows." "Exactly. She acts as though she is the only one capable of bearing young." "What a prideful display," Jiwei Luo chimed in enthusiastically. Chapter 61. Talisi's schemes. Yumei Shi stifled a giggle. "Hee hee. Did you see it yesterday? Nal and Jian An were seeking partners. I was sitting right next to Talisi. Her expression was as dark as the earth itself. It was utterly hilarious." Jiwei Luo let out a derisive sound. "Serves her right. She always struts around as if she is superior. Now look. The male she fancies has eyes for another female." Jian An quickened her pace, passing by them. It was not her intention to eavesdrop. Rather, their voices were rather loud. She felt an urge to admonish them for their lack of discretion when disparaging others. Yet she could not help but reflect on the universal penchant for gossip among women, regardless of their locale. The happenings of this world often seem to weave intricate tales. As she approached Mina's residence, she was met with the sight of Talise, leisurely making her way with the support of 2 companions. Jian An silently cursed her misfortune, lowering her head and inwardly praying, "Do not see me, do not see me." Clearly, the heavens paid no heed to her silent plea, as a small shadow fell upon her foot. When she lifted her gaze, she found Talise standing before her, head held high, glaring as if she were intent on devouring her whole. Jian An extended his hand to greet her. "Hello." Talise let out a cold snort. "Humph. What is it that you hold in your hand?" Jian An mused inwardly. "What I possess is of no concern to you," yet maintained a smile as she replied, "Oh, it's a steam bun." "A steam bun? What is that?" "Do hand me one to taste," Talise interjected, reaching out eagerly before Jian An could respond. Jian An subtly sidestepped her hand, stating, "This is meant for Mina. If you wish to indulge, there is more in the stone courtyard. Perhaps your companion could retrieve some shortly." Although she harbored a dislike for Talise, she had already established a relationship with Shi Qin. It would be prudent to avoid escalating tensions, as they would inevitably encounter each other frequently. Jian An contemplated reconciling with Talise, oblivious to the deep-seated animosity Talise harbored against her. "Humph. That female who could not even bear offspring, whatever gifts were bestowed upon her would be in vain. I shall indulge myself now." Talise glared fiercely at Jian An, and as if struck by a sudden thought, she proclaimed with an air of pride, "Oh, I forgot to mention, I am currently with child." With hands resting on her hips, she proudly accentuated her burgeoning belly. Jian An cast a glance at her abdomen. The ample beefskin coat could not conceal her robust waist. Even when she was not with child, her figure resembled that of a woman several months into her pregnancy. Now that she truly was expecting, her demeanor suggested that she might give birth at any moment. Jian An felt a sense of bewilderment. She truly struggled to comprehend Talise's train of thought. What connection did her pregnancy have with her? Should the entire city treat her like a revered ancestor simply because she was expecting? Apologies, but this is for Mina. Jian An cradled the bowl close to her chest, attempting to sidestep Talise and depart. However, Talise was unwilling to let her leave so easily. She reached out, grasping Jian An's arm, and insisted stubbornly, "Stop right there. You must give me the item." Jian An found her behavior utterly repugnant, and with a sharp tone, commanded, "Let go." With a slight exertion of her right hand, she flung her off. Talise stumbled back a step, steadying herself by grasping her companion's hand. Upon witnessing a group of approaching orcs, her eyes glinted with cunning, and a sinister smile crept upon her lips. She released her companion's hand, slid forward, and fell to the ground with a thud, clutching her abdomen and wailing in feigned agony. Oh, it hurts so much. At that moment, the male orcs, returning from their hunt, were drawn to Talie's cries, quickly converging around Jian and pointing an accusing finger at Jian An. Talie's demanded furiously, why did you push me? Are you trying to harm my offspring? How cruel you are. Jian An was truly amused by Talus, who said that orcs are inherently simple-minded and devoid of cunning. Chapter 62. The Shamanic Healer Burwa. Jian An gazed at her and inquired, you claim that I pushed you? Pray tell, why would I do such a thing? How could I possibly know? You must be envious of me. It can only be that. Jian An pointed at Talie's sitting on the ground, and then at herself, questioning. Am I envious of you? What exactly do I envy? Your beauty surpasses mine? Or perhaps your partner is more distinguished than mine? The surrounding orcs were abuzz with discussion. Indeed, when it comes to beauty, Jian An's femininity far exceeds that of Talie's. And who could possibly claim a partner more exceptional than the esteemed heir of the White Tiger City, Shurchin? Yes, indeed, at first glance. Jian An exudes the essence of a kind-hearted female. Everyone knows how willful Talie's can be at times. Upon hearing the orcs rallying in support of Jian An, Talie's expression twisted into a snarl as she shouted at them, silence. It is she who pushed me. She is envious of my impending motherhood. Jian An strode confidently toward her, looking down from her elevated position. Am I envious of your pregnancy? That makes no sense. I merely wish for a child to be born alongside Sichin. Why would I feel jealousy toward you? Talus scoffed coldly. With your frail appearance, who knows if you can even conceive? Perhaps it is precisely because you are incapable of bearing children that you envy me, deliberately pushing me to harm my unborn child. Whether I can conceive is of no concern to you. Sichin is aware of my capabilities, and that suffices. You claim I am delicate. Yet look at you. Your stature is a full circle larger than mine. How could I possibly push you down with just one hand? And even if I possess the strength to do so, what of your two companions behind you? Do you assume everyone is a fool? Jian An regarded Talus with disdain. The surrounding orcs, having heard Jian An's words, exchanged glances, scrutinizing the two women. Indeed, Talus towered over Jian An by a significant margin. It seemed utterly impossible for Jian An's slender arms to overpower Talus. Exactly. And those companions of Talus are not dim-witted either. Would they simply stand by and watch as their partner is pushed down? Seeing how Jian An effortlessly swayed the crowd's opinion with just a few words, Talus felt a surge of frustration. She feigned extreme pain, clutching her belly and exclaiming, oh, my stomach aches so terribly. My poor child. What has transpired here? A stern voice emerged from the outskirts of the crowd, prompting the orcs to part ways, allowing the newcomer to advance. An elderly man, well past his 50s, approached, clad in a gray robe with his hands clasped behind his back. The orcs greeted the gray-robed elder with respect. Wise shaman. The shaman, Bowa, stepped before Jian An, his keen eyes assessing her thoroughly. Are you the partner that Sichin brought back? Jian An expressed his respect, saying, indeed, greetings. My name is Jian An. Bowa nodded and replied, hello, I am Bowa, the shaman of Baihu City. Could you enlighten me on the events that have transpired here? Before Jian An could respond, Talise, seated on the ground, exclaimed loudly, Shaman Bowa, this female is plotting to harm my offspring. Bowa glanced at Tali's anguished expression, then turned to Jian An, inquiring, is what Talise claims true? Jian An did not directly respond to his inquiry, turning to Burwa and saying, Burwa the shaman, since Talise is complaining of abdominal pain, perhaps you should examine her first. The truth will soon reveal itself. Indeed, Burwa the shaman, please assist Talise. She appears to be in considerable discomfort. Talise's partner expressed with evident concern. Among all present, it seemed that only Talise's two partners were genuinely worried for her well-being. Burwa crouched beside Talise, gently placing a hand on her abdomen, and inquired, is your stomach in great pain? Talise averted her gaze, mustering the courage to respond, yes, it hurts a lot. Chapter 63. Caught in the rain after conducting an examination, Burwa's keen insight momentarily flickered, and he addressed Talise's partners, saying, you should take her home to rest. Both she and the unborn child are in good health. Upon hearing this, Talise's partners displayed expressions of relief, repeatedly thanking Burwa as they assisted Talise in preparing to return. However, Talise was unwilling to let the matter rest so easily. Her deliberate act today was intended to have that wild female expelled from White Tiger City. How could she leave without achieving her goal? Talise wished to voice her thoughts but was preemptively interrupted by Burwa. Talise, you are now with child. It would be prudent to minimize your outings. Everyone is busy preparing for the winter, and amidst the bustling crowd, you might be inadvertently harmed. It is best for you to stay home and rest. Do you understand? His tone carried an unmistakable warning. Talise gritted her teeth, despite her reluctance. She had no choice but to acquiesce, allowing her partner to support her departure. Everyone disperse, Burwa commanded, observing the gathered orcs. Jian An also heard the words that Burwa spoke to Talise before her departure, and in his heart, he felt an increased fondness for the healer. Thank you. Burwa the healer. Burwa Lang chuckled softly, stroking his white beard. Ha ha. Even if I were not here, you would not allow yourself to suffer loss. Come now. Youth is indeed full of vigor. Jian An arrived at Mina's residence and gently knocked on the door. "Mina, are you there?" Upon seeing Jian An, Mina's face lit up with joy, her eyes crinkling into delightful crescents. "Jian An, come inside." Observing Mina's beaming smile, which slightly tilted her brows, Jian An felt a shift in her previously gloomy mood. Placing a bowl on the table, she said, "Mina, these are the buns that Chen and I made together. To give them a try." "Wow, thank you, Jian An. You are truly wonderful." Mina exclaimed eagerly, grabbing one and taking a hearty bite. Her words muffled yet filled with praise. So tasty, so delightful." Jian An observed Mina's voracious appetite and couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. "Take your time eating. By the way, Mina, have you consulted the shaman?" Mina swallowed the bun in her mouth and replied, "Yes, I have." "What did the shaman say?" Jian An inquired, her expression tinged with concern for her only friend in this place. "The shaman mentioned that my constitution is cold and unfavorable for conception. She provided me with some herbs to help regulate my body, saying that once I am in better health, I will be able to conceive." "That is truly wonderful." Jian An expressed her genuine happiness for Mina. As the two conversed, they lost track of time. When Jian An finally remembered that it was nearly time to return, a sound of dripping water reached her ears. Could it be raining? She pondered, hastily rising to open the door. A gentle drizzle fell from the sky, with water cascading from the eaves, creating splashes as it hit the ground. Fortunately, the rain had just begun and wasn't too heavy. Jian An exchanged a quick greeting with Mina before shielding her head with her hands and running towards the stone courtyard. The journey from Mina's home to the stone courtyard would take approximately 5 minutes. However, just as she was halfway there, a loud clap of thunder erupted in the distance, startling Jian An. The rain intensified, and large droplets pelted down upon her, quickly soaking her fur coat. Since her clothes were already wet, she decided against seeking shelter and quickened her pace towards the stone courtyard. As she neared her destination, she spotted Chen rushing towards her, evidently coming to escort her. Chen hurried to Jian and sighed and wrapped his arm around her shoulders as they made their way back to the stone courtyard together. "An, hurry back inside and change out of those wet clothes. I'll go to the kitchen and prepare some hot water for you," Chen instructed before swiftly heading to the backyard. Once inside, Jian An removed her damp clothing and couldn't help but sneeze several times, hoping she wouldn't catch a cold. After changing into dry garments, she nestled into her warm bed. Chapter 64. Discovered by Chen. Chen placed the hot water in the adjoining room and approached the bedside, gently placing his hand on Jian An's forehead. His voice laced with concern. "Quickly take a hot bath, but don't stay in for too long. Don't wait until the water cools before you're willing to come out, understood? I will fetch some yellow stalks from the shaman." Jian An, resembling a silkworm nestled within her blanket, tilted her little face and nodded, exuding an air of innocence. Seeing her in such a remarkably obedient manner, Chen couldn't help but chuckle, his eyes filled with affection as he gently stroked her head, wishing that An could always remain this well-behaved. Jian An pouted slightly, as she had always been quite well-behaved. After sipping a bowl of water boiled with ginger, she nestled deeper into her blankets, reluctant to emerge. Perhaps due to the rain, the temperature seemed to have dropped significantly. The sound of raindrops pattering against the window echoed throughout the room. The following day, when Jian An awoke, the sky remained shrouded in gray, and it appeared the rain had persisted throughout the night. She felt a subtle discomfort in her lower abdomen and inwardly lamented her predicament. Hastily, she rose from her bed and rushed to the restroom, only to find a small patch of vibrant red on her trousers. With a sigh, she resigned herself to retrieve a fresh pair of pants and the necessary supplies for her monthly cycle. Ever since her relative's unexpected visit, she had asked Chen to sew several cloth packets for her to keep on hand. Originally, her cycle was not due for another week, but perhaps the rain yesterday had caused it to arrive early. Dressing in the new fur coat Chen had made for her, Jian An stepped outside the stone cottage. The ground in the courtyard was damp, and the air, infused with the scent of earth after the rain, felt refreshing. The sky appeared remarkably bluer following the rain as cleansing, and the roses in the garden bloomed with even more vibrancy. Upon reaching the backyard, she first checked on the small animals in their enclosure. Thanks to the wooden house, they had been spared from becoming drenched. Entering the kitchen, she found Chen busy preparing breakfast, and she seated herself at the hearth to help him gather firewood. Chen reached out to touch Jian An's forehead, inquiring if she felt unwell. Jian An shook her head, asserting that a brief exposure to the rain would not lead to illness, as her constitution was particularly robust. Chen, displaying an air of helplessness, cautioned her that she ought not to be caught in the rain again. The thought of An lying weakly in bed due to illness tugged at his heartstrings. "Next time, I will certainly wait until the rain subsides before I venture out," she replied. Chen's nostrils flared slightly, puzzled by the sweet scent emanating from her. Grasping her arm, he inquired, "An, have you entered into estrus again?" "Ah, yes," Jian An responded, her expression peculiar. How did he know that her relative had come again? She had intended to keep it a secret from Chen, fearing he might confine her to bed for an entire week as he had done previously. Chen pressed his lips together, his gaze flickering, unconsciously tightening his grip on Jian An's hand. Jian An felt a twinge of pain as he grasped her arm, letting out a soft gasp. "Ouch, Chen. What is wrong with you?" At that moment, Sichin's mind was flooded with numerous fragments, the seemingly coincidental events coalescing into a singular truth. Hearing her gentle exclamation, he quickly loosened his grip, his expression adopting a slightly serious demeanor as he gazed at her. "An, could it be that you are of the human race?" Jian An's clear and innocent eyes widened in astonishment. How did he know? Observing the surprise etched on her face, Sichin felt increasingly certain about his suspicions. "Follow me," he said, extinguishing the fire in the stove before taking Jian An's hand and leading her to the front courtyard. As they entered Sichin's stone dwelling, it was Jian An's first visit to his room. The interior decor starkly contrasted with her own stone house, instead of a vanity by the window. There stood a writing desk adorned with numerous scrolls of animal hide. Sichin picked up one of the scrolls from the table and handed it to Jian An. "An, do you recognize the characters inscribed on this?" Chapter 65. Events from millennia ago. Jian An unfurled the parchment made of animal skin, her gaze flickering with intrigue. This document narrated the history of the Moro continent, its text a blend of simplified and traditional characters, somewhat disordered. She perused the contents of the scroll in a general manner. Sichin, his hands resting gently on Jian An's shoulders, gazed deeply into her eyes with his haunting azure orbs, asking, "An, are you truly of the human race?" Jian An bit her lip and nodded slightly. "I am." Regardless of how Sichin had come to know this, in the past, she might have fabricated more lies, but now, as they were in a romantic relationship, she did not wish to deceive him any longer. After all, the most vital element between lovers is trust. Sichin's reaction to Jian An's admission was surprisingly calm. "An, do you know? My maternal beast is also a female of the human race." So it was indeed true. Jian An felt little upheaval in her heart regarding his revelation. She had harbored such suspicions from the beginning. The paternal beast had encountered the maternal beast in the southern province, and he had always been aware of her identity as a human. However, he had not delved deeply into her origins. Sichin stood by the window, the sunlight streaming in and casting a soft glow upon him, illuminating his handsome features with a gentle radiance. Jian An gazed at Sichin's profile and inquired, "How did you ascertain that I am human? I mean, of the human race?" This was the aspect that perplexed Jian, and Sichin turned to face her, his eyes imbued with gentleness. He explained that a female of the orc race experiences only one estrus cycle per year, whereas a female of the human race undergoes such cycles monthly. These revelations were gleaned from ancient scrolls. Now enlightened, Jian An felt a sense of clarity. Sichin then picked up another scroll from the table and handed it to her, saying, "An, do take a look at this." The scroll contained information pertinent to the human race, revealing that millennia ago, orcs and humans coexisted on this continent. Initially, the two races lived in harmony. But for reasons unknown, conflicts arose, leading to frequent wars. In an effort to quell the strife, the orc god and the creator god of the human race collaborated to find a more suitable planet for the humans to inhabit. The two deities utilized their divine powers to open a passage, transporting all humans from the continent of Molo to this new world. Since that time, the continent of Molo has been inhabited solely by orcs, while the scroll remains silent on the causes of the wars. Jian An was filled with a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. "Sichin, are there still humans on the Demon Luo continent?" "I do not know. Perhaps there are." In the beginning, the Beast clan and the Human clan coexisted in harmony, and many individuals from both races formed families. They may have departed the Demon Luo continent alongside the humans, or perhaps they chose to remain here, living in seclusion or concealing themselves among the Beast men. Sichin's voice was measured and calm, as if recounting the most mundane of topics. Then why, if the two clans were always so peaceful, did wars eventually break out? Jian An's eyes sparkled with a yearning to uncover the unknown. Sichin approached Jian An, his expression imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. "An, this is what I must convey to you. Promise me that under no circumstance will you readily reveal your identity as a human." Jian An, perplexed, gazed with her clear eyes, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. "Why? Orcs despise humans, valuing strength above all and trusting solely in their own might. Humans, on the other hand, are inherently weaker, lacking the ability to defend themselves even against ordinary beasts. Yet, they brim with intelligence. While orcs rely on their physical prowess for hunting, humans can effortlessly capture prey by employing their cleverness to set simple traps. They have crafted written language, invented tools, constructed furniture, and created delectable cuisine." Sichin paused, his profound gaze fixed on Jian An, a hint of derision gracing his lips. Perhaps it was not hatred. The orcs might simply harbor envy and jealousy towards humans. Otherwise, why would they disdain the frailty of humanity while attempting to imitate them, transforming into human forms? Cherishing their written language, learning to build homes, utilize furniture, and prepare food? Is it not profoundly ironic? "Sichin, do you also detest humans?" Jian An's eyes flickered, a wave of unease washing over her. Sichin tenderly ruffled her dark hair, revealing that, in truth, orcs held a sense of reverence for humans. If they did not disdain humans, then why could she not reveal her identity? Her confusion deepened. According to Sichin, she ought to be respected. Human females experience estrus monthly, capable of conceiving offspring at any time, while orc gestation lasts merely a few months. Though Sichin's words remained unfinished, Jian An could surmise his intended meaning. Indeed, while most orcs are inherently innocent and lack guile, Humanity is a spectrum of good and evil. Who can guarantee that no darkness lurks within the hearts of orcs? If her human identity were to fall into the hands of the unscrupulous, they might capture and imprison her, using her for reproduction. What awaited her would be an unending cycle of confinement and being treated as a mere vessel for procreation until her demise. The mere thought sent shivers coursing through her, a chilling sensation rising from her feet, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Noticing Jian An's gradually pale countenance, Sichin gently grasped her delicate hand, realizing it bore no warmth. A wave of compassion surged within him, and he embraced her somewhat stiff form, caressing her cheek. "Do not fear. I will not allow anyone to harm you." His eyes brimmed with tenderness and regret. Jian An nestled against his strong waist, burying her head in Sichin's embrace, savoring the warmth radiating from him, gradually restoring her own body temperature. Suddenly, a rather unexpected gurgling sound emanated from Jian An's stomach, causing her to tighten her grip around Sichin's waist, burying her face deeper into him, though the faint blush on her ears betrayed her embarrassment. Sichin chuckled softly, playfully tousling Jian An's hair, his chest gently vibrating with laughter. "An, are you hungry?" Jian An lifted her head, recalling the initial encounter with Sichin, where an embarrassing incident had transpired on the beast cart. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks, accompanied by a gentle smile. Sichin, upon witnessing her radiant expression, could not help but feel a wave of relief wash over him. The sun shone brightly, and the clouds drifted lazily across the sky. Unbeknownst to them, the afternoon had slipped away. In a patch of grass behind the White Tiger City, a female figure relentlessly struck at the wildflowers with a stick, murmuring incantations under her breath. The once vibrant blossoms lay in tatters by the time she finally ceased her onslaught. This individual was none other than Talise. Having orchestrated a failed scheme the previous day, she felt a pang of frustration, yet recognizing the vastness of time ahead, she dismissed it from her mind. On her return journey, she encountered Noel and broached the subject of becoming mates. To her astonishment, he rejected her outright without a moment's hesitation. Even after failing to win over that wild female, Talise had been willing to overlook it. Yet Noel insisted he would not relent and urged her to refrain from troubling the wild female. What was so remarkable about that wild female? Talise, the most beautiful female of White Tiger City, should have no trouble finding a partner. Why did everyone gravitate toward her? The more she pondered, the more her anger surged, prompting her to seize the stick once more and lash out at the wildflowers before her, her expression contorted in rage, as if the flowers were her sworn enemies. Suddenly, rustling sounds emanated from the woods behind her, startling Talise. She turned swiftly, demanding, "Who is there? Show yourself." Chapter 67. The man in black, a shadowy figure, emerged from the thicket, cloaked entirely in a long black robe, obscuring his true appearance. "My dear, beautiful female, what troubles you so? Perhaps I could offer my assistance," he proposed, his voice raspy and deep, reminiscent of a weary elder, which lent an eerie quality to his appearance. Talise shivered involuntarily, narrowing her eyes with a hint of suspicion. "Who are you?" "Ah, I am someone who can assist you," he replied smoothly. "You claim you can help me, but why should I trust you?" Talise retorted. Though somewhat naive, she was not so gullible as to believe everyone's words. "I simply cannot bear to see a female of your beauty in distress. A female as exquisite as you deserves everything. Do you not wish for those you despise to vanish? Do you not desire to obtain all that you wish for?" The man in black stepped closer to Talise. Hearing his flattery, Talise's fear dissipated, and she lifted her chin proudly. "Those things rightfully belong to me, Talise. Why should a wild female compete with me? You say you can help me. How so?" In mere moments, Talise dropped her guard against the man in black. He extended a hand, revealing a small porcelain vial, its shape concealed by his voluminous sleeves, making it appear as though it floated in midair. "Simply pour the contents of this vial into her food, and she will completely vanish from this world, just as you wish," he coaxed. Talise took the vial, gazing at the man in black. "What is inside?" "Why, it is poison, of course." "What? You want me to poison her?" Talise gasped, nearly dropping the vial. Regaining her composure, she glared fiercely at the man in black. "No. If I kill her, everyone will know it was me. Do you really think I am that foolish?" The man in black was unfazed by her anger, his voice calm and devoid of emotion, yet his words were cruel. "This potion will not cause immediate death. Rather, it gradually seeps into the body, slowly eroding the organs, leading to a silent demise." Talise trembled at his words, horrified by the cruel nature of the poison. Yet, the image of the wild female's beautiful face ignited a desire to destroy it. A decaying body? Wasn't that precisely what she wished to see? To witness her before death, twisted in an ugly form, would Sichin still favor her then? Talise's eyes blazed with fury, her face contorting into a terrifying mask of malice. The man in black observed her retreating figure, murmuring, "Foolish female, do not disappoint me." Talise hurried home, locking herself inside her dwelling, her body trembling not from fear, but from a surge of excitement. Soon, that wild female would be erased, and Sichin would be hers, as would Noel. Talise would remain the most beautiful female in White Tiger City. Yet, how could she administer the poison into Jian An's food? After much contemplation, Talise suddenly thought of someone and rushed to the kitchen, her eyes landing on a cluster of crystal fruits laid out on the table. These were procured by her mate from the rabbit clan just yesterday. After a fleeting moment of hesitation, she solidified her resolve. With determination, she bit down hard, opened the porcelain vial, and poured its contents over the crystal fruits. Carrying the plate, she stepped outside, just as her mate Ward returned with a catch. Spotting Talise, he called out, "Talise, where are you taking those crystal fruits?" Chapter 68. The conspiracy unfolds. Talise had no time to engage with him. "That's none of your business," she shot back, glaring at him before hastily departing. Ward, accustomed to her brusque demeanor, diverted his gaze. Talise made her way to Mina's doorstep, knocking firmly. Mina, hearing the knock, assumed it was Jian An and hurried to open the door, only to find Talise standing there. The smile that had adorned her face faltered, replaced by irritation. "What do you want?" she snapped. Talise, initially ready to unleash her frustration at Mina's attitude, bit her tongue, remembering her purpose. Forcing a smile, she said, "Mina, I have a favor to ask." Mina stared at her, incredulous. Was this truly the haughty Talise asking for help? "What do you need?" she stammered. "Let us discuss it inside," Talise urged, stepping past Mina into the stone house. She placed the plate of crystal fruits on the table, her demeanor slightly awkward. "Mina, I know you're good friends with Jian An." "Yes, and?" Mina replied, warily eyeing her. "Please don't be alarmed. I simply wish for you to deliver these crystal fruits to Jian An. You know I've had some conflicts with her in the past." Mina rolled her eyes. "Conflicts? That's an understatement. Besides, when Haven T you had issues with someone? I want to apologize. Now that she mated with Sichin, she will be living in White Tiger City, and we will see each other often. It's best not to hold on to grudges." Mina stared at her in disbelief. "Are you feeling all right? Talise, you're actually apologizing? Why not deliver them yourself?" Casting a glance at the sun outside, she thought. Surely the sun was rising in the west today. Talise clenched her teeth in frustration, vowing to deal with Mina later. With a strained smile, she implored, "Please, just deliver them for me. Don't mention that they're from me. I fear she won't accept them if she knows." Mina's expression displayed a flicker of emotion as she fell into contemplation. Had she been Jian An, she would not have acquiesced. Observing the wavering look on Mina's face, Talise promptly urged, "Once she has eaten, I shall apologize to her, making it difficult for her to refuse me. Wouldn't you agree?" "Well, you do present a valid point. Are you truly intending to apologize to Jian An?" Mina regarded her with a hint of skepticism. Talise wore a sincere expression, affirming, "Indeed, I am. Please assist me in this, won't you, Mina?" After a moment's hesitation, Mina conceded, "Very well." Though Talise was irksome, maintaining harmony among everyone was ultimately beneficial. Upon hearing Mina's agreement, Talise felt a surge of elation and urged, "Then you must go at once." Oh, fine." Mina grasped the platter of crystal fruits and made her way toward the stone courtyard. Talise stood rooted, watching her retreating figure, a sinister glint emerging on her face. "Jian An, do not blame me. If there is blame to be assigned, let it fall upon you for seizing what was rightfully mine." Meanwhile, Jian An was in the garden, tending to the flowers, unaware that a devious plot was quietly drawing near. "Jian An, I have come to play with you," Mina announced as she entered the stone courtyard, placing the crystal fruits upon the stone table. Jian An couldn't help but smile upon seeing Mina's face. "Mina, you're here. What have you brought?" Mina's gaze flickered, and as she nervously tugged at her hair, she replied, "Oh, it's crystal fruit. You often bring me treats, and I feel quite embarrassed. I also brought something for you." "Higi, there's no need for such formality, but I appreciate it. Please have a seat while I fetch some water from the backyard." With that, Jian An carried a wooden bucket towards the rear of the house. Mina sat beside the stone table, feeling somewhat restless. Chapter 69. Poison unleashed. She pondered whether deceiving Jian An would lead to her anger once the truth came to light. After all, she only had Jian An's best interests at heart. Surely, such a kind person would forgive her. It was indeed peculiar that Talise had so willingly sought reconciliation with Jian An. At that moment, Sichin entered the stone courtyard, bearing his catch over his shoulder. He placed the prey in a corner by the gate and approached the stone bench where Mina sat. "Mina, have you come to play with An?" Mina partially rose from her seat. Yes, but Jian An has gone to fetch water from the backyard." "Oh. I just remembered I have matters to attend to at home. Sichin, could you please let Jian An know that I will visit her another time?" With that, Mina hurried out of the stone courtyard. Jian An emerged from the room with a wooden bucket in hand and, upon spotting Sichin in the courtyard, a smile of joy illuminated her face. "You're back. Where's Mina?" Sichin took the bucket from her grasp, replying, "She has gone home, saying she will come to play with you again next time." "Oh, this is a gift from Mina. Do try it," Jian An said, presenting a crystal fruit from the plate to Sichin. Without needing to take it from her hand, Sichin simply ate it directly and noticing her slightly flushed cheeks, he smiled gently and said, It's quite sweet. Would you be so kind as to feed me a few more?" Jian An shot him a glare, remarking, "If you wish to eat, can't you fetch it yourself?" Yet despite her words, she nonetheless placed a few morsels into his mouth. "What I offer is far sweeter. What if I were to feed you poison instead?" Jian An retorted with a hint of annoyance in her gaze. Sichin chuckled softly, his eyes glimmering with affection as he tousled her dark hair. "As long as it comes from you, I would willingly consume even poison." Jian An cast a playful glance at him, wondering when he had become so glib. With a soft huff, she turned her head and ceased to acknowledge Sichin. Noting Jian An's intention to disregard him, Sichin chuckled and shook his head, approaching her side. In a few days, I shall be heading to the sea tribe to trade for sea salt. Jian An, would you care to join me? Upon hearing the words, Jian An's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. She swiftly turned her head, gazing at Sichin with an eager expression, thinking to herself, can I go too? A gentle smile graced Sichin's face as he affectionately brushed Jian An's delicate nose, replying, of course you can. However, the journey will take several days, so do not find it too arduous. And he had initially intended for her to stay at home, but the thought of not seeing his beloved for several days tightened his heart. It seemed far better to have her by his side, for he was confident in his ability to keep her safe. Just as the words left his lips, Sichin's countenance suddenly shifted dramatically, his breath quickening. A mouthful of blood spurted onto Jian An, and he collapsed to the ground. Sichin. Jian An was horrified by this sudden turn of events, her heart racing as she rushed to his side. Seeing his pale face, which now bore the signs of impending unconsciousness, panic gripped her. Sichin, what is wrong? Please don't scare me. Meanwhile, Sualong, who had been out playing, bounced into the stone courtyard, exclaiming, Sister An, I'm back. Upon noticing Sichin lying on the ground, he was taken aback and hurriedly approached, anxiously asking, Sister An, what happened to brother? Jian An rose to her feet and instructed Sualong, keep an eye on Shurchin. I shall seek the shaman. With that, she dashed towards the courtyard's exit. However, once outside, Jian An found herself at a loss as to where to go, realizing that she had no knowledge of the shaman Burwa's residence. As she traversed the path, the orcs passing by were taken aback by her blood-soaked appearance, and they approached her with concern, inquiring, Jian An, are you injured? Why are you covered in blood? Jian An grasped the arm of a nearby male with urgency and inquired, do you know where the shaman Burwa resides? Oh, I do. I shall lead you there at once. Following the male orc, Jian An arrived at Burwa's home. At that moment, he disregarded all notions of decorum and burst through the door. Chapter 70, The Awakening of Sichin Burwa. Are you here? Please, come quickly, Jian An shouted, frantically searching for Burwa's presence within the dwelling. Hearing the commotion, Burwa emerged from the inner room and was taken aback upon seeing Jian An covered in blood. He hurriedly approached. What has happened to you? It's not me, it's Sichin. He suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed. Please, we must see him. Jian An's voice trembled with a hint of sobbing. Stay calm. I will gather some supplies. Burwa retrieved various vials and jars, placing them into a cloth bag. They rushed back to the stone courtyard, where Sichin lay pale upon the ground, while Sualong stood vigil beside him, quietly weeping. Burwa quickly knelt beside Sichin, lifting his eyelids to inspect, and upon noticing the faintly purplish hue of his lips, he was alarmed. He called out to the males trailing behind him, hurry. Bring him inside. He has been poisoned. In the ensuing chaos, Sichin was carried into the stone house. Burwa produced a small knife and made an incision on Sichin's fingertip, collecting a sample of blood in a bowl. To his dismay, the blood, which should have been a vibrant red, appeared slightly darkened. Jian An stood anxiously by the bedside, cradling Sualong as he gazed at Sichin. Upon seeing Burwa rise, he hurried over, inquiring, Burwa, how is Sichin? Burwa furrowed his brow, shaking his head. Indeed, he has been poisoned. However, I cannot identify the specific toxin. For now, I can only administer an antidote to alleviate his condition. He produced a small porcelain vial, preparing to administer the medicine to Sichin. Yet, despite his best efforts, he found it impossible to do so, as Sichin was unconscious and unresponsive. What could be done? How could the antidote be ingested if he was unable to take it? This was truly exasperating. How could the young master have been poisoned in the first place? The several males behind them were equally distressed, their anxiety causing a chaotic flurry of movement. I shall do it, Jian An declared, taking the vial from Burwa's hands. He tilted his head back to take the medicine into his mouth, then bent down to gently feed it to Sichin, administering the antidote drop by drop. As Sichin finally swallowed the medicine, the tension in the room began to ease, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Jian An exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet her heart remained burdened. She had not forgotten the words spoken by Burwa, who had previously warned that the potion could merely alleviate the symptoms. Even Burwa was uncertain of the nature of the poison. What then was to become of Sichin? The shaman Burwa pondered. When would Sichin awaken? This was uncertain. Everyone made their way to the courtyard, allowing Sichin to rest in peace. Burwa, accompanied by several sturdy men, stepped out of the stone dwelling. Sualong tugged at Jian An's garment, asking, Sister An, will my brother be all right? Jian An gently coaxed a smile and patted his head, reassuring him, do not worry. Sichin will be just fine. Sualong, be a good boy and go rest. Sister An will watch over here. After soothing Sualong away, Jian An pulled a stool to the bedside, her heart aching as she gazed at the unconscious Sichin. She reached out and held his hand, whispering, Sichin, you must be all right. As moments ticked by, Sichin slowly opened his eyes. As Jian An beheld him awakening, a glimmer of joy illuminated her countenance. She hastily inquired with concern, Sichin, you are awake. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Noticing the fatigue etched upon Jian An's face, Sichin felt a pang of compassion. Gently caressing her cheek, he offered a faint smile and reassured her, I am fine, there is no need for worry. Jian An observed that Sichin's complexion had indeed improved from its previous pallor, prompting him to summon the shaman. Bo. After a thorough examination, Bo regarded Sichin with a furrowed brow and a grave expression. Although the poison had been contained, he cautioned that without a complete detoxification, its insidious effects could gradually permeate the internal organs, leading to a point where no remedy would suffice. Jian An's heart jolted, and with an anxious expression, she inquired, "Is there truly nothing you can do, Bo?" Bo sighed. "I have never encountered such a poison before. Sichin, do you recall how you were poisoned?" Chapter 71, Fury. Leaning weakly against the edge of the bed, Sichin shook his head slightly. "I was not harmed by any toxic plants or insects while hunting today." Bo's face reflected deep contemplation. "Have you consumed anything unusual?" Upon hearing Bo's question, Jian An interjected, "Sichin's food was also consumed by both Sarang and me." Jian An's thoughts drifted. They had all shared breakfast together, unless there was something Sichin had eaten that she did not. Suddenly, a realization flashed through her mind. Jian An let out a cry of realization. "I remembered that this afternoon, Mina had gifted me a string of crystal fruits, of which Shurchun had consumed a few. Meanwhile, she had been so engrossed in her playful antics with Shurchun that she had yet to partake of them. Quickly, bring the items here." Jian rushed out, retrieving the crystal fruit from the courtyard. Burwa brought forth a bowl, poured in a potion, and placed the crystal fruit within. The originally pale green liquid in the bowl gradually transformed into a deep black. Burwa's eyes sparkled with realization. This was indeed the one. Jian An's eyes widened in astonishment, her hand covering her mouth as she whispered in disbelief, "How could there be poison? Mina sent this. She had no reason to do such a thing." Sichin, aware of the close bond between An and Mina, felt a deep pang of distress at her shocked expression, and he spoke gently to comfort her. An. Perhaps Mina is unaware of it herself. Burwa's eyes gleamed with shrewdness as he glanced at the several males behind him. "Go and fetch Mina. Remember, do not mention Sichin's poisoning." The males, recognizing the gravity of the situation, promptly responded, "Yes, my lord." Moments later, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and Mina, accompanied by her partner Light and the previous males, entered the room. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Mina approached Jian An and grasped her arm, asking, "What has happened?" "I inquired with those males, yet they remained silent, only urging me to come quickly." Jian An firmly grasped Mina's arm, her emotions running high as she inquired, "Mina, pray tell, where did that string of crystal fruits originate?" Upon hearing Jian An's question, Mina's gaze faltered, and her words stumbled as she replied, It was traded from someone else." "You lie," Jian An asserted sternly, her expression grave as she regarded Mina. It was evident that Mina's evasive demeanor was indicative of deception. "What? Poisonous? How could that be?" Mina, already anxious from her dishonesty, glanced at the prostrate Sichin on the bed and the standing shaman Bo, and a wave of trepidation washed over her. Eventually, Mina lowered her head and recounted the events to the assembly. Upon absorbing Mina's account, Jian An felt a tumultuous surge within her chest, a fiery wrath constricting her breath, marking the first time she had ever harbored hatred for another. How dare Talise? Was murder a consequence of her envy? According to Mina, Talise's original intention had been to poison Jian An herself, but by a twist of fate, Sichin had succumbed to the toxin instead. Jian An was engulfed by a duality of fury towards Talise and guilt towards Sichin, all stemming from her. Jian An approached the bedside, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Sichin, I am so sorry. It's all my fault." Sichin's heart ached at the sight of Jian An on the verge of tears. He gently brushed the corners of her eyes, saying, "An, do not cry. This is not your fault." Yet, he could not help but feel a sense of relief that it was he who had been poisoned. If it had been An, the outcome was something he dared not imagine. Mina rushed over, embracing Jian An, weeping as she confessed, "Woo-woo. I'm so sorry, Jian An. It's all my fault for believing Talise. How could I be so foolish?" With that, she clung to Jian An and began to sob uncontrollably. Chapter 72. The fear of Talise. Bo, noticing the situation spiraling out of control, cleared his throat and spoke, "All right. What is paramount now is to find Talise and demand the antidote from her. You must bring Talise here, but let us keep Sichin's poisoning a secret. If the orcs in the city learn of Sichin's condition, it will surely incite unnecessary panic." The other males present felt a surge of indignation. Talise had always been willful and spoiled. Given the rarity of females, they had often overlooked her temper, but they could never have anticipated her resorting to poisoning. A female capable of such cruelty was one they would never desire, even if they remained single for life. A group of them marched determinedly towards Talise's home. Upon returning home, Talise sat restlessly, her eyelids twitching incessantly, as a foreboding sense of dread loomed over her. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks reverberated from the door. "Enough already. Stop knocking. You'll break the door." Talise's partner, Ward, was in the kitchen boiling water and hurried to open the door. As soon as the door swung open, several males rushed in, scanning their surroundings as they loudly inquired, "Where is Talise? Where is she? Bring her out." One of the males, named Vurin, strode directly towards the inner room. Ward, upon seeing this, swiftly obstructed his path, warily eyeing them. "What do you want with Talise?" She asked, resting inside. Yet, he could not shake the feeling of unease. What were they up to? Vurin glared at Ward, saying, "You'll find out soon enough. Bring her out. We must go to Sichin's house." Upon hearing that they were headed to the Master's residence, Ward considered the gravity of the situation and approached the door. "Talise, are you awake?" Talise, feeling agitated as she sat on her bed, heard Ward's voice from outside and irritably opened the door, exclaiming, "What do you want? Did I not tell you I was going to sleep?" Upon seeing the other male standing inside, her eyes widened slightly, and a sense of panic surged within her. With a hint of appeasement on his face, Ward explained, "They say Sichin needs to see you about something. We need to go." Talise's eyes widened in fear, and she quickly replied, "I want to go." As she attempted to slam the door shut, Jian, quick to react, wedged his hand against the doorframe and seized Talise, insisting, "You're going. Whether you like it or not." Talise screamed, "What are you doing?" "I said I want to go." She flailed her arms, trying to scratch Viren's face, hissing. Viren touched the scratch on his face and noticed the blood, revealing her fierce grip. He glowered at her, "You vile female." Seeing Talise struggle intensely, he hoisted her over his shoulder. Talise continued to scream, desperately pounding his back. "Help! You're killing me. How dare you treat me this way? I am the most beautiful female in White Tiger City, and I'm with child. Do you wish to be banished from White Tiger City?" Viren spat. "You should be grateful for the child in your womb. Otherwise, you would be the one facing expulsion." Ignoring her protests, he carried Talise like a hunted prey towards the stone courtyard. In the past, he would have never dared to treat a female this way, especially one carrying a child, as such an act would lead to banishment. But now, a female who would poison others was a different matter entirely. The weight of such a crime was clear in comparison to their master. Ward, witnessing Talise's treatment, felt a surge of anxiety and wanted to intervene. But the other three males firmly restrained him. One of them kindly advised, "Ward, you'll understand if you go with him." Despite this, he couldn't help but feel regret. Ward was one of the few two-star soul beasts in White Tiger City, yet he had chosen the wrong female. Chapter 73. Her hatred. Jian An offered Mina a comforting embrace, soothing her cries and calming the tumult of her earlier anger. Gently patting Mina's back, she spoke softly. "It's all right, Mina. This is not your fault. I understand your intentions were good, and so I shall not hold it against you." Ultimately, the entire ordeal had stemmed from her actions. Mina lifted her head, sniffling. "Jian An, do you truly not blame me? Will you still play with me in the future?" Observing the tears and snot adorning Mina's face, Jian An couldn't help but find the situation somewhat amusing. "No, I do not blame you. We will continue to play together." It should be me who is crying, yet she seems to be in greater distress. Upon hearing Jian An's words, Mina finally broke into a smile, although her eyes, swollen from weeping, now resembled mere slits, barely visible. Talise, hoisted by Vulin, had endured a bumpy ride that caused her to lose her breakfast, experiencing such rough treatment for the first time in her life. Upon their return to the stone courtyard, Vulin set Talise down, and as soon as her feet touched the ground, she collapsed, retching. Mina, seeing Talise, stormed up to her in fury. "Talise, how could you deceive me? Claiming you wanted to apologize to Jian An? You intended to poison her. How could you be so malicious?" Talise clutched her chest, regaining her breath. And upon lifting her gaze, she noticed the presence of Berwa, the healer, and Shurchin, who was reclining against the bed, alongside Jian An standing by the bedside, all wearing expressions of shock. Pointing at her, Shurchin exclaimed, "You, how could you? What do you mean? How am I unharmed?" Jian An advanced toward her, her eyes icy. "It is because of you that Shurchin is now poisoned. Why did you do this?" Jian An towered over the seated Talise, her voice laced with severity. Talise's face registered disbelief. "How is it possible? Shurchin is poisoned?" She glanced at Shurchin again, noting his pale complexion as he weakly leaned against the bed's edge. Jian An regarded her with a cold stare, for it was Sichin who had consumed the crystal fruit that Mina had sent. Talise, her eyes flushed and filled with fury, glared at Jian An, questioning why it was not this wretched wild female who had succumbed to poisoning. "Talise, quickly provide me with the antidote," she demanded. Jian An chose to disregard the malice laced within her words. The foremost priority was to obtain the antidote. It seemed Talise had not heard Jian An's plea, her gaze brimming with animosity as she fixated on Jian An, lamenting why she remained unscathed. Asserting that the one deserving of such a fate should indeed be Jian An gazed into the eyes of Talise, bewildered by the intensity of her hatred. "Why do you despise me so?" she pondered, convinced that their relationship had never escalated to such lethal animosity. "Why? How dare you question my animosity? It is all due to you, this wild female, who has usurped what rightfully belongs to me. Had you not appeared so abruptly, Sichin would have already been my partner. And as for Noel, it is not enough that you have taken Sichin, you wish to claim him as well. I am the most beautiful female of White Tiger City. They are all mine." Talise's crimson eyes fixed on Jian An, her voice a desperate howl. Observing the seemingly deranged Talise, Jian An shook her head, releasing a soft sigh. She could not comprehend the origin of Talise's delusion that everything should belong to her. While she understood that love could drive one to madness, she could not believe that Talise harbored genuine feelings for Sichin. It seemed more a product of their environment, where the rarity of females and the indulgence of males had led her to believe that everything she desired was rightfully hers. Sichin furrowed his brow, a flicker of irritation in his gaze. Talise's penetrating stare towards Jian An unsettled him. "Talise, even in the absence of Jian An, I would not choose you as my mate. I do not believe it. You are deceiving me." Talise vehemently shook her head, insisting that it could not be true. She was the most beautiful female of White Tiger City. How could Sichin not choose her? If it were not for this wild female, Sichin would have long been hers. That is the reality, Sichin replied coolly, diverting his gaze towards Jian An and beckoning her closer. He feared that Talise might become unhinged and harm Jian An. It was far more reassuring for him to keep her by his side. Jian An shot him a glare, her annoyance palpable. Approaching him, she lowered her gaze and noticed Sichin's slightly furrowed brows. She extended her finger, gently smoothing his brow. Do not frown. Sichin offered a faint smile, grasping her hand softly as he murmured, Come, sit beside me. Woad, his expression dark and foreboding, stepped forward and embraced the emotionally unhinged Talus from behind, exclaiming, Talus, stop this nonsense. Quickly produce the antidote. As Talus's first partner, he was well aware of her temperament. Although he was profoundly shocked by her act of poisoning, he felt compelled to intervene. If she surrendered the antidote, he would plead with the young master, who was known for his leniency and might show mercy. The antidote? What antidote? I do not have it, Talus responded without a moment's thought. Woad, perceiving her refusal to present the antidote as mere pretense, shook her shoulders forcefully, demanding, How can you not have the antidote? You are the one who administered the poison. Are you not? Wake up. Do you truly wish to be expelled from the White Tiger City? Talus gazed at him in bewilderment. Expelled from the White Tiger City? Why would I want that? You dared to poison someone without considering the consequences? As Talus gradually regained her composure, the gravity of the situation dawned on her, and fear began to seep into her heart. I truly do not possess the antidote. Borva stepped forward, his demeanor serious as he addressed Talus. Talus, where did your poison originate? A female seldom ventured outside, and such a rare toxin could not have come into her possession unless someone had given it to her. Now fully alert, Talus ceased her protests. A man in a black robe gave it to me. She recounted in fragments the encounter she had with the mysterious figure. Do you recall what he looked like? Borva pressed further. Talus shook her head. I do not know. He was entirely shrouded in black, and I could not discern his appearance. Upon hearing Talus's words, Jian An felt a jolt of surprise, soon followed by a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. She had never anticipated the situation would unfold in such a manner. Borva narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Talus. Noticing the panic in her eyes, he discerned she was not lying. With a warning glance at Woad, he instructed, Take Talus back. You know what to do. The White Tiger City lacked facilities for imprisoning offenders, and since Talus was with child, though guilty, the unborn child was innocent. Thus, they would have to wait until she gave birth before addressing the matter further. Yes, esteemed healer, Woad replied, supporting Talus as they departed. He understood the healer's intent. Upon returning, he would keep a close watch on Talus and would not allow her to step outside until the issue was resolved. Having failed to obtain the antidote from Talus, Jian An was in a state of desperation as she turned to Borva. Borva, esteemed healer, are there any alternative methods to counteract Sichin's poison? If there is no antidote and the poison's duration remains uncertain, I dare not contemplate the consequences. Perhaps there is another way, Borva mused. In the heart of the Wanchuan forest, there lies a gorge where a blood lotus flourishes. The blood lotus blooms once every 50 years and possesses the ability to neutralize a myriad of toxins. In my youth, I had the fortune of encountering it while foraging for herbs. At that time, the blood lotus was in a semi-bud state. Now, over 20 years have passed, and it is likely nearing full bloom. Only when it is fully open does it hold medicinal value, which is why I did not collect it back then. Chapter 75. Departure. Jian An felt an overwhelming joy upon hearing the news. Wonderful. Let us venture into the canyon to seek the blood lotus. Sichin will finally be saved. You all should accompany Sichin, Bowa remarked, glancing at the few males behind him. On this journey, we may encounter numerous unforeseen dangers. Having more companions will provide mutual support. Mina grasped Jian An's hand, a hint of pleading in her expression. Jian An, please allow Light to join us. Although Jian An assured her that she bore no ill will, Mina still felt a pang of guilt. Having Light along might prove beneficial, and it would also ease her own conscience. Mina, thank you, Jian An replied, holding her hand with gratitude, feeling fortunate to have formed a friendship with Mina. After discussing their plans, everyone departed to prepare for the journey ahead. Jian An sat at the edge of the bed, gently adjusting the corners of the blanket for Sichin, her voice laced with concern as she said, Sichin, do not worry. We will surely find the blood lotus. Rest for a while, and I shall prepare something for you to eat. Sichin offered a faint smile, stroking Jian An's dark hair, replying, If An believes we can find it, then we certainly shall. Encountering you has already been the most fortunate event of my life. As dawn broke, a beam of sunlight streamed in, casting a golden hue over the dwelling, adding a touch of tranquility and serenity to the atmosphere. Bowa and several males stood in the courtyard as Jian An and Sichin emerged from the house, exchanging cordial greetings. Bowa produced several porcelain vials and a rolled-up animal hide map from a cloth bag, advising Jian An, here are a few vials of antidote. Should Sichin feel any discomfort, ensure he takes one. Additionally, this is a map I sketched last night. Although over 20 years have passed, and some areas may have changed, it is better than having none at all. Understood, thank you, Jian An replied, carefully placing the vials and the map into her leather bag. Uncle Yazan, who returned to the stone courtyard the previous night, approached Sichin, his expression serious. Be cautious on your journey. If you cannot locate the blood lotus, return promptly, and we shall devise another plan. He recognized that since Mu Ro's passing, He had not been sufficiently attentive to his two sons, particularly Xichen, who had assumed responsibilities far beyond his years. Both as the lord of the city and the head of their household, Xichen nodded gently, a soft smile gracing his lips. I will. He affectionately ruffled the fur of Sualong beside him, adding, You must heed your father's words. Though his father was often taciturn, he understood the underlying concern. Indeed. Sualong replied with a firm nod. The previous day, the four males, along with Light, Xichen, and Jian An, formed a group of 7 as they made their way from the stone courtyard towards the city gate. Jian An sat upon the back of Xichen, turning to wave at Bo Hua, Sualong, and Uncle Yazan, who stood at the entrance of the courtyard. Upon exiting the city gates, the group quickened their pace, racing towards the direction of the forgotten river forest. Following the path lined with towering, verdant trees, they journeyed through the forest periphery until they reached its heart, where they finally slowed their strides and paused beside a grand tree. After several hours of unceasing travel, the sun now hung high in the sky, casting its radiant light upon them. Jian An slid down from Xichen's back, her entire body feeling somewhat stiff. Although the fur on Xichen's back was incredibly soft and comfortable to sit upon, she refrained from moving excessively, fearing it might disturb him. As Xichen reverted to his human form, Jian An hurriedly approached to examine his complexion. Noticing a slight pallor on his face and concern in his eyes, she inquired, Xichen, how are you feeling? Is there any discomfort? Though the toxin had been temporarily subdued, the damage inflicted by the poison on his body was irreparable. Xichen offered a faint smile, gently tucking a stray lock of Jian An's hair behind her ear, and reassured her, Do not worry, I am fine. Please take your medicine. Despite his assurances, Jian An could not quell her unease. Chapter 76, The First Kiss All Right. Xichen complied, accepting the porcelain bottle and consuming the potion, unwilling to burden An with his worries. Light and the 4 males ventured into the forest to hunt, while Jian An and Xichen remained behind to rest. After a simple lunch, the group took a brief respite before setting off, for none could ascertain how long Xichen's strength would endure. Jian An held the map painted by Bourgeois, seated upon the back of Shurchen, guiding the group along their journey. They ascended the left side of the forest and paused on a slope, for before them lay no further path. Jian An dismounted from Xichen's back, glanced at the map, and pushed aside the branches before her. Before long, a modest cave emerged before Jian An. Jian An pondered for a moment, glancing back at the group behind her. According to the map provided by the shaman, traversing this cave would lead them to the gorge. She bent down, preparing to step inside. An, stay close behind me, Xichen's voice rang out, halting her movement as he took the lead into the cave. It was pitch black within, and Jian An could see nothing. From ahead, Xichen's gentle voice echoed, An, hold onto my tail. Male orcs possessed the innate ability to see in the dark, while females, born in human form, were unable to discern their surroundings in the shadows. Jian An groped her way, grasping the tail of Xichen, and after a while, she noticed that the cave gradually widened. Even standing upright would not feel constricted. After approximately 10 minutes, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, casting a gentle warmth over the previously cold and dark cavern. Continuing forward, she faintly sensed a soft breeze intermingled with the fragrance of vegetation, which intensified with each step, as she pushed aside the branches that obscured the cave's entrance. A beam of light fell upon her, momentarily blinding her as she emerged from the shadows. Once her eyes adjusted, she beheld an expansive canyon, its concave shape framed by towering mountains in the distance. A group of travelers descended the slopes, winding their way along the mountain path. After roughly half an hour, they arrived at the canyon floor. In a flash of brilliance, Xichen transformed back into a refined young gentleman, gently taking Jian An's hand as they cautiously ventured forth into this unfamiliar terrain, where the lurking dangers remained unknown. The vegetation in the canyon thrived abundantly. As it was seldom trodden by human feet, the wild grasses reached up to Jian An's knees. Jian An gently held Shurchen's hand, cautiously following along, uncertain if there were snakes lurking in the grass. Women are inherently predisposed to fear serpents and insects. Upon emerging from the knee-high grass, the group traversed a rugged path, weaving through a lush grove, eventually arriving at the depths of a canyon. This enchanting locale, adorned with picturesque scenery and the melodious chirping of birds, felt as if it were isolated from the world. Nearby, a serene lake flowed, its banks adorned with a variety of flora. The water was crystal clear, gently rippling. The lake was adorned with an array of blooming lotus flowers, each vying for attention, while the air was imbued with a subtle fragrance of lotus, exuding an exquisite tranquility. As the sun gradually descended in the west, it painted half the sky in shades of crimson, enhancing the beauty of the surrounding landscape under the embrace of twilight. Jian An couldn't help but exclaim, "How beautiful! Such breathtaking scenery is indeed rare in the modern world." Xichen gently wrapped his arms around Jian An from behind. Sharing in the appreciation of this elusive beauty, Jian An naturally leaned into his embrace. Xichen smiled softly, lowering his gaze to the enchanting figure nestled in his arms. Bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, her delicate, porcelain-like skin radiated a gentle blush, while her long, curled eyelashes trembled like butterfly wings. Her crimson lips were inviting, almost tempting to pluck. Xichen's gaze grew increasingly fervent as he stared at Jian An, utterly captivated by her beauty. Sensing the intensity of his gaze, Jian An lifted her head, just as their lips met in a tender kiss. Chapter 77. A moment of warmth initially. It was merely a brush of lips, the origin of which was unclear. As the kiss deepened, it transformed into a passionate entanglement, their tongues igniting a fire that spread like wildfire. A discreet cough suddenly interrupted their fervor, causing them to part swiftly. Sichin remained composed, while Jian An's cheeks flushed crimson. Sichin turned toward the intruder, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Fu Luan, blushing, offered an awkward chuckle. In truth, he had been present for quite some time, hesitating before finally speaking up as dusk approached. "I apologize for interrupting. Earlier, Light discovered a cave nearby and asked me to check with you, Master. Are we planning to spend the night there?" Fu Luan ran his fingers through his hair, glancing at Jian An, who hid behind Sichin like a startled creature. Her adorable demeanor softened his heart, making him wish to be her companion. Sichin nodded, taking Jian An's hand as they headed towards the cave. Jian An and Sichin entered the cavern, which was vast enough that even with Jian An's party of 7 present, it did not feel crowded. Light gathered a bundle of twigs and arranged them on the ground, igniting them with flint. Instantly, the dim cave transformed into a warm and luminous sanctuary, while Viren and 3 other males ventured out to hunt. Jian An retrieved a vial of potion from her leather bag and handed it to Sichin, urging him to drink. Reminiscing about their previous encounters, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Although they had become lovers, such intimate moments were inevitable, yet it was indeed her first kiss. "All right," Sichin replied, accepting the porcelain bottle. Noticing the faint blush still gracing her cheeks, a tender smile crept onto his lips. It appeared that they would need to engage in more intimate exchanges, for it would not do for an to remain so bashful. Meanwhile, Viren and Light diligently prepared the spoils of their hunt, skewering the captured prey and roasting them over the fire. Jian An had nibbled on a small piece of roasted meat when drowsiness overtook her, and she yawned repeatedly, fatigued from the day's journey. Observing the weariness etched on her face, Sichin felt a pang of sympathy. He casually consumed a bit of the roasted meat before rising to exit the cave. He gathered some clean leaves and spread them in a corner of the cave, taking Jian An's hand and leading her to the makeshift bedding, transforming into his beast form. He spoke gently, and then, "Let us rest." Jian An rubbed her eyes and lay on the leaves, turning to embrace Sichin's sturdy form, unable to suppress a sigh of contentment. "Ah, it feels so warm." Sichin's body was both soft and warm, enveloping her like a large plush toy. His deep blue beastly eyes silently regarded Jian An, and upon hearing her steady breathing, he leaned his head closer to her face and closed his eyes to rest. The morning breeze wafted into the cave, rustling the leaves outside. In the corner of the cave, a young girl held a black and white striped tiger. Her waist-length black hair cascaded like a waterfall, her skin as pale as snow, with cheeks that blushed a delicate pink. Her curled eyelashes fluttered slightly as she opened her eyes, revealing orbs as clear and luminous as the moon reflected in water. Sichin sensed the awakening of the figure nestled in his embrace. Opening his beastly eyes, which sparkled like sapphires, he gazed at her with an expression brimming with affection. "Awake, are you?" Jian An lifted her head and smiled sweetly at Sichin. After a night of rest, the fatigue that had weighed upon her was completely dispelled. In a flash of brilliance, a dashing young man clad in white appeared before Jian, and Sichin gently embraced her, lowering his head to place a tender kiss upon her forehead. In an instant, Jian An's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She realized that she felt completely at ease when confronted with Sichin's beastly form. Yet she could not help but feel a sense of shyness when faced with his human guise. After all, he was still Sichin. Why did this disparity exist? Jian An cast a playful glare at him, rising to smooth her hair. At that moment, the cave held only the two of them. Chapter 78. A change of events. Jian An brushed off her clothes and stepped out of the cave. Sichin chuckled softly, rising to follow her. As they emerged from the cave, they happened upon Viren and Light returning with their catch. Viren ruffled his hair and greeted Jian An with a cheerful smile. "Jian An, good morning. You're up." Jian An smiled gently, greeting him with a soft good morning. Approaching the lakeside, she bent down to cradle a handful of water, feeling the slight coolness on her face, which fully awakened her senses. As she was about to rise, her gaze inadvertently caught a glimpse of her reflection in the water. A blood-red lotus swayed gracefully beneath the surface, causing her eyes to widen in astonishment as she gasped. She lifted her head to search for its image on the lake's surface, yet despite her meticulous scrutiny, the crimson lotus remained elusive. How strange. Just moments ago, she had distinctly seen its reflection. Hearing Jian An's exclamation, Sichin and the others rushed over, fearing something was amiss. Sichin swiftly pulled Jian An into his embrace. Concern etched upon his face as he inquired, "An, what happened?" His eyes scanned her for any signs of distress, but found none. "I saw the blood lotus." Jian An replied, her expression radiant with joy as she looked up at him. "The blood lotus? Where?" Yulin, ever the impatient one, strode to the lake's edge upon hearing her words. "I saw its reflection in the water just now, but I can't find it on the surface." Jian An explained while tugging Sichin towards the lakeside. Sichin pondered thoughtfully, could it be that it's not merely a reflection? Are you suggesting it grows underwater? Jian An's clear eyes sparkled with excitement like stars in the night sky. "Regardless of where it grows, we shall discover the truth," Yulin declared. Leaping into the lake without a moment's hesitation, Jian An stood anxiously by the shore, unconsciously tightening her grip on Sichin's hand. Sensing her unease, Sichin gently tousled her hair and spoke softly, Do not worry. Jian An nodded, exhaling deeply to help herself relax. After a brief moment, Thuluin emerged from the water, his face alight with excitement. Haha, the young master truly is a blood lotus. I never imagined it would grow in the water. How shall we pluck it? He hesitated, fearing he might damage it, and thus refrained from hastily reaching for it. Jian An reminisced about the admonitions given to her by Boa before his departure. The shaman Boa had mentioned the importance of harvesting the entire root along with the stem, as this would prolong its preservation. Ah, very well. I shall retrieve it, she declared, before plunging into the water. When she emerged, she held a lotus flower the size of a bowl, a bloom resplendent in its rich, blood-red hue, fully unfurled in all its glory. Jian An's face lit up with joy as she carefully accepted the blood lotus, cradling it in her hands. How wonderful! There was hope for Si Chen's poison. She had not anticipated such smooth progress. Holding the blood lotus, Si Chen also felt elated, observing the radiant smile on Jian An's face. His eyes glimmered with affection as he embraced her waist. Let us have breakfast before returning to White Tiger City. Beyond the joy of obtaining the blood lotus, he was even more grateful for the opportunity to be by An's side once again. Jian An replied, smiling and nodding. Just as they turned to leave, the lake began to change gradually, ripples spreading outward in concentric circles. Suddenly, with a thunderous splash, a dark figure surged forth from the water, hurtling towards Jian An. Si Chen reacted swiftly, pushing Jian An aside and instantly transforming into his beast form, sinking his fangs into the shadow that threatened her. Observing this, Thuluin and the others swiftly transformed into their beast forms as well, launching themselves into the fray. Jian An was pushed to the ground by Si Chen, and it was at this moment that he finally discerned the nature of their assailant, a colossal black python, measuring over 10 meters in length. Jian An had never encountered such a colossal serpent before, and she was so terrified that her eyes widened, leaving her frozen on the ground. After a brief moment of hesitation, she scrambled to her feet, clutching the blood lotus, and dashed towards the cave behind her. The black python evidently had no intention of letting her escape. Its massive body writhed violently, breaking free from Si Chen's grasp. Chapter 79. Injured even though the serpent's flesh had been mangled and torn by Si Chen's bite, it lunged fiercely at Jian An, as if engaging in a desperate struggle for survival. Jian An was ensnared by a creeping vine, causing her to tumble to the ground. As she gazed up at the imposing serpent's head looming nearby, its jaws gaped wide, releasing a foul stench that assaulted her senses. Thick, viscous liquid dripped incessantly from the corners of its mouth, while the chilling glimmer of its vertical pupils sent shivers down her spine. Jian An's pupils constricted, her heart momentarily halting in fear. Yet, fueled by an inexplicable surge of courage, she seized a stone from the ground and hurled it at the black python's head. In the instant it struck the serpent, she too was caught by the lash of its tail, sending her hurtling through the air. Jian An fell in a parabolic arc onto the nearby grass, momentarily engulfed in darkness, his mind buzzing with confusion. A sudden sweetness flooded his throat, and a mouthful of fresh blood erupted from his lips. And Si Chen, witnessing this harrowing scene, felt his heart shatter. His gaze turning icy as a bloodthirsty killing intent surged forth. With a powerful leap, he lunged at the black python's vulnerable spot, baring his glistening teeth, and ruthlessly tore the serpent asunder. The black python writhed violently for a few moments before its body gradually slackened, lying lifeless upon the ground. Jian An lay weakly on the ground, observing the scene until the black python finally succumbed to lifelessness, at which point she could no longer bear it and fainted. The silver bracelet that had quietly adorned her wrist suddenly shimmered with a faint golden light, while the blood that had splattered onto her hand began to flow back, entirely absorbed by the bracelet. As the golden glow faded, the bracelet returned to its ancient form, yet the silver band appeared even more luminous than before. Time became an indistinct blur, and Jian An eventually felt a warm sensation on her face. With great effort, she opened her eyes to find herself cradled in Si Chen's embrace. Raising her head, she gazed into his profound eyes, which were filled with concern and guilt, causing her heart to ache. She attempted to smooth the furrowed brow that betrayed his distress, only to realize she lacked the strength to move even a single finger. Forcing a weak smile, she whispered, Si Chen, I am fine. Inan, does it hurt? Si Chen tenderly caressed her face, overwhelmed with self-loathing. How could he have allowed Inan to be harmed? Watching her frail form with closed eyes felt as though his heart was being cleaved by a knife. A pain so profound it rendered him breathless. Jian An initially intended to assert that she felt no pain. However, with each breath, a sharp ache coursed through her chest. She could not help but wonder if all her bones were fractured. Observing the sorrow reflected in Si Chen's eyes, Jian An felt a surge of emotion. Her nose tinged with bitterness, and her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She gazed at Si Chen with a sense of grievance, and the tears fell like pearls strung on a broken thread. Perhaps when alone, one might feign strength, yet in the presence of someone who genuinely cares, even the slightest injustice becomes unbearable, igniting a desire to confide and seek solace. In that moment, Jian An, having endured so much, could hardly suppress her fear. It was merely a day of bravery. As he witnessed her tear-streaked visage, each droplet seemed to pierce his heart, wrenching it with anguish. Gently, he reached to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes and spoke in a hushed voice, Inan, my dear, do not cry. Please tell me where it hurts. Jian An remained silent, shaking her head and weeping softly. Upon witnessing this, Sichin felt an overwhelming urgency, yet found himself powerless. Only able to wipe away her tears repeatedly, her eyes appeared to hold a spring of sorrow, and no matter how much he tried, the falling teardrops could not be cleansed. She wept for an extended period, as if attempting to pour out all the grievances within her heart. It was only when exhaustion overtook her that her sobs gradually subsided. Seeing her tears cease, Sichin breathed a sigh of relief, although his heart remained heavy. He was not a healer and could not discern the extent of Jian An's injuries. Chapter 80. Jian An's fragility. Jian An was merely an ordinary female. Being cast to the ground in such a manner surely inflicted internal harm. Are you hungry, An? Jian entered, his face alight with joy upon seeing Jian An awake, his voice barely concealing his excitement. Jian An, you have finally awakened. You frightened us terribly. When he had witnessed her being thrown, he had feared the worst, thinking, it is over, such a delicate female may not survive. Now, seeing her conscious, he too felt a wave of relief wash over him. Light and 3 other males soon arrived, sharing in Sichin's joy at Jian An's awakening. Light approached Sichin, saying, young master, I have prepared some bone broth for Jian An to drink. Earlier, he had hewn a stone pot, knowing that females often relish soup. Mina was particularly fond of it. It was evident that the established males differed significantly from Jian and the other single beasts. Sichin held the stone bowl, reminiscing about Suolong's refusal to take medicine. He gazed at Jian An, his tone gentle as he coaxed, An, dear, let us have a bit of soup. It will make you feel better, shall we? Jian An cast him a glance. Had it not been for the pervasive pain coursing through her body, she would have engaged him in a proper discussion. She harbored doubts about whether he was employing the same tactics he used to soothe Suolang on her. Nevertheless, she obediently consumed the soup. The warm liquid flowed into her stomach, enveloping her in a comforting warmth, and she indeed felt somewhat better, regaining a modicum of strength. With great difficulty, Jian An moved her hands and feet, to her astonishment discovering that her bones were intact. Only her chest continued to throb with a dull ache. Upon awakening, devoid of sensation in her limbs, she had feared she would be incapacitated, destined to spend her later years confined to a bed. To her surprise, she proved to be quite resilient, and her thoughts began to wander. Seeing the worry etched on Sichin's face, Jian An couldn't help but offer reassurance. I apologize for causing you concern. I feel much improved. Sichin's gentle gaze rested upon her as he spoke softly. Let us remain here for a couple more days, allowing you to regain your strength before we return to Baihu City. You are still quite weak, and long-distance travel is inadvisable. But that cannot be. Your poison remains unremedied. Although they had procured the blood lotus, they were unsure of its proper usage. All they could do was await their return to seek assistance from Bohua. Every moment of delay increased the peril to Sichin's health. Sichin, with an untroubled smile, squeezed her hand and replied, I assure you, my condition is stable, but in your current state, you cannot travel. The toxin, while having entered his bloodstream, had yet to infiltrate his vital organs. He surmised it to be a slow-acting poison. Who says I am incapable? I can manage. With that, Jian An attempted to rise, but as she propped herself up, a sharp pain pierced through her chest, causing her to cry out and collapse back into Sichin's embrace. Her complexion paling as beads of sweat formed on her brow. The pain was excruciating, prompting her to curse in frustration. Sichin was taken aback by her sudden movement. His eyes reflecting disapproval mingled with concern. An, do not move about recklessly, he admonished gently. He understood that she was worried for him, just as he was for her. With a soft sigh, he continued in a soothing tone, An, my condition is not critical at the moment. Do not push yourself. Remember, I am a 4-star soul beast. How could I possibly be overwhelmed by such a minor poison? A delay of 2 days is inconsequential. Jian An clutched her chest. Gasping for breath, her eyes filled with accusation as she glared at him. You are deceiving me. If they truly possess such remarkable power, why have they not come here? Yet, given her current physical condition, she found herself incapable of continuing the journey. The desire to assist only seemed to complicate matters for Sichin, leaving her feeling utterly inept. A wave of self-reproach washed over her, and her nose tinged with a hint of sorrow. What was wrong with her? She was not typically one to weep, yet tears threatened to spill forth. In moments of illness and injury, one can feel both fragile and overly sensitive. And she could not help but scorn herself for this vulnerability. Chapter 81. The moon goddess's realm. As twilight descended, the bright moon ascended to its zenith, casting a silvery glow over the entire canyon, transforming the world into a shimmering expanse of silver. Jian An nestled comfortably in Sichin's embrace, lost in a deep slumber. Anyone witnessing the scene before them would undoubtedly be astounded. At that moment, she radiated a golden glow, but in the blink of an eye, Jian An vanished from her spot. As she drifted in and out of sleep, she sensed herself floating amidst the clouds, her body weightless. A gentle breeze caressed her face, prompting Jian An to stir, instinctively reaching out for Sichin's warm form. However, after a prolonged search, her fingers encountered only a hard, cool object, reminiscent of stone. Stone? Slightly bewildered, Jian An opened her eyes, only to be taken aback by the breathtaking scenery surrounding her. There were mountains, rivers, forests, and expansive fields, though modest in size. They undeniably formed the nascent shape of a world. Staring wide-eyed at this completely unfamiliar landscape, Jian An was filled with astonishment. Where was she? Had she traversed time once more? As she pondered this, a cascade of information flooded her mind. The moon god bracelet. An ancient spatial artifact forged by the moon god of the divine realm, known as the moon goddess space. Jian An was utterly astonished. She could hardly fathom that the bracelet she had worn all along was, in fact, a divine artifact, more precisely, a spatial artifact. No, to be more exact. It had transformed into a miniature world. Divine artifacts, are they not entities that dwell solely within the realms of fiction? It was beyond her wildest imagination that such a thing truly existed, let alone that it was now in her possession. How fantastical this reality seemed. Yet, upon further reflection, her ability to traverse dimensions and the transformation of beasts into humans, were these not equally miraculous phenomena? Jian An gradually emerged from her stupor, her fingers brushing against the silver bracelet adorning her wrist, which seemed to signify that she possessed a miniature universe. Rising to her feet, she inhaled the pure air, distinct from that outside, bringing her immense relief. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if every pore in her body had been opened, alleviating the persistent ache in her chest. As she strolled along the fields, Jian An stumbled upon an orchard. Intrigued, she ventured inside. The orchard was vast, brimming with a myriad of fruits she had never encountered before. She plucked a small fruit that resembled a grape but bore a rare pink hue, one she had never seen before. As she harvested this peculiar fruit, information about it spontaneously emerged in her mind. The beauty fruit, known to enhance one's complexion, consuming one could rejuvenate the skin, and with prolonged use, one's youthful appearance could be perpetuated. Jian An was astonished. How extraordinary. This was no ordinary fruit. It was clearly a divine delicacy. What woman does not cherish beauty? Naturally, Jian An was no exception. Contemplating this, she placed the beauty fruit into her mouth. The succulent flesh was sweet and delectable, causing her to involuntarily squint her eyes in delight. Even without its miraculous effects, she would yearn to indulge in this exquisite flavor every single day. Jian An wandered to a fruit tree, laden with fruits resembling oranges, and plucked one. This medicinal fruit, known for its ability to staunch bleeding and heal wounds, could also treat internal injuries when consumed directly. Internal healing? Jian An peeled the medicinal fruit and placed a segment into her mouth. Its flesh was sweet and juicy, leaving a lingering fragrance. Soon, she felt a surge of invigorating energy coursing through her limbs, ultimately converging in her chest. The once excruciating pain in her thorax was enveloped in warmth, the sharp discomfort dissipating entirely. Jian An's eyes sparkled with wonder. Indeed, it was miraculous. As her thoughts wandered, she pondered whether a fruit with the ability to heal internal injuries might also possess detoxifying properties. With this in mind, she continued to harvest the fruits from the tree. The more she gathered, the more astonished she became. Fruits that promised longevity, alleviation of insomnia, enhanced strength, and even those that aided fertility. Despite having collected a significant amount, she found no fruit that could detoxify, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. How could it be that among so many beneficial effects, there was none for detoxification? Chapter 82. Detoxification. With her thoughts focused on detoxification, it seemed as though the moon goddess's realm sensed her yearning. A few steps away, a fruit tree shimmered with a faint golden light, as if beckoning Jian An closer. Jian An hurried to the fruit tree and plucked a single fruit, her heart swelling with joy. The detox fruit, with its juice capable of warding off the venom of snakes and insects, could counteract a multitude of toxins when consumed directly. This was it. She had finally found it. Though they had already discovered the blood lotus, if she could administer the antidote to Sichin even a moment sooner, he could find peace of mind at last. The detox fruit was now in her possession. However, she pondered how to exit this place. Jian An felt a wave of confusion wash over her, as she was still unsure how she had entered. Recalling the luminous fruit tree from earlier, she silently chanted, "Out! Out!" In the blink of an eye, she found herself back in the cave. Before she could revel in her good fortune, her body was suddenly enveloped in a warm embrace. Sichin held her tightly, his voice tinged with a hint of hoarseness. "An, where have you been?" He had just realized her absence and, despite his efforts, could not sense any trace of her presence. Feeling Sichin's body tremble slightly, Jian An was overcome with guilt. She must have frightened him terribly. She gently patted his back, whispering, "I'm sorry, Sichin. I'm fine." He nodded, inhaling the faint, delicate fragrance that emanated from her, which brought him some semblance of tranquility. He had feared, more than anything, that An might vanish completely. The thought was far more agonizing than witnessing her in pain. Jian An felt a faint dampness on her shoulder. Gently pushing aside Sichin, she beheld the tears streaming down his face. Jian An's heart jolted violently. She could hardly fathom that a man as radiant and unblemished as Sichin would shed tears for her. Jian An extended her hands to gently caress his handsome visage, her soft lips tenderly kissing away the tears upon his face. Sichin ceased his weeping, obediently responding to her soothing words. "I promise I will never suddenly disappear again." Mimicking the way he often comforted her, she offered gentle reassurances. Sichin's heart raced as he gazed at Jian An, his eyes brimming with disbelief that the exceedingly shy An would dare to initiate a kiss with him. Jian An felt a sense of embarrassment under his gaze, startled by her own audacious action. Had it not been for the sight of Sichin in tears, she would not have dared to act in such a manner. "Sichin, take this, consume it, and your poison will be alleviated." With an air of offering, Jian An presented the antidote fruit before him, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Si-chun accepted the fruit, his expression clouded with confusion. Where had An procured this fruit? Why had she suddenly vanished only to reappear? A multitude of questions swirled in his mind. Jian An discerned his confusion. She too felt bewildered by the unfolding events. She pondered whether to reveal everything to Si-chun, fearing he might regard her as an anomaly. She needed to contemplate how best to convey her thoughts to him. Si-chun, I understand you must have many questions. I will gradually share everything with you. For now, please consume the detoxifying fruit. Trust me, regardless of the circumstances, I will never harm you. Si-chun smiled softly, gently tousling her dark hair. Of course, I trust you, An. No matter what happens, I will stand by your side. Even if she chose not to disclose certain matters, he would not pry. As long as An remained by him, he would feel content. Si-chun grasped the fruit and took a bite. A wave of warmth surged through his veins, prompting him to expel a mouthful of black blood. The suffocating sensation that had weighed upon him dissipated, and he sensed a newfound vitality in his soul power. Observing him expel the black blood, Jian An inquired with concern. Si-chun, how do you feel? Do not worry, I am well. I had no idea this fruit possessed such remarkable properties. I wonder if the poison has been purged. She mused, feeling somewhat troubled. Logically, it should have been effective. The space would not deceive her. Yet, lacking medical knowledge, she was uncertain how to verify the outcome. Si-chun chuckled lightly. We will know soon enough. In the next moment, he watched as the nail of his left index finger elongated gradually. With a gentle stroke across the palm of his right hand, a copious amount of crimson blood flowed forth. Its hue vibrant rather than the dark shade it had previously been. Jian An's face lit up with delight, as it seemed the poison had been neutralized. Gazing at his palm, which was bleeding profusely, she shot him a fierce glare. This man truly had no regard for his own well-being. It was imperative to staunch the bleeding quickly. After all, there were hemostatic fruits within the space. Jian An silently recited the word hemostatic in her mind. Suddenly, a medicinal orange materialized in her hand. Si-chun, noticing the unexpected appearance of the fruit, furrowed his brow in suspicion. Jian An peeled the medicinal orange, extracting a few segments and squeezing the juice onto Si-chun's wound. The injury healed at a visibly rapid pace, ultimately leaving no trace behind. Although she was already aware of the fruit's miraculous properties, witnessing the scene before her elicited a fresh wave of astonishment. Upon lifting her gaze, she met Si-chun's wide-eyed expression of disbelief. Jian An fidgeted with her fingers, biting her lip as she reached a resolution. Si-chun, what I am about to share may seem utterly unbelievable to you, but I hope you understand that I do not wish to conceal anything from you. With careful consideration, Jian An disclosed the matter of the moon goddess bracelet and the moon goddess space to him. After speaking, she fixed her gaze upon him. Noticing that he exhibited no signs of surprise, this prompted her to reflect. Indeed, Si-chun was unfazed, maintaining his composure in the face of any circumstance. Unbeknownst to her, Si-chun was already deeply astonished, yet he managed to keep his expression neutral. Suppressing the tumult of emotions within, he looked at Jian An and inquired, So, are you saying that as long as you wish, you can enter that moon goddess space at any time? Jian An contemplated briefly, pondering that it should be thus, and decided to give it a try. She silently recited her intention, and in an instant, Jian An found herself within the enigmatic space. A surge of joy filled her heart as she discovered the remarkable intelligence of this realm. Unlike modern technology that responds to voice commands, this was far more advanced. It was governed by her very thoughts. With a mere flicker of her mind, Jian An returned to the cave. Si-chun witnessed her vanish and reappear before his eyes. Although a hint of skepticism lingered, his doubts were entirely dispelled, not in questioning An's words, but rather in grappling with the astonishing nature of this phenomenon. Jian An gazed at Si-chun with a gentle smile, marveling at the wonder before her. Indeed, it was truly astonishing. With this newfound ability, she could retreat into the space whenever danger approached. The image of her injured self from earlier today was one she wished never to witness again. Upon hearing Si-chun's words, Jian An felt a stirring within her heart, a subtle wave of emotion washing over her. Faced with such an extraordinary phenomenon, one naturally becomes curious about the treasures hidden within that space. Yet, her foremost concern was her own safety. Given Si-chun's tendency to prioritize his own well-being, how could she not be affected by such sentiments? Turning her gaze towards him, her clear eyes reflecting earnestness, she declared, Si-chun, let us become bonded partners upon our return. Since their relationship had been established, he had never broached the topic of partnership. She understood his respect for her, and with this awareness, how could she remain indifferent? Love is not merely about taking. It also demands a willingness to give. Si-chun was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing uncontrollably, his eyes shimmering with delight. An, what did you just say? He questioned, doubting whether he was caught in a delightful illusion. Jian An had never before witnessed such a bewildered expression on Si-chun's face, which sparked within her a playful inclination. Her eyes glimmered with mischief as she smiled slyly, saying, I haven't said a word. Si-chun, perceiving the cunning glint in her gaze, realized she was teasing him. With a resigned chuckle, he affectionately brushed his fingers against Jian An's delicate little nose, exclaiming, You little rascal. Jian An wrinkled her nose playfully and stuck out her tongue, exclaiming, Ha ha, it's not my fault you didn't hear it. It was already quite embarrassing for her to utter such words, and to repeat them would be beyond her capabilities. Chapter 84. Uncle Yazin's recovery. Sichin gazed into her eyes, which sparkled with a radiant light. His gaze descended, landing upon Jian An's luscious, crimson lips. The delightful sensations they evoked tightened his heart, intensifying his longing. At last, he could no longer restrain himself and leaned down, capturing the lips he had yearned for so desperately. Jian An was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, her eyelashes fluttering as she closed her eyes in response to his tender kiss. The night was imbued with warmth, yet ultimately, it could not withstand the relentless passage of time. After a long day of travel, Jian An and her companions finally returned to Baihu City. As she stepped into the stone courtyard, a small white figure suddenly leaped into her embrace. Had it not been for Sichin's supportive hand from behind, she would have surely tumbled to the ground. "Sister An, you have finally returned. I was so worried." Sorry murmured, nestling into Jian An's arms, his voice muffled. Over the past few days, his anxiety had diminished his appetite significantly. Jian An gently stroked his fluffy little head, reassuring Sualong, "Do not worry. For we have all returned safely, haven't we?" She felt a pang of guilt for allowing the innocent Sualong to fret. Sualong sniffled, and upon seeing Sister An return, his heart brimmed with joy. He had feared he might never see her again. The beastly Uncle Yazin approached them, his jaws opening and closing as he inquired, "Was the journey smooth?" Shurchin nodded, confirming that everything had gone well and the poison had been neutralized, alleviating the concerns of their paternal guardian. "Ah, that is a relief. You must be weary. Please return to your quarters and rest," he advised. Now that he knew Shurchin's health was no longer in jeopardy, he felt a sense of ease. Had anything gone awry, he would have been too ashamed to face Shurchin's mother. Jian An gazed at Uncle Yazin's beastly silhouette. Her thoughts stirred. She pulled Shurchin back to the stone house and retrieved a medicinal fruit from her space. "Shurchin, please present this medicinal fruit to Uncle Yazin. It may alleviate his old wounds." Shurchin accepted the fruit, gratitude gleaming in his eyes. "An, thank you. Oh, there's no need to be so formal with me. What are we to each other? In the future, please refrain from expressing thanks. Uncle Yazin is his paternal beast and will be her kin as well. Is it not natural to treat family with kindness?" Shurchin smiled gently, ruffling her hair. "All right, I want to say it again. Inan, do exercise caution when utilizing the moon goddess space in the future. Such a wondrous treasure brings forth risks each time it is employed. Should others discover that you possess such a precious item, they may be tempted to seize it." "Yes, I understand. I shall be careful moving forward." She grasped the principle that a man without guilt may still bear the burden of possessing treasures, given her frail nature. She was aware she could not protect it and might even endanger Shurchin. The night swiftly passed, and as Jian An emerged from the stone house, she paused, taken aback by the sight of a man watering the flowers in the courtyard. Who could this person be? The man was tall and robust, his short silver hair glimmering in the morning light. Sensing Jian An's presence, he turned, revealing a finely chiseled visage, his elegantly thin lips curving slightly upwards. "Jian An." Jian An slightly opened her eyes, marveling at the handsome gentleman before her. "Are you Uncle Yazin?" she inquired, her tone tinged with uncertainty. Uncle Yazin revealed a refined smile, his blue eyes radiating the warmth of a caring elder. "Indeed. I have heard from Sichin that the fruit meant to heal internal injuries was specially procured by you for my benefit." "Thank you, Jian An." Jian An felt a twinge of embarrassment. "No need to thank me. You are not only Sichin's father, but also my father," she inadvertently blurted out. Realizing the implications of her words, her face flushed crimson, and she hastily covered her mouth, thinking, "Oh my, what am I saying? How utterly shameless." In response, Uncle Yazin chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "You were quite right. From now on, there is no need to call me uncle. You can refer to me as father just like Sichin does." He felt both delighted and gratified that Sichin had found a companion like Jian in Chapter 85, familial bonds and friendship. Jian An lowered her head, twisting her fingers, and softly exclaimed, Father Beast." This elicited another hearty laugh from Uncle Yazin. When Sichin approached from the backyard and heard the laughter of Father Beast, a subtle smile graced his lips. It had been a long time since he had witnessed such unrestrained joy from him. He walked over to Jian An and inquired, "What are you discussing?" Noticing her flushed cheeks and exceedingly shy demeanor, Uncle Yazin turned to Sichin with a grin and remarked, "Sichin, you and Jian An should hasten to become partners. I am eagerly anticipating assisting you in raising little ones. This household has felt too desolate since Mu Ro's departure." Sichin gazed at Jian An with affectionate eyes and replied, "Yes, soon." Upon hearing his response, Jian An's face turned crimson, wishing she could instantly vanish into the earth. When Mina learned that Light had returned and found the blood lotus, she hurriedly rushed to the stone courtyard after breakfast. Spotting Jian An sitting in the courtyard, Mina dashed over and embraced her, exclaiming, "Jian An, you have finally returned. I was so worried." She was so anxious that she had scarcely found time to think about delicious food. A genuine smile blossomed on Jian An's face as she gently patted Mina, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Mina. See, I am perfectly well." Mina, seating herself beside Jian An with a look of concern, inquired, "I am so relieved to hear that you are fine. I heard from Light that you have found the blood lotus?" "Yes, the poison in Sichin has been cured," Jian An replied. "However, it was not the blood lotus that did the trick, but rather the detoxifying fruit from my space. The blood lotus is currently resting in my realm. Mina exhaled a sigh of relief, her hand pressed against her chest. That is wonderful news. I shall certainly be able to enjoy an extra bowl of rice when I return home today. She had been worried over the past few days. Knowing that Jian An had only been consuming a single bowl at each meal, Jian An gazed at her in utter disbelief, questioning whether Mina truly consumed an inadequate amount. Mina was perpetually preoccupied with thoughts of food. That's true. By the way, Jian An, have you visited Talise? The mere mention of Talise ignited a surge of anger within Mina. She nearly felt herself transforming into a sinner because of her. If young Master Sichin were to suffer any misfortune, she would be burdened with guilt for a lifetime. Upon hearing Talise's name, Jian An's smile gradually faded. Why would I go see her? She feared that if she did, she might succumb to the urge to engage in a fierce confrontation with Talise. You may not be aware, but Talise is currently confined at home. I heard that upon learning of your return yesterday, she began to stir, clamoring to see the young master. However, the young master will certainly disregard her. Once she gives birth to the cubs next spring, she will be expelled from White Tiger City, Mina whispered conspiratorially into Jian An's ear. Jian An's face revealed a glimmer of understanding. She felt no sympathy for Talise, who was on the verge of being expelled from the White Tiger City. Although Sichin was now unscathed, it did not erase the sins she had committed in the past. Mistakes warrant punishment. She chose to refrain from discussing it further, trusting that Sichin would handle the situation appropriately. Jian An did not harbor hatred towards Talise anymore. Instead, she felt a tinge of pity for her. Before Mina departed, Jian An made a brief visit to the stone house, retrieving several fruit that could aid in conception from her space. She merely mentioned they were ordinary fruits found in the forest, knowing Mina had longed for offspring. She hoped to assist her. Jian An always treated those who were kind to her with sincerity. Under a moonlit sky adorned with sparse stars, after dinner, Jian An returned to her room early. She indulged in a fragrant hot bath and donned a delicate pink gown, sitting anxiously by the bedside, reflecting on Sichin's words before she left the main house. An, wait for me tonight. His warm yet slightly husky voice was like an enchanting siren call, rendering Jian An powerless against his allure, yearning to succumb to him. A crisp knock echoed through the air, jolting Jian An from her reverie as she sprang up from the bed. Coming, she called out, hurriedly making her way to the door. Chapter 87. 2 Wooden Buildings. Additional update. Sichin greeted her with a gentle smile, ruffling her dark hair. All right, An. You may go. Jian An found herself wishing that Sichin could accompany her inside. Perhaps it was worth a try. With a firm grip on Sichin's hand, she concentrated, and in an instant, Jian An found herself within the moon goddess's realm, though she was alone. With a soft sigh, it appeared she was the only one permitted entry. Stealing her thoughts, Jian An advanced through the vast expanse of fields before her. The fields were expansive. During her last visit, she had not taken a moment to truly observe them. From a distance, aside from the vacant patches on either side, the farmlands were brimming with crops, vegetables, radishes, peppers, potatoes, and rice. An abundance of agricultural produce was present. Navigating past the fields, she arrived at the orchard from her previous visit. As she traversed the orchard, Jian An was once again awestruck by the breathtaking sight before her. Majestic mountains loomed in the distance, with a winding river flowing at their base. A gracefully arched bridge spanned the river, and at the riverbank stood a pavilion alongside 2 wooden buildings. Reaching the river's edge, Jian An cupped her hands to drink from the water. It was sweet and warm, invigorating her senses with just a sip. Crossing the arch bridge, Jian An approached the first wooden building. It stood approximately 4 stories tall, featuring a 4-cornered roof adorned with pairs of dragons and phoenixes playing with pearls. The building's deep red lacquer gleamed, its windows intricately carved, and a plaque inscribed with Treasure Pavilion hung above the entrance. Jian An pushed open the intricately carved wooden door and entered the spacious hall. In the center stood an octagonal table, with a room on either side. Jian An approached the door on the left and pushed it open, nearly blinded by the sight before her. What was this? The room was brimming with red, blue, green, cyan, and purple. Were these not soul crystals? Though she had only encountered white, red, and orange crystals, the shapes were strikingly similar, differing only in hue. How many could there possibly be? More astonishing was the fact that the rare black crystals, which Sichin had mentioned, were piled high like a small mountain here. Jian An stood there, her expression one of utter astonishment, unable to collect her thoughts for a long moment. She felt as if a homeless person had suddenly found wealth overnight. She pinched her thigh. Ouch, it hurt. This was no dream. After a few seconds of daze, Jian An regained her senses and walked into the room on the right, once again dazzled by the sight before her. The room was filled with gold, silver, and precious jewelry, each piece as large as her fist, radiating a soft glow. Could they be the legendary luminous pearls? Gazing at the glimmering treasures around her, she began to understand why dragons were fond of collecting such sparkling items. She found herself captivated as well. Pinching her thigh once more, yes, it hurt. She was truly awake. Emerging from the room, she ascended the staircase to the second floor. The layout on this floor was identical to that of the first. Thus, Jian An climbed higher, opening door after door, transitioning from initial shock to eventual numbness. The left room on the second floor was filled with silks and fine garments, while the right showcased antique calligraphy and paintings, jade artifacts, and porcelain vases. The third floor boasted weapons and magical treasures, along with poisons and antidotes. The fourth floor contained books, musical instruments, and writing supplies. Having left the treasure house, Jian An arrived at the second wooden building. Glancing up at the plaque that read living quarters, she stepped inside, greeted by an atmosphere rich with antiquity. The exquisitely crafted furniture and elegantly arranged decor, adorned with landscape paintings on the walls and porcelain vases on the tables, made it feel as though she had unwittingly traversed time into the abode of a grand family from a bygone era. On either side were rooms, and Jian An opened the doors to find them similarly infused with classical charm. Ascending the staircase floor by floor, each level mirrored the previous, save for the first, which featured a kitchen and a spacious bathroom equipped with a large bathing pool. No wonder it was called the living quarters. These rooms were indeed fit for habitation. With a heart full of joy, Jian An exited the space, only to fall into a warm embrace upon returning to the stone house. Chapter 88. Dreamscape. Sichin held her waist gently, kissing her forehead. And Jian An gazed at him with a radiant smile, her voice tinged with uncontainable joy. Sichin, there are so many treasures in this space. I almost thought I was dreaming just now. I even pinched myself twice. She touched her thigh, which still bore a hint of pain. Oh, you silly fool. Observing Jian An's beaming expression, Sichin couldn't help but smile in return. By the way, I have a surprise for you. Jian An winked playfully, mysteriously extending an object from her hand towards him. Sichin, upon seeing the item she held, felt a jolt of surprise, despite his usual composure. And this black soul crystal is, are you surprised? In this space, there were mountains of such black crystals available. She encouraged him to take a few each day for his cultivation. Beastmen place great importance on their strength, and by absorbing several each day, Sichin could continuously enhance his soul power. One is sufficient for me with my current strength. The soul power contained within these black crystals exceeded that of other crystals by more than double. As Sichin regarded the black crystal in his hand, his lips curled slightly. Initially, he believed that Jian An's space was filled solely with wondrous fruits, which, while tempting to beastmen, were not absolutely essential. However, should others discover that Jian An's space possessed such coveted crystals, it would undoubtedly attract perilous attention. He tightened his embrace around Jian An's waist instinctively, resolved to hasten the enhancement of his soul power. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he ensure her safety. Jian An sensed a slight tightening of the hand around her waist and looked at Sichin with a puzzled expression. What is the matter? Sichin shook his head, assuring her, it's nothing. And you must remember not to disclose the matter of the soul crystal stone. As for the potential dangers, there is no need for you to worry. Jian An nodded slightly, acknowledging, yes, I understand. Sichin must be worrying about her again. It was getting late. We should retire for the night. As she spoke, Sichin's hand gradually descended, resting at the waist of Jian An's belt. All right, I am feeling sleepy as well, Jian An said, rubbing her eyes and stifling a yawn. Sensing Sichin's restless hand unfastening the belt of her dress, she glared at him and exclaimed, Sichin, what are you doing unfastening my belt? Didn't we say we were going to sleep? Sichin, unperturbed, replied with utmost seriousness, well, it is more comfortable to sleep without clothes. But I am only wearing one, she protested. But her words were cut short as Sichin sealed her lips with a kiss, leaving her to emit a soft, muffled moan. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days slipped away in the blink of an eye. That night, Jian An dreamt of drifting upon a small boat across an endless expanse of ocean. The deep blue waters shimmered, but suddenly, the calm sea roiled into towering waves that engulfed both Jian An and her boat. Startled, she awoke with sleepy eyes, only to hear Sichin's slightly anxious voice beside her. An, wake up quickly, he urged, gently shaking Jian An, his expression tinged with unease. Jian An rubbed her eyes, gazing somewhat dazedly at Sichin. What is the matter? She felt the bed beneath her subtly swaying. Why is the bed shaking? Am I still dreaming? Sichin helped her sit up. An, quickly put on your clothes. The ground is shaking. He draped a fur coat over her shoulders. What is moving? Jian An allowed him to help her into the outer garment, sensing that the tremors of the bed were intensifying. The ground is shaking? Oh my. Is that an earthquake? The remnants of her sleep evaporated in an instant. As Sichin led Jian An out of the stone house, they encountered Uncle Yazan and Solong, who were just about to knock on the door. The four of them dashed out into the courtyard. At this moment, dawn had barely broken, but chaos reigned within the city. A multitude of beastmen gathered, congesting the already narrow streets to the point of impassability. Chapter 89. Earthquake. The air was filled with the shouts of males and the cries of females, creating a cacophony that made Jian An's ears ring. Suddenly, a thunderous crack echoed as a massive fissure opened in the ground, causing the entire White Tiger city to tremble violently. Ah, how terrifying. What should we do? Everyone run. Panic erupted among the crowd, the air thick with shrieks from the females and roars from the males. Amidst the chaos, Sichin's brow furrowed deeply. Channeling his spirit power into his voice, he shouted, everyone, remain calm. Head toward the back mountain. Protect the females first. Leave everything behind at home. Move quickly. Transforming into his beast form, Sichin carried Jian An on his back, leading the group toward the safety of the back mountain of White Tiger City. Jian An lay upon Sichen's back, her arms tightly encircling his neck, her heart racing incessantly. The tremors of the ground grew increasingly violent. Having scarcely escaped the city gates, a series of ominous cracks echoed from behind. Upon glancing back, Jian An beheld the earth fissuring like a spider's web, as the towering city walls, several meters high, collapsed with a thunderous roar. The White Tiger City was home to over 200 beastmen, all of whom stood on the mountainside, feeling the tremors below even from a distance of 100 meters. The continuous rumble reverberated through the air, as stone houses within the city crumbled one after another, raising clouds of dust. The earthquake persisted for several minutes before the trembling of the ground gradually subsided, leaving White Tiger City in ruins. Sichen held Jian An closely, gently stroking her hair, whispering reassurances, "Do not fear, for I am here." She nestled against him, witnessing the devastation unfold before her eyes, deeply grasping the terrifying nature of such a disaster. No matter how powerful one may be, the threats posed by nature render one utterly helpless. In that moment, the air felt thick with despair, helplessness, reluctance, confusion, and uncertainty seeped silently into the hearts of all present. The females buried their faces in the embraces of their mates, sobbing softly, while many males were already in tears, silently weeping. This was their homeland, and to witness its destruction without the ability to intervene was a heavy, sorrowful burden upon their hearts. As they gazed at the ruins below, their expressions were bleak, and a suffocating silence spread through the mountains. Gradually, a light emerged on the horizon. The sun, adorned in golden rays, cast warmth upon the earth, yet it could not alleviate the profound sorrow within their hearts. This was, after all, their home for many years, a place imbued with cherished memories and deep-rooted sentiments. Jian An raised her head to look at Sichen, noticing the faint redness around his eyes. A pang of sorrow struck her heart as she gently said, "Sichen, the forces of nature are beyond our control. Although White Tiger City has been devastated, we still possess our hands. With our own hands, we can rebuild a home that belongs to us." Jian An's voice, though soft, seemed to possess an enchanting power, awakening all those submerged in sorrow. Sichen lowered his gaze to the person nestled in his embrace. Her warm body filled both his arms and his soul. With their fingers intertwined, he offered a gentle smile. "An is right. The White Tiger City has been destroyed, but we shall build a new city." The redness around his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a resolute belief. The thought of creating a home with an firmly took root in his heart. The others behind him emerged from their grief, their expressions no longer burdened by pain. Jian An is absolutely right. What is there to fear? We will simply construct another city. Indeed, I possess great strength. I will surely find the largest and finest stones. Haha, I've long found my stone house too small. I shall build a much larger one. One by one, they echoed in agreement, as the once oppressive atmosphere slowly regained its vitality. Chapter 90. Decision. Sichen's tender gaze fell upon her radiant face. "Anan, having you is truly a blessing." She shone like a star in the night sky, forever brilliant and captivating. Jian An remained silent, resting her head against his chest, listening to the rhythmic beating of his heart echoing from within, inhaling his unique, subtle fragrance, and feeling a profound sense of tranquility. Encountering Sichen was indeed a stroke of fortune for her. Sichen turned to address the gathered individuals, stating, "Let us all take a moment to rest. Shortly, we shall return to assess what resources may still be available." One male stepped forward, regarding Sichen with a question. "Young master, what shall we do next?" Another added, "Indeed, young master Sichen, winter is fast approaching. The males may endure, but the females are far less resilient." A different male, cradling his partner, chimed in, "Yes. Though there are plans to reconstruct the city, that will have to wait until spring. No matter how swiftly we act, completion cannot be achieved overnight." Seated upon the ground, Jian An proposed, "Why don't we seek refuge in the Red Lion City?" Instantly, the male beside him retorted, "Nonsense. Although Red Lion City is vast, it is also densely populated. There is no room for us to take shelter." Sichen furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. After a brief pause, he reached a resolution. "We shall go to the Fox Tribe. While the Fox Tribe is merely a settlement, it surpasses White Tiger City in size. It is referred to as a tribe primarily due to the fewer number of beastmen residing there." Sichen's suggestion garnered widespread agreement. "Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? The Fox Tribe is ideal, spacious, and with fewer inhabitants." One retorted, "Your head, resembling that of a wild boar, cannot hope to compare to the young master's intellect. I have heard that the Fox Tribe is actively welcoming outsiders to expand their community." "Splendid. Let us temporarily take refuge with the Fox Tribe," they exclaimed. The radiant sun, set against a backdrop of azure skies and fluffy white clouds, cast an extraordinary beauty, dispelling the gloom that lingered in their hearts and ushering in a sense of renewed hope. After a brief respite, the group returned to White Tiger City. Confronting the desolation that lay before them, what was once a thriving city now reduced to ruins. Even with newfound determination, their hearts ached at the sight before them. Sichen began to organize the group, prompting them to sift through the debris to salvage any usable items that remained. Jian An had also encountered news regarding earthquakes in contemporary times. Following such seismic events, The destruction of the ecological environment could potentially lead to the outbreak of infectious diseases. Although she possessed no knowledge of geography or medicine, she believed that it was always prudent to take precautions. After a moment of contemplation, she grasped Shurchen's hand and led him aside to share her concerns. Shurchen nodded slightly and summoned several men to chisel out a few stone cauldrons from large boulders. Jian An surreptitiously poured the river water from the space into a stone pot, then retrieved several nourishing fruits to place in the water. Sichen stepped forward before the crowd and spoke. Everyone, take a moment to rest and come over to drink some water. Upon hearing his words, the group paused their activities. After a busy morning, they were indeed feeling quite parched. They approached the stone pot and filled their stone bowls with water. "Ah, this water is truly sweet," exclaimed one male, wiping his mouth with gusto. "Haha, I think you must be desperate with thirst. What could possibly be sweet about water?" Another male teased, also filling a bowl. Upon tasting it, his eyes lit up in surprise. "Oh, it is indeed sweet." Jian An, having overheard their conversation, interjected. "I noticed everyone seemed weary, so I added a few fruits. The flavor will be enhanced." "Ah, that explains it," replied a male with a jovial grin. Jian An's meticulous nature shines through. "Drinking this water invigorates me. It feels as if I possess boundless energy." Another male playfully patted him on the back, saying, "Boundless energy, you say? Excellent. I have plenty of tasks awaiting you. Come along." He then hooked his arm around the other's shoulder and led him away. Chapter 91. The Fox Tribe. Si Chun approached Jian An, entwining their fingers, as they gazed at the harmonious gathering before them, sharing a knowing smile. They gathered all useful items, and under Si Chen's leadership, the inhabitants of White Tiger City set forth towards the Fox Tribe. This migration involved the entire city, and due to the large number of people, their pace was rather slow. Beasts rarely abandon their homelands, and such a mass migration is exceedingly rare, typically only occurring in the wake of a calamity akin to that which befell White Tiger City. Jian An sat upon Si Chen's back, gazing at the scenery along the way. She had become quite adept at riding the tiger. Leaning closer to his ear, she inquired, "Si Chen, where is the Fox Tribe located?" "It lies to the north of the Wanchuan Forest," Si Chen replied, striding forward with agile steps, his tail swaying behind him. "Isn't that rather close?" Jian An, being somewhat directionally challenged, had little sense of distance. "It's not far. If we quicken our pace, we could arrive in a day. At our current speed, it will take approximately 2 days. For the beast men, a journey of 1 or 2 days was hardly considerable." "Oh," Jian An, with a look of mild disinterest, perched on his back. Her gaze wandered to his fluffy ears, and she felt an irresistible urge to reach out and pinch them gently. At her touch, Si Chen involuntarily twitched his ears. Jian An quickly withdrew her hand, stifling a giggle, and found the situation increasingly amusing. She reached out again to rub his ears, provoking another delightful twitch. This playful exchange continued for several iterations. Eventually, Si Chen could no longer contain himself. With a soft sigh, he turned to face Jian An, his tone laced with affection and a hint of exasperation. "Anan, please don't tease. How about you save your petting for tonight, when you can indulge to your heart's content?" Although Jian An could not discern the beastly form of the creature before her, she recognized a flicker of fervor in the eyes of Si Chen, which sent a shiver down her spine, prompting her to retract her hands that were about to cause mischief. A thought crossed her mind, having heard that the ears and tails of animals are particularly sensitive. Her cheeks flushed, leading her to wonder if she had inadvertently been teasing Si Chen. In truth, there was an aspect Jian An remained oblivious to. The ears and tails of beast men are indeed highly sensitive, and more significantly, when a partner touches these areas, it carries an implication of mating. The entourage from White Tiger City traversed the terrain, stopping intermittently, until they finally arrived at the Fox Clan's settlement on the 3rd day. They paused 100 meters from the village, aware that the sudden influx of beast men might startle the Fox Clan, regardless of their welcoming nature. Thus, it was decided that Si Chun and the shaman, Bo Hua, would approach the clan leader to discuss matters. The shaman held a revered position, commanding respect wherever they went, despite their lack of physical prowess. In a world where beastmen relied on their strength for hunting, injuries were inevitable, rendering the shaman's healing skills exceedingly vital. Jian An followed Si Chun, the Bo Hua shaman, and several formidable males from White Tiger City to the outskirts of the tribe. The towering walls, several meters high, safeguarded the entire settlement with impenetrable fortitude. 2 massive gates stood wide open, while a protective moat encircled the walls, with a drawbridge elegantly spanning the banks on either side. Jian raised his gaze, observing that this city wall was even taller than that of the White Tiger City. It appeared that 2 orc sentinels were stationed atop the wall, clearly standing guard. As Jian An and Si Chen stepped onto the suspension bridge, the orc atop the city wall called out to them in a booming voice, inquiring about their identities. The shaman, Boa, took a step forward and spoke. "I am Boa, the shaman of White Tiger City. I kindly request that you inform the chieftain of the Fox Clan that the young master of White Tiger City wishes to discuss matters of importance." He continued. "He is an old acquaintance of Kame, the shaman of the Fox Clan, and given that the Fox Clan participates in the gatherings every 3 months, one could say we are indeed neighbors. Upon hearing that the visitor was a shaman, the male orc's tone shifted to one of respect. Very well, esteemed shaman. I shall notify the chieftain at once. Moments later, the sound of footsteps echoed from the city gate, as a man clad in red, accompanied by several orcs, appeared before the suspension bridge. Jian An beheld the leader in crimson attire, her expression turning to one of astonishment. Indeed, it was he, the scoundrel who had snatched her wooden hairpin. Chapter 92. A temporary stay at the Fox clan. Yu Xing, with his beguiling peach blossom eyes, cast a fleeting glance towards Jian An before diverting his gaze, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. His flamboyant red hair traced a graceful arc through the air. Young Master Sichin, welcome to the Fox clan. Please, come inside. A few individuals followed Yu Xing into the tribe, where the spacious streets were bustling with activity, presenting a scene of vitality and prosperity. Stone houses lined both sides of the thoroughfare, standing shoulder to shoulder. Upon arriving at a stone courtyard, Jian An was utterly captivated by the sight before her. The exterior walls of the courtyard were adorned with climbing blue roses, their clusters of blossoms in full bloom, while butterflies flitted leisurely among the layers of petals, transforming the entire courtyard into a splendid castle. As she stepped inside, Jian An felt as though she had entered a fairy tale. A wooden trellis enveloped the entire yard, with roses of various hues climbing over it, creating a floral corridor that imbued the space with warmth and romance. The stunning expression on Jian An's face delighted Yu Xing, who slightly curled his lips, casting her a glance that was neither a smile nor a frown. Is the scenery in this courtyard to your liking? Upon hearing his question, Jian An composed her features, letting out a soft huff as she turned her head away, choosing to ignore him. They were indeed in need of his assistance. So it was not wise to show her displeasure, yet that did not imply she was inclined to engage with this rogue. Sichin offered a gentle smile, surveying the vibrant blossoms surrounding them, and remarked, the courtyard of the Yu clan is undeniably beautiful. It will serve as an excellent reference when we construct our own. And would surely appreciate it. In response to Jian An's demeanor, Yu Xing shrugged nonchalantly, a smile gracing his lips as he gestured invitingly. Please, young Master Sichin. Take a seat. Once everyone was settled, Yu Xing glanced at Si-chun with half-closed eyes, adopting a languid demeanor as he inquired. What brings you to the Fox clan this time, young Master Sichin? Sichin explained that he wished to stay with the Fox clan for a while. Yu Xing nodded slightly, resting his chin on his hand, affirming, of course, that's no problem. The Fox clan may lack many things, but we certainly have an abundance of rooms. However, he then turned his gaze toward Sichin with a sly smile, adding, as for food, that will be your responsibility. Sichin nodded in agreement, fully aware that it was unreasonable for others to provide both shelter and sustenance. Once again, we extend our warmest welcome to you at the Fox tribe. May I ask who this beautiful female is? Yu Xing's golden eyes fell upon Jian An as he posed the question. Sichin embraced Jian An at the waist, his gaze filled with tenderness, declaring, This is my partner, Jian An, their shared affection palpable in their intertwined glances. Yu Xing lowered his gaze with a smile, concealing the fleeting melancholy in his eyes. Oh, he drawled, his voice a raspy and languorous melody that stirred the heart. Young Master Sichin is truly fortunate. It seems that in just a few days, this little one has found a partner. Jian An glanced at Yu Xing, shooting him a disdainful look. What are you staring at, you scoundrel? Observing her defiant demeanor, Yu Xing couldn't help but chuckle silently. She remained as amusing as ever. He gestured to the imposing figure behind him, instructing, Please escort the people from White Tiger City to their accommodations. Sichin stood and faced Yu Xing with a faint smile, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Chief Yu Xing. With that, he took Jian An's hand and turned to leave. Yu Xing watched their departing figures, his gaze falling to their interlocked fingers, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes. He rose and called out to Sichin, Young Master Si, may I have a moment? To be candid, there are no remaining accommodations in the tribe after settling the people from White Tiger City. However, if you do not mind, you are welcome to stay in my courtyard, where your companion would also find greater comfort. The last remark struck a chord with Sichin, causing him to hesitate. He could manage, but he did not wish for An to endure any discomfort. Chapter 93. The scoundrel Yu Xing. Sichin smiled gently. Thank you, Chief Yu Xing. After expressing his gratitude, he led Jian An back to the stone house prepared for them. Yu Xing glanced at their retreating figures before redirecting his attention, lazily leaning against the trellis, lost in thought. Standing behind him, Cheetah looked at his chief's back with a puzzled expression and inquired, Chief, our tribe has not only stone houses but also numerous tree houses, correct? Surely, over 200 beastmen from White Tiger City, even with an additional 100, could be accommodated. Why did you just imply that there isn't enough space? Yu Xing narrowed his eyes slightly and shot him a sidelong glance. If you are so idle, go see if the people from White Tiger City require assistance, rather than loitering here aimlessly. He was well aware of the tribe's capacity. His words were merely a facade. Cheetah, feeling unjustly scrutinized, mumbled, I was just asking casually. Besides, wasn't I busy until just now? Chief, you truly enjoy picking on me. What are you mumbling about? What kind of expression is that? Do you intend to disgust me? Do you think yourself a female? Get lost. Yu Xing kicked Cheetah in the rear. Stumbling slightly from the kick, Cheetah cast a resentful glance back at Yuxing, rubbing his backside as he exited the stone courtyard. Jian An and Sichin arrived at the stone house prepared for them by Yuxing taking a few fruits from the spatial realm. Sichin urged, "Have a fruit." She felt somewhat unwell. After 2 days of travel, dust clung to her body, and she longed for a soothing hot bath. Sichin, I wish to wash up in the space. Fortunately, there is a bathing pool in the living quarters. Sichin gently tousled her dark hair, his eyes reflecting a hint of concern. Go ahead, I shall keep watch for you. It was he who had allowed An to endure such fatigue. With a thought, Jian An found herself in the living quarters, stepping into the first-floor bathroom. Having only glanced at it previously, she was now struck by the sheer size of the bathing pool, which featured 2 faucet-shaped nozzles at either end, from which clear, warm water flowed continuously. Jian An shed her garments and immersed her entire body in the warm water, unable to suppress a sigh of contentment. The temperature, slightly warmer, was just perfect, reminiscent of a soothing hot spring. Her gaze fell upon her chest, where a majestic tiger was depicted, its head raised in a fierce roar. This intricate design had emerged after her union with Sichin, and as she reached out to touch it, she marveled at its wonder, as if it were a brand seared upon her skin. After soaking for a while, Jian An retrieved a set of blue long sleeves and trousers from the treasure pavilion, adorning herself with a fur coat, for the weather had turned quite chilly. With a thought, she exited the space. According to Yuxing's arrangements, the residents of White Tiger City, where female households resided in separate stone dwellings and single males shared a stone house, were organized accordingly. On that early morning, Sichin had left the house at dawn, as he needed to mobilize the inhabitants of White Tiger City to gather provisions. In a state of utter ennui, Jian remained languidly confined within the 4 walls of his abode. Sighing, he mused upon his idleness and resolved to seek out Mina. Just as he rose and opened the door, a languorous voice floated into his ears from the courtyard. At last, you have decided to venture out. Have you grown weary of solitary confinement? Jian An turned her gaze upon hearing a sound, discovering Yuxing seated leisurely by the stone table, half-lidded eyes propped lazily on his hand, wearing a smile that was neither entirely playful nor serious as he regarded her. With a huff, Jian An dismissed him, choosing to stride towards the courtyard gate without a word. A mischievous glint flickered in Yuxing's eyes as he rose, a wicked smile gracing his lips, brushing off his garments as he trailed after Jian An. Why are you following me? Jian An halted and turned to inquire of Yuxing naturally. I am here to protect you. As your host, I cannot simply stand by and watch you lose your way, Yuxing replied, a subtle smile playing upon his alluringly thin lips, imbued with a hint of enchanting mischief. Jian An furrowed her brows slightly, pondering what this scoundrel intended to do next. Chapter 94. Unyielding as thunder. Thank you, but I shall decline, Jian An replied, dismissing him and turning to walk towards the left. Yuxing followed closely behind, kindly reminding her, Oh, I forgot to mention, it seems that the accommodations for the people of White Tiger City are located to the right. Jian An paused, retracting the foot she was about to step forward with. Why had he not spoken sooner? She had always sensed his ulterior motives. Sighing, she decided to lead the way instead. Yuxing chuckled lightly, not waiting for her response, and strode off to the right. Watching his silhouette, Jian An ground her teeth in frustration, contemplating whether to simply turn back or postpone her visit to Mina for another day. After a moment of hesitation, she reluctantly followed him. Yuxing glanced back at Jian An, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. As Jian An trailed behind him, she noticed that the orcs they encountered along the way greeted him warmly, while he responded lazily, as if perpetually half asleep. The orcs of the Fox clan were well aware of the influx of residents from White Tiger City. The spectacle from the previous day had not gone unnoticed. However, the males were less concerned with the commotion and more intrigued by the number of females that had arrived, eager to find a mate. Consequently, whenever a male orc caught sight of Jian An, they would halt, their gaze fervent upon her, which made her feel utterly uncomfortable. Yuxing, with a seemingly indifferent demeanor, was acutely aware of the attention she garnered. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he turned to her. Can't you walk a bit faster? His gaze shamelessly scrutinized her, and a mischievous grin spread across his face. Oh, I nearly forgot. With legs as short as yours, I suppose you can't move quickly. Irritated by his insufferable demeanor, Jian An felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate. After all, she hadn't asked him to guide her. He had insisted on accompanying her. Glaring at him, she retorted, If the esteemed leader Yuxing is busy, you may return. I have already learned the way, so there is no need for your assistance. The urgency in her tone was unmistakable. Yuxing, seemingly unfazed by her words, replied, Hurry up, we're almost there. Jian An took several deep breaths, resolutely suppressing her anger. She needed to remain composed. Who could predict whether this rogue might evict everyone from Baihu City if provoked? Such a calamity would be monumental. Observing Yuxing ahead, who had already covered a considerable distance with just a few strides, Jian An gritted her teeth. So what if he had long legs? She transitioned from walking to a light jog. Yuxing cast a sidelong glance at Jian An, noting her struggles to keep up, and scoffed at the sight of such an ineffectual little creature, yet unconsciously slowed his own pace. After a few minutes of this, Jian An spotted Light, who was just about to exit. Her heart lifted with joy, and she rushed toward him, casting a glare at Yuxing as she passed. Light, is Mina at home? Jian An inquired breathlessly as she reached him. Yes, Mina is inside. You may go in and find her, Light replied before departing. Jian An arrived at the stone cottage and knocked on the door. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing Mina, who greeted Jian An with delight. Jian An, you have come. Yes, I came to see you, Jian An replied with a smile, then glanced at Yuxing beside her, pondering why he had not yet departed. Surely, now that she was here, he could take his leave. Well, let us go inside. I am curious to see how the residents of White Tiger City are faring, and whether they have been treated with the proper care. Yuxing, seemingly oblivious to the deeper meaning in Jian An's gaze, remained steadfastly in place. It was only then that Mina noticed another person standing beside Jian An and inquired with curiosity, "Who is this? He is quite handsome." She had always considered Master Sichen to be the most striking male she had encountered, yet the gentleman before her was equally impressive in appearance. Chapter 95. Old habits. Upon hearing Mina's question, Jian An, despite her reluctance, responded, "This is Yuxing, the leader of the Fox clan," while inwardly adding, "A rogue, nonetheless." "Ah, so you are the esteemed leader Yuxing," Mina exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of respect upon realizing that this handsome male was the very leader who had graciously offered them shelter. Mina then gestured for Jian An to join her at the wooden table, and Yuxing, with an air of familiarity, took a seat beside her. Jian's lips twitched involuntarily. This fellow truly did not regard himself as an outsider. Although he was the chieftain of the Fox clan, and they were merely residing here temporarily, this place could still be considered theirs for the time being. Such uninvited intrusion was indeed quite audacious. Jian An cast a sardonic glance at him. "The patriarch of the Yuxing clan. Mina and I have some private matters to discuss," she remarked, a hint of amusement dancing in her eyes. "Surely, as a man, you wouldn't want to eavesdrop on our feminine confabulations." However, Jian An underestimated the audacity of Yuxing. Without a care, he shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "Go ahead, converse freely. I've grown a bit weary from accompanying you. I shall take a moment to rest over there." With that, he lifted his stool and settled down a few paces away from them. Jian An found herself at a loss, struggling to comprehend the intentions of the individual before her. While others attributed his actions to exhaustion from guiding her, she could hardly believe he had the audacity to dismiss him. With a resigned sigh, she accepted the situation, recognizing that one must endure under a shared roof. Mina's petite eyes darted back and forth between Jian An and Yuxing, and she leaned closer to whisper in Jian An's ear, "Jian An, does the leader Yuxing harbor feelings for you? Are you not soon to become his mate?" Such was the straightforward and unrefined nature of the beast folk's thinking. Upon hearing Mina's words, Jian An's expression could only be described as one of utter desolation. It seemed that Mina's habitual curiosity had resurfaced. She wished to inquire whether walking alongside any male invariably led to the conclusion of mating. "Please, do not utter such nonsense. Besides, on what grounds do you claim that he is fond of me?" The notion that the rogue favored her sent a shiver down Jian An's spine. The mere thought was dreadful. "I saw it with my own eyes. Otherwise, why would he follow you? Do you not harbor feelings for him? Just look at how handsome he is," Mina exclaimed, her gaze lifting to Yuxing, her eyes narrowing into a delightful slant. Observing Mina's infatuated demeanor, Jian An felt a pang of discomfort. She yearned to shake Mina awake, urging her to see clearly and not be beguiled by the rogue's fade. Yet, glancing at Mina's squinted eyes, she felt a sense of defeat. It seemed implausible that Mina would ever truly open her eyes to reality. Yuxing lounged with one leg crossed over the other, propping his chin with one hand, his tousled hair cascading over his forehead, which only accentuated the languid sensuality of his otherwise alluring features. Though they deliberately lowered their voices, their conversation could hardly escape his keen ears. Upon hearing Mina's inquiry regarding Jian An's affections, Yuxing displayed a smirk that was both mocking and sardonic. Did he like her? Upon their first encounter, he had merely felt a fleeting curiosity. However, witnessing the bond and warmth shared between her and Sichen stirred an unexpected jealousy within him regarding Sichen's place in her heart. As Yuxing lingered, refusing to depart, Jian An found little inclination to continue her conversation with Mina. After a brief exchange, she bid her farewell and left. Jian An trudged ahead, seemingly indifferent to whether Yuxing followed, as they were hardly acquainted, after all. Upon returning to the stone courtyard, Jian An intended to retire to her room for slumber, but her hand was suddenly seized by someone behind her. Frowning slightly, she inquired, "What are you doing?" "Let go." Struggling against the firm grip, she realized he held on with considerable strength. With his golden, beguiling eyes fixed upon Jian An, Yuxing spoke with a seductive tone, "Be my partner." Jian An was momentarily taken aback, her eyes reflecting astonishment. What madness was he exhibiting? Haha, the leader of the Yuxing tribe certainly had a knack for jesting. Clearly, Jian An believed he was merely attempting to toy with her once again. Chapter 96. Yet again the target of a jest. Additional update. Yuxing grasped her hand, placing it upon his chest. "Do you not believe me? Am I not worthy? With my striking appearance and formidable prowess, I am no less than the young master of the White Tiger City." Despite his unappealing demeanor, Jian An could not help but acknowledge the undeniable beauty of Yuxing. His long, crimson hair, unbound and flowing gracefully behind him, framed his exquisite features. His delicate facial structure, paired with sensuously thin red lips, exuded an innate allure. The fiery red mark upon his forehead added an air of mystery, rendering him akin to an enchanting demon, eternally tantalizing the senses of those around him. Jian An fixed her gaze upon him intently, as if striving to see into the depths of his soul. Tentatively, she inquired, "Are you serious?" Yu Xing set aside his usual languor, adopting an expression of earnestness and composure. After speaking, he regarded Jian An, awaiting her response. Upon hearing this, Jian An could not help but furrow her brow slightly. She believed it to be true. Was this not the typical demeanor of orcs? They would boldly pursue affection at the mere sight of someone they deemed suitable. A wave of frustration washed over her as she pondered how to articulate her thoughts without causing him embarrassment, especially considering he was the leader of his tribe. Moreover, they were currently residing on his territory, and the last thing she wanted was to provoke his ire. Observing Jian An's conflicted expression, Yu Xing could not contain her laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, you can't possibly think that I have feelings for you, can you? With your rather unremarkable physique, I dare say my chest is larger than yours." Jian An stared blankly at Yu Xing, who was laughing heartily before her. If she still remained oblivious to the fact that she had been tricked once more, it would be a testament to her naivety. Anger coursed through her, causing her entire body to tremble as she glared at him, exclaiming, "You scoundrel, you are utterly detestable." Yu Xing, with arms crossed, observed her with keen interest, finding delight in the sight of the little one glaring at him in exasperation, which struck him as unexpectedly charming. "You scoundrel," Jian An reiterated, lifting her foot to deliver a forceful kick to his knee. "Ouch!" Yu Xing cried out, bending down to clutch his knee. "Serves you right." Jian An snorted coldly, turning her back and entering the stone house. Upon hearing the door slam shut, Yu Xing gradually straightened up, gazing at the closed door with a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. He clearly perceived Jian An's resolute rejection. A smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. As with his prowess as a 4-star spirit beast, evading a kick from a female was hardly feasible. However, witnessing her face flush with indignation, he worried that her fury might lead to ill health, prompting him to allow her a moment of reprisal. He shifted his knee. Still feeling the sting, it was evident she had not held back. Jian An sat sulkily on the bed, utterly vexed by Yu Xing's insufferable demeanor. His temperament was truly deplorable, and recalling her earnest contemplation made her feel utterly humiliated. As if that were not enough, he had the audacity to declare her figure mediocre. While she may not possess the voluptuousness of the females here, she certainly had her own assets. It was far too lenient to have merely kicked him. She wondered if it were too late to deliver a few more kicks now. As dusk began to settle, Sichin finally returned home. Upon entering, he immediately noticed Jian An's despondent posture on the bed. With a gentle smile, he approached her and enveloped her in his embrace. "What troubles you, An? Are you feeling lonely? I promise to keep you company once I finish my tasks in the next couple of days." He couldn't help but feel a pang of compassion for her. Jian An moved her lips slightly and lifted her gaze towards Sichin. Noticing the weariness etched upon his face, she offered a gentle smile. "I am perfectly fine. You need not worry about me. I am not the least bit bored. In fact, I went to seek out Mina today. They had only recently arrived in the Fox clan, and Sichin undoubtedly had a multitude of matters to attend to. How could she allow him to fret over her?" Sichin tenderly pressed a soft kiss upon her forehead. Did you not wish to visit the Sea clan? We shall go in a few days." How could he fail to perceive the discontent upon An's countenance, since she was reluctant to share? He chose not to pry further. Chapter 98, Star Soul Map. After donning a clean garment, Jian An hurried out of the living quarters towards the treasure pavilion. Upon reaching the room on the first floor filled with crystal stones, she casually picked up a red crystal and held it in her hand. The question arose, how was she to absorb the soul energy contained within the crystal? Jian An closed her eyes, as time slipped away, minute by minute. 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and she wearily opened her eyes, letting out a sigh. What should she do? It would be wonderful if Sichin were here at this moment. Reluctantly giving up felt unsatisfactory, she settled cross-legged on the ground and closed her eyes once more. Striving to empty her mind, the red crystal in her hand emitted a faint, gentle glow, its light scattering and enveloping Jian An gradually. She found herself surrounded by a halo of radiance, her silken black hair cascading over her skin, which gleamed like jade. In that moment, she appeared as beautiful as a celestial being, exuding an air of nobility and purity. Jian An discovered a faint current of energy coursing through her body, washing over every part and ultimately gathering in her abdomen at her dantian. Opening her eyes and exhaling a breath of stale air, she felt an overwhelming sense of ease, her body brimming with power. Jian An could not help but feel ecstatic. She had truly succeeded. The red crystal in her hand had transformed into an ordinary white stone, its soul energy completely absorbed. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain at the nape of her neck, which burned like fire. Hastily, she ran to the room on the right side of the first floor, rummaging through a pile of jewels to find a mirror adorned with gemstones. As she gazed into the reflection, her eyes widened in surprise as she touched her neck. What was this? A golden crescent moon appeared on her skin, accompanied by a tiny star, one corner of which was also golden. She had seen a similar pattern on Sichin. It was his star soul emblem, depicting a majestic tiger surrounded by 4 stars. Could this be her star soul emblem? Everything began to make sense. Sichin had mentioned that only by awakening the star soul emblem could one cultivate soul energy. Afterward, Jian An absorbed another red crystal. Upon attempting to take in a third, she found it impossible. Her soul energy had reached saturation. With her current strength, she could only absorb 2 red crystals. How considerate. Otherwise, with her hoard of crystals, continuous absorption would render her invincible. Jian An's thoughts wandered. Stretching her limbs, she was eager to surprise Sichin and turned to leave. As her gaze casually swept across the corner of the room, she halted, surprised and contemplative. Why did that pile of black crystals still resemble a small mountain? It was not that she had an abundance of spare crystals, but rather that she had been giving Sichin 2 black crystals daily. Logically, the mountain should have been leveled. A bold hypothesis formed in her mind as she approached the pile, scooping a handful into her clothing. She watched with satisfaction as the peak of the crystal mound flattened beneath her touch, placing the black crystals onto the stone table outside. After waiting a moment, Jian An re-entered the room, her eyes brightening instantly. The once flattened crystal mound had filled up again. It seemed that items taken from this room would automatically replenish themselves, suggesting that the contents of this space were inexhaustible. Calming her excited heart, Jian An focused her thoughts and exited the space. Just as she returned to the stone house, she heard the creaking of the door as it swung open, and Sichin walked in. Jian An's face lit up with joy. You're back. Today. Sichin had returned much earlier than the previous day. Sichin stepped forward, enveloping Jian An in his embrace, gently caressing her silky hair. I was worried you might feel lonely, so I came back early. Looking down at her, he couldn't shake the feeling that her beauty had become even more radiant. Her fair skin glowing more than the day before. Leaning down to inhale the fragrance of her hair, he murmured, You smell delightful. His grip around her waist tightened. Feeling the shift in Sichin's demeanor behind her, Jian An's cheeks flushed crimson. It's still daytime. She chided playfully, taken aback by his boldness. Well then, we shall wait until nightfall. Sichin chuckled softly, guiding Jian An to sit on the bed, pulling her onto his lap. Jian An shot him a reproachful glance. For that was not her intention. Sichin had truly learned to misinterpret. As he beheld her enchanting, glistening eyes filled with bashfulness and ire as they pierced into his, Sichin felt his heart racing uncontrollably, as if under a spell. He lowered his head to capture her crimson lips in a fervent kiss. It was only when Jian An gasped for breath, languidly surrendering in his embrace, that this passionate exchange came to a close. Watching her nestle submissively against him, her eyes shimmering with a misty allure, Sichin's deep gaze gradually ignited with fervor. If she continued to look at him like that, the night would come far too late. Jian An was both embarrassed and vexed, huffing softly as she turned her head away from him. The Fox clan truly was not an ideal place. Sichin had begun to act quite unruly. Sichin offered a gentle smile, his eyes filled with unwavering tenderness. And with a tone laced with affection, he inquired, Do not be upset. It is my fault. What did you do today, An? Jian An, however, remained unconvinced and chided, You've gone astray. Indeed, I am at fault. Shall I be punished by accompanying you for the entire day tomorrow? Sichin tenderly toyed with her delicate, almost ethereal hand, soothing her softly. She was not truly angry. Being beside Sichin made her feel rather fragile. Well then, I shall forgive you. He had so many matters to attend to. How could she expect him to set aside his responsibilities just to keep her company? His early return today was merely out of concern that she might find herself bored alone. Jian An gazed at Sichin with an air of mystery and inquired, What do you see? She gathered her long hair, which had cascaded down her back, to her chest, exposing the nape of her neck. Upon noticing the intricate patterns on her skin, Sichin's breath momentarily faltered as he gently caressed the design. An, what is this? His mind raced, recalling that the area had been smooth and unblemished just the night before. This is my star soul diagram, Jian An replied, a proud smile gracing her face. Sichin's eyes shimmered with intrigue, his thoughts swirling around her revelation, and a look of bewilderment appeared on his otherwise composed visage. What on earth is happening? He pondered. Observing his dazed expression, Jian An couldn't help but chuckle as she recounted the entire sequence of events to him. Despite being taken aback by her narrative, Sichin gradually regained his composure. The existence of such a mystical space for An made the prospect of her cultivating soul power seem less far-fetched. Furrowing his brows and regarding her with a serious demeanor, he cautioned, An, you must ensure that no one learns of your ability to cultivate soul power. The occurrences surrounding her seemed to defy all logic, and he felt a growing sense of concern for her. If these secrets were to be unveiled, what fate would await her? His only course of action was to continually enhance his own strength, should an unforeseen crisis arise in the future. He vowed to protect her with his life. It was the first time Jian An had witnessed such a grave expression from Sichin. She understood the extraordinary nature of these revelations about herself. Any leak could lead to dire consequences. Gently smoothing his furrowed brow, she reassured him, Do not worry. I will make certain that no one else discovers anything. Sichin smiled softly, taking her hand in his. Indeed. I will teach you how to conceal your star soul diagram. Chapter 101. Revealing intentions. The group of 6 fox beast men accompanying them to the Sea Clan was the same number as those from the White Tiger City. Yuxing stepped forward, her enchanting peach blossom eyes half closed, exuding an air of languor. "Young Master Sichin," she said, a mischievous smile playing on her lips as she cast a glance at Jian An, the fleeting brilliance in her gaze unmistakable. After a few days apart, the little one's beauty seemed to have intensified, captivating all who beheld her. Sichin nodded slightly. "Now that everyone is present, let us depart." At his words, the group transformed into their beast forms. Jian An settled atop Sichin's tiger back, her gaze directed towards the fox beast men. Among the 5 gray foxes stood a striking red one. Despite her disdain for Yu Xing, Jian An couldn't help but admire the fox's beauty in its beast form. The fox's stature was naturally dwarfed by that of a tiger, yet in the realm of Mo Luo, the physicality of beast men defied conventional standards. Yu Xing's beast form was several times larger than the foxes Jian An had seen at the zoo, its vibrant, flame-like red fur cascading elegantly, adorned with a blood-red flame emblem on its forehead, radiant and flamboyant, much like its owner. The Sea clan resided in a region of the ocean at the juncture of North Ci Prefecture and South Yu Prefecture, specifically the Reef Blue Sea. Their journey required them to traverse the entirety of the Forgotten River Forest first. Jian An was not visiting the Forgotten River Forest for the first time. Thus she felt no apprehension, sitting leisurely upon Sichin's tiger back. They traversed the forest path, pausing occasionally to rest and hunt for lunch. It was not until the sun dipped below the horizon that they reached the heart of the forest. During their journey, they encountered various wild beasts, devoid of intellect, driven solely by primal instincts, far more ferocious than the smaller creatures found at the forest's edge. Although dealing with these beasts posed little challenge for Sichin and his companions, the incessant attacks became rather tiresome. As dusk settled, signaling the day's end, the group sought a clearing to spend the night. A campfire was ignited in the clearing, and they gathered around it. The night sky was adorned with scattered stars, and a crescent moon hung brightly, its silvery light filtering through the lush foliage, casting a mystical and beautiful glow upon the ground. Jian An leaned against Sichin, taking a deep breath to calm her racing heart. She had not anticipated the dangers lurking in the heart of the forest, uncertain of what further perils awaited her. The previous 2 visits had been devoid of any encounters with wild beasts, yet this time, she found herself under constant attack. Sichin gently patted her back, offering reassurance. "Do not fear, I shall protect you." For reasons unknown, he sensed an underlying strangeness in the atmosphere. This was not his first venture through this forest. Although there had been wild animals in the past, they had not pursued him with such relentless fervor, nor were there so many. Though beasts lack intelligence, they possess instincts that compel them to flee when faced with danger. Yet this time, they were inexplicably aggressive, driven by a relentless desire for confrontation. Kuda roasted the captured prey, and everyone gathered around the campfire to share the succulent meat. Yu Xing approached Jian An, sitting beside her and offering a piece of freshly roasted rabbit meat, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Eat more. You look so scrawny that a strong gust of wind might carry you away." The gesture stunned those gathered by the fire, their minds echoing a single thought. Was the tribe leader openly pursuing Jian An? Sichin, clearly aware of Yu Xing's intentions, darkened his gaze slightly, slicing a piece of roasted meat and presenting it to Jian An on a leaf, offering her a faint smile. "In it." The two seemed to engage in a silent competition. Jian An's lips twitched slightly as she cast a glance at Yu Xing, sensing that he was up to no good. Chapter 102, Night Raid. "Thank you, but I'd rather you keep it for yourself." She politely declined Yu Xing's offer and turned to look at Sichin, accepting the grilled meat with a sweet smile. "You should eat too." The stark contrast in her treatment of the two was rather conspicuous. Sichin's lips curved into a tender smile as he affectionately tousled her dark hair, his gaze fleetingly landing on Yu Xing. Yu Xing shrugged, scoffing lightly before taking a hearty bite of the roasted rabbit meat in his hand. The males from the White Tiger City and the Fox clan, eyes fixed downwards, exchanged glances before bowing their heads to devour the grilled meat as if it were a rare delicacy. As Sichin observed Jian An's exquisite features, the smile on his face gradually faded, and a heaviness settled in his heart. He was well aware that her beauty would undoubtedly attract the attention of countless males. In the Moro continent, it was common for females to have several partners, making Jian An, who had thus far only had him, an extraordinary rarity. The thought of her possibly taking on other companions in the future sent a pang of anguish through him, yet he felt powerless to prevent it. Regardless of whether Jian An would eventually choose others, he could never forget his vow to the beast god, to cherish her as if she were a precious treasure. With a soft sigh, he composed himself and took out a handkerchief to gently wipe the corner of her mouth. "Inan, let us rest." "All right," Jian An replied, tilting her head in eager compliance, belatedly realizing that she often felt like a child in Sichin's presence. Sichin spread a thick layer of clean leaves on the ground, transforming into a white tiger. Jian An lay beside him, embracing his warm body as she draped the blanket they had brought over both of them. That night, the group decided to pair up for watch duty while the others sought out spots to rest. The quiet night passed, and when the sun rose once more, they packed their belongings and set off towards their destination. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they encountered an increasing number of wild beasts, which grew more ferocious, yet still remained manageable for Sichin and his companions, posing no significant danger. As night fell again, the surroundings grew increasingly silent. Yet the air thickened with an undercurrent of peril. The group moved forward while searching for a suitable spot to rest. Wait! Xichen and Yuxing exclaimed simultaneously, exchanging a knowing glance before halting their steps, straining to listen. The others abruptly stopped as well, their expressions tense as they surveyed their surroundings. After a long day of travel and fending off relentless beast attacks, they were utterly exhausted, longing for a place to rest. From the distant woods came a rustling sound, reminiscent of insects crawling, growing ever closer and louder. Xichen's expression tightened as he positioned himself in front of Jian An, his eyes scanning the area intently. Meanwhile, Yuxing swiftly moved a few steps closer to Jian An, ensuring he was in the optimal position to protect her. Moments later, even Jian An could hear the cacophony of rustling, a sound that sent chills down her spine. In the dim, shadowy forest, the rustling intensified, and dark figures began to converge from all directions. Heavens, it's a swarm of red-eyed giant ants, and there are so many, Kata shouted, panic evident in his voice as he stared at the overwhelming mass. Jian An's vision was insufficient to discern the orc's presence until the dark silhouette drew near, causing him to involuntarily gasp in trepidation. Emerging from the shadows were creatures resembling oversized ants, each with a head the size of a human's, their crimson eyes glimmering eerily. Their massive pincers dripped with viscous fluid, evoking a sense of revulsion. Although the red-eyed giant ants were not as robust as wild beasts, their proclivity for congregating in swarms rendered their numbers terrifying, often comprising thousands, if not tens of thousands, all inclined to act in unison. Chapter 103. The giant ants. The group stood in stunned silence as the horde of red-eyed giant ants approached, an ominous mass that sent shivers down their spines. Despite their formidable strength, the overwhelming quantity posed a daunting challenge. What are you standing there for? Xichen transformed into a white tiger, brandishing his claws as he began to slaughter the advancing ants. Yuxing smirked coldly, clicking his tongue in disbelief at their unfortunate fate of encountering such a menace. In a flash of brilliance, a fiery fox materialized, its gleaming claws poised to strike at the ant swarm, its golden eyes radiating a chilling intensity. As the other males regained their composure, they too transformed into their beastly forms, instinctively encircling Jian An at the center. Time passed inexorably. Outside their protective circle, the carcasses of red-eyed giant ants piled high, yet the relentless onslaught showed no sign of abating. The males, aside from Xichen and Yuxing, had sustained various injuries. While the red-eyed giant ants lacked individual strength, their overwhelming numbers proved to be an insurmountable advantage. Xichen's pristine white fur was stained with the vibrant greenish fluid, the blood of the red-eyed giant ants. Jian An stood within the encirclement, her heart racing with anxiety. Suddenly, from above, the sound of flapping wings reached her ears. She looked up to behold a dark mass soaring towards her. Illuminated by the moonlight, she discerned that this ominous swarm comprised red-eyed giant ants. Slightly smaller than their ground-dwelling counterparts, their bodies pitch black, with a pair of translucent wings and blood-red eyes. Yuxing and Xichen, alerted by the commotion, exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of dread. The red-eyed flying ants were approaching. The faces of the group grew solemn. After battling the red-eyed giant ants for an extended period, fatigue was beginning to show. Now, with another wave of red-eyed flying ants arriving, were they destined to perish here today? In Yuxing's emotive, peach blossom eyes, a chill took root. If this continued, they would eventually exhaust their strength. With his capabilities, it would not be insurmountable to break through with the beastmen of the fox tribe, even at the risk of injury. Yet, as his golden beastly gaze fell upon the delicate figure ensnared within the circle, he smiled bitterly, realizing that escape was no longer an option if the heart was trapped. Where could the flesh flee? The red-eyed flying ants beat their wings violently, diving downwards, their target locked onto Jian An, ensconced within the encirclement. Jian An gazed at the swarm of crimson-eyed flying ants rapidly approaching her, her heart tightening and panic registering on her face. Xichen and Yuxing's expressions shifted dramatically. They swiftly brushed aside the looming red-eyed giant ants and unhesitatingly shielded Jian An beneath their own bodies. The crimson-eyed flying ants, deprived of their initial target, redirected their fury upon Xichen and Yuxing, their enormous, glimmering pincers incessantly gnawing at them. Jian An lifted his head to gaze at Xichen, observing the ghastly wounds marring his pristine white fur, from which bright crimson blood continued to flow incessantly. Jian An's eyes widened in alarm, her expression a mixture of urgency and despair. Shaking her head, her voice trembled as she implored, Xichen, no, please step aside. You will perish if you continue this way. Her heart felt as though it had been cleaved by a razor, rendering her breathless. Why, oh why? Despite having the ability to cultivate her soul power, did she feel so utterly powerless? Suddenly, a blinding golden radiance emanated from Jian An, causing the attacking red-eyed flying ants to shudder violently, one by one collapsing to the ground. Wherever the golden light passed, the red-eyed giant ants suffered heavy casualties. The brilliance arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. As the golden glow faded, the remnants of the red-eyed giant ants, no longer willing to engage, retreated into the depths of the forest, vanishing into the night. Xichen beheld the astonishing scene before him, his expression one of shock and his brow furrowed, his heart filled with uncertainty. The male figures ahead were locked in combat with the red-eyed giant ants, their backs turned, thus oblivious to the unfolding spectacle. Meanwhile, Yuxing, who stood guard over Jian An alongside Xichen, observed everything with clarity. His golden peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. The golden radiance enveloping Jian An completely vanished. Although only a few seconds had passed, she felt an overwhelming sense of weakness coursing through her body. She swayed unsteadily, nearly losing her balance when Sichin, with keen eyes and swift reflexes, caught her in his embrace. Concern etched in his gaze, he asked, "An, what is wrong? Are you all right?" Jian An shook her head, asserting that she was fine, merely feeling a tad fatigued. At that moment, her complexion was pale, revealing signs of exhaustion. Yet her starry eyes shone with an extraordinary brilliance. In a moment of desperation, Jian An unleashed her soul power. Feeling an exhilarating rush as the energy she had absorbed through the crystal stones over the past few days was completely depleted. Suddenly, a warm current flowed through her limbs, filling the emptiness within her body. Had Jian An been able to perceive the inner workings of her being, she would have been astonished to see a small golden orb of light incessantly rotating within her dantian, nourishing her essence in a continuous cycle of vitality. Within mere moments, her pallor transformed into a healthy flush, and her strength began to return. Not far from where Jian An and her companion stood, concealed among the lush branches of a towering tree, a figure cloaked in black observed the scene with cold detachment, playing with a white jade porcelain vial in hand. Witnessing Jian An's miraculous escape from peril, the figure scoffed, muttering under their breath that next time would not be so simple. With a flick of their fingers, the vial disintegrated into dust, and in the blink of an eye, the cloaked figure vanished without a trace. Keita and the other males, bewildered, remained rooted to the spot as they watched the colony of giant ants flee in terror. Just moments before, they had been fiercely battling the red-eyed giants when a blinding golden light suddenly illuminated the scene, resulting in the swift demise of half the ant horde. Keita, clutching his injured arm, limped over to Sichin and asked, "Young master, what just transpired?" He had sensed the fluctuation of soul power emanating from that golden light, wondering if it was an external manifestation of soul energy, a technique only available to 5-star soul beasts. Upon hearing Keita's words, Jian An's heart tightened with anxiety. Had she been exposed? Before Sichin could respond, Yuxing interjected, a look of disdain in his eyes as he turned to Keita. "Fool. It was obviously a 5-star soul beast. You're a 2-star soul beast, and you can't even detect the fluctuations?" The gathering males overheard Yuxing's remarks, and the curious cheetah from the Fox clan looked at his leader and inquired, "Is it true that there are 5-star soul beasts? Did he save us just now?" Both Yuxing and the young master of the White Tiger City were 4-star soul beasts, unable to achieve the external manifestation of soul power at this time. Upon hearing of the 5-star soul beast's appearance, Keita grew agitated, scanning the surroundings with hopeful eyes. "Where is that 5-star soul beast? I am only a 2-star. I can only dream of reaching such heights." Yuxing scoffed. He did a good deed without seeking recognition and has since departed. His fabrication was delivered with such flair that it left Jian An momentarily speechless. Indeed, he was a fox. How could he not be cunning when he had so effortlessly played with their perceptions? Realizing they would never encounter the 5-star soul beast, the males exhibited expressions of disappointment and dispersed to find places to rest. Sichin, wrapping an arm around Jian An, gently suggested, "An, let us rest over there for a while." Though her complexion had returned to normal, his concern lingered. Jian An nodded gently, lifting her gaze to Shurchun, only to find several deep scars etched upon his handsome face, stirring a pang of concern within her. "You cannot protect her alone." Before the two could turn away, Yuxing interjected with a cryptic remark. However, Shurchun grasped the underlying significance of his words, his profound eyes locking onto Yuxing's. "You need not worry about this matter," he replied. Today, having witnessed an in secret, Yuxing would not easily relinquish his hold. Jian An was perplexed by the silent riddle that Sichin and Yuxing were engaged in. With a complex expression, she gazed at Yuxing, astonished that he would actually conceal the truth on her behalf. This individual seemed less detestable than she had initially imagined. "Oh, have you discovered my virtues and found yourself moved?" Yuxing remarked, a wicked smile playing on his lips as he raised an eyebrow and addressed Jian An. Jian An's lips quivered slightly as she retracted her previous statement. This individual remained as insufferable as ever. "Thank you," she uttered. Sichin, protective of her, acted in accordance with their bond as partners. To her astonishment, Yuxing also rushed to her defense, a gesture she had never anticipated. Gazing into his clear eyes, she noticed several crimson scratches marring his otherwise smooth visage, stirring a sense of guilt within her. "Thank me? How do you intend to express your gratitude?" Yuxing asked. Arms crossed, his peach blossom eyes glimmering with an enchanting light, a playful smile dancing upon his lips. "Ahem, shortly I shall procure some ointment for you. I assure you that the marks upon your face will leave no trace," Jian An replied, clearing her throat and feigning ignorance to his flirtatious gaze. "Humph. Then I shall await your miraculous remedy," she declared, turning on her heel, her vibrant red hair trailing behind her like a striking arc in the air. Jian An and Sichin settled beside a distant grand tree. Utilizing their bodies as a shield, they retrieved 2 medicinal tangerines from the air. After peeling one, Jian An fed half to Sichin, while the other half's juice was gently applied to his face. Jian An meticulously applied the ointment several times, only ceasing her efforts once she observed the ghastly wound completely healed. "Are there any other injuries upon your body? Please, allow me to see," she urged, reaching to untie his outer robe. However, Sichin grasped her hand gently, and shook his head. It's nothing. Well then, if anything feels uncomfortable, you must inform me, she replied, conceding to his reassurances. All right. Given his formidable strength as a 4-star soul beast, these superficial wounds posed no significant threat and would heal naturally in due course. Si-chun tenderly caressed her delicate cheek. An, how did you channel your soul power just now? After a brief moment of hesitation, he finally voiced his lingering doubts. Jian An shook her head, expressing her confusion. I truly do not know. When I witnessed your injury, I acted impulsively, which is something she cannot comprehend. The ability to successfully harness my soul power was entirely a fortuitous accident. She paused, recalling the earlier mention of the 5-star soul beast. By the way, what was that all about? She was aware that it was merely a ruse concocted by Yuxing, yet she pondered how it had come to involve the 5-star soul beast. Si-chun smiled faintly, gently caressing her dark hair. Let me take a look at your star soul map. Jian An gathered her long hair in front of her chest, and with a single thought, manifested the star soul diagram. Upon her luminous white skin appeared a golden crescent moon, accompanied by a tiny golden star, signifying that Jian An's current soul power level was 1 star. Si-chun's eyes flickered slightly. An, look. Jian An turned his gaze, only to behold that Si-chun's left hand had transformed into a tiger's claw, adorned with a shimmering silver light that clung to its surface. Jian's eyes fluttered open slightly, and to her astonishment, the tiger claw had instantaneously thickened to twice its original size, its sharp tips glimmering with an intimidating cold light. She mused that should she be caught by such a claw, it would likely spell her demise. Si-chun firmly gripped the tiger claw and, parting his thin lips, remarked that all he could currently accomplish was to channel his soul power into his own body. The ability to project soul power outward, as she had just done, was attainable only upon reaching the rank of a 5-star soul beast. Observing an star soul chart, he noted that her soul power level was indeed merely 1 star. The question lingered in his mind. How could she project her soul power at such a low rank? Jian An's lips parted slightly, her expression one of astonishment. An, can you still wield soul power? From his observations, it appeared that An's recovery rate of soul energy surpassed theirs by a considerable margin. Chapter 106. Seeking favor through gratitude. I'm not sure, but let me give it a try. Jian An extended her hand, attempting to sense the soul energy within her dantian. As if in response, she felt a gentle warmth emanating from that area, her eyes sparkling with delight. She endeavored to guide the currents of energy, which dispersed from her dantian, filling her entire being, ultimately converging in the palm of her hand to form a diminutive golden orb of light. Upon witnessing this, Jian An's heart swelled with joy, her eyes, bright as the stars, brimming with happiness. Si-chun, look, I can't believe I truly achieved this. Si-chun's azure gaze was filled with deep affection as he placed his hand over hers, causing the golden light to dissipate. An, you are truly remarkable. Observing the radiant glimmer in her eyes, a gentle smile graced his handsome face. Certain perplexities were best left unpondered, as long as he could gaze upon her smiling visage. Nothing else seemed of great significance. Just as Jian An was about to utter something further, a voice imbued with a hint of melancholy drifted from behind. Oh, do you know if this injury on my face will ever heal? What if I end up disfigured? Yuxing languidly leaned against the trunk of a tree, her eyes partially veiled, casting a sidelong glance in Jian An's direction. Jian An's lips twitched slightly. This person truly left one at a loss for words. Si-chun offered a faint smile, gently tousling her dark hair. Go ahead. Although he was reluctant in his heart, he still felt gratitude for Yuxing's earlier selfless act of protection. All right, I will go deliver some medicine to him and return shortly. Jian An retrieved a porcelain vial from her space, squeezed the juice from another medicinal orange into the bottle, and rose to walk towards Yuxing. Si-chun watched her figure, contemplating Yuxing's previous words. His gaze darkened slightly. He was not mistaken. The events surrounding An were indeed astonishing, and he realized that perhaps he could no longer safeguard her alone. Yuxing possessed considerable strength, and if An had feelings for him, he would graciously accept it, as long as An remained safe. Ignoring the dull ache in his heart, he helplessly closed his eyes. Jian An approached Yuxing and handed him the porcelain vial, saying, Here, this potion is for you. Yuxing did not take it. Instead, his alluring lips curled into a smirk as he regarded her with playful intrigue. Alas, he lamented, my body is in agony due to my efforts to protect someone. How could I possibly muster the strength to tend to my own wounds? Jian felt a wave of speechlessness. The man before her bore a complexion as rosy as ever, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. With a resigned sigh, she acknowledged the undeniable truth that he had saved her, and she could not afford to be ungrateful. Taking a handkerchief from her pocket, she poured the medicinal liquid from the porcelain vial onto it, and knelt down to apply the remedy. Ouch! Could you not be a bit gentler? If I end up disfigured, will you take responsibility? Jian An paused with the handkerchief in hand. Just as it brushed against his face, he grimaced in pain. Baring his teeth, Jian, both exasperated and amused, fixed her gaze upon him and remarked, Are you not a male? Can you not endure such minor discomfort? Nevertheless, she endeavored to soften her touch. Yuxing lowered his eyes, captivated by the exquisite beauty so close at hand. His gaze flickered, and for a moment, he found himself unable to look away, the corners of his mouth lifting into a gentle, tender smile. Do you wish to ascertain whether I am indeed male? Yuxing replied with a smile, his tone imbued with an indescribable languid charm. Jian An rolled her eyes at him, too apathetic to engage. The more she ignored him, the more exuberant he became. Not minding her disregard for his words, Yuxing inquired, I saved you. How will you repay me? His golden, peach blossom-like eyes fixed intently upon her. Jian An's expression darkened. Here it comes again. This fellow is adept at leveraging favors for repayment. She acknowledged and appreciated Yuxing for his protection, yet later, when she inadvertently utilized her soul power to avert a crisis, he offered no gratitude in return. Jian An remained tight-lipped, ignoring him. Chapter 107. Reef Blue Sea. Yuxing smirked mischievously, shrugging as he remarked, I once came across a saying in the scrolls of the human race. A life-saving grace should be repaid with one's body. Jian An shot him a glare, her annoyance palpable, choosing not to respond, internally criticizing the questionable literature he indulged in. Had her 9 years of compulsory education been in vain? Swiftly applying medicine to the wounds on his face, she folded away her handkerchief and rose. Here, I'll give you the remaining medicine in this bottle, she declared. Without waiting for his reply, Jian An decisively turned away, eager to avoid any further irritating comments from him. Yuxing toyed with the porcelain bottle in his hands, realizing that the little one harbored quite a few secrets. Lifting his gaze, he observed her retreating figure, a resolute glimmer igniting in his eyes. A charming smile graced his alluring lips, adding to his captivating demeanor. Si-chun, I'm back, Jian An cheerfully announced as she settled beside him, wrapping her arms around his. Si-chun gazed at her with tender eyes, encircling her petite form within his embrace, allowing her to rest against him for greater comfort. A fire had already been kindled in the open space, its flames warding off the chill of the night, bringing with it a gentle warmth. Moonlight filtered through the treetops, casting a dappled silver glow upon the embracing couple, creating an ethereal tableau. Nearby, Yuxing watched Jian An nestled in Si-chen's arms, a pang of bitterness swelling within him. He couldn't help but wish it were he holding her instead. After a night of respite, the group set forth once more, journeying toward the outer fringes of the forest. Once they traversed the perimeter, they would reach the border between the northern and southern states, the Azure Reef. After half a day's travel, they successfully navigated the entire expanse of the Forgetting River forest, emerging from its confines while the soothing sound of flowing water accompanied them. Before them lay the vast, azure sea, an endless expanse stretching from the shore and merging seamlessly with the sky. Wow, it's so beautiful, Jian An exclaimed, seated upon Si-chen's back, mesmerized by the breathtaking scenery. Though she had visited the seaside in modern times, none compared to the deep blue of this ocean. Jian An gracefully descended from Si-chen's back and sprinted towards the nearby beach, her joyful demeanor resembling that of a fluttering butterfly. She stood at the water's edge, gazing out as the waves surged forth from the horizon. They crashed against the rocks, splashing like shards of jade, resembling clusters of white plum blossoms. Si-chen observed her silhouette, his eyes brimming with tenderness. He stepped forward, embraced her from behind, and gently took her hand, bestowing a soft kiss upon it. Yuxing watched the two standing by the shore, a bittersweet expression crossing his face, pondering when he too might stand beside her in such a manner. Jian An felt the damp sea breeze, tinged with a faint hint of salt, caressing her cheeks. Curiously, she inquired, Si-chun, where's the tribe of the sea folk? Si-chen raised his hand, pointing towards the ocean, indicating a distant island. Following the direction of his finger, Jian An glimpsed a small island floating on the horizon. Her expression clouded with confusion. How shall we communicate with them? She asked, pondering the considerable distance from the shore to the island. Realizing that swimming was evidently not a feasible option, Si-chun smiled gently, bowing his head to search around, and picked up a long seashell from the beach. He placed the shell to his lips and blew into it, producing a resonant, echoing call. Jian An still gazed at him in utter bewilderment. Do not fret, Si-chen reassured her, gently tucking the wind-tossed strands of her hair behind her ear. After a brief moment, Jian An faintly discerned a distant, mournful sound emanating from the direction of the island, as if in reply. Jian An found it intriguing. This method was indeed fascinating, akin to a secret code. Chapter 108. The Prince of the Merfolk. The crowd stood silently by the shore for a moment, as the tranquil surface of the sea began to ripple. After a wave of undulating motion, the sound of splashing water grew louder, heralding the emergence of a group of mermen. Their fishtails glistening as they approached Jian An and her companions. Could these be the legendary mermaids? Jian An's expression reflected her astonishment. The silver scales adorning their tails sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, appearing crystal clear. As they set foot on the sandy beach, their beautiful tails transformed effortlessly into legs. Despite having witnessed this spectacle multiple times, Jian An remained enchanted by the sight. A total of 10 merfolk had arrived, and the leading young merman elicited a silent admiration from Jian An, a boy so pure. His seaweed-like black hair cascaded down to his waist. And though his features bore the freshness of youth, they were exquisitely refined, particularly his pair of aquamarine eyes, which seemed to encapsulate an entire ocean, radiating an innocent naivete akin to that of a newborn babe, untouched by the world. Si-chen possessed eyes that resembled sapphires, yet they conveyed an entirely different depth. His gaze was profound, while the young merman's was innocent. A middle-aged male stepped forward, smiling as he addressed Si-chun. Young Master Si-chun, welcome back to the Sea Clan. He was the shaman of the merfolk, responsible for hosting the Baihu clan during their salt trade visits. The term Sea Clan was merely an umbrella designation, encompassing numerous tribes such as the merfolk and the sea turtles. Si-chun nodded slightly, a gentle smile gracing his lips. It has been a while, Shaman Dale. He and Dale were old acquaintances. This is our prince of the merfolk, Prince Yamosi, Dale introduced, gesturing to the young merman beside him. Greetings to you all, Yamosi beamed, a brilliant smile illuminating his face, revealing two delightful dimples at the corners of his mouth, which made him appear particularly endearing. The sea salt is ready and stored in the wooden huts over there, Dale said with a smile, gesturing invitingly. The sea salt, which dissolves upon contact with water, was not sun-dried on the island, but rather kept in several wooden huts constructed along the coast, occasionally overseen by the male merfolk, thus facilitating trade with the land-dwelling beast tribes. Jian An observed that Si-chun was preoccupied with important matters and decided against accompanying him. Si-chun, I shall remain here on the beach for a while. I won't wander far. Si-chun regarded her with a hint of hesitation, his concern evident. Dare being a perceptive male, discerned Si-chun's apprehension and reassured him, Young Master Si-chun, there is no need for worry. This coastal area harbors no dangerous beasts. Your companion will remain safe. He then instructed the two males beside him to stay and ensured Jian An's protection. Si-chun also requested Kuda to remain, and together they proceeded towards a nearby wooden cabin. Jian An removed his shoes and strolled barefoot along the expansive beach, where the fine grains of sand tickled his feet, akin to stepping upon a soft carpet. The sea gently lapped at his instep, its coolness both refreshing and delightful. He settled upon a rocky outcrop, allowing his feet to soak in the ocean's embrace. Do you enjoy the sea? A melodious voice chimed from behind him. Jian An turned her gaze upon the newcomer, who turned out to be none other than the prince of the merfolk. Ah, how delightful! As she beheld the boundless azure sea, a serene smile illuminated her tranquil face. The ocean was indeed a marvel. Yamosi approached her side and, admiring her radiant smile, inquired, Do you wish to dwell here forever? Jian An was somewhat perplexed by the question posed by the youth beside her. Nevertheless, she smiled warmly at him. She held a fondness for this boy, whose presence exuded a sense of purity. She mused that living by the sea would indeed be delightful, yet that was merely a childhood dream. Chapter 109. The fall into water for her present self, being with Si-chun, made any location feel perfect. Yes, let us dwell here forever. Yimashi beamed with a radiant smile, revealing a charming dimple at the corner of her mouth, before casting a glance at her and turning away. Jian An gazed at his departing figure, feeling a sense of inexplicable emotion. She pursed her lips and withdrew her gaze. After a moment, Jian An prepared to rise. Suddenly, she sensed that her feet were ensnared by some unseen force. A wave of alarm washed over her as she realized that this entity seemed to be gradually pulling her beneath the water's surface. Jian An's expression suddenly shifted, her heart filled with turmoil. Her legs began to thrash violently as she attempted to break free from the bindings that ensnared her. Yet, the more she struggled, the faster she sank into the depths. Jian's face was etched with terror. She couldn't swim. She barely had time to utter a single word of distress before being violently yanked and pulled into the depths of the sea. Jian An struggled desperately, her body thrashing as torrents of seawater surged into her mouth and nose, suffocating her lungs and heart. Waves of asphyxiation rendered her mind blank. As her body gradually sank deeper into the abyss, the world around her began to blur, her consciousness slipping away. Was she truly on the brink of death? Jian An, who was calling her? In her dazed state, she seemed to glimpse a crimson figure urgently swimming towards her. Who could it be? This fleeting thought lingered in her mind as she teetered on the edge of unconsciousness. Watching Jian An's frail form, Yuxing's face was etched with concern and anxiety. He glanced at the figure behind him, his eyes cold with reproach. Why did you do this, Prince of the Merfolk? The person standing behind Yuxing was none other than Yamosi, the very one who had dragged Jian An beneath the waves. Coughing violently, Jian An expelled the seawater from her lungs. As she opened her eyes, she attempted to rise, but before she could sit up, an overwhelming weakness enveloped her, causing her to collapse once more. How do you feel? Yuxing asked, gripping Jian An's hand with fervent urgency. Jian An gazed at him with a hint of confusion, shaking her head. I'm fine. Where are we? Did you save me? She recalled being pulled into the ocean by some force, and the flash of red she had seen before losing consciousness must have been Yuxing. Jian An raised her head and surveyed her surroundings, discovering that she was encased within a vast and transparent bubble, surrounded by the azure waters of the sea. A jolt of surprise coursed through her. Was she truly beneath the ocean? Frantically propping herself up on her arms, she grasped Yuxing's hand, her expression betraying urgency. How are we in the sea? Yuxing's gaze darkened slightly as he cast a cold glance over his shoulder at the figure behind them. Perhaps you should inquire with him directly. He had originally accompanied a male from the merfolk to observe the salt trade, but finding the discussions between Si-chun and the others tedious, he had departed the wooden cabin. Upon reaching the beach in search of Jian An, He spotted her frolicking on the rocks, but before he could approach her, an unexpected incident occurred. She plunged into the sea. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt in after her. As he witnessed her body sinking deeper into the water, his heart felt as though it were being violently torn apart. A pain so profound it rendered him breathless. For the first time in his life, he experienced true fear. Watching her descend rapidly, Yuxing found himself unable to catch up, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Fixing his gaze, he was horrified to see the prince of the merfolk gripping Jian An's ankle, dragging her further into the depths. Yuxing's teeth clenched in fury. Was this insidious fish prince intent on harming Jian An? Though he couldn't breathe underwater, he could hold his breath for a time. Yet, for females who were inherently delicate, the situation was dire. If this continued, Jian An would surely perish. Despite his considerable strength, he found himself outpaced by the aquatic beastmen. In a flash of crimson light, he imbued his legs with spiritual energy, propelling himself swiftly towards the merfolk prince. Chapter 110. Innocent yet cruel. Yuxing seized Yamosi's arm, pointing upwards and imploring, "Quickly, take Jian into the surface." Yamosi stared at him in confusion, clearly failing to grasp his intent. Frustrated by his ignorance, Yuxing suppressed the urge to strike Yamosi, instead mimicking a choking gesture by grasping his own throat. Yamosi's aquamarine eyes suddenly lit up, as if a light had dawned upon him. He opened his mouth wide and expelled a colossal bubble, encasing Jian An within its protective embrace. A pang of regret surged within Yamosi. He had overlooked the fact that terrestrial females could not breathe underwater. Yuxing had intended to return Jian An to the shore, yet Yamosi stubbornly refused to release her. Concerned for her well-being, Yuxing reluctantly followed him into an underwater cavern, the very place they now occupied. Gazing at her vibrant form before him, Yuxing's fingertips trembled slightly. Having never experienced loss, he could not fully appreciate the beauty of regaining what was once thought lost. Yet, in this moment, simply observing her brought him an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. Jian looked in the direction of his gaze, astonished. "Prince Yamosi? What on earth is happening?" Yuxing sneered softly, his eyes narrowing slightly as he coldly remarked, "It is this wretched fish prince who dragged you into the sea." He felt an overwhelming desire to deliver a thorough beating to this insufferable fish prince at that very moment. Jian An stared in astonishment, her eyes slightly widened, gazing at Yamosi in disbelief. "Why?" she questioned. Today marked their first encounter, and their exchanged words scarcely exceeded 3. She could not fathom his motive for wanting to harm her. Yamosi tilted his head, looking at Jian An with a perplexed expression. "You said you wished to dwell in the sea forever, so I brought you here." He could not comprehend why, despite fulfilling the wish of this beautiful female before him. She appeared anything but pleased. Jian An furrowed her delicate brows, gazing at the bewildered youth before her, taking a moment to regain her composure. What nonsense was this? Just because she casually expressed a desire to reside here, he intended to drag her into the depths of the sea? Moreover, her words implied living by the shore, not beneath the waves. She was not a fish, after all, and how could she possibly exist underwater? Under different circumstances, Jian An might have dismissed such a ludicrous rationale. Yet the innocence and brilliance shining in Yamosi's eyes suggested an utter oblivion to the world's perils, mirroring the pure and naive impression he imparted. "Prince Yamosi, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I cannot, nor do I wish to dwell in the depths of the sea. Please, take us back to the shore." A wave of unease washed over her as she pondered the time. She could only imagine how worried Sichin would be if he discovered her absence. Though Yamosi had nearly led her to her demise, she bore him no malice. Her sole desire was to return to the safety of the land. Yamosi tilted his head in confusion, his delicate brows knitting together. "Why must we go back? Did you not say you wished to live in the sea?" Jian An sighed helplessly, pondering how to communicate with this child. "Prince Yamosi, my companion remains on the shore. He will undoubtedly worry about me if he cannot see me. Please, could you escort us back to the land? Is your companion the young master of the White Tiger clan?" Yamosi inquired, his cerulean eyes blinking curiously at Jian An. Jian nodded, reluctant to elaborate, a flicker of impatience stirring within him. "Is it because of him that you are unwilling to reside here?" Yamosi's youthful face contorted in thought, and a sudden inspiration struck her as she promptly declared, "Then I shall kill him." In doing so, would she not be able to remain in the sea forever? Jian An gazed at Yamoshi, who innocently uttered such cruel words, her beautifully shaped brows slightly furrowing. Chapter 111. The Stubborn Yamoshi. A flicker of anger simmered within her heart. She refrained from casting him another glance and instead turned her attention to Yuxing. "Yuxing, could you take me back to the surface of the sea?" she asked, since Yamoshi was unwilling to offer assistance. She resolved to find a solution on her own. Yuxing lowered his gaze in contemplation, frowning as he replied, "I'm afraid that's not possible." Jian An realized she could not hold her breath underwater for an extended period, and the distance to the surface was more than several hundred meters. Without the bubble of the fish prince, she certainly would not be able to endure long enough to reach the shore. Jian An's expression, once filled with anticipation, dimmed. Her head bowed, revealing a hint of despondency. Yuxing, with his elongated peach blossom eyes, gazed intently at her, observing her melancholic demeanor. A wave of discomfort washed over him. He grasped her hand, gently patting the back of it, and spoke softly to reassure her. Do not worry. I shall ensure your safe return. Jian An lifted her gaze to meet Yu Xing's, her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she parted her lips, contemplating uttering something. Yet, she ultimately bit her lip in silence. Yu Xing was not someone of significance to her. They were hardly even acquaintances. Given his prowess, departing alone would be an effortless task, and his continued presence here was merely a consideration for her. How could she dare to impose any unreasonable demands upon him? Yu Xing, ever perceptive, could not possibly overlook Jian An's indecisive expression. A sly smile crept upon his lips as he teasingly remarked, "What is the matter? Afraid I might abandon you?" He added with an unprecedented softness in his voice, "Rest assured, I am eagerly awaiting your heartfelt repayment." Gently, he reached out to caress her silky black hair, offering consolation. "If the Prince of Dead Fish refuses to assist, I shall make him relent." Jian An smiled faintly and nodded, yet within her heart, a myriad of emotions stirred, leaving her both amused and exasperated by his words. Jian An rose to her feet and gazed solemnly at Yamosi, who stood beside her. "Prince Yamosi, I am uncertain as to why you insist on my remaining in the sea, but I must return to my partner. I am the mate of the heir of the White Tiger clan, and if Si Chun learns that you have taken me, he will undoubtedly demand an explanation from your merfolk. Surely, you do not wish for discord between our clans." Yamosi's expression betrayed an inner conflict, his demeanor somewhat despondent. "However, if I cannot keep you here, my wish shall remain unfulfilled." Upon hearing his words, Jian An found the absurdity of the situation overwhelming. Her delicate brows knitted tighter as she gently urged, "Yamosi, even if I were to stay, I cannot fulfill your wish. I am not a wishing tree. How could I possibly grant wishes?" Yamosi, though seemingly innocent, was remarkably obstinate. He pressed his lips together and fixed a glare upon Jian An, declaring, "No." He said that as long as I keep you here, my wish will be granted. I cannot let you go. I must not. At this, Yu Xing's elongated eyes narrowed dangerously as he inquired, "Are you implying that someone compelled you to keep Jian An in the sea under the pretense of granting a wish?" His expression clearly conveyed his displeasure, raising the question of who this person might be and their motives. Realizing he had slipped up, Yamosi glared at him in a mix of frustration and embarrassment. "I haven't said anything. Regardless, none of you can leave." With that, he puffed out his cheeks and swiftly swam out of the bubble, his tail flicking through the water until he soon vanished from sight. "Hey, come back." Jian An called out several times until Yamosi's figure was no longer visible, leaving her feeling somewhat deflated as she sank onto the stone bed. What should she do now? Jian An stood up and approached the bubble, poking it with her finger. This transparent sphere, seemingly as thin as paper, possessed remarkable resilience. She circled the bubble, pondering for quite some time, but unable to decipher its mysteries. "Stop looking," she muttered to herself. The bubble was entirely fused with the cave. The only way out was to shatter it, but doing so would lead to complications. Chapter 112. Encounter with the man in the black robe. Yu Xing lounged lazily against the stone bed, propping his head on his hand as he observed Jian An's actions, his face devoid of any concern. For him, being unable to leave was rather fortuitous. Having the opportunity to spend time alone with Jian An was a stroke of luck. His peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, and his thin lips curled into a subtle smile. The Prince of the Dead Fish had inadvertently done him a favor. Once he managed to take Jian An out, perhaps he might consider sparing him a few strikes. A wicked glint danced in his expression, as he would not forget how Yamosi had nearly endangered Jian An's life. Jian An shot him an exasperated glare. This fellow truly was insufferable. She understood the implication of his words. If the bubble were to burst, the sea would rush in instantaneously, leaving her to await her demise. Meanwhile, after Yamosi stormed away in anger, he returned to his underwater lair. The islands floating on the surface were indeed perceived by outsiders as the domain of the Merfolk clan. Yet in truth, they served merely as a faade. The Merfolk resided in the caverns beneath the sea. As Yamosi entered his bubble, a figure cloaked entirely in black emerged from the shadows. The cloaked individual stepped forward and inquired, "Prince Yamosi, how did the task fare?" The voice was low and raspy, akin to a saw cutting through wood. Yamosi stood somewhat awkwardly, feeling an inexplicable dread towards the figure before him. "I have brought her to the sea as you instructed. When will you provide me with the potion?" His mother beast had little time left. Forcibly dragging Jian An underwater had not been his intention. He was simply left with no choice. His beloved mother beast had fallen gravely ill, and even the clan's shaman had declared her time was short. This knowledge weighed heavily on Yamosi, who had been nurtured with great care by her since his childhood. By a stroke of fortune, he had encountered the cloaked figure, who claimed to possess a remedy for his mother beast's ailment, provided that he left the companion of the White Tiger clan's heir in the sea. However, the cloaked figure's true intent was for Yamosi to ensure Jian An remained in the ocean forever, a notion that Yamosi, in his innocent naivety, misunderstood. The figure, with hands concealed within the expansive sleeves of the robe, stated, "Prince Yamosi, I believe you have misconstrued my meaning. I intended for you to keep that female in the sea indefinitely, which you have evidently failed to accomplish. I have brought her to the Merfolk's tribe. Yet she persistently demands to return. I am at a loss as to how to proceed, Yamosi said, his youthful face contorted with distress. Moreover, the male accompanying her is quite fearsome. I feel as though he is poised to strike me at any moment. The cloaked figure produced a porcelain vial, the hidden face beneath the robe revealing a sinister expression. I have a solution. Simply pour the contents of this vial into her food. Once ingested, she will no longer harbor thoughts of leaving, for a corpse cannot depart on its own. The vial contained a secret potion, colorless and tasteless, yet highly toxic. Once consumed, no matter how powerful the individual, they would be unable to resist its effects, barring a mating encounter. Otherwise, death awaited them within an hour. Even in death, the cloaked figure intended for that female to perish in humiliation. Yamosi, bewildered yet intrigued, accepted the porcelain vial, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. Was this potion truly so miraculous? Would consuming it truly prevent her from leaving? The thought of his mother beast's imminent recovery filled him with uncontainable joy. The cloaked figure snorted derisively, sweeping his sleeves aside and turning his back to Yamosi. Of course, I am far more powerful than any shaman. Thus, you, foolish prince of the merfolk, should obediently fulfill your task. As for what happens to that female after her death, Chapter 113. Evasion. Whether a conflict would arise between the White Tiger clan and the merfolk was of no concern to him. After all, it was merely the death of a few wretched beasts in barren lands. Yamosi, elated, exited the cave clutching the porcelain vial, carrying with him a hopeful dream. Sighing, Jian An sat on the stone bed, resting her chin upon her hands, gazing vacantly at the azure sea outside. Yuxing opened his eyes and cast a glance at her. Could you refrain from sighing so incessantly? Your lamentations are rather dispiriting. Jian An turned around, placing her hands on the stone bed, expressing her discontent. You may not be anxious, but I am. It's been such a long time. And Sichin still doesn't know how to worry. One must admit, this fellow possesses remarkable adaptability, able to thrive in any environment. Yuxing shrugged. Your anxiety is of no consequence. Without the assistance of the Fish Prince, we have no means to return. As for Sichin, he is not a fool. Sooner or later, he will discover who has taken Jian An shot him a sidelong glance and fell silent. She had intended to ask, then why don't you leave? But instinctively shied away from the question. Perhaps she knew the reason. She simply did not wish to acknowledge it. Yuxing observed her evasive gaze and her hesitant demeanor, easily perceiving her unspoken thoughts. A sly smile crept upon his lips as he remarked, in truth, with my abilities, returning to the shore is not particularly difficult. It is only because of someone that I remain here. She may have sought to evade the truth. Yet he was determined to compel her to confront the feelings he harbored for her. Jian An's grip on the hem of her garment tightened involuntarily. What was this fellow scheming? Did he truly wish to embarrass everyone? Yuxing, observing her tense posture, let out a derisive laugh. Oh. Did you think I was going to say something? You still owe me a debt of gratitude for saving your life. If I were to leave on my own, wouldn't that merely benefit you? A bittersweet sensation washed over him. Was it really so pitiful that his feelings for her could render her so frightened? Silence stretched between the two. With a crisp sound, Yumashi entered the scene, carrying 2 fish in hand. I have come to bring you some food. Do eat up. These are the most exquisite red phosphorus fish from the Azure Sea. Yumashi approached the stone table, placing the fish onto a platter, and gazed at Jian An. Jian An approached Yumashi with an air of urgency and inquired, when will you allow me to leave? After the recent encounter with Yuxing, the thought of being alone with him again filled her with a sense of dread. Yumashi cast his gaze downward, fixating on his toes. Once you have eaten, I shall escort you back to the shore. He dared not meet the gaze of the female before him, for he had never been one to utter falsehoods. He had already devised a plan. Once the female consumed the potion-laden red-scaled fish, irrespective of the miraculous nature of the potion provided by the cloaked figure, he would ensure their departure as soon as he procured the remedy for the matriarch from the enigmatic figure. Jian An had anticipated hearing Yamosi's refusal once more, as his previous stance had been resolute. To her surprise, he deviated from his usual demeanor and consented to escort them away. Yuxing's golden eyes narrowed as he observed Yamosi, who had his head bowed. He sensed that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. Who exactly was the being revealed by the Prince of the Dead Fish, and what were his intentions? Do you genuinely wish to let us go, without any regrets? Jian An inquired with uncertainty, eager to return to the shore, her concern for Sichin amplifying given her past transgressions. Indeed, no regrets. Please eat quickly, Yamosi murmured, still keeping his head lowered. Relieved by Yamosi's unequivocal response, Jian An exhaled softly, choosing not to dwell further on his thoughts, as orcs were, in her experience, known for their honesty and integrity. Seated by the stone table, Jian An gazed at the remarkably fresh fish on her plate, her appetite stirring. Chapter 114. Caught off guard. Facing the fish, Jian An found herself in a quandary. She lacked a knife, and could not fathom how to consume it, surely. She could not simply pick it up and gnaw at it. While the moon goddess's space contained utensils, it was not convenient for her to retrieve them at that moment. Noticing her fixation on the red-scaled fish without making a move to eat, Yamosi felt a pang of urgency. His delicate brows furrowed slightly as he asked, why aren't you eating? Please hurry. Once you do, I can obtain the potion to heal the mother beast from the figure in the black cloak. Jian raised her gaze towards Yumosi and inquired, "Do you possess a knife?" "I wish to slice the fish." "Did you think she had no desire to eat?" "It was merely that she found herself at a loss on how to begin. This is simple, requiring no knife." Yumosi extended his right hand, and his fingernails gradually elongated, deftly gliding across the surface of the red-scaled fish, transforming an entire fish into a platter of sashimi in an instant. Jian An curled her lips in disdain. Indeed. The orcs possessed remarkable convenience, their hands capable of serving as blades, though she certainly wasn't envious. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Would her elongated nails ever cease to retract? She picked up a slice of sashimi and placed it delicately in her mouth. The fish was exquisitely tender and succulent, imbued with a hint of sweetness. Jian An couldn't help but close her eyes in sheer delight, savoring the exquisite flavor. After indulging in several more pieces, just as she was about to lift another slice to her lips, she noticed Yumosi across from her, his cerulean eyes brimming with anticipation. Gazing at her with a look of eager longing, Jian An paused, her hand holding the sashimi trembling slightly as she cast a reluctant glance at the delicacy. After much internal conflict, she extended it towards him, inquiring, "Would you like to have some?" "Please say no, as I am still not full." Yumoshi blinked in surprise, responding, "Oh, no, you enjoy it." A rare smile graced Jian An's face, yet she felt an odd sensation within. Why was he so intent on gazing at the fish in her hand if he had no desire to eat? In a short span, she devoured an entire red-scaled fish, patting her belly with satisfaction and letting out a hearty belch. Observing her finish the fish, Yumoshi cautiously probed, "How do you feel? Do you still wish to return to shore?" "Of course I do." "What, do you wish to go back on your word?" Jian An furrowed her brows, her gaze fixed intently on him. If he dared utter a single negative, she would instruct Yuxing to bite him. Yumoshi hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands, exclaiming, No, I am not going back on my word. I was merely inquiring. Is it possible that the potion given by the man in the black robe is not as miraculous as claimed?" Jian An's eyes narrowed slightly, casting a dubious glance at him. "Oh, is that so? When will you take us up?" "Ah, I still need to prepare a bit. I will be back shortly." With that, Yumoshi fled the cave in haste. "Hey, don't you dare deceive me," Jian An shouted after his retreating figure. She absent-mindedly touched her slightly swollen belly, realizing she may have overeaten. Perhaps it was best to get up and move around a bit. Glancing back at Yuxing, she opened her mouth but ultimately chose silence. Never mind. If he were hungry, he would come to eat on his own. She need not fret unnecessarily. Just as she stood, Jian An suddenly felt her legs weaken, and she collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. "What's wrong?" A concerned voice came from behind. It was Yuxing. "I'm fine." Jian An shook her head. Yet, she felt a dull heaviness in her head, as if a fire were incessantly burning within her chest. A wave of heat surged throughout her body, overwhelming her. Jian An felt as though she were being scorched in flames, a torment she recognized all too well, for she was no longer an innocent maiden. But why? Just moments ago, she had felt fine. Something flickered through her mind. Chapter 116. Turbulent emotions this time. The figure in the black robe not only failed in his intentions, but also gifted her with a genuine emotion. However, that is a tale for another time, which we shall set aside for now. In the deep blue waters, the rise and fall of the sun was imperceptible, and the passage of time became indistinguishable. Within the transparent, colossal bubbles, only a single pearl emitted a soft, ethereal glow. Jian An resembled a languid cat, curled up in Yuxing's embrace, her hair disheveled. Yet her exquisite features still bore the lingering traces of yesterday's fervent passion. Yuxing wore a satisfied expression, his peach blossom eyes brimming with affection as he gazed at Jian and nestled in his arms. His fingers gently brushed against her porcelain-like arms, and a smile played at the corners of his lips, where an intricately designed fox seemed to dance in the breeze. Jian An's long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings as she slowly opened her eyes. Raising her gaze, she found herself face to face with Yuxing's handsome visage, and a series of hazy yet blush-inducing images flashed through her mind in an instant. Jian An's cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze lowered slightly, her expression inscrutable. Were you satisfied yesterday?" Yuxing murmured softly near her ear, his thin lips brushing against her earlobe, sending a gentle warmth through her, accompanied by his audacious words. This made Jian An tremble involuntarily, a blend of embarrassment and anger prompting her to glare at him. Although everything that transpired yesterday was not to her liking, it was not Yuxing's fault. She had no right to blame him. Instead, he had acted as an antidote, rescuing her from her plight. Jian An wore a hint of fatigue upon her face, although she was not new to the ways of the world. The madness of the previous day had rendered her weary. At this moment, her emotions were somewhat disordered. The two had become entwined due to the effects of the drug, and she found herself at a loss regarding her feelings for Yuxing. The image of Sichin, with his jade-like features and eyes filled with a struggle, flashed through her mind. Jian An was uncertain about her sentiments towards Yuxing. Perhaps the intimacy they had shared had altered her feelings, making her no longer harbor the same disdain she once did. But did she truly like him? Jian An could not articulate it, observing the flicker in her gaze. Yuxing narrowed his eyes slightly and, with a hint of gritted teeth, remarked, "What? Now that you've taken everything from me, you intend to deny it?" Since his mark had already been inscribed upon her, she could forget about escaping from him. Jian An's crimson lips parted slightly as she cast a glance laden with complexity at him, ultimately diverting her gaze and suppressing the tumultuous thoughts within. Very well. Since clarity eludes her at this moment, she decided to let things unfold naturally, her mind agitated by the notion. Turning her gaze towards the source of her discontent, she found Yuxing reclining with one hand propping up his head, exuding a languid and carefree demeanor. Jian An felt a surge of irritation. How could he remain so unfazed while she was on the verge of despair? In a swift motion, she seized the blanket from him, shooting him a fierce glare before wrapping herself in it and descending from the bed. She gathered the scattered garments strewn across the floor, utilizing the blanket for modesty as she began to dress. Yet, Yuxing remained unperturbed, his expression still relaxed, his peach blossom eye shimmering with mischief. A faint smile playing on his lips that held a hint of beguilement. His words dripped with temptation, and, if you wish to behold my form, feel free to voice it, I assure you, I hold nothing back. His slightly disheveled hair cascaded over his chest, lending him an air of sensuality. His well-defined torso radiated a uniquely masculine charm, imbued with a subtle allure, much like a flawless piece of art. In that moment, his very essence suggested that he was not merely unclad, but rather adorned in sumptuous attire. Jian An's movement in dressing paused for a brief moment as she silently ground her teeth, reflecting on the utter lack of integrity displayed by this individual. Chapter 117, The Enigma. Through this experience, Jian An's perspective on the orcs underwent a profound transformation. She had always believed that orcs possessed an inherent simplicity, their thoughts easily characterized as straightforward and blunt. However, these preconceived notions led her to suffer yet another hidden misfortune. Yimashi was the cleanest young man she had ever encountered, innocent and naive. Yet, even such a pure-hearted youth could resort to deceit and underhanded tactics to achieve his ends. Jian An could not help but lament that, whether among the orc or human races, the human heart remains the most inscrutable of all. A pair of hands encircled Jian An's waist from behind, accompanied by a languid voice that inquired, "What are you thinking about?" Yuxing rested his chin atop Jian An's head. Jian's lips twitched slightly. How impressive it is to have grown tall. She wriggled free from his embrace and shot him an exasperated glance. Meanwhile, a colossal bubble emitted a subtle ripple, and Yimashi entered with a look of palpable tension on his face. Jian An approached Yimashi with measured steps, her eyes betraying a simmering anger as she spoke in a tone laced with hostility. Yimashi, not only have you deceived me, but you have also engaged in the despicable act of drugging me. She was determined to teach Yimashi a lesson, after all. The treasure pavilion in the moon goddess realm held various poisons and sedatives. If he could administer such a substance to her, why should she not reciprocate in kind? Yimashi hung his head low, gripping the hem of his garment tightly. His delicate features were contorted with distress, and tears welled in his eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment, rendering him a pitiful sight indeed. Observing his crestfallen demeanor, reminiscent of a forlorn puppy with drooping ears, Jian An felt a flicker of sympathy within her heart. She shook her head to dispel the thoughts swirling in her mind. No, she must not soften. It was precisely because of Yimashi's innocent facade that she had let her guard down. She could not afford to make the same mistake again. Jian An placed her hands on her hips, feigning ferocity as she declared, "Do not presume that your act of pity will earn my forgiveness. Had it not been for you, I would never have found myself entangled with this loathsome individual." Before she could finish her words, she sensed a piercing gaze from behind her, sending a shiver down her spine. "In any case, it is your fault." Jian An coughed lightly, awkwardly shifting the subject. Yuxing cast a sidelong glance at Jian An, a cryptic smile gracing his lips as he stepped forward, directing his icy stare towards Yimashi. "Prince of the Dead Fish, I shall not let you off the hook for all that you have done to him." Yuxing had never shown leniency to anyone aside from an Yimo. She flinched under Yuxing's penetrating gaze, instinctively curling up, his voice quivering as he lamented. "I am sorry. I truly did not mean to. I thought that by heeding the words of the man in the black robe, I could obtain the potion to heal the mother beast." Yet, just the day before, after witnessing Jian An consume the fish meat laced with the potion, he had rushed to find the black-robed figure. No matter how fervently he searched, the man remained elusive. Even in his ignorance, he sensed something was amiss. Perhaps he had been deceived by the man in the black robe. He had spent the entire night tossing and turning, unable to find solace, filled with guilt and trepidation, which is why he had hesitated to approach them immediately. The man in the black robe? Jian An's expression shifted to one of astonishment, her mind racing with uncertainty. Was it not the black-robed figure who had supplied the poison that nearly claimed her life during Tali's treachery? Yuxing noticed her unease and inquired, "And do you know the black-robed man of whom the Prince of the Dead Fish speaks?" Jian shook her head gently, her delicate brows knitting together. "I do not recognize him. However, similar incidents have occurred in the past, all stemming from the enigmatic figure in the black robe. Who is this shadowy individual? And why does he repeatedly seek to bring her harm?" Chapter 118, A Tinge of Jealousy. Jian An pursed her lips in silent exasperation, pondering how the words uttered by this fellow had completely altered in meaning. Her gaze shifted towards Yamosi, who towered over her by a considerable margin, his face a picture of sorrow, streaked with tears and snot. Jian An found herself in a predicament, almost amused, as it seemed she was the one truly wronged in this scenario. Moreover, judging by Yamosi's appearance, he appeared to be around 14 or 15 years of age. According to the standards of the beast men, he was already considered a mature male. With a gentle sigh, she retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket and extended it towards him, urging, "Please, wipe your face, it looks quite unseemly." "Thank you." Yamosi sniffled as he accepted the handkerchief, still trembling with emotion. Jian's face bore a serious expression as she gazed at him. "Yamosi, I can grant you forgiveness, however. I implore you to recount in detail your encounter with the figure in the black robe. Additionally, you must guide us back to the coast." Upon hearing her words, Yamosi's azure eyes sparkled with disbelief as he inquired, "Really? Will you truly forgive me?" Despite his numerous misdeeds, this female was still willing to extend her mercy. Jian An nodded, leading Yamosi to sit beside the stone table. Yamosi took a deep breath and recounted in meticulous detail how he encountered the black-robed figure, as well as the terms discussed with him. Upon concluding Yamosi's narrative, Jian An harbored a singular thought: how could one grow up so naive, so foolish, as to be sold by others yet still assist them in counting their gains? Yamosi had never questioned the black-robed figure's commands and promises. This was not mere simplicity, but sheer folly. "Thank you for sharing this with me. As for your mother's ailment, I may possess a remedy. The moon goddess's realm is replete with healing fruits and potions, capable of even mending Uncle Yazin's long-standing injuries. Curing ordinary maladies should be well within reach." One must wonder, why did she not retrieve the detoxifying fruits and potions yesterday to try? At the very least, she could have immersed herself in the spring waters of that realm. Was she perhaps under the influence of the drugs, or did she wish to conceal the secret of that space? Such questions remain beyond her grasp now. Yamosi's eyes widened in astonishment, sparkling with joy as he exclaimed, "Are you truly serious? Can you genuinely heal my mother's illness?" Jian An nodded slightly. "I have some medicine here that you may take back and try, though I cannot guarantee it will cure your mother beast. While the items within this space possess miraculous properties, there are exceptions to every rule. I do not wish to give Yimashi hope only to allow him to experience greater disappointment. That would be the cruelest fate of all." Yes, thank you. Your name is Jian An, right? May I befriend you?" Yimashi smiled brightly, his shallow dimples making him appear exceedingly charming. Jian An smiled gently, gazing at him as she spoke, of course. Although Yimashi was not particularly astute, the aura he exuded had always captivated her. His essence was not malevolent. He merely lacked a certain shrewdness. Just as the two were engaged in delightful conversation, an unwelcome voice intruded from Jian and sighed, "Ha, fool. Dead fish prince. Even if it forgives you, I shall not so easily grant you mercy." Since the morning, Jian had not cast a glance at him. Why should this imbecile capture her attention upon his arrival and engage her in incessant chatter? What could possibly be of such interest? More infuriating was the radiant smile Jian bestowed upon the dead fish prince. Due to Yimashi's foolish actions, he had inadvertently facilitated his connection with Jian. And while he had intended to let the matter slide, it now appeared that he would require double the retribution. Yuxing narrowed his eyes, casting a cold glare at Yimashi, a wicked smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 119, The Gift of Medicine. Jian turned her head to glance at Yuxing, who was lazily reclining against the stone table, appearing as though he were devoid of bones. A dark line crossed her forehead. He truly lacked any semblance of proper posture. To her recollection, she had never seen Yuxing sit upright. He always bore the countenance of someone perpetually drowsy. Noticing her gaze upon him, Yuxing's lips curved slightly upwards, revealing a hint of a smile, as if he were finally worthy of her attention. With a raised brow, he winked at Jian. Jian's lips twitched slightly as she cast a disapproving glare at him before turning away, dismissing him entirely. How shameless he was to flirt with her so openly. "Wait for me a moment," she said, rising from her seat and approaching the stone bed. With her back turned to them, she retrieved a medicinal tangerine and a fruit that extended one's lifespan from her spatial pouch, feigning as if she had taken them from her bosom. Yuxing observed Jian in silhouette, his gaze lowered slightly, a hint of amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. Jian placed the fruits upon the stone table and gazed at Yimashi, saying, "These two fruits, take them back to your mother beast. This is all she can hope for. As for whether they will heal her, we can only leave it to fate." Yimashi, overwhelmed with joy, treasured the fruits as if they were precious gems, eagerly rising to his feet. "Then I shall return at once to feed them to my mother beast," he exclaimed. And with that, he made to depart. Jian could not allow him to depart so easily and interjected, "Wait, what is the matter? Is there something else?" Yimashi, with a look of confusion, gazed at her, yet his heart was filled with urgency. He simply wished to hasten to find his mother beast and have her consume the fruit. "Please take us back to the shore," she urged. Time was of the essence. She had already lingered in the sea for nearly 2 days, and Sichin must be terribly anxious. Yimashi hesitated, his voice wavering. "But my mother beast. Yimashi, have you forgotten the promise you made to me before? Rest assured, even upon our return to the shore, we shall not depart immediately. Is it not true that the White Tiger clan is currently trading sea salt with your merfolk? If you wish to find me, come to the shore." Jian had said gently, her expression softening as she looked at Yimashi. "Very well, I shall escort you back to the shore at once." Jian was correct. Should he wish to seek her out, he could simply go to the coast, and besides, he had committed to returning them. Upon hearing Yimashi's response, Jian could not help but break into a radiant smile. The sight of Jian's enchanting smile caused Yimashi's cheeks to flush slightly, his heart racing. Unable to divert his gaze, Yuxing strode forward, positioning himself between them, his tall, lithe form effectively shielding Jian An from view, and with a disdainful huff, he urged, "Let us proceed quickly." This insufferable prince of fish was truly a nuisance. Yimashi opened his mouth, producing a large bubble that enveloped Jian An entirely. Yuxing lifted the bubble as they exited the cavern. To a male beastman, Jian An's weight was as light as a feather. Jian An found herself enveloped in a bubble, gazing at the azure waters that surrounded her, marveling at the enchanting scene. Schools of fish swam gracefully past her, their tails flicking playfully, while vibrant corals clustered upon the rocky seabed, and lush green seaweed swayed like a delicate maiden, undulating gently with the currents. When she first arrived, Jian An too was encased in a bubble, though she had lost consciousness. This was her first experience of observing the ocean's beauty from such proximity. Sichin stood solemnly on the shore, his gaze fixed upon the endless expanse of the sea, his deep-set eyes filled with concern. It had been 2 days since An's disappearance, and he had attempted to search the waters. Although he could hold his breath for extended periods, he was unfamiliar with the ocean's depths, and each attempt had yielded no results. Chapter 120, Longing An, Sichin murmured softly, lowering his gaze as the sea breeze tousled his silver hair. The wind skimmed over the surface of the water, creating ripples that danced across the waves. As the surf crashed against the rocks, it burst forth like white plum blossoms. Suddenly, the figures of Jian An and Yuxing emerged upon the sea. And after escorting them to the surface, she departed hastily. Sichin. Jian An spotted the tall figure clad in white robes from a distance, her face lighting up with joy as she ran towards him. Upon hearing her call, Sichin's heart skipped a beat. He looked up to see the person who occupied his thoughts rushing toward him. A look of elation crossed his features as his gaze intently followed Jian An's graceful form, his eyes brimming with longing and affection. He hurried forward, closing the distance until he could pull her into his embrace, holding her tightly. In that moment, Sichin felt a profound sense of relief, as if his heart had found its harbor, calming within him. An, where have you been? I was so worried about you. Initially, when he realized Jian An was missing, he speculated she might have entered another realm, but as time passed, he began to sense that something was amiss. Jian An had vanished, and with her disappearance, his heart had also withered. That sensation was one he wished never to experience again. Enveloped in the warmth of Sichin's embrace, Jian An smiled as she gently patted his back, softly uttering, "I'm sorry, Sichin, for worrying you again." Yet, a profound ache lingered within her. Sichin tenderly released her, cradling her face as if she were a cherished treasure, his azure eyes brimming with deep affection. "An, it is a relief to see you well. You must promise never to leave my side again." Each separation ignited his fears, the dread of losing her forever. "All right," Jian An replied with a sweet smile, nodding earnestly. Sichin was the first person she had ever loved, and she understood his worries and fears deeply. With a gentle smile, Sichin caressed her cheek, leaned down, and pressed his lips to hers, pouring out the longing and trepidation in his heart until he was finally satisfied and released her. Yuxing stood a short distance away, observing the entwined couple. He lowered his gaze, concealing the melancholy in his eyes, allowing the cold sea water to soak his splendid crimson robe. Sichin buried his head in Jian An's shoulder, inhaling the faint, delicate fragrance that emanated from her. Suddenly, Sichin's body stiffened, his eyes darting with unease. Besides the serene scent enveloping An, there was another presence, someone else's essence. Sichin lifted his head, directing his gaze toward Yuxing, who stood nearby. As if sensing his scrutiny, Yuxing slightly raised his head, his peach blossom eyes narrowing with a hint of mischief, a smirk dancing upon his lips. Both provocative and triumphant, as he strode toward them. He was now Jian An's partner. Why then should he linger in the shadows? He had every right to stand beside her openly. Jian An sensed a fleeting stiffness in Sichin's body. She raised her head to look at him and inquired, "Sichin, what is the matter?" However, her question went unanswered, leaving Jian An somewhat perplexed. Following his gaze, she turned to see Yuxing approaching them. And a wave of anxiety washed over her. She had completely forgotten about this person. As Yuxing reached Jian An's side, she gazed at her with an expression of deep melancholy, remarking, "Has the old flame made you forget the new affection? My heart truly aches." With that, she dramatically placed a hand over her chest, feigning a look of anguish. Jian An shot him a fierce glare, perplexed by his words regarding new loves and old flames. Anxiously, she cast a glance at Sichin, her heart laden with guilt, trepidation, and a sense of unease. Although her union with Yuxing was born of circumstance, it did not diminish the veracity of their bond. Chapter 121, Termination of the Partner Relationship. Yuxing glanced at Sichin with a scoff before trailing behind them. A row of quaint wooden cabins stood by the beach, and Sichin took Jian An's hand, leading her into one of the cabins. Jian An turned to look at the ever-following Yuxing. "Yuxing, I wish to speak with Sichin privately." Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Yuxing's eyes, his delicate brows furrowed slightly, and he crossed his arms, leaning casually against the doorframe. Although he felt somewhat reluctant, he understood that he could not press her too hard. Jian An appeared gentle, yet there was an underlying tenacity within her. She possessed her own thoughts. Unlike those pampered females sheltered at home, lacking independence and merely relying on their male counterparts, Jian An gently closed the wooden door. Gazing at Sichin seated by the wooden table, Taking a deep breath, she approached and sat beside him. Sichen, I am truly sorry. Sichen extended his hand, gently drawing her into his embrace, resting his chin upon her forehead. An, do not apologize. As long as you cherish me, I harbor no resentment. To claim indifference would be disingenuous. Who does not desire their beloved to be their one and only? He had long realized that with Jian An's beauty, she would inevitably attract countless suitors. The vastness of the demon Luo continent was immense, and many formidable males far surpassed him. It was commonplace for Jian An to seek other companions. All he could do was continue to treat her with unwavering kindness. Jian An suddenly raised her head and gazed at Sichen, conveying her disbelief. It was not as she had described. In fact, that day, Jian An had recounted all that had transpired over the past 2 days to him, her demeanor tinged with anxiety and unease. She studied his expression, seeking to discern his emotions. Sichen's eyes reflected concern as he grasped Jian An's arm, his voice taut with worry. An, are you all right? Is there something wrong with your health? He could not suppress the guilt that swelled within him, realizing he had been so absorbed in his own sense of loss that he had overlooked the peril she had faced in those days. Jian An gazed at him in a daze, contemplating various reactions from Sichen, whether anger or sadness, yet she never anticipated that his greatest concern lay in her safety. Witnessing the worry and affection in his eyes, Jian An felt a surge of emotion, her nose tinged with bitterness as tears uncontrollably streamed down her cheeks. She threw herself into his embrace, holding him tightly, assuring him, I am fine, truly. Sichen, if you are in pain, please express it. Do not suppress your feelings. I can sever my bond with Yuxing. Although such an action would be unjust to Yuxing, matters of the heart cannot be measured by mere scales. Whether deemed selfish or heartless, when faced with the choice between Sichen and Yuxing, her heart instinctively gravitated towards the former. Sichen looked at Jian An in disbelief, his heart a tumult of unspoken complexities. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Yuxing forcefully kicked open the wooden door. He entered, silhouetted against the light, exuding an air of coldness and solitude. Jian An gazed at Yuxing, who stood at the doorway, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Yuxing, how could you eavesdrop? In response to Jian An's inquiry, Yuxing did not deny it. A smirk, tinged with mockery, graced his lips as he spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. If I hadn't come, were you planning to sever our bond behind my back? His heart ached like a knife twisting within, rendering him breathless. Upon hearing Jian An's unwavering choice of Sichen, his expression darkened instantly, and a wave of bitterness surged within him. He was envious of Sichen, envious of the place he occupied in Jian An's heart. Her resolve was chillingly ruthless, as if she intended to cast him aside without a second thought. My crimson lips parted, yet no words emerged. Indeed, she had entertained such thoughts. Jian An bit her lip and averted her gaze first, unable to bear the sight of Yuxing in such turmoil. Chapter 122. Yuxing's plea. The method of severing their bond, Jian An had once heard Mina mention, involved using a sharp instrument to slice through the beast mark that branded the other upon one's skin, signifying a definitive break. Jian An remained unmoved, contemplating that enduring prolonged suffering was far worse than experiencing a brief pain. Observing her resolute demeanor, Yuxing's eyes glimmered with a hint of pleading. I promise I will never tease you again. I will prioritize Sichen at home. I am truly yours. Are you really going to abandon me? Yet, deep within, he resolved that even if Jian An were to sever their partnership, he would persistently cling to her for eternity. Jian An was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Yuxing, her eyes filled with complexity. Upon witnessing the plea within his gaze, her heart was sharply tugged. Yuxing's very existence was unattainable for many ordinary beast men. He was self-assured, proud, and carefree. Yet, here he was, beseeching her. Sichen, unable to bear putting Jian An in a difficult position, affectionately ruffled her black hair and gently said, An, wait here for a moment. He rose and walked toward the door, casting a fleeting glance at Yuxing as he exited the wooden cabin ahead of him. Yuxing's eyes flickered slightly as he glanced at Jian An before following suit. As they departed, Jian An sagged against the wooden table like a deflated balloon, her gaze fixated on the doorway. Sichen strolled along the beach, with Yuxing trailing behind in silence. Yuxing, observing Sichen's silhouette, narrowed his alluring peach blossom eyes and spoke first. What is it that you wish to convey? I will not dissolve my bond with Sichen halted, turning to regard Yuxing with a nonchalant expression. Your desires hold little significance. Yuxing's golden eyes glinted with coldness as he retorted, Humph. It seems you have no right to obstruct An's choice of companion. Indeed, I cannot impede An's choice of partner or multiple partners, provided she is content. A hint of indifference surfaced in Sichen's profound gaze as he continued, however, I can influence An's thoughts. Such a statement, undeniably somewhat arrogant, resonated with truth. Much like the atmosphere within the wooden cabin, Yuxing seemed to share this sentiment, his golden eyes shimmering with a chilling light. His enchanting visage tinged with ire as he gritted his teeth and demanded, What do you mean by that? Unfazed by Yuxing's fury, Sichen maintained his calm demeanor, stating, I require you to safeguard An. As miraculous events unfold around her, it becomes evident that her safety cannot solely rest upon my shoulders. Yuxing scoffed. You certainly know how to play the benevolent role. He was aware of the numerous secrets surrounding Jian An. The mere fact that a female could cultivate soul power was astonishing. Furthermore, the extraordinary potions she possessed would incite relentless pursuit and plunder if revealed. Facing the sea, Si Chen's expression was as deep as the ocean, a gentle sea breeze tousling his handsome features and silver hair. Who could bear to watch their beloved surrender to another's embrace? Even if witnessing her with another male caused him heartache, he would gladly endure such pain rather than face the anguish of losing her. Yu Xing stepped closer, standing beside Si Chen as they both gazed at the vast expanse of the sea. Are you aware that there are those who wish to kill her? Are you referring to the figure in the black robe? Jian An had mentioned this in relation to recent events. Chapter 123, Induction. Si Chen's brow furrowed with determination and intensity as he declared, whoever he may be, I will not allow him to harm him. This figure in the black robe remains a lurking threat, hidden in the shadows, poised to strike at any moment. Until he is eradicated, peace will remain elusive. Yu Xing's golden eyes sparkled with an icy gleam, his imposing aura palpable. This time, he had failed, but it was likely he would re-emerge soon, eliminating any future threats. Two men, once at odds, forged an alliance through their shared affection, united by a common goal and understanding. Upon seeing Si Chen appear at the doorway, Jian An's face brightened. Si Chen, however, her expression fell instantly upon noticing Yu Xing behind him. Why is he here? Yu Xing raised an eyebrow, observing her sulky demeanor. A playful smirk gracing his sensuous lips. What, and do you so despise my presence? Your lips seem poised to touch the heavens. He understood that Jian An currently harbored disdain for him, yet he was unwilling to relent or distance himself, for there existed only one Jian An in this world. Jian An cast a glance at him, uninterested in engaging in conversation. She approached Si Chen, eager to inquire about his discussion with Yu Xing. Si Chen offered a gentle smile, his eyes filled with affection. Are you hungry, An? He asked. I'm fine, she replied. Is it time to eat? Our matters with Yu Xing remain unresolved. Yu Xing, go hunt, Si Chen said to Yu Xing with a casual demeanor. Yu Xing pouted, clearly accustomed to being directed. All right. Since An is hungry, I shall go hunt, he responded before stepping out of the wooden cabin. Jian An gazed at Yu Xing in disbelief, only withdrawing her gaze with great difficulty once his figure vanished at the door. How could Yu Xing be so obedient? Turning her attention to the elegantly poised Si Chen across from her, she wore a look of confusion. What on earth had transpired? Why did it seem as though the atmosphere between Si Chen and Yu Xing was so harmonious? Si Chen, what did you say to Yu Xing just now? Jian An inquired, her curiosity piqued. How had their relationship transformed so swiftly? Si Chen embraced Jian An, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. An, do you harbor feelings for Yu Xing? Jian An raised her head to look at Si Chen, her face marked with urgency as she explained. I do not harbor any feelings for him. Why do you ask such a question? Please do not be angry. I will sever my partnership with him. She should have anticipated this. She had given her heart to Yu Xing. Though influenced by medication, which man could endure the thought of his partner uniting with another? Si Chen gently stroked her silky hair, soothing her troubled spirit. An, I'm not angry. As a female of the human race, your understanding of the world of beast men is rather limited. Jian An gazed at him with an expression of uncertainty, perplexed by what Si Chen wished to convey. In the realm of the beast men, a female's severance from a mate results in merely physical discomfort, healing within a few days. However, for a male, the anguish endured is an indelible scar upon his life. Gently patting Jian An's back, Si Chen signaled for her to remain calm. The beastly markings imprinted upon a female's body are, in truth, a projection of the male's star soul emblem. As a male cultivates his soul energy, both his power and lifespan are destined to extend. Conversely, a female's lifespan is but a fleeting century, yet, by bonding with a powerful male, she can reap benefits that enhance her longevity. The number and strength of her mates directly correlate to the extension of her life. This explains why females place such immense importance on a male's prowess when selecting a partner. Si Chen's gentle voice gradually reached Jian An's ears. Chapter 124, Uncertainty. She could not help but reflect on how those of great strength invariably attract admiration, much like Si Chen, who had captivated Talise to the point of obsession. The thought that such an extraordinary individual was her mate filled Jian An with a quiet joy. Perhaps she had saved the world in a past life. Nestled in Si Chen's embrace, a blissful smile graced Jian An's lips. Si Chen, with his azure gaze fixed upon her, took her delicate hand in his. An, he began, what I am about to say is of utmost importance. Jian An raised her gaze to Si Chen, blinking her eyes. Well, you may speak. She was aware that the method to sever the bond with a partner involved using a sharp instrument to carve away the beastly mark imprinted upon the female. Si Chen paused, lowering his eyes to observe Jian An's countenance. A flicker of surprise coursed through Jian An as she recalled what Si Chen had mentioned. The Star Soul Map is the Achilles heel of every male. An assault on the Star Soul Map would inflict devastating harm upon the male orcs. Thus, the means to sever a bond with a partner lay in inflicting grievous injury upon the male, a notion that, while seemingly straightforward, revealed itself to be profoundly cruel upon reflection. Si Chen tightened his grip on the delicate E in his hand and continued, a male orc is destined to bond only once in a lifetime. Those forsaken by their female counterparts face the scorn and derision of their kin. They can only bear their wounded bodies, fading into solitude and ultimately meeting their demise in silence. The weak of spirit may harbor resentment, spiraling into despair and becoming lost wanderers. Jian An furrowed her brow slightly, her expression somber, and a sense of uncertainty gnawed at her heart. She had believed that severing a partnership would be a straightforward affair, yet after hearing Si Chen's words, Her resolute stance wavered ever so slightly. Was she truly going to abandon Yuxing in such a cruel manner? The mere thought of that languid, enchanting man meeting a tragic end, or worse, descending into a loathed vagabond, caused a pang of anguish to surge within her. She was no saint, incapable of universally saving souls, yet neither was she a villain, unable to inflict such harm upon Yuxing. Si Chen's deep-set eyes gazed intently at Jian An. Noting her contemplative demeanor, with a gentle smile, he hoped to dissuade her from the notion of severing ties with Yuxing. Believing that he had done enough to sway her, Jian An possesses her own opinions. At times, she can be quite stubborn, yet she is equally kind-hearted. She is truly one of a kind, even if it means relinquishing the chance to possess her solely for himself. He is willing to do anything as long as Jian An receives more comprehensive protection. Jian An lifted her gaze towards Si Chen. A hint of struggle reflected in her clear eyes. Si Chen gently placed his index finger on Jian An's lips, looking at her with tenderness. An, do not speak, I understand. Jian An buried her head in Si Chen's embrace, listening to the rhythmic beating of his heart emanating from his chest. Feeling a profound sense of reassurance. Si Chen, I am sorry. She felt her weakness acutely. She truly could not bring herself to hurt Yuxing in such a manner. Si Chen softly patted her back, saying, do not apologize. Is there not a place for me in your heart, An? Jian An gazed at him with a hint of discontent. And in my heart, I certainly hold you dear. Henceforth, do not pose such thoughtless inquiries. How could I so easily bestow my precious first experience without him? Do not be upset. I shall refrain from asking in the future. For as long as Jian An cherishes me in her heart, that is sufficient. Si Chen lowered his head and captured Jian An's delicate crimson lips with a kiss. A kiss devoid of any desire, imbued instead with profound affection and tenderness. A soft cough reverberated from the entrance. Jian An lifted her gaze from Si Chen's embrace and beheld Yuxing, whose vibrant red hair was tousled and adorned with several leaves. He bore a wild boar upon his shoulders, while in his left hand he carried a rabbit and in his right, a spiny bird. Moreover, his arms cradled an unknown assortment of bulging items, presenting a comical sight. Jian An could not help but let out a soft chuckle. Chapter 125, Trying to Embrace. Si Chen and Yuxing were momentarily rendered speechless, their eyes brimming with profound infatuation and affection. As long as they could gaze upon Jian An's radiant smile, they found immense happiness. When the moon ascended into the profound sky, Si Chen kindled a fire on the beach, with Jian An and the two others seated around the flames. The soothing sound of the waves occasionally reached their ears. While Yuxing busied himself with grilling meat on one side, Jian An glanced around, feeling a twinge of curiosity as she wondered why Si Chen had not yet spotted Kuda and the others. Si Chen offered a gentle smile. Adjusting Jian An's fur coat, I instructed them to return to the fox tribe with the sea salt. Their presence here would not be of much assistance, and it is more prudent for them to head back sooner rather than linger. Oh, Jian An nodded, the sea breeze carrying a chill that brushed past her ears, prompting her to instinctively lean closer to Si Chen. Yuxing approached, bearing the freshly roasted rabbit meat, and settled beside Jian An, presenting the meal to her. Here you go. Jian An glanced at Yuxing, then at the roasted rabbit meat in his hand, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes. He extended his hand and said, thank you. Yuxing appeared taken aback, his hand freezing midair. He had braced himself for another rejection. Yet an indescribable joy began to swell within his chest. Jian An gazed at his dazed expression, stifling a laugh, surprised that he could display such a foolish demeanor. With a playful glint in her eyes, she inquired, what is this? Aren't you giving that to me? Reluctant, are we? Yuxing lowered his hand, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he looked at Jian An with a teasing gaze. You should eat more. You're as light as a feather. If one day I can't find you, it must be because the wind whisked you away. One could only say that Yuxing remained true to his nature. If Jian An wished to outwit him, she would need to hone her skills further. Jian An let out a soft hum, grasping the roasted rabbit meat in her hand and taking a hearty bite. Today, she discovered that being told one is thin can sometimes evoke feelings of discontent. Si Chen gazed at Jian An with gentle eyes, tenderly tousling her dark hair. The night was not intoxicating, yet it had a way of enchanting the soul. After their dinner, Jian An and Si Chen returned to the wooden cabin, where Yuxing stubbornly followed them inside. Jian An gazed at Yuxing and pointed to the sole bed in the room, saying, Yuxing, why did you come in? Can't you see there is only one bed here? Yuxing shrugged, a nonchalant smile gracing her lips. I can sleep on the floor. With a slight arch of her brow, she regarded Jian An with a teasing smile. If An is truly reluctant, I wouldn't mind squeezing in with you. I have no objections to three of us sharing a bed. Jian An shot him a displeased glare, remarking that while he was unconcerned, she certainly was not. Indifferent to him, she thought if he wished to sleep on the floor, so be it. She grasped Si Chen's hand and led him toward the wooden bed. Si Chen, let us retire for the night. All right, Si Chen replied with a slight nod, allowing Jian An to guide him along. Jian An and Si Chen lay upon the wooden bed, while Yuxing, as he had mentioned, truly spread a quilt upon the floor and chose to sleep beside the wooden bed. Thus, the three of them entered the realm of dreams, embodying both contradiction and harmony. Just as a ray of sunlight graced the horizon, a series of crisp knocks echoed from outside the wooden cabin, accompanied by the voice of Yimo Shi. Jian An, are you there? Yimo Shi knocked vigorously on the door, calling out loudly as he did so. The wooden door creaked open from within, revealing Yuxing, who stood at the threshold with an impatient demeanor, arms crossed, and casting a chilly gaze at Yi Moshi. What are you making such a ruckus about so early in the morning? You might break the door. If you waken, you will regret it. With his head bowed and fingers fidgeting, Yi Moshi spoke softly. I am here to find Jian An. Is she in? This male seemed rather intimidating indeed. She is not, Yuxing replied curtly, preparing to shut the door. Is that Yi Moshi? Came Jian An's melodious voice from within. I believe I heard his voice. Chapter 126. The gift of giving. Jian An approached the doorway and offered a gentle smile to Yi Moshi, urging him to come inside. Yuxing cast a condescending glance at him, snorting softly before turning to enter the house. Yi Moshi observed Yuxing's retreating figure, exhaling quietly before stepping into the wooden cabin. Sichin advanced, ruffling Jian An's dark hair, and announced his intention to go hunting before exiting the cabin. Yi Moshi, come and take a seat. Jian An called to Yi Moshi, who had been lingering at the door, gesturing towards a nearby stool. Yi Moshi nodded and settled himself at the wooden table. Jian An gazed at Yi Moshi and inquired, have you come to see me for a particular reason? Yi Moshi, his eyes brimming with gratitude, grasped Jian An's hand and, with an excited tone, expressed, Jian An, thank you. After the mother beast consumed the fruit you provided, she has completely recovered, and her spirit is much improved. Yuxing leaned casually against the wooden table, observing Yi Moshi's hand in Jian An's. His gaze sharp and frosty as he interjected, speak as you wish, but refrain from unnecessary gestures. Yi Moshi, belatedly realizing his indiscretion, withdrew his hand. A faint blush gracing his cheeks. I apologize, I was merely too overwhelmed. It's quite all right, Jian An replied with a smile. Shaking her head gently before casting a reproachful glance at Yuxing, you were quite troublesome. Unperturbed by Jian An's glare, Yuxing's lips curled into a subtle smile. Relishing her exasperation, Yi Moshi then retrieved a radiant orb from his pocket, his face illuminated with a brilliant smile. Jian An, I offer you this gem. Unsure how to adequately convey his gratitude, he could only present this token to her. Jian An took the bead, examining it closely in her hand. The bead was a serene azure, shaped like a teardrop, its surface remarkably smooth, as if meticulously polished. When held up to her eyes, the bead appeared radiant and translucent, exuding a captivating beauty. What is this bead? It's exquisite, Jian An inquired, cradling it in her palm. Yi Moshi, feeling a bit bashful, replied, this is my tear. Your tear? Jian An expressed mild astonishment. Could Yi Moshi's tears truly transform into a bead? Why hadn't he shed any beads the last time he cried? Yi Moshi nodded, yes. It is the first tear I shed upon my birth. Not all tears of a mermaid can become beads. Only the tears shed at the moment of birth and death can take on such a form. Jian An revealed an expression of understanding, realizing the situation. What makes this pearl so special? Yi Moshi smiled and nodded. Indeed, there is something remarkable about it. The pearl that falls at birth signifies protection. It possesses the ability to repel water, much like the bubbles I expel. Among the merfolk, only males who are born with soul power can have a pearl that serves this water-repelling function. Jian An placed the precious bead upon the wooden table, pushing it towards Yi Moshi. Such a valuable item, I cannot accept it. To her astonishment, this blue bead turned out to be the legendary water-repelling pearl. Seeing Jian An's refusal, Yi Moshi grew anxious, yet his tongue faltered, rendering him incapable of persuading her. With a distressed expression, he shook his head and waved his hands, exclaiming, it's not precious at all, really, you should just take it. Yuxing scoffed, casting a cold glance at Yi Moshi before turning to Jian An. Just accept it. The merfolk dwell in the ocean. Possessing a water-repelling pearl would be wasteful. The Prince of Dead Fish has finally done something right. He shows some sense. Upon hearing Yuxing's words, Yi Moshi nodded eagerly. Yes, Jian An, it's of no use to me. Please take it. His aquamarine eyes brimmed with hopeful anticipation as they gazed at Jian An. Chapter 127. An unsightly object at this, a smile graced Yi Moshi's face, revealing a shallow dimple at the corner of his mouth. Jian An, observing this dimple, felt an urge to poke it, but she restrained herself, merely smiling gently and inquiring. Yi Moshi, do you know if anyone else in the merfolk possesses such water-repelling pearls? She wished to barter for a few to take back with her. Yi Moshi pondered for a moment. I can inquire when I return. Jian An, do you desire more of these pearls? To him, this particular pearl held a sentimental value, but was otherwise of little use. Yes, I wish to take a few back. For someone like me, who struggles in water. These pearls are akin to divine artifacts. One never knows when they might come in handy. The recent incident of near drowning had left Jian An with a lingering shadow. Yuxing, half closing his eyes, watched Jian An and Yi Moshi engage animatedly, a touch of impatience crossing his features. Where does this foolish Prince of Dead Fish find so many words? Once the gift is delivered, he ought to leave at once. With narrowed eyes, Yuxing coldly scrutinized Yi Moshi. The latter, engrossed in conversation with Jian An, suddenly felt a chill along his spine. Turning, he met Yuxing's ominous gaze and could not help but shiver. Jian An, I think I shall take my leave now. With that, he fled in haste. Jian An felt somewhat bewildered as she watched his retreating figure, saying, don't forget to inquire about the beads for me. Shaking her head in disbelief, she mused about the peculiarities of Yi Moshi, who always seemed to depart as if pursued by unseen phantoms. Redirecting her gaze, she turned to face Yuxing. Now, it was just the two of them, which felt rather awkward. Noticing Jian An's gaze upon him, Yuxing suppressed his expression, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips. Jian An, shall we take a stroll by the seaside? With the bothersome presence finally gone, he was relieved to have the opportunity to be alone with Jian An cast a disdainful glance at him, declaring, I have no intention of going. Who possesses such leisure and grace to stroll with this fellow? Yuxing, resting his chin on his hand, raised an eyebrow and inquired, not going? I seem to recall seeing quite a few crabs on the beach yesterday. During my previous visit to the sea tribe, I tasted them once, and oh, the flavor was truly exquisite. Jian An let out a soft snort, turning her head away, unable to suppress her disdain for him. Who hasn't indulged in crabs? What does this fellow mean by this? Does he think a few crabs can entice her? Jian An rose from her seat and walked towards the door. Turning back to glance at Yuxing, who remained comfortably seated, she expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, Are we not going for a walk? It was not her desire for crabs that motivated her. She merely wished to take a stroll. Yuxing chuckled softly, stood up, brushed off his robe, and approached Jian An with a smile. Yes, let us take a walk and perhaps see if there are any crabs. Her feigned indifference was quite endearing. He longed to envelop her in his embrace and passionately kiss her tender red lips, leaving upon her a trace of his essence. Jian An and Yuxing walked side by side, strolling along the beach. As they ambled, Jian An lowered her gaze, searching earnestly for crabs, wondering why she had yet to spot a single one. As the waves surged onto the shore, retreating gradually, Jian An suddenly beheld numerous crimson figures scuttling across the sand. Her clear eyes sparkled with delight, akin to stars in the night sky. There were so many crabs. She nudged Yuxing beside her, urging, Hey, go catch some crabs. There are plenty over there. Yuxing turned his head, a playful expression gracing his features, and replied, Weren't we just here for a leisurely stroll? Jian An shot him a glance, questioning who dictated that one could not catch crabs while out for a stroll. This fellow was undoubtedly teasing her on purpose. Chapter 128, Catching Crabs. Jian An trailed closely behind him, her gaze fixated on the crabs scuttling across the sand, unable to suppress her salivation. Each crab was as large as the combined size of her two fists. Yuxing bent down, reaching out to seize one. But the crab seemed to sense the impending danger, brandishing its formidable pincers, ready to snap at his fingers. The sight of those powerful claws instilled a sense of trepidation in Jian An. The thought of being pinched was undeniably painful. Clearly, regardless of the crab's formidable pincers, they posed no threat to Yuxing. With remarkable agility, he grasped the crab by its back and belly, rendering its frantic clawing ineffectual against him. His ample sleeves billowed on the beach, the opulent crimson fabric speckled with fine grains of sand. Jian An looked on with a pang of sympathy, distressed by the sight of such a beautiful garment sullied. With a soft sigh, she stepped forward and addressed Yuxing, saying, Please extend your hand. Confused, Yuxing complied and stretched out her hand as instructed. Jian An gently rolled up the wide sleeves of his robe, seemingly oblivious to the beauty of such an exquisite garment, a true display of extravagance. Observing Jian An, who lowered his head to adjust his sleeves, Yuxing's sensuous lips curved into a soft smile, a gentle arc that reflected the joy and happiness swelling within him. At that moment, Sichin approached, carrying a catch. And as he beheld the affectionate interaction between the two on the beach, a twinge of bitterness stirred within him. He understood that Yuxing's feelings for An were genuine, and he did not wish to see her distressed, as long as she found joy and happiness. What did it matter if he endured some hardship? An, what are you two up to? Sichin inquired, placing his catch on the shore before stepping closer to Jian and Sichin. You're back. We're catching crabs, Jian An replied affectionately, entwining her arm with his and smiling softly. Sichin gazed at her with tender eyes, playfully tapping her nose with a fond expression. You glutton. Jian An wrinkled her nose, smiling even more radiantly. Are crabs delicious? You'll have to try them later. I assure you, you'll fall in love with this flavor. She had a profound fondness for seafood, and during her modern life, due to her need to work diligently for her studies, indulging in a seafood feast had become a luxurious treat for her. With an abundance of plump, succulent crabs before her, and most importantly, without any financial burden, she was determined to relish every bite. As she prepared lunch, Jian An retrieved a cast iron pot and a steamer from her storage space, placed the pot over the fire, filled it with boiling water, thoroughly cleaned the crabs, placed them into the steamer, and finally set the steamer into the pot. Jian An sat beside the flickering campfire, her gaze fixated on the steaming basket with unwavering intensity. Yuxing, positioned beside her, rested his chin on his hand, observing her eager demeanor as she awaited her treat. A faint smile curled upon his lips. Indeed, the treasures within the moon god's space were quite abundant. Jian An possessed a remarkable artifact capable of storing items, a notion he had previously entertained. However, when he witnessed her conjure an iron pot seemingly out of thin air, he could not suppress his astonishment. It was only later, through Sichin's insights, that he came to understand the mysteries of the moon god's domain. Jian An cast a glance at him, her eyes reflecting a sense of disdain, as if she were regarding a mere bumpkin. The expression on her face conveyed an indescribable aversion. After all, what significance did a pot hold? What was there to be so astonished about? If this fellow were to discover that her space contained the coveted crystals that the beastmen yearned for, would he not be left utterly astounded? Yuxing nodded solemnly, a hint of ingratiation gracing his features. It appears I am woefully uninformed, in my eyes, regardless of the value of any precious item, and is deserving of it all. Jian An gazed at him with a bewildered expression, wondering if he had lost his senses to actually endorse his statement. Yu Xingmin smiled faintly, observing Jian An and inquiring, "What troubles you? And why do you look at me in such a manner?" Jian An's body instinctively shivered. "Could you please refrain from speaking like that? It's rather frightening. Is this fellow attempting to alter their demeanor?" Chapter 129, A Special Significance. Jian An gazed at Yu Xing with a look of exasperation. "If you are indeed unwell, I possess an ample supply of medicine in my space. Do not abandon treatment." Yu Xing's lips curved into a mischievous smirk. "An. It is wiser to reserve it for your own use, lest you find yourself drugged once more and return with yet another companion." Jian An's cheeks flushed. A blend of embarrassment and irritation as she glared at him, struggling to articulate a response. Yu Xing regarded her with amusement, a smile playing on his lips. "What? Am I mistaken?" "Humph." Jian An huffed audibly, turning her head away, unwilling to engage further with this incessantly teasing individual. Sichin approached her, carrying the freshly steamed crabs. Enveloping her in his embrace and gently patting her back. "Don't be upset. Let us enjoy the crabs." She lifted her gaze to Yu Xing and calmly remarked, "I've tidied up the wooden cabin nearby. You need not make do on the floor tonight." Upon hearing this, Yu Xing's delicate brows furrowed slightly. His tone laced with a hint of irritation. "You've really gone out of your way. This Sichin is truly cunning." After lunch, Jian An held Sichin's hand as they leisurely strolled along the beach, with Yu Xing sauntering alongside them. The nearby sea surface rippled, accompanied by the sound of splashing water, heralding the arrival of Yimashi. He waved his arms, racing towards Jian An with a beaming smile. Jian An. Jian An smiled gently and inquired of Yamosi, "Yamosi, have you inquired about the water-avoiding pearl for me?" Yamosi hesitated for a moment, feeling a touch of embarrassment as he replied, "Well, I did ask. However, I find myself somewhat conflicted about how to convey this to Jian An." Jian An observed his hesitance and, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "What is it? Is it that there are none, or do they simply refuse to trade?" Logically, the merfolk possessed numerous males. Could it be that only the tears of Yamaxi held the power to repel water? Yamaxi nodded, then shook his head, his expression betraying uncertainty. Witnessing his demeanor left Jian An even more perplexed. What could this mean? "Please, speak up. This is quite frustrating." Such water-repelling pearls did exist, yet the individuals were unwilling to part with them for trade. As Yamaxi continued, his voice dwindled, feeling regretful that Jian An had entrusted him with a task he was unable to fulfill. "Jian An, I am truly sorry. I could not assist you." He lowered his head, resembling a disheartened pup who had failed to complete its master's bidding. Seeing his pitiful visage, Jian An felt an urge to pat his head. Smiling gently as she reassured him, "It is all right. This is beyond your control. Moreover, I do not desperately need the water-repelling pearls." Though a tinge of regret lingered in her heart, she understood that if others were unwilling to trade, there was little that could be done. Noticing Jian An's lack of reproach, Yamaxi lifted his head and beamed brightly. In truth, he harbored thoughts of his own. He had always regarded the pearl as a mere token of remembrance, not realizing it was a cherished gift exchanged by males for their mates. This was likely why the males of his tribe were reluctant to trade them, having already bestowed the pearl upon Jian An. He wondered if this signified a potential bond between them. A blush crept across his face, reaching even his ears. A cold gaze landed upon Yamaxi, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Chapter 130. Parting Yu Xing smirked with derision, recognizing the look of infatuation on Yamaxi's face. Anyone with sense could discern what thoughts occupied his mind. Did Jian An even dare entertain such notions? He ought to consider his own worth before dreaming beyond his means. He had yet to taste the fruits of success. How could he allow other unwelcome suitors to encroach upon his aspirations? Jian An noticed that Yamoshi's expression was somewhat amiss and, filled with concern, inquired, "What is troubling you?" He found it peculiar that Yamoshi's complexion had suddenly turned so grim. Yamoshi hurriedly shook his head, insisting, "I am fine," with cautious resolve. He lifted his gaze, casting a sidelong glance towards Yu Xing, who appeared utterly relaxed, gazing out at the sea as if it were not he who had just inflicted a cold, cutting remark upon himself. A sigh of relief escaped him. He thought to himself that the prospect of becoming Jian An's partner seemed increasingly unlikely, for Jian An's current companion was indeed formidable. Jian An observed that his complexion had returned to normal. He nodded and spoke, "Yamosi, we shall depart from the sea tribe tomorrow. Our purpose for visiting was to trade for sea salt, and Keita has already set off with the salt. They may have reached the fox tribe by now, and thus, there is no longer a need for us to linger." Yamosi exhibited surprise. "Are you truly leaving?" After a moment's contemplation, he deemed it reasonable. Jian An was not one of the sea tribe, and returning to her own tribe was inevitable, though a twinge of reluctance stirred within him. "Indeed. The transaction for the sea salt has been completed, and we must return to our tribe. Where there is gathering, there must also be parting." Despite Yamosi's simplicity, Jian An cherished their friendship. It was refreshing to interact with someone as innocent as he. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Jian An found herself missing Mina and the adorable little creature, Sualong. With a forlorn expression gracing his beautiful face, Yamosi turned to Jian An and inquired, "Will you come back to the sea tribe in the future?" Jian An's lips curled into a gentle smile. "If I have the opportunity in the future, I shall certainly come to see you again." "Agreed," replied Yamo. nodding with eyes as beautiful as the sea, brimming with joy, and a smile radiating youthful exuberance. The night swiftly passed, and as the brilliant sun graced the sky, Jian An and her companions gathered their belongings and departed from the azure shores. Heading towards the forgotten river forest, preparing to return to the Fox Clan tribe, Jian An sat atop the back of Si Chin's majestic tiger, with Yuxing trailing closely yet at a respectful distance beside them. Since that day, the bond among the three seemed to have deepened, their interactions becoming increasingly comfortable and harmonious. Observing Jian An's expression of utter boredom, Yuxing couldn't help but tease, "And are you not finding this rather dull?" Jian An cast a glance at Yuxing, remaining silent, elevating his chin with an air of haughty indifference. "And what of it?" Yuxing, with his sharply defined fox-like mouth, playfully curled the corners as if to smile, inviting, "And would you care to take a seat upon my back? My fur is quite soft, you know." Observing Yuxing's vibrant crimson figure amidst the verdant expanse of the forest, the resplendent hues stood out strikingly, his long, silky fur cascading down like satin. Jian An felt a flutter of emotions yet hesitated to voice them, deliberately averting her gaze from him. It seemed as though Si Chin could sense her thoughts. His lips parted slightly as he suggested, "An, let Yuxing carry you. I shall go catch a few spiny birds to raise. Don't you enjoy eating bird eggs?" Upon hearing this, Jian An's clear eyes sparkled with delight, and she smiled, nodding in agreement. "Very well then." Dismounting from Si Chin's sturdy back, Jian An approached Yuxing, gazing at the vivid red figure before her. After a brief moment of hesitation, she climbed onto Yuxing's back, settling comfortably. She gently stroked his fur, which was as soft and smooth as she had imagined, akin to exquisite silk. With her heart's desire fulfilled, a smile bloomed on Jian An's face. Chapter 131. Constructing the building. Walking along the spacious street, Jian An and her companions were warmly welcomed by the tribe's people as they finally stepped into the stone courtyard adorned with climbing roses. Upon returning to the stone house, Jian An removed her shoes and lay down on the bed, exhaling a sigh of relief. She was finally home. Although her time with the Fox tribe had been brief, it felt far more comfortable than the completely unfamiliar Sea tribe. As she gazed at the ceiling above, Jian An found herself lost in thought and casually inquired, "Si Chin, when shall we commence the reconstruction of White Tiger City?" It wasn't that she found the Fox tribe lacking. Rather, she yearned for a place to call her own. Si Chin approached the bedside and sat down, looking down at Jian An, acknowledging that it was indeed time to begin preparations. He gently cradled her delicate hand in his palm, caressing the soft skin of her wrist. Jian An sat up, her face alight with joy. Since they were to embark on reconstruction, why not make it grander? Furthermore, the city walls could be elevated as well. The mere thought of these ideas filled her with excitement. Suddenly inspired, she knelt beside Si Chin, her hands resting on his legs, gazing up at him with sparkling eyes. "How about we construct a building, just like the living quarters in the moon goddess's realm?" "A building?" Si Chin replied, a hint of confusion crossing his features. He could comprehend the concept of a house akin to the stone dwellings. "Yes, just like the stone houses, but several stories high." "Ah, let me draw it for you." Jian An retrieved paper and pen from her space, spreading it across the bed as she sketched the outline of the building. "See, it looks like this." She handed the drawing to Si Chin. Si Chin took the paper, studying it intently, his eyes brightening. "This stone house is quite remarkable. It would efficiently maximize space." With an affectionate smile, he gently ruffled Jian An's dark hair, praising her. "An, you are truly clever." Jian An smiled lightly, exclaiming that the houses in the moon goddess realm were quite exquisite. She mused that it wouldn't be appropriate to tell Si Chin that such homes were commonplace in her hometown. Suddenly, a series of crisp knocks echoed through the air. "Come in," Si Chin called out towards the door. Dressed in a resplendent red robe, Yuxing entered, her lips curling into a smile as she approached. She settled down beside Jian An and inquired, "What are you two up to?" At this moment, Jian An was in a fine mood, a rare occurrence where she did not display any displeasure towards Yuxing. She handed over the blueprint to Yuxing, smiling as she said, "We are discussing the reconstruction of Baihu City." Yuxing glanced at the blueprint and then raised her gaze to Jian An, inquiring, "Are you planning to construct such tall buildings? Have you ever seen such houses?" Jian An exhibited a hint of surprise. Yuxing smiled slyly. "I had the fortune of visiting Zhongzhou once. Among the 4 provinces, Zhongzhou is the most prosperous, characterized by such towering structures." Jian An's expression revealed a hint of understanding as she nodded, realizing the truth of the matter. "Where is Zhongzhou?" Hearing Yuxing's words, she felt a growing desire to visit Zhongzhou. Yuxing, lounging with one leg crossed over the other, flipped through the paper between his fingers, contemplating. "The distances between the 4 states are quite considerable, and the area we occupy is the most remote part of Beizhou, far removed from Zhongzhou. With his current strength, it would take at least half a month to journey from here to Zhongzhou." He picked up a strand of Jian An's hair, bringing it close to his nose to inhale its fragrance, and watched as Jian An smiled softly. "In the future, I will certainly take it along." Jian An reclaimed her hair from his grasp, casting him a sharp glare. "You said so. If one deceives, one must swallow 100 needles." She chuckled, adding, "If I were to deceive him, I would not hesitate to swallow not just 100, but even 1,000 or 10,000. Yuxing Long let out a soft laugh, playfully pinching Jian An's delicate nose, his golden eyes sparkling with charm. Chapter 132. Convincing the crowd. Jian An touched his nose, glaring at Yuxing with an accusatory gaze. questioning why he had to be so hands-on while speaking. Yuxing flashed a mischievous grin and shrugged his shoulders, pondering with a hand on his chin. He glanced toward Xichen, contemplating that rather than returning to rebuild the ruins of White Tiger City, it might be more prudent to find a plot of land within the Fox tribe, which could offer assistance. The Fox tribe not only had an abundance of housing but also ample land. Xichen appeared thoughtful, his lips parting slightly as he remarked that he needed to consult with the people of White Tiger City. For him, the location was inconsequential as long as An was by his side. Although he was the young master of White Tiger City, the construction of a city was a significant matter, and he could not make unilateral decisions. Yuxing nodded, understanding Xichen's concerns. He was not in a hurry. He had ways to persuade the beast of White Tiger City. The following morning, Jian An accompanied Xichen to the stone house where the people of White Tiger City were temporarily residing. He instructed Kuda and several other males to notify everyone to gather at a vacant area within the Fox tribe. Once over 200 beasts from White Tiger City assembled in the open space, Xichen stepped forward, positioning himself at the forefront, and addressed the crowd. The purpose of gathering you all today is to discuss the reconstruction of White Tiger City. His gentle voice resonated calmly in their ears. As soon as Xichen finished speaking, the beasts fell into an initial silence before breaking into scattered discussions. Are we really starting the reconstruction now? Didn't he, the young master, just mention this? That is fantastic. But wasn't he had said that we would rebuild in the spring next year? I still need to stockpile food. Where would I find the time? Indeed, I also have to care for my partner. Even though the discussions were spirited, the collective voices of over 200 beasts created a cacophony akin to a swarm of mosquitoes buzzing in their ears. Reactions to the announcement of the reconstruction varied. Some were elated, others discontented, some supportive, and some opposed. Yuxing leaned lazily against the stone wall, arms crossed, observing the commotion below with a slight smirk. Xichen furrowed his brow and imbued his voice with spiritual energy, commanding silence. The previously fervent discussion ceased instantly, and all eyes turned to Xichen, awaiting his next words. I have an important matter regarding the reconstruction of White Tiger City to discuss with you. The Fox tribe leader, Yuxing, has proposed that we construct our city within the Fox tribe. After stating this, Xichen remained silent, his deep gaze fixed on the reactions of the crowd below. What? Building a city within the Fox tribe? That is wonderful. I have just taken a female partner from the Fox tribe, and I was worried about not being able to see everyone again. But White Tiger City has always been our home. Are we really going to abandon it? Sensing the moment was right, Yuxing clapped his robes and stepped forward, addressing the crowd. Rebuilding White Tiger City will undoubtedly require considerable manpower and resources. With winter upon us, the males will be preoccupied with food storage. It will be challenging to allocate any for construction. Moreover, families with partners need to care for them, leaving them with little to spare. Building the city within the Fox tribe allows the males of the Fox tribe to assist us. Yuxing paused, taking in the crowd's reactions before continuing. I understand that many of you are reluctant to leave your homeland. However, the journey from the Fox tribe to the old side of White Tiger City is merely a day's travel. This does not signify a true departure from your roots. Furthermore, when the earthquake struck White Tiger City last time, the Fox tribe remained unharmed. Once the reconstruction is complete, we can ensure that similar disasters do not occur again. Yuxing's final words struck a chord with the hidden pains of the inhabitants of White Tiger City. The memories of the devastation of White Tiger City lingered, as if they had transpired yesterday. Yuxing's words stirred their buried grief and concerns. Observing the change in the crowd's expressions, Yuxing smiled subtly and continued. You need not worry excessively. We are merely choosing a safer location to rebuild our home. If you miss the old White Tiger City, you can always return to visit. The Fox tribe has many females with only 2 or 3 partners. I believe they would welcome all of you into their tribe. Having made his point, Yuxing stepped back, resuming his previous languor, half-letting his eyes as he leaned against the wall. After a brief silence, Xichen addressed the crowd once more, inquiring about their thoughts on constructing the city within the Fox tribe. Following Yuxing's persuasive speech, the beasts of White Tiger City found their resolve wavering, their attitudes shifting from initial rigidity. Young master, we will follow your lead. Indeed, Xichen, it doesn't matter where we reside, as long as we are together. Yes, and the Fox tribe is quite pleasant. The majority of the beasts expressed their support for building the city within the Fox tribe, having grown familiar with the males of the tribe during their stay. Among them, those pursuing or already bonded with Fox tribe females voiced their agreement most fervently. Xichen raised a hand, signaling for silence. Since everyone is in favor, we shall construct the city within the Fox tribe. You may disperse now. I will make further arrangements. The decision to reconstruct the city was thus solidified. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only Jian An and the 2 others behind in the open space. Xichen took Jian An's hand, smiling gently. Shall we return? Yes, Jian An nodded, returning the grip as they walked toward the stone courtyard, with Yuxing leisurely following behind. Upon returning to the stone courtyard, they settled around a wooden table in Jian An's stone house. Xichen placed the drawing Jian An had created the previous day on the table and, with a soft gaze, said, An, may I ask you to assist me with the drawings? He had decided to construct the buildings Jian An had described. As the beasts of White Tiger City had never seen such structures, and he needed to illustrate them for everyone's understanding. Jian An's mouth slightly agape. She displayed a look of astonishment. Me? But I'm afraid I won't draw it well. She was not an art student, nor had she studied architecture, and truly did not understand how to sketch architectural blueprints. Sichen gently ruffled Jian An's dark hair, his expression one of tender affection as he reassured her. Your drawings are already quite impressive. A rough outline will suffice. No need for excessive detail. All right then, but if it turns out ugly, please don't blame me. It was a rare opportunity for her to assist Sichen, and she was determined to do her utmost to create a commendable drawing. However, she insisted on using animal hide for the sketches, deeming this particular paper unsuitable. The finished artwork would be shown to all the beastmen of White Tiger City, and utilizing such rare white paper would surely attract a great deal of attention. Understood, Jian An nodded, her brow furrowed in curiosity as she inquired. Where shall we build the building? She had heard it was to be situated near the Fox tribe, but she was unaware of the specific location. Yu Xing rested his chin on his hand, tapping the tabletop thoughtfully. Let us break through the wall behind the Fox tribe. He dipped his finger into some tea and sketched an H shape on the table. He then marked 2 circles, indicating the Fox tribe in front and the area designated for construction behind. Sichen pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Just one city gate then? Or perhaps we should also construct a gate at the rear, creating an entrance at both ends with a connection in the center. Jian An pointed to the rear circle, tapping along its edge. Chapter 134. The blueprint completed. Yu Xing smiled with intrigue, observing Jian An with interest. Little An, you truly have some ideas. For matters of such magnitude, it is rare to find a female willing to participate, let alone voice her opinions. Jian An gazed at him in silent bewilderment. What was so peculiar about merely suggesting to add a door? Yu Xing's standards for flattery had indeed become increasingly unrestrained. After lunch, Jian An remained ensconced in her room. Engrossed in her drawings, her skills limited to only the simplest techniques. Sichen and Yu Xing kept her company, watching her as she diligently immersed herself in her art. Yu Xing lazily propped her chin on her hand, her gaze fixed on Jian An, captivated by the earnest light shimmering in her eyes. A beautiful smile curving at the corners of her lips. Jian An retrieved several sheets of white paper from her spatial dimension for her use. Unfortunately, the only writing instrument available was a brush, which added a layer of difficulty to her drawing endeavors. Given her inability to write neatly even with the brush, she had no choice but to resort to using charred wood as a makeshift charcoal pencil. Jian An believed that buildings need not soar to great heights, otherwise, even the city walls would have to be perpetually raised. After conferring with Sichen, they ultimately resolved to construct a 3-story stone edifice, with each level comprising 4 stone chambers, resembling a modern row house in style. Jian An's drawing action paused slightly, her thoughts stirring as she lifted her gaze toward Sichen. She suggested, Sichen, how about we construct another enclosure? It could serve to raise spiny birds or perhaps other small creatures. She pondered, since we are already preparing food supplies, why not cultivate some within the tribe? Yu Xing's delicate and sensual lips curved into a subtle smile as he gently traced Jian An's tender hand with his index finger, indicating affection. This idea of yours, Xiao An, is indeed quite commendable. The Fox clan could also benefit from it. Jian An withdrew her hand, rolling her eyes at him before turning to Shurchen. What do you think, Shurchen? Shurchen's elegant lips curved slightly upward, his tone infused with affection. Yes, what An said is quite agreeable. Upon hearing this, a faint blush graced Jian An's cheeks, and Shurchen's indulgent demeanor only seemed to embolden his behavior further. After several revisions, they finally managed to sketch an approximate representation. Given Jian An's skills and Shurchen's expectations, perfection was not the goal, clarity was sufficient for completion. Ultimately, the drawing on paper was replicated onto 10 animal skin scrolls for future reference. Jian An set down her charcoal pencil and stretched lazily, feeling a sense of joy in being able to assist Sichen. Sichen took Jian An's hand and gently kneaded it, asking if she was tired, expressing her appreciation for Jian An's hard work. Shaking her head, Jian An's face broke into a radiant smile as she replied that she was not tired at all. She had merely been moving her pencil and found the experience not only invigorating but also fulfilling. Observing Jian An's spirited demeanor, Yu Xing couldn't help but wear a gentle smile as she reached for Jian An's other hand, mimicking Sichen's actions and gently kneading it, playfully inquiring, Little An, does that feel good? Jian An was momentarily taken aback, glancing first at Sichen and then at Yu Xing, her expression tinged with astonishment. When had these two individuals become so harmonious? As she looked at her own hands, each being grasped by these two remarkably distinct yet equally exceptional men, she felt an overwhelming sense of disorientation. A rosy hue gradually crept onto her cheeks. Suddenly rising, she declared, I shall go find Mina to play. And without a backward glance, she dashed out of the stone house. It was not until she exited the stone courtyard that Jian An began to slow her pace, making her way toward Mina's residence. Although Sichen and Yu Xing were now both her partners, she still found it somewhat unsettling to accept the reality of having 2 husbands. Lost in her thoughts, Jian An arrived at Mina's stone house and gently knocked on the door. The door swung open from within, revealing Mina's figure. Jian An smiled and waved at her. Mina. Chapter 135. Mina is pregnant. Mina's face radiated surprise as she excitedly grasped Jian An's hands, her eyes sparkling with joy. Jian An, you have returned from the Sea Clan. Indeed, I arrived just yesterday, Jian An replied with a gentle smile, allowing herself to be led into the house. Mina guided Jian An to sit beside the wooden table, her gaze fixed intently upon Jian An's face. With an astonished tone, she remarked, "Oh, Jian An, I can't help but feel that you have become even more beautiful." As a female, she found it difficult to tear her eyes away. Jian An felt a tinge of embarrassment under her unwavering gaze, even with her thick skin. It must be your yearning for me that has conjured such an illusion. Nevertheless, being complimented by a friend brought her a sense of joy. Is that so? Hee. But I truly miss you. Without you here, I have no one to play with, and I feel so lonely all by myself. Mina affectionately clasped Jian An's hand, her eyes involuntarily narrowing into a crescent smile. Jian An gazed at Mina's increasingly round face, unable to resist the impulse to pinch it playfully, teasing. It seems that you've put on a bit of weight during our time apart. Yet, your complexion appears rosier than ever. A faint blush spread across Mina's cheeks as she giggled. Well, I must admit, I've been indulging a bit more lately, while gently lowering her head to caress her belly. When Jian An first beheld Mina's gentle demeanor, her gaze descended to Mina's abdomen, where she noticed that Mina's waist appeared somewhat thicker. A fleeting suspicion crossed her mind, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Mina, could it be that you?" Mina smiled and nodded. "Yes, I am expecting a baby." The joy radiating from her eyes was unmistakable. "Is it true? That's wonderful, Mina. Congratulations." Jian An grasped Mina's hand, a smile blooming on her face as she genuinely felt happiness for her friend. "Thank you, Jian An," Mina replied, shyly running her fingers through her short hair. In Jian An's memory, Mina had always been a cheerful, warm-hearted, and generous female. It was her first time witnessing Mina blush with such bashfulness. Could it be that motherhood alters a woman's temperament? Jian An offered a faint smile, gazing at Mina with concern, inquiring, "Is pregnancy arduous?" Although she had never experienced it herself, she had observed on television that women in dramas often faced relentless bouts of nausea during their pregnancies, which appeared to be quite taxing. Mina shook her head, replying, "It's not so much difficult as it is that I tend to feel hungry frequently. Whenever hunger strikes, I can't help but crave food." With that, Mina rose and retrieved a plate of meat pies from the kitchen counter, placing it on the table. She eagerly grabbed one and stuffed it into her mouth, her urgency evident as if she could not bear to wait even a moment longer. "What about it?" Mina mumbled. Her cheeks puffed out as she held another meat pie. Jian An waved his hand dismissively. "No need. You enjoy it." Observing Mina devour her food with such fervor, Jian An's lips twitched slightly. One might have thought she had been starved for days. Once she finished the last piece of meat pie on her plate, Mina patted her belly and, savoring the moment, licked her lips, exclaiming, "Delicious." Jian looked at her in bemusement, wondering if she still harbored a desire for more food given her expression. He poured a glass of water from the table and offered it to her, suggesting she should drink a bit. In truth, he could indulge in another to himself. Mina accepted the glass, realizing that after consuming a few meat pies, she was indeed feeling somewhat parched. Jian An gazed at Mina's slightly protruding abdomen, unable to help but ponder whether her hearty appetite might indicate the possibility of carrying multiples. Mina, with a contented expression, gently rubbed her belly and, glancing at Jian An's slender waist, inquired with curiosity, "Jian An, when will you be expecting a little one?" To which Jian An replied, "Well, even if you ask me, I have no idea. Such matters are not within my control." Chapter 136, Moments with Friends. Jian An's hand instinctively caressed her abdomen. To be candid, she had not contemplated this matter until today. She had been in a relationship with Sichin for some time, and during their moments of intimacy, they had employed no protective measures. Yet, her belly remained tranquil. Perhaps it was simply not the right time. Mina gently patted Jian An's hand and offered words of comfort. "Do not despair. When the breeding season arrives next year, you will surely conceive. Then our little ones can play together." Just like her own experience, she once believed she could not bear offspring, yet here she was, expecting after all. A gentle smile graced Jian An's lips as she replied, "Indeed, you are right." She recognized that Mina was expressing her concern for her well-being, and she had no intention of rebuffing Mina's kindness. However, what Mina was unaware of was that she did not need to wait for a mating season to conceive, and her estrus cycle arrived punctually each month. Yet, the thought of having a child with Sichin lingered in her mind. An image of a cherubic infant surfaced, possessing the same enchanting blue eyes as Sichin, arms outstretched, innocently yearning for a hug. Contemplating this, a tender smile unconsciously blossomed on Jian An's face. Perhaps this notion was not so unappealing after all. Mina waved her hand in front of Jian An, exclaiming, "Jian An, what are you pondering?" She had called out several times. Regaining her focus, Jian An chuckled softly and shook her head. "Oh, it's nothing. By the way, I have something for you." From her animal skin pouch, Jian An produced a small fabric bag and poured its contents onto the table. A collection of fan-shaped, vibrantly colored seashells tumbled forth, each adorned with swirling patterns that spiraled around their surfaces, punctuated by dots of varying shades. Mina picked up one of the shells, caressing its hard exterior, and exclaimed, "Wow! What is this? It's so beautiful." Jian An smiled gently as she gazed at Mina and said, "These are shells I collected from the shores of the sea tribe." "Oh, how beautiful. Are you giving all of these to me?" Mina exclaimed, her hands delicately picking up each shell, her face alight with affection. "Yes, all of them are yours. You can string them together with a piece of cord to create a necklace or a charm that would enhance their beauty," Jian An replied. Originally, she had intended to trade a few water-repelling beads as gifts for Mina and her companions, but the beastmen of the merfolk were unwilling to barter. Consequently, she settled for selecting some exquisite shells as presents. Mina, delighted with the shells, said, "Thank you. I adore them. How do we turn these into a necklace? Such beautiful things would surely make a stunning piece." "I will teach you," Jian An responded, retrieving a length of red cord she had prepared earlier from her leather pouch. That afternoon, Jian An lingered in Mina's home, and the two engaged in light conversation while crafting necklaces from the shells. Though simple, the moments were far from dull. As the sun gradually sank in the west, the vibrant crimson rays filtered through the window, casting a warm glow throughout the room. As Jian An bid farewell to Mina and stepped out of the stone house, she beheld the striking figure of Yuxing, clad in a flamboyant red robe, strolling towards her against the backdrop of the setting sun. The resplendent evening glow enveloped him in a warm hue, casting a soft, ethereal light upon his features, rendering his visage both indistinct and exquisitely beautiful, momentarily captivating Jian An's attention. As Yuxing approached, she gradually regained her composure and, with a hint of surprise, inquired, "What brings you here?" Yuxing smirked, a mischievous glint dancing at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, it's just that someone has vanished without a trace all afternoon. The head of the household has sent me to find that disobedient little one." He deliberately placed emphasis on the words head of the household. Jian An couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Although he knew who the boss referred to in Yuxing's words, such a remark was indeed somewhat perplexing. Chapter 137, The Interaction Between the Two. Jian An gazed at Yuxing in utter disbelief, rolling her eyes at his nonsensical remarks. If it were to be said that Qichen was the eldest in the family, she would concede that point. However, as for Yuxing, she seemed yet to fully acknowledge his position, yet he had audaciously appointed himself a role. "Am I mistaken?" Yuxing, with a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, spoke in a low, languid tone. Jian An shot a displeased glare at Yuxing, too indifferent to engage with her, and continued to walk ahead. Instead of being affected by her stare, Yuxing felt a sense of comfort wash over her. A smile graced her lips as she hurried to catch up with Jian and Shaoan. "Are you not even going to wait for me? After all, I made a special trip to pick you up." Yuxing walked alongside Jian An, playfully taking her hand with a grin. Jian An gazed at Yuxing, who had grasped his hand, slightly furrowing his brow. He gently tugged his hand, yet was unable to free it. Yuxing turned his head and winked at Jian An, saying, "I was merely concerned that you might get lost." Jian An gazed at him in bewilderment, questioning whom he was attempting to deceive. How could she have possibly gotten lost? She tugged at her hand several times, yet could not free it from his grasp, glaring at Yuxing in indignation. However, Yuxing appeared oblivious, strolling along with an air of nonchalance. Jian An sighed, resigning himself to the situation. After all, holding hands wouldn't cost him anything. Yuxing, who had been covertly observing Jian An with the corner of his eye, gradually lifted the corners of his mouth, seemingly in high spirits. Upon returning to the stone courtyard, Yuxing reluctantly released Jian An's hand, sitting by the stone table under the flowered corridor. Qichen noticed Jian An and could not help but reveal a gentle smile. As if recalling something, he slowly retracted his smile and approached Jian An, saying, "Why are you so playful, returning only now?" Though his words held a hint of reproach, the tone was laced with indulgence. Jian An playfully stuck out her tongue, wrapping her arms around Qichen's, her expression one of endearing mischief. "I haven't seen Mina in ages, and once we started chatting, I completely lost track of time. It won't happen again next time." Qichen let out a light sigh, tenderly stroking her silky hair. "No more excuses. Let's go. Dinner is ready." Faced with Jian An's charming demeanor, even the coldest heart would soften. "Then let us dine. I am quite famished." Jian An obediently followed at his side. After their meal, Jian An took a leisurely stroll beneath the flower trellis to aid digestion. The garden was adorned with roses of various hues, exuding a faint, delicate fragrance. The silvery moonlight cascaded down, bestowing an additional layer of mystery upon the romantically charged courtyard. She mused that although Yuxing's temperament was notoriously difficult, she had to concede that the garden was indeed beautifully arranged. Seating herself at a stone table, a sudden thought struck her. It had been several days since she last practiced her soul power. With this in mind, Jian An retrieved a piece of red crystal from her spatial pocket, gently cradling it in her hand. She sat cross-legged in the courtyard, closed her eyes, and focused her mind, beginning to absorb the soul energy contained within the crystal. Threads of soul power swirled around her, gradually forming a luminous halo. Unbeknownst to her, Yuxing had approached, leaning against the flower rack, his golden eyes quietly observing Jian An, a playful smile playing at the corners of his lips. As Jian An fully absorbed the energy from the crystal, she opened her eyes, only to meet Yuxing's enchanting gaze. Jian An was momentarily taken aback. When did this fellow arrive? Yuxing watched Jian An leisurely and asked, "Is Shaoan cultivating her soul power?" Jian An rose to her feet, brushed off her clothes, and cast him a sidelong glance, as if to say, "Isn't this a question asked with full knowledge of the answer?" She then moved to the stone table and took a seat. Yuxing shrugged and settled beside Jian An, propping his chin on his hand, silently observing her without uttering a word. Jian An initially intended to disregard him, but his incessant gaze made her feel utterly uncomfortable. She turned her head and glared at Yuxing, demanding, "What on earth do you want? Speak plainly. Stop staring at her like that. It makes her uneasy." Chapter 138. Jian An brought to tears by foolishness. Yuxing smirked lightly, fixing his gaze on Jian An as he remarked, "If Shaun can cultivate soul power, she must have awakened her star soul diagram." Jian An cast an odd glance at him, wondering if this was not self-evident. Why did he insist on speaking such nonsense? Yuxing gently tucked a strand of Jian An's hair behind her ear and leaned closer, whispering, "May I have the privilege of seeing your star soul diagram?" His deep, magnetic voice resonated softly in her ear, causing Jian An to involuntarily shiver slightly. Jian An stood up abruptly, creating distance between herself and the other person. Glaring at him as she said, "If you wish to speak, then speak. Why stand so close?" Yuxing narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing at Jian An with a bemused smile. The weight of his stare made Jian An feel exceedingly uncomfortable, reminded of her earlier overreaction. She cleared her throat to mask her embarrassment and attempted to appear nonchalant as she sat back down, albeit directly opposite Yuxing. "You do know that the Star Soul map is a secret for everyone, right?" Jian An retorted defiantly while staring at Yuxing. "Indeed, Shaun is correct. The Star Soul map should not be easily revealed before others," Yuxing replied, smiling in agreement with her statement. Jian An slightly raised her head and let out a soft hum. "Why do you even ask?" Yuxing smiled playfully, gazing at her with a hint of amusement. It seemed she had forgotten the nature of their relationship, and he did not mind offering a gentle reminder. A fleeting look of astonishment crossed Jian An's face as she suddenly remembered that he now held the title of her partner. Regaining her composure, she slightly furrowed her brows, resolutely thinking to herself, "So what? I simply refuse to show you. Humph. After all, he has no idea where his Star Soul map is. Let us see how he handles that." Yuxing sighed regretfully. "Alas, since Shaun won't allow me to see it, I shall have to find it myself." With that, Yuxing stood up, leaning slightly forward, and reached out to grasp Jian An's hand. Jian An was taken aback by Yuxing's sudden action, casting an annoyed glare in his direction. "What are you trying to do? I told you I won't show you," she exclaimed, exasperated by his shamelessness. Instinctively, her right hand moved to cover the nape of her neck, and Jian An felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Realizing how foolish she was, wasn't this akin to revealing the hidden truth? Yuxing's sensuous lips curled into a slight smile as he chuckled, thoroughly amused by Jian An's endearing demeanor. With a look of delight, he gazed at her and gently tapped her smooth neck. "Oh, so this is where Little An's Star Soul diagram resides," he remarked. Jian An resembled a deflated balloon, her delicate features drooping as she surrendered to his whims. Observing the intricate patterns emerging on Jian An's fair skin, Yuxing felt a stir of emotions. He gently caressed the golden crescent moon. The tender and silky sensation beneath his fingertips made his heart soften, prompting him to be even more delicate in his actions, his gaze brimming with tenderness and affection. The coolness of his fingertips glided over Jian An's skin, causing her to involuntarily shiver, her heartbeat quickening uncontrollably. Slightly unnerved, Jian An turned her head away, conceding to the moment. Yuxing curled his lips in a smile, feigning ignorance to the awkwardness etched on her face, nodding slightly as he remarked that Little An's Star Soul patterns were exquisite, just like Little An herself. Jian An turned her head away, refusing to look at him. Yet she retorted defiantly, "Well, thank you very much." Yuxing leaned against the stone table, gazing at the luminous moon suspended in the night sky, pondering why Jian An's Star Soul emblem was the moon. The Star Soul emblems of beastmen typically took the form of their animal counterparts. For instance, Chen's was a white tiger, while his was a fire fox. Jian An too was perplexed. She lifted her gaze to the crescent moon hanging in the night sky. Momentarily lost in thought, Sun Wukong had sprung forth from a stone. Could it be that she had emerged from the moon? Jian An's imagination wandered freely. Yuxing turned his body, resting one hand on the table, slightly bowing his head to scrutinize Jian An's profile. Since Jian An had shown him her most significant Star Soul emblem, perhaps he should reveal his to her as well? Chapter 139. Embarrassment who would want to see yours? Jian An snapped, her head turning just in time to collide gently with Yuxing's slightly bowed handsome face, their lips a mere finger's breadth apart. Jian An's eyes widened in astonishment as she distinctly felt Yuxing's warm breath caressing her face. Gazing at the exquisite beauty just inches away, she noticed Yuxing's slender, alluring lips curving slightly upwards, a smile imbued with an enchanting allure. In a remarkably audacious gesture, Yuxing extended her tongue and gently licked Jian An's delicate nose. Jian An, slightly breathless, suddenly pushed him away with force, rising to her feet and turning to leave. Goodness, what was he doing? Was he a pervert? He actually licked her nose. Yuxing reached out, grasping Jian An's arm, gently pulling her into his embrace. He encircled her slender waist with both arms, lowering his gaze to meet hers, his eyes brimming with tenderness. "Were you angry?" Jian An pressed both hands against Yuxing's chest, gazing at him with displeasure. "Release me," she commanded. Yet, when her eyes met the tenderness within his, she momentarily faltered, a hint of fluster causing her to avert her gaze. Yuxing's lips curled into a subtle smirk, a wicked glimmer dancing in his expression. "Is it not true that the fault lies in your irresistible allure, dear Jian An? I too find myself unable to resist." Jian's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, her eyes filled with a blend of embarrassment and indignation as she glared at him. "If you do not release me soon, I shall ignore you," she declared, her soft voice oscillating between a threat and a playful pout. Yuxing shrugged, surrendering with an air of resignation. All right, I shall let go," he responded, raising both hands in a gesture of capitulation. Jian An stood rooted to the spot, caught in a dilemma, unable to walk away or remain. His embarrassment reached an apex. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Yuxing's eyes as she curled her lips into a smirk. "Since I have provoked little one, I shall be punished by revealing the star soul diagram to him." Jian An curled her lips in disdain, expressing her indifference. "The star soul diagram rested upon my waist." As Yuxing spoke, he deftly unfastened the crimson robe draped over him, revealing a physique of exquisite beauty. His skin, a flawless alabaster, showcased defined musculature, with a firm chest and a flat abdomen devoid of any excess. "Do you not wish to take a glance?" Yuxing inquired, his golden eyes fixed upon her retreating silhouette, brimming with anticipation. Jian An, in a moment of serendipity, turned around to behold a scene that left her utterly astonished. At that moment, Yuxing stood with his garment wide open, revealing a sensually sculpted physique, accentuated by a vividly lifelike fox adorning his waist. He exuded an irresistible masculine charm, intertwined with Yuxing's distinctive allure. His fiery red hair cascaded over his shoulders, and a captivating smile played upon his lips, enchanting all who dared to gaze upon him, ensnaring both the eye and the heart. Jian An's heart raced wildly, and her delicate features instantly flushed a deep crimson. Yuxing's lips curled into a mischievous smile as she grasped Jian An's hand and placed it upon her star soul diagram. Leaning down, she whispered tantalizingly into Jian An's ear, "Is it beautiful?" Her words dripped with seduction. Jian An felt as though a tremendous explosion resonated within her mind, leaving her ears tinged with a vivid hue. Her gaze was fixed upon Yuxing, her thoughts lingering in a tumultuous state. The cool evening breeze brushed against Jian An's skirt, the faint chill stirring her senses. Jian An retreated several steps, glaring fiercely at Yuxing, unable to suppress her exclamation of indignation. "How can you be so shameless?" She felt utterly defeated by Yuxing. Meanwhile, Yuxing wore a broad smile, playfully winking with his enchanting peach blossom eyes. The sight of his smiling face ignited a fire within Jian An, prompting her to seize a teacup from the stone table and hurl it at Yuxing's face, exclaiming, "You pervert." She then fled as if escaping. After running just a few paces, she heard a burst of laughter behind her. Jian An paused momentarily, biting her teeth in silence, before dashing into the stone house without a backward glance. Yuxing toyed with the teacup in his hand, gazing at the resplendent moon, a smile gracing his lips. "The moonlight tonight is truly exquisite." Chapter 140. Acknowledging mistakes do not push the joke too far, Sichin remarked, approaching Yuxing from behind and casting a fleeting glance at him. Yuxing shrugged, adjusting his disheveled robes, thinking how captivating Jian An was, making it irresistible to tease her. He was mindful, however, if he truly angered her, he would be prepared for a lifetime of vegetarianism. Sichin pressed his lips together, his profound gaze fixed on Yuxing as he cryptically stated, "If you provoke an An's ire, do not expect me to intercede on your behalf. There are many who could easily take your place." With that, he withdrew his gaze and made his way towards the stone house, intending to soothe his beloved in it, lest her health be compromised by distress. Yuxing felt a momentary stiffness in his body as he watched Sichin's retreating figure, scoffing, always playing the good guy. What is he most afraid of? Naturally, he fears that Jian An might no longer want him. He flicked his sleeve and proceeded towards the stone house where Jian An resided, resolved to take up residence beside her from this night forth. Eager to eavesdrop on their conversations, they were all well aware of Jian An's temperament. Should she be truly provoked, she might indeed make such a drastic decision. The following morning, as Jian An stepped outside, she was greeted by the sight of Yuxing seated beneath the flowered corridor, his lips curving into a smile as he watched her. Jian An let out a soft huff, turning her head away as she strode directly towards the backyard, resolutely deciding to disregard him entirely. Yuxing wore a faint, bittersweet smile. It seemed that Xiaoan was still upset. During breakfast, Yuxing attentively served Jian An some dishes, saying, "Xiaoan, do indulge. These are your favorite bird eggs." However, before the food could even reach her bowl, Jian An swiftly pushed it aside, turning her body to present him with a perfect profile. The same scenario unfolded during lunch and dinner. Regardless of Yuxing's earnest attempts to curry favor, Jian An remained utterly unresponsive. Throughout the day, whenever Jian An caught sight of Yuxing, she couldn't be bothered to spare him even a glance, resolutely turning away and determined to ignore him completely. As dusk began to settle, observing Jian An approach the stone house, Yuxing could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward, blocking her at the doorway, his hands propped against the frame, enclosing her petite figure within his embrace. "Xiaoan, please don't be angry," he said, gently lowering his gaze to her profile, his voice laced with earnestness. Jian An tilted her head, still ignoring him. Yuxing's expression was tinged with bitterness, his eyes glimmering with a hint of desolation and sorrow. Xiaoan, please don't disregard me. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the emotions flickering in Yuxing's gaze, stirring an inexplicable feeling within Jian An. After a moment's hesitation, she turned her head, her expression impassive as she regarded him, her demeanor as proud as a queen. When he saw that she had finally deigned to speak with him, Yuxing's eyes brightened instantly. Nodding, he looked at Jian An with hopeful anticipation. I realize my mistake, and I shall endeavor not to tease you in that manner again. It cannot all be blamed on him. After all, how could one resist such charm in Xiaoan? Jian An raised her delicate brows slightly, pondering, is this fellow attempting to play tricks on her again? Ahem. What I meant to say is that he should refrain from teasing Xiaoan in the future. I truly recognize my mistakes. If Xiaoan were to ignore me, it would deeply sadden me. Yuxing gazed at her with golden eyes full of anticipation, his handsome face adorned with an expression of grievance. A sight that was indeed heart-wrenching. Jian An's lips quivered slightly. Was this individual feigning helplessness? With a faint smile, she nodded, deciding to forgive him this time. Upon witnessing the sorrow in his eyes, she inexplicably felt a reluctance to dismiss his sentiments. Yuxing smiled charmingly, leaning down to whisper in Jian An's ear. I have already become yours. You must take responsibility for me. I am committed to you for this lifetime. With that, she planted a gentle kiss on Jian An's delicate cheek. Jian An shuddered slightly and turned her gaze towards Yuxing, noticing a hint of cunning in his golden eyes. She shot him an exasperated glance, truly deserving of the title of a fox. Chapter 141. Turning the tide? Yuxing smiled charmingly, wrapping his arm around Jian An's waist, his long fingers gently tapping her pert nose. Jian An swatted his hand away and shot him a glare, imploring him not to be so touchy. Just moments ago, he had assured her of his sincerity, yet here he was, revealing his true self. Ha ha ha, Jian An resembled a little rabbit. Yuxing long chuckled, his long fingers gliding over Jian An's smooth forehead, tracing the delicate arch of her brows, the elegant curve of her nose, and finally resting upon her tender, crimson lips, gently outlining their shape. You are the real rabbit here. If you continue to be so handsy, do you believe I will bite you? Jian An glared fiercely at him. Evading his touch, Yuxing long smirked, placing his finger on Jian An's lips, his eyes glinting with mischief. If you are willing, little one, then go ahead and bite. Jian An bit down hard on his finger, casting a slightly provocative glance at Yuxing. Do you think I could bear to part with you? Yuxing's thin, sensual lips curled into a smile. He adored this version of Jian An, stubborn yet unyielding, adorably charming. If you haven't had your fill of biting, you may return to my room. Every part of me is open for your playful nibbles, he teased, his eyes glimmering with affection. I can't be bothered with you. I'm heading back to my room to sleep. Step aside, or I shall strike you, Jian An declared, releasing his grip and raising her hand as if to deliver a playful smack. Yuxing effortlessly caught her hand, amused. You are truly relentless. First biting me, and now intending to hit me. What are you even trying to accomplish? Don't forget what you just said. She truly felt at a loss against Yuxing. His lips slowly formed a captivating curve, his peach blossom eyes filled with anticipation. Why not come and keep me company? It's quite lonely guarding an empty room all by myself. Don't always stick with Sichin. We are both yours, after all. You mustn't show favoritism. Jian An could not help but twitch the corners of her mouth, a faint line of frustration appearing on her forehead. This person truly dared to say anything. A thought crossed her mind as her gaze shifted. With a playful smile, she looked at Yuxing, lifting his chin with her hand, her breath fragrant as she said, Then it will depend on your performance. She winked at him. When Jian An's warm, soft hand made contact with his skin, Yuxing's body stiffened slightly. Gazing at Jian An's radiant and enchanting face, his heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Her smiling red lips were irresistibly alluring. Yuxing swallowed hard, desire gradually tinting his eyes. Seizing the moment of his distraction, Jian An pushed him away and entered the stone house. As she closed the door, she cheekily made a face at Yuxing, saying, Dream on, before slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Watching the firmly shut door, Yuxing shook his head with a light chuckle. Yet a tinge of bitterness welled up within him. When would Xiaoan truly accept him? The night passed swiftly. In the morning, the dawn painted half the sky in hues of red, yet the sun was slow to rise. Jian An stood in the yard, a chill wind brushing against her face, causing her to instinctively shrink her neck. Indeed, winter had arrived, and the weather had grown increasingly frigid. Come inside, lest you catch a cold. A warm voice resonated from behind her. Jian An felt a gentle warmth encircling her neck, and, glancing down, she realized it was the plush scarf crafted from soft rabbit fur by Sichin. It was now quite warm. She turned around and offered Sichin a faint smile. Sichin adjusted her fur coat and tenderly caressed her cheek, saying, Be good. I would be heartbroken if you fell ill. He took her hand, noticing the coolness of her touch, and his brow furrowed slightly. He opened his outer robe and placed Jian An's hands against his chest to warm them, exclaiming, How can you say you're not cold when your hands are like ice? Jian An chuckled, playfully blinking her eyes. Well, it's just how winter is. Chapter 142. Commencing the construction. Sichin shook his head helplessly, gazing affectionately at Jian An. Today, I must attend to the preparations for building the stone tower. So I cannot accompany you. Be sure to stay inside, all right? With winter fully upon them and food supplies nearly sufficient. It was indeed time to begin the construction of the stone tower. Jian An's eyes instantly sparkled with enthusiasm as she cast a beguiling glance towards Si-chun. May I accompany you? It is rather dull to remain alone in the house, especially for such an important matter that I simply cannot miss. Si-chun's profound gaze lingered on her, unyielding as he replied, no. How could he fail to perceive Jian An's subtle intentions? They were plainly etched upon her countenance. Jian An, with unwavering determination, clung to Si-chun's arm, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she playfully pleaded, Si-chun, please let me go. I'm truly not cold. Can't you agree? She incessantly shook his arm. Si-chun let out a soft sigh, affectionately tousling Jian An's dark hair, and replied with gentle indulgence, all right, but only for a little while. You must return before noon, understood? Unable to resist the sparkle of hope in her eyes, he was reluctant to let her down. Understood. Jian An beamed, nodding eagerly. The sight of her joyful smile brought a soft smile to Si-chun's face as he wrapped his arms around her waist, playfully pinching her nose. Yuxing, crossing her arms, stepped forward to address the pair. Observing Jian An nestled in Si-chun's embrace, radiantly joyful, she remarked, if Little An wishes to go, I can accompany you. A twinge of envy stirred within her, pondering when Little An would ever show such affection towards him. Jian An gazed at Yuxing and inquired, are you going as well? Uncharacteristically, she did not show him any displeasure. Yuxing smiled gently, responding, of course. I must attend as I am the chieftain of the Fox clan. With the construction of Baihu City underway, my presence is essential. And I must also organize the males of the Fox clan to assist. While these tasks could easily be delegated to Cheetah, the most significant factor remained that Xiao An would be present. At that moment, Cheetah, who was enjoying breakfast at home, could not help but sneeze. Rubbing his nose, he wondered, why did I suddenly sneeze? Am I falling ill? He tousled his hair and continued to focus on his roasted meat. Jian An and his companions arrived at the edge of the wall behind the Fox clan's village, where a considerable number of beastmen had already gathered, including those from the White Tiger City as well as the Fox clan. In accordance with the prior agreement made by Yuxing and Si-chun, they intended to breach this wall at the rear. Si-chun slightly turned towards Jian An and said, An, please stand back a little. Do not put yourself in harm's way. When the wall is struck, there will be a great deal of debris and dust. Jian An nodded and walked to a more distant location with Yuxing. Si-chun summoned several males to carry the pre-prepared timber. Jian raised his eyes and beheld a log, at least as thick as the embrace of 2 adults. 10 robust males stood on either side, 5 in each group. As they hurled the timber against the wall, after several resounding impacts, a thunderous crash reverberated through the air, and the solid wall was suddenly breached, creating a gaping hole. The stones above, devoid of support, tumbled down with a cacophony, sending shards raining onto the ground and stirring up a small cloud of dust. Witnessing this, the males gathered around did not require Jian's prompting. They eagerly stepped forward to commence the task of clearing the fallen debris. In this endeavor to construct a city, the necessary materials were merely stones and timber, supplemented by some yellow clay for stabilization. These simple resources were abundantly available in the forest, easily sourced on-site. To erect sturdy stone edifices and fortifications would demand only a modicum of labor and time. Jian An observed the bustling crowd, reflecting on the stark contrast between the rudimentary conditions of this place, devoid of modern skyscrapers, and the splendid gifts bestowed by nature. Chapter 143. The new city as dawn breaks, one gazes upon the flowing waters to the east, and at dusk, witnesses the sun descend in the west. Time flies like an arrow, and the months pass swiftly like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have elapsed. Amidst the industriousness of the people, the new city of Baihu City has been constructed, and the season has transitioned from early winter to the depths of winter. Jian stood at the wall connecting the Fox clan and the White Tiger City, where a previously seamless wall had been transformed into a circular archway. Jian An was clad in a thick fur coat, a snow-white scarf wrapped around her neck, and a fur hat adorning her head, enveloping herself snugly. The biting wind howled past her cheeks. Even though she was bundled up like a ball, she couldn't help but shiver, exhaling a puff of white breath. It was indeed frigid. Si-chun approached Jian An, gently taking her cool hands into his warm palms, tenderly rubbing them to restore their warmth. And with a tone laced with concern, inquired, An, are you cold? Jian An shook her head gently, offering him a soft smile. It's not cold. Let's hurry along. In the early days of the city's construction, she would visit daily. However, as the weather grew increasingly frigid, Si-chun forbade her from coming. She had yet to lay eyes on the completed stone tower. At this moment, the chill was of little concern. Observing Jian An's eagerness, Si-chun shook his head with a resigned smile. Yuxing sauntered lazily to Jian An's side, his golden gaze filled with tenderness. Xiao An, if you feel cold, you may come to my embrace. I am quite warm, he said, slightly opening his arms in an inviting gesture. Jian An merely cast a fleeting glance at him, seemingly growing accustomed to Yuxing's brazen demeanor. Si-chun and Yuxing continued to don their exceedingly thin robes, appearing utterly unfazed by the biting chill of winter. Jian An gazed enviously, wishing she too could be unafraid of the biting cold. Yet, some things cannot be envied. Sichen and Yuxing, both beastmen, were naturally endowed with fur that shielded them from the harshness of winter. Even in their human forms, they remained unaffected, while Jian An, being merely an ordinary human, could not be compared. Let us proceed, Jian An urged, unable to contain her impatience. Sichen offered a gentle smile and took Jian An's hand, while Yuxing flashed a smirk and grasped her other hand. Jian An paused for a moment, casting a downward glance at the hands being held on either side of him, his heart a tumult of unexpressed emotions. He then lifted his gaze towards Yuxing on his right, his eyes glinting with a hint of menace as he glared at him. Will you not release me? Yuxing appeared oblivious to the tension, playfully winking at Jian An with a smile. Little An, you mustn't show favoritism, he teased, gently squeezing the soft, delicate hand in his grasp. Jian An turned her head to glance at Sichen on her left, noticing the gentle expression he wore as he gazed at her. With a soft sigh, she composed herself and spoke. Let us go. She resigned herself to the situation, feeling a peculiar sense of disorientation regarding this strange atmosphere. As they passed through the archway, her eyes were first drawn to an exceptionally spacious street. On either side stood sturdy gray stone buildings, silent yet resolute. These edifices were constructed of unpolished blue stones, rising 3 stories high, exuding a rugged beauty with their intentionally uneven surfaces. The round arched windows and the wooden doors were both simple and elegant. Together, they formed a harmonious yet contradictory blend. Between the buildings, lush green trees flourished, creating an illusion of being nestled within the serene countryside, where tranquility and distance evoked a sense of longing. Towering city walls enclosed the stone structures within their protective embrace. Jian An gazed in astonishment at the scene before her. While sketching, she had merely felt that illustrating the stone tower alone was rather monotonous, which prompted her to incorporate trees amidst the towers. To her surprise, Sichen had actually transplanted such a multitude of verdant trees in accordance with her blueprint. Chapter 144, The Efforts of Both. Jian An gazed at Sichen with astonishment. The construction of these towering city walls and numerous stone edifices must have demanded an immense amount of time and labor. Not to mention the vast expanse of trees involved. What a monumental undertaking it must be. Sichen remained silent, his eyes filled with tenderness as he regarded her with a gentle expression. He had previously expressed his desire to build a city alongside An. Though she had articulated her wishes, the designs depicted on the blueprint were precisely what resided in her heart. How could he possibly refrain from fulfilling them? Yuxing playfully pinched Jian An's charming nose, teasingly remarking, Little An, are you truly astonished? Just wait until you see the gifts we have prepared. You might be utterly overwhelmed. Jian An gazed at Yuxing with a look of perplexity, unable to comprehend the meaning behind his words regarding a gift. Sichen chuckled softly, ruffling Jian An's dark hair, and said, Come, let us return home. They strolled along the spacious street, eventually arriving at the entrance of a stone courtyard. From the outside, this stone courtyard appeared no different from any ordinary one. Jian An cast a curious glance at the 2 individuals beside him, pondering silently the ordinary nature of this stone courtyard. Yuxing, with a subtle smirk playing on his lips, enigmatically replied, You will understand once you step inside. Upon entering the courtyard, amidst the biting cold wind, a magnificent expanse of wintersweet blossoms stood proudly in full bloom. The wintersweet, with its graceful form, featured a gnarled trunk that twisted and spiraled upward, its crown adorned with numerous slender branches, delicate yet robust. The petite petals, tinged with a soft blush of pale pink, swayed gently in the frigid breeze, resembling ethereal fairies in flight. Occasionally, a flower would succumb to the wind, cascading down like a flurry of snowflakes, a sight of breathtaking beauty. Additionally, enveloping the air was a subtle, refreshing fragrance, exquisitely soothing to the soul. Jian An gazed blankly at the scenery before her, at a loss for words to articulate her feelings. Sichen gently tucked her wind-tousled hair behind her ear, his deep blue eyes brimming with tenderness. Do you like it? Yuxing held Jian An's hand, affectionately brushing his thumb against her delicate wrist, his romantic peach blossom eyes filled with profound love. This is something Sichen and I spent a considerable amount of time searching for. Jian An lowered her head, her butterfly-like eyelashes fluttering gently a couple of times. At that moment, she felt as if a flame were igniting within her chest, a warmth so intense that it dispelled the chill enveloping her. Raising her head, a radiant smile illuminated her face as she gazed at Sichen and Yuxing, expressing her gratitude. Thank you both. I truly appreciate it. As they traversed through the osmanthus, a 3-story stone building came into view. This edifice appeared somewhat distinct from the stone structures within the city. Each stone slab had been meticulously polished, its surface remarkably smooth. The intricately carved wooden door and the elegantly curved window sills exuded a refined simplicity. Yuxing stepped forward first to push open the wooden door, revealing the interior in all its splendor. The floor was smooth and polished, furnished with intricately carved wooden tables and chairs, while a delicate vase adorned the table, holding several plum blossoms. Although the decor was understated, every detail reflected the meticulous care of the designer. Jian An gazed at the scene before her with a sense of disbelief, perplexed by the origins of the intricately carved furniture. Yuxing smiled softly, looking at Jian An, and inquired, Do you still remember the first time we met, Xiaoan? Jian looked at him with a hint of confusion, uncertain as to why he had suddenly posed this question. Yuxing chuckled softly, retrieving a delicate wooden hairpin from his pocket. Do you remember this? He inquired, having kept it close to him all along. Jian An's face displayed astonishment. Was this not the wooden hairpin that Yuxing had snatched from her during that gathering? She was taken aback to discover that he still possessed it. Such wooden hairpins were rarely crafted by beast men. A simple inquiry could lead her to the male adept in carving. Hearing Yuxing's words, Jian An's heart filled with understanding, her expression betraying a complex array of emotions as she gazed at the two of them. Was all of this orchestrated by you to summon him? Chapter 145, the touch of emotion in response to Jian An's surprise, Yuxing nonchalantly shrugged, stating, given that both Shichun and I are of notable standing, one is clan leader and the other is heir, surely we can find a suitable male. Moreover, this will soon be our home, and it is imperative to arrange it suitably. While Yuxing spoke with ease, Jian An was acutely aware of the challenge involved in locating a singular beastman among the myriad tribes. The more she comprehended, the deeper her emotions stirred. The flame that had been igniting within her heart felt as though it had solidified into molten lava, making it difficult for her to breathe. Tears glimmered in Jian An's eyes as she leaped into Sichun's embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around his strong waist. Thank you, Sichun, she whispered. Sichun raised his hand to gently caress the corner of Jian An's eye and leaned down to bestow a soft kiss upon her forehead. Did we not agree that we would refrain from saying thank you between us? Have you forgotten, Anin? Yuxing approached Jian An, her expression tinged with playful grievance. Little An, you are truly biased. I share half the credit for this, you know? Why do you rush into Sichun's arms? His embrace is always open for you. Upon witnessing Yuxing's feigned pitiful demeanor, the tears that were about to spill from Jian An's eyes were instantly stifled. Jian An, with a smile breaking through her tears, gently wrapped her arms around his waist and said, thank you, Yuxing. Yuxing, delighted to embrace Jian An's delicate waist, tenderly caressed her soft hair. A subtle smile graced his lips, revealing the contentment that filled his heart, yet he playfully pressed on, indeed, Xiaoan must express her gratitude to me properly. I exerted considerable effort to prepare all of this. Jian An's lips twitched slightly. Did this fellow's attitude really need to shift so abruptly? Who was it just moments ago that spoke so casually, only to change in the blink of an eye? Jian An raised her head to gaze at Yuxing, her face adorned with a bright smile as she inquired, how would you like me to express my gratitude? She was curious to see what request this person would make next. Yuxing's lips curled into a mischievous smile, and with a glimmer of expectation in his golden eyes, he replied, if only Xiaoan could give me a kiss. A delicate blush crept across Jian An's face as she shot him a glance. After a moment's hesitation, she rose to her tiptoes and bestowed a gentle kiss upon Yuxing's cheek. The warmth of her touch sent a subtle tremor through him, and his eyes flickered with an indescribable joy that surged within his heart. Initially, he had intended to tease Jian An, yet he found himself captivated by the sight of her lowered gaze. Her cheeks were flushed, her face resembling a blooming lotus, and her eyes glimmered like autumn waters, exuding an enchanting beauty. Yuxing's affectionate peach blossom eyes deepened in color, becoming even more alluring. He mused that next time, when little one sought to kiss him, she ought to remember to kiss him here. He playfully extended his tongue to gently caress his sensuous lips. Jian An's expression darkened instantly as she shot him a fierce glare. Did this fellow dare to be any more shameless? Losing patience with them, she huffed lightly and ascended the wooden staircase to the second floor. Observing Jian An's retreating figure, Sichun and Yuxing exchanged knowing smiles. For Jian An, they were willing to undertake any daunting task. The internal structure of this stone building stood in stark contrast to those within the city, where each floor typically featured 4 rooms. In this stone edifice, the first floor contained merely a kitchen and a grand hall, while the second and third floors housed the sleeping quarters, each with 4 rooms. Following Jian An upstairs, Sichun and Yuxing accompanied her as she examined each room. The furnishings in the 3 rooms on the second floor were quite ordinary, but when Jian An arrived at the rightmost room, she pushed open the intricately carved wooden door, revealing a space that seemed more spacious than the others. Inside, there was a beautifully carved wooden bed, a double-door wooden wardrobe, and a round wooden table positioned centrally. Beside the wardrobe stood an ornate vanity, and a circular window graced the right wall. As Jian An approached the window, she pushed it open to behold a courtyard brimming with plum blossoms. Chapter 146. The embarrassing thought. Jian An speculated that this must be the room prepared for her by Sichun and Yuxing. From the bedding on the bed to the curtains on the windowsill, everything was adorned with warm-toned floral patterns. To her astonishment, there was even a screen placed beside the wooden bed. Jian An, with a hint of curiosity, approached the folding screen and was taken aback to discover that it was crafted from bamboo. Neatly bound together, the bamboo poles formed a complete screen, adorned with intricate carvings of floral and landscape scenes. Jian An reached out to touch the exquisite screen, feeling a deep fondness for it. As he drew closer, he could catch the faint, refreshing fragrance of bamboo. Jian An turned to glance at Sichun and Yuxing behind her, exclaiming, "This is so beautiful. Who conceived of such an idea?" Although it lacked opulence, it excelled in its refreshing simplicity and unique character. Who would have imagined using bamboo for a screen? Yuxing smiled slyly, stepping forward to wrap her delicate arms around Jian An's waist. What's so captivating about the screen? Come, take a look at this bed instead. It was only later that Jian An discovered that the bamboo screen had been crafted by Sichin. Jian An gazed at the wooden bed before her, marveling at its spaciousness. It was significantly larger than an ordinary double bed, capable of accommodating 3 individuals without the slightest hint of crowding. Yuxing's thin lips curled into a mischievous smile as he leaned closer to Jian An's ear, whispering, "This wooden bed is specially prepared for us. It is more than sufficient for the 3 of us to sleep comfortably. What do you think, Xiao An?" His hand, resting on Jian An's waist, tightened slightly, the unspoken implications lingering in the air. Jian An gently pushed his hand away, her expression unwavering as she inquired, "Surely you do not mean to suggest that we should share this bed tonight?" She gestured towards the wooden bed beside her. Yuxing smiled, a playful glint in his eye as he affectionately brushed Jian An's nose, his tone imbued with warmth and delight. "Ah, my dear An, you are truly astute." Since she would not venture into his quarters, he would simply make his way to hers. After all, it is the proactive hunter who reaps the rewards. Jian An's lips twitched slightly as she cast a speechless glance at him, pondering what thoughts occupied his mind each day. Her brows furrowed in disbelief as she turned to Yuxing and inquired, "Do you not reside in the grand stone courtyard of your fox clan?" Although she posed the question, she was acutely aware that Yuxing intended to make this place his home. The mere thought of 3 individuals sharing a single room made Jian An feel rather uncomfortable. Yuxing encircled Jian An's waist from behind, resting his head on her shoulder, and declared, "I am yours. Wherever you choose to dwell, I shall follow." If sharing a room was impossible, the idea of being separated into different dwellings was utterly intolerable for him. Jian An broke free from his embrace and, with an irritated roll of her eyes, wondered how he could possess such a complete lack of shame. After all, he was a grown man, constantly boasting of her presence as if it were a badge of honor, seemingly oblivious to the embarrassment it might cause. Isn't it true that men are typically concerned with their pride? What made him so unconventional? Had Yuxing been privy to Jian An's thoughts, he would have surely scoffed in disdain and remarked, "Pride? What good does it do him when it comes to sustenance?" Moreover, it appeared that he only exhibited such behavior in front of Xiao and Jian and took a breath and gazed at Yuxing. "You may stay here. There are plenty of rooms in the building for you to choose from. However, do not even think about sharing a room with me." Merely uttering these words filled Jian An with a sense of embarrassment. Yuxing looked at Jian An with an expression of grievance, her heart nearly soaring to the moon. "We are all yours, so why must I be the only one to have a room to myself?" Jian An paused momentarily, rendered speechless by Yuxing's inquiry, and somewhat playfully retorted, "It simply won't do." How could she articulate her feelings? Should she confess to her own bias? Yuxing clasped Jian An's hand and placed it against her chest, exclaiming, "My heart aches. You are truly cruel, Xiao An." Jian An withdrew her hand and turned her head away, ignoring him. In chapter 147, being expelled from the room, Yuxing, however, was unwilling to relent and grasped Jian An's hand, smiling meaningfully as she said, "Xiao An, you see, Sichin has not opposed it." Jian An glanced at Sichin beside her, noticing the smile gracing his lips and the calmness in his demeanor as he regarded them. When Sichin sensed Jian An's gaze upon him, he offered a gentle smile, his eyes soft as they met hers, and spoke with a lightness, "I trust in it." His composure was remarkably steady, as if he held the reins of the entire situation within his grasp. In the past, Jian An would have been utterly charmed by Sichin's refined demeanor. However, today, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Yuxing continued to chatter incessantly beside them. Jian An felt utterly exasperated, rolling her eyes and tersely stating, "This is my room. You all need to leave." She unceremoniously pushed Yuxing towards the door. Gazing at Yuxing, who stood at the threshold, she shot him a glare and threatened, "If you dare to step 1 foot inside, I shall ignore you from now on." Yuxing hesitated for a moment, retracting his foot, his gaze fixed on her with an intensity that rendered her feigned innocence ineffective. Jian An glared fiercely at him before turning to look at Sichin, who remained in the room. Taking a deep breath, she commanded, "You two, step outside." Sichin smiled gently, taking a couple of steps forward to affectionately tousle Jian An's dark hair, saying, "All right, An, don't be upset." Jian An cast a displeased glance at him, her hair tousled by his antics. She reached up to smooth her disheveled locks. Sichin offered a gentle smile, declaring, "I shall prepare lunch downstairs." With that, she turned and gracefully exited the room, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. With a soft sigh, Jian An reclined on the bed, which felt somewhat excessively large for her, unable to articulate the tumult of emotion stirring within her. Was it frustration at his inaction? Or disdain for Sichin's unruffled demeanor? Yuxing, arms crossed, leaned against the doorframe, her slender eyes narrowing as she scrutinized Sichin. "Are you really just letting her have her way? You expect me to believe that Sichin doesn't want to share a room with Jian An? As a fellow male, how could he not discern her true feelings? Such pretentiousness." Sichin offered a faint smile and cast a glance in Yuxing's direction, responding nonchalantly, "This room was originally prepared for An, so it is only fitting that she has the final say." With that, he descended the staircase to the first floor. Yuxing watched his retreating figure, shaking her head in resigned amusement, her heart once again envious of Sichin's position in Jian An's life. Although it appeared that they had both been ejected, anyone with discernment could see the disparity in treatment between them. As noon approached, Jian An made her way down the stairs to the main hall, briefly glancing at Yuxing seated at the wooden table before redirecting her gaze towards the kitchen. Upon entering the bustling kitchen and inhaling the tantalizing aromas, Jian An could not suppress a swallow and inquired, "Sichin, what are we having for lunch?" Lifting his head to meet her gaze, Sichin smiled and replied, "Anin, are you feeling hungry? It will be ready soon. Why not wait outside? The smoke here is quite overwhelming." Jian An nodded slightly, exited the kitchen, and took a seat at the wooden table. Resting her chin on her hands as she patiently awaited her meal, Yuxing flashed a mischievous smile, leaning closer to her with a playful glint in his eyes as he inquired, "Shaoan, are you quite close with that female named Mina?" It was only after some deliberate inquiry that he discovered the name of the female who had always been on good terms with Jian An was indeed Mina. Jian An lifted her head, gazing at him in a state of confusion. "Why do you ask that?" Yuxing replied with a sly smile. "I heard that a female named Mina gave birth to tiger cubs last night. Would you like me to accompany you to see her?" It wasn't that he was idly preoccupied with the affairs of other females giving birth. Rather, he believed that Jian An was close to that female and sought to foster a deeper connection with her through this matter. Chapter 148, The Tiger Cubs. Jian An was momentarily taken aback, her eyes sparkling with delight as a joyful smile graced her lips. "Really? I must go and see Mina." Then, a thought struck her, and she turned to Yuxing, inquiring, "But how did you come to know this?" She found it hard to believe that Yuxing would take an interest in whether a female had given birth. After all, Mina was an orc from the White Tiger City. If anyone were to oversee such matters, it should be Sichin. Yuxing cleared his throat lightly, responding, "I heard it from the orcs of White Tiger City. As you know, females are precious, and matters concerning pregnancy and childbirth are of great significance." He could hardly admit that his special interest in the female named Mina was due to Jian and nodded in agreement. Acknowledging the unsettling reality of the gender imbalance in this place, which had reached a horrifying extent, it seemed that any female who acquired a new garment would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. Lost in thought, Jian An contemplated how the scarcity of females had indeed led to their being cherished and pampered. Yet, she perceived that the females of this continent resembled the Tangsing depicted within the circle drawn by Sun Wukong. At that moment, Sichin emerged from the kitchen, placing a plate on the table, and inquired, "What are you discussing?" Jian gently grasped Sichin's arm, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Sichin, I just heard from Yuxing that Mina has given birth." "Indeed," Sichin replied with a faint smile. His expression slightly peculiar as he cast a sidelong glance at Yuxing, noticing the gaze directed at him. Yuxing merely shrugged, displaying no sign of discomfort, his demeanor remaining unruffled. Jian An gazed at Sichin, hesitatingly inquiring, "May I visit Mina?" Having never born a child, Jian An was aware that women who had just given birth needed to observe a confinement period. Yet she was oblivious to any specific customs associated with it at this time. Sichin smiled gently, nodding as he tousled Jian An's silky black hair. "Let us dine first, and shortly thereafter, I shall accompany you." Jian An's face illuminated with a radiant smile as she accepted a bowl of rice handed to her by Sichin. After enjoying their lunch, Jian An, Sichin, and Yuxing made their way together to Mina's residence. Jian An gently knocked on the door, and after a brief moment, it swung open from the inside. Light's face radiated with delight as he looked at Jian An and smiled warmly. Jian An, a female, was the young master and the leader of the Yoshin clan. Jian An responded with a smile. "Light, may I go see Mina?" "Of course, please step inside," Light replied, slightly shifting to allow Jian An to enter the room. Jian An, though composed, hesitated before entering, turning to glance at Sichin, her eyes reflecting a silent query. Sichin offered a gentle smile, his gaze warm as he reassured her, "Go ahead, we shall await your return outside." Even though they had partners now, it was prudent to maintain a respectful distance. Each level of the stone tower comprised dual chambers, and Jian An stepped through the entrance, pushing open the wooden door of the inner room. At that moment, Mina was reclining on the bed, her expression soft as she gazed lovingly at the bundle in her arms. "Mina, I have come to see you," Jian An said, seating herself beside the bed, a smile gracing her lips. Upon seeing Jian An, Mina's face lit up with joy. "Jian An, you have arrived. Allow me to show you my little one." She carefully presented the hide-wrapped infant to Jian An cast her gaze downward, where a small tiger was nestled within the confines of a fur pelt. The tiger, adorned with delicate, pale yellow fur, curled its limbs and slept soundly, resembling a docile little kitten. Its paw pads, a delightful shade of pink, were exceedingly charming. As Jian An beheld the rosy pads, a sense of yearning stirred within her. She turned to Mina and inquired, "May I touch it?" Mina smiled and nodded. "Of course, you may." The offspring of the beastmen were not as fragile as they appeared. Jian An reached out to grasp the front limb of the little tiger cub, gently squeezing it. The paw pads were soft as a sponge, exuding an extraordinary tenderness. A smile graced Jian An's red lips, and she felt her heart melt. How utterly adorable. She couldn't help but ponder whether her and Sichin's offspring would possess such charm. A sudden longing stirred within her to bear a similarly delightful little one to play with. Chapter 149, Material Possessions. Mina, her eyes sparkling with mirth, gazed at Jian An and said, "Hee hee, isn't it delightful? Would you like to hold it?" Before Jian An could respond, Mina placed the fluffy bundle into her hands. Jian An's body stiffened abruptly, tension coursing through her as she cradled the furry creature, uncertain of how to proceed. Observing Jian An's bewilderment, Mina stifled a giggle, exclaiming, "Haha. Jian An, you look so amusing." Jian An cast a helpless glance at her, clearly taken aback by her audacity to tease him. Observing the fluffy little creature nestled in his hands, he instinctively softened his breath. "Kiki, hand him over," Mina said, gently taking the bundle and placing it beside her. Looking up at Jian An, she continued, "Seeing how fond you are of this little one, why not consider having a litter of your own during the breeding season next year? That way, your little one will have companions to play with." Jian An gently nodded. Yet her heart was engulfed in confusion. The adorable little furball appeared charming, but she still felt like an immature child herself. Could she truly embrace the role of a mother? Within Jian An's heart, there lingered a certain reluctance towards having children. It was not that she despised them, but rather that she feared she might fail to fulfill her responsibilities, worried that her future child might mirror her own insecurities. Mina waved her hand in front of Jian An's eyes, inquiring about her thoughts. Jian An smiled faintly and shook her head, saying, "It's nothing. Forget it. There's no point in overthinking. Let things unfold naturally." Jian An gently patted Mina's hand and said, "I have something for you." From the leather pouch she had brought, she produced several fruits and a necklace. These fruits were extracted from the moon goddess's realm and possessed nourishing properties for the body. Though Mina had never borne a child, she understood that a woman's body would inevitably be weakened after childbirth, as it is akin to losing a piece of oneself. "Keep these fruits for yourself. And this necklace is for the little tiger," Jian An said as she placed the items into Mina's hands. Mina gazed at the necklace in her palm, her eyes widening slightly with delight. It was truly exquisite. A radiant golden piece, it was fashioned in the shape of a lock, adorned with tiny bells and engraved with the character for blessing. Jian An had discovered it in the treasure house, and it was perfectly suited for the newborn. Mina held the golden lock in wonder and exclaimed, "Jian An, what is this made of? Did you trade for it at the fair?" Jian An tidied her hair and offered a gentle smile. I'm not entirely sure what it's made of. I simply purchased it because it was visually appealing." Jian An was at a loss as to how to explain this to Mina, so she decided to follow her lead instead. Mina examined the golden locket closely, her eyes lighting up with delight. "Thank you, Jian An. It's so beautiful. I can hardly believe you would gift such a lovely item to my little one. You are truly wonderful." Jian An gently shook her head, a smile gracing her lips. "No need for thanks. You are my dearest friend." Such material possessions were insignificant compared to her cherished friendship with Mina. Moreover, the golden lock necklace held minimal value in the moon goddess's realm. Items taken from the space would automatically replenish. Noticing that the time was nearing, Jian An decided it was time to depart. "Mina, I shall return home for today. I will visit you again soon, so please take care and rest well." Mina had just given birth, and her body still required recovery, deserving of ample rest. Upon hearing Jian An's intention to leave, Mina pouted slightly. "All right then, but do remember to come back and see me." Though reluctant at heart, she understood that Jian An could not remain by her side indefinitely. Jian An smiled and nodded. "All right, I shall take my leave now. Farewell." She stood up and walked towards the door. Chapter 150. It began to snow outside. In the corridor, Yuxing leaned against the wall with her arms crossed, her eyes half closed as if she were asleep. Sichin and Lai Te stood on one side, engaged in a hushed conversation. Upon seeing Jian An emerge, Yuxing instantly opened her eyes, a smile gracing her lips. Xiao and Sichin also ceased his conversation, gazing at her with a gentle warmth in his eyes. Jian An smiled faintly, gazing at them and saying, "Let us depart." Sichin took a couple of steps forward, positioning himself beside Jian An, gently clasping her hand within his grasp. Yuxing approached from the opposite side, intertwining his fingers with hers as well. A playful smile graced Yuxing's lips, and his languid voice whispered in Jian An's ear, "Xiaoan, have you spotted the little tiger cub?" Jian An cast a fleeting glance at him, nodding slightly, acknowledging the sight of the small, adorable creature. Regarding Yuxing's act of holding her hand, Jian An tacitly accepted it. After all, no matter how she attempted to reject him, Yuxing would persistently cling to her like an adhesive. Thus, she decided it was hardly worth the effort. A mere hand-holding wouldn't matter much, for she did not harbor any aversion in her heart. Yuxing leaned in closer to Jian An, whispering softly in her ear, "Xiaoan, the little fox cub is also quite charming, you know." Jian An raised her eyebrows slightly and cast him a sidelong glance. "So what?" Observing Jian An's playful demeanor, Yuxing felt an irresistible itch in his heart. A wicked smile curled at the corners of his lips. "When will you bless me with a litter of fox cubs, my dear An?" His golden eyes sparkled with allure as he gazed at her. "With my good looks, the offspring are certain to be even more adorable." Jian An's lips twitched slightly, incredulous at the audacity of self-praise. What a narcissist. She pushed Yuxing's face away with a dismissive gesture, casting him an annoyed glance. "If you wish to have offspring, do so on your own." "Humph," she huffed, turning her head away and choosing to ignore him. Beside her, Sichin, having overheard their exchange, maintained an impassive expression, though his deep azure eyes grew increasingly profound. Was it about An's potential offspring? A vision began to materialize in his mind. He and An seated in a courtyard adorned with blooming plum blossoms, surrounded by a cluster of plump, rosy white cherubs calling out for their father. A subtle smile graced Sichin's exquisite lips, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly. The melodious laughter suddenly resonated in the air, prompting Jian An to glance at Sichin with a puzzled expression. "Sichin, what are you laughing at?" Unfazed by her inquiry, Sichin offered a gentle smile, his eyes brimming with warmth as he regarded Jian An. "It's nothing. The weather is chilly. Let us return swiftly." "Oh, all right," Jian An nodded in response. Yuxing's elongated, peach blossom-shaped eyes narrowed slightly as he cast a sidelong glance at Sichin. Unable to repress a scoff. "Humph, don't think he is oblivious to Sichin's musings." A twinge of jealousy welled up within him. If Jian An were to have children, it was certain she would prioritize Sichin. The following morning, Jian An pushed open the window of her room. And the entire world before her had transformed into a canvas of white. Houses, ground, and plum trees all seemed to don a silvery cloak. Snow continued to fall, with delicate flakes cascading gracefully from the heavens. Jian An's eyes sparkled with delight. Having experienced snow before, she found that living in the southern region often meant she could hardly wait for the snow to accumulate before it melted away. It can be said that this was Jian An's first encounter with snow so thickly layered. Jian An donned her fur coat, wrapped herself in a scarf, and, without even putting on a hat, cheerfully made her way downstairs. Pushing open the wooden door of the hall, she was greeted by an expanse of white. Stepping out of the stone building and into the courtyard, she could not help but extend her hand, watching as the snowflakes melted upon contact. Occasionally, delicate snowflakes would land on her face, soft and cool. Amidst the icy landscape, the winter sweet in the courtyard continued to bloom defiantly, seemingly growing more vibrant in the face of the cold. A warm voice reached her from behind. "An, why aren't you wearing a hat? What if you catch a cold?" Sichin approached her side and placed the fur hat gently upon her head. Chapter 151. Building a Snowman. Jian An gently turned her body to glance at Sichin, a smile gracing her lips. "Sichin, look how beautiful it is." Before them lay a pristine expanse of white, with swirling snowflakes transforming the courtyard into a kingdom of snow. Sichin took Jian An's hand, offering a slight nod. Each winter brought its share of snowfall, which had always felt rather ordinary to him. Yet, at this moment, as he beheld the falling snow, he found it remarkably beautiful. The presence of an by his side rendered everything a breathtaking vista. Sichin gazed at Jian An with tender eyes, his long fingers brushing against her slightly chilled cheek. "Let us go inside. It's cold outside." Jian An clasped Sichin's arm, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. "Shall we play in the yard for a while? Wouldn't that be lovely?" It was a rare occasion to witness such thick snow, and she yearned to build a snowman. Sichin furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a twinge of hesitation. He was reluctant to witness An's disappointment, yet he worried about her health. Perhaps allowing her to play for a while wouldn't be so bad. Yuxing leaned lazily against the doorframe, arms crossed, exuding an air of nonchalance. Jian An glanced back at Yuxing, a rare smile gracing her face as she gently swayed the arm she had wrapped around Sichin, playfully coaxing, "Yes. I'll just play for a little while, is that all right?" Sichin shook his head with a chuckle, letting out a resigned sigh, and affectionately tousled her dark hair. Conceding, "Very well, I shall merely watch." "Yay, huzzah!" Jian An exclaimed with delight, dashing into the snowy expanse. The fur boots crunched against the thick layer of snow, producing a delightful sound. Jian An turned around and waved at Yuxing, smiling as she said, "Yuxing, come over and help me build a snowman." She then crouched down and began rolling snowballs in the snowy ground. Yuxing curved her lips, approached Jian An's side, and looked down at her as she formed the snow into a mound, slightly puzzled as she inquired, "What is Xiaoan doing?" Jian An looked up at Yuxing, her lips curving into a gentle smile. "I want to build a snowman. Come help me. Roll the snow into a round shape like this. And it should be this big." She spread her arms to illustrate the desired size of the snowball. "All right, I'll wait," Yuxing replied, nodding in agreement as he bent down to assist Jian An in rolling the snow. Although he was unaware of what a snowman entailed, it did not hinder his willingness to fulfill her request. Before long, Jian An had formed a smaller snowball. Straightening up, she placed her hands near her mouth and gently blew warm air onto them. Her fingers already reddened from the cold, yet her heart brimmed with joy. Yuxing, adhering to Jian An's instructions, rolled a larger snowball and, after patting it down, inquired, "Little An, what do you intend to do with this snowball?" "Hee, you'll find out soon," Jian An replied with a playful air of mystery. She lifted the smaller snowball and positioned it atop the larger one. Then, she plucked 2 branches from a plum tree, inserting one on each side of the larger snowball. Finally, she procured a carrot and 2 pebbles, placing them on the smaller snowball to serve as eyes and a nose. Jian gently rested her chin on her hand as she circled the snowman, a spark of inspiration igniting within her. From the depths of her space, she retrieved a vibrant red scarf, artfully draping it around the snowballs at the center, and tied it into a charming bow. Jian An nodded in satisfaction, her face radiating joy as she gazed at Sichin and Yuxing. The snowman stood proudly, and with eager anticipation, she inquired, "How is it?" Sichin stepped forward, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he affectionately brushed Jian An's frostbitten little nose. Finding her utterly charming, Yuxing, with a playful smirk, mimicked Jian An's pose, resting her chin on one hand as she circled the snowman, teasingly remarking, "Indeed, It is quite adorable, just like you. Jian An, delicate and fair. Jian An sniffed, casting him an annoyed glance. A glimmer of mischief flickering in her eyes as she seized a handful of snow and hurled it at Yuxing. Chapter 152. Unreasonable. Yuxing slightly tilted his body, deftly evading the playful assault, a charming smile gradually curving his lips as he regarded Jian An with a teasing gaze, chuckling softly. Ah, little An, you are truly mischievous. Jian An curled her lips, aware that hitting Yuxing was no simple task. She bent down swiftly to scoop up a handful of snow and hurled it towards him. Once again, he effortlessly evaded her attempt, a mischievous smile gracing Yuxing's lips. His enchanting eyes sparkled with mockery, as if to suggest that Jian An, perhaps unable to bear the thought of truly hitting him, was deliberately missing. His demeanor was infuriatingly smug, causing Jian An's teeth to grind in irritation. She refused to be deterred. Determined to engage in this playful rivalry, she continued to throw snowballs at him from the ground. Yet, time and again, Yuxing nonchalantly sidestepped her efforts, maintaining an air of effortless leisure while leaving Jian An thoroughly exhausted. Jian An held a snowball in her hand, one hand placed defiantly on her hip, glaring at him as she threatened, "If you dare to dodge again, I shall ignore you." Her demeanor exuded an air of unreasonable obstinacy. With that, she hurled the snowball once more at Yuxing. She merely intended to indulge in a bit of whimsy. After all, he often opposed her at every turn. Deep down, she never truly believed she would hit him, and she resolved that after this throw, she would retreat indoors. She had played enough, and her initial enthusiasm for the snow was waning, especially as the biting cold began to numb her hands. To her surprise, Yuxing did not evade this time. As fate would have it, the snowball struck him squarely on the head, covering his face in a cascade of snow, rendering him an amusing sight. Jian An could not contain herself and burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, why didn't you dodge?" Deep down, she was well aware that Yuxing had deliberately aimed for her to hit. Jian An's face radiated a bright smile, her delicate features resembling a picturesque painting. As she beheld Jian An's enchanting grin, Yuxing's eyes sparkled, his lips curling slightly, filled with affection and an overwhelming sense of contentment. To elicit even a single smile from Xiao An was worth enduring a few more blows. Yuxing approached Jian An gracefully, his lips adorned with a hint of seductive charm. Gazing at her with feigned pitifulness, he gently remarked, "Xiao An, it is rather cold." Jian An gazed at him in disbelief, wondering who would believe such a tale. If he truly feared the cold, why was he clad in nothing but a thin robe amidst the icy expanse? Observing the striking visage of Yuxing, snowflakes clinging to his hair, she decided to wipe them away, perhaps as a gesture for the mischief that had led to her predicament. Lowering her head, Jian An retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket. Yuxing bent down slightly, his proud demeanor softened only in her presence, allowing him to lower his haughty head. Upon returning to the stone tower, Sichun emerged from the kitchen with a basin of warm water, taking Jian An's hands and placing them gently into the wooden bowl, kneading them tenderly to help restore her warmth. As her hands soaked in the soothing water, Jian An sighed, concluding that in the future, snow should be admired from a distance. Sichun, observing her delicate, pale hands, smiled softly and turned to Jian An, inquiring, "What would you like for lunch, An?" Choosing what to eat proved to be a significant dilemma. Jian An pondered deeply, her eyes lighting up with an idea as she looked at Sichun. "How about we have hot pot for lunch? There's nothing quite like enjoying a warm meal on a cold day." Sichun paused momentarily, his mind racing with curiosity, as he realized he had never encountered such a dish. He looked at Jian An, slightly puzzled, and asked, "What is hot pot?" "Oh, hot pot is when you dip meat and vegetables into a simmering broth," Jian An replied with a smile. "Let me handle the cooking today." Yuxing smirked, his fingers brushing lightly against Jian An's cheek. "Oh, little one is going to cook for us." His languid, melodious voice echoed in her ears. Chapter 153. Dining on hot pot. As Yuxing moved closer, his warm breath brushed against her ear, causing an itch that made Jian An hastily push his face away, shooting him a glare. "We can talk without you leaning in so close." Yuxing shrugged and settled down a short distance away. Although Jian An was to prepare lunch, it was mostly Sichun who busied himself in the kitchen, ensuring she was not left to toil alone. The space was well equipped with various utensils, including the pot needed for hot pot. It was a convenient meal, requiring only a well-prepared broth and neatly chopped ingredients. The three of them gathered around the wooden table, and as Yuxing watched the bubbling broth, he remarked with amusement, "Little An is quite skilled. This method of eating is truly captivating." Jian smiled with a hint of mischief, graciously accepting Yuxing's praise without a trace of modesty. She picked up a slice of wild boar meat and briefly immersed it in the pot. Sichun had sliced the meat exceedingly thin, allowing it to cook through with just a brief exposure to the boiling water. Jian An delicately placed the scalded slices of meat into the prepared dipping dish, dipped them slightly, and then gently transferred them into Yuxing's bowl. With a graceful arch of her brow, she said, "Here, a treat for you." Yuxing, taken aback, widened her eyes in surprise and regarded Jian An with an exaggerated expression, exclaiming, "Wow, Xiao An is truly wonderful to me." Jian An shot him a glance filled with exasperation. He was nothing short of a dramatic performer. Similarly, she dipped a slice of meat into the pot and placed it into Si Chen's bowl, urging, Si Chen, you must eat too. The hot pot's broth, simmered from bones, boasted an exquisite flavor, further enhanced by the addition of some chili peppers, rendering it both spicy and aromatic. Jian An found herself unable to put down her chopsticks. Si Chen set down his bowl and utensils, gently patting the back of Jian An's hand, and softly said, An, you really shouldn't eat any more. It was evident that Jian An had consumed significantly more than usual during this meal, and soon enough, her stomach would likely protest. Jian An licked her lips, reluctantly putting down her chopsticks, for she was indeed satiated, yet her appetite lingered. After lunch, Si Chen ignited the charcoal in the hall. While Jian An nestled comfortably in his embrace, her eyes gently closing in enjoyment, Yu Xing sat nearby, engaging in a casual conversation with her. Outside the building, snowflakes danced gracefully, while within, warmth and tranquility enveloped the space, time flowing serenely, and life remained undisturbed. Jian An led a life akin to that of a sloth, indulging in the simple pleasures of eating and sleeping. Though the days were unremarkable, they were imbued with a serene tranquility. As winter faded into spring, the melting snow heralded the revival of nature, breathing life into the world once more. Early in the morning, Si Chen and Yu Xing ventured out in pursuit of game, leaving Jian An alone to bask in the warmth of the sun in the courtyard. The sunlight enveloped her in a comforting embrace, while a gentle breeze caressed her skin, carrying with it a hint of early spring's chill. Suddenly, the tightly shut courtyard gate was forcefully thrust open from the outside, producing a resounding thud. Jian An was taken aback. She lifted her gaze and beheld a blood-soaked male staggering into the courtyard. Jian An was taken aback, hastily rising to her feet and instinctively retreating. Due to the crimson blood and dark mud smeared across his face, she could not discern his features, but she could identify his robust physique as that of a male. Jian An retreated cautiously, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Who was this person? And why had he suddenly barged in? His appearance suggested he bore severe injuries. The man advanced slowly towards Jian An, his faltering body resembling one on the verge of collapse. Jian An noticed him approaching and felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Without hesitation, she turned and dashed into the stone tower. It was not that she was indifferent to the plight of others, but rather that she was entirely unaware of the strangeress' identity. At that moment, both Si Chen and Yu Xing were absent from home. What if he were a nefarious individual? One must always remain vigilant. The male watched Jian An rush into the stone tower, his heart racing with urgency. He extended his hand and weakly called out, Jian An. Upon hearing the familiar voice echoing behind her, Jian An paused momentarily, the sound striking a chord of recognition within her. Chapter 154. The injured light. Jian An turned around and saw that the male had collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Lying motionless as if in a state of unconsciousness, Jian An slowly approached him, and as she drew near, she crouched down and turned him over. Gazing upon the familiar visage before her, Jian An's expression transformed into one of shock. Her eyes widened slightly, filled with disbelief. Light? This male was none other than Mina's mate, Light. Jian An gently nudged Light, but he showed no response, clearly having succumbed to unconsciousness. With considerable effort, she propped him up, allowing his head to rest upon her lap. From her spatial pocket, she retrieved a medicinal orange, squeezing its juice to drip onto Light's lips. Fortunately, he was merely in a semi-conscious state, not entirely devoid of awareness. After a few moments of struggle, Light's throat convulsed, and he slowly opened his eyes. Seeing him awake, Jian An let out a sigh of relief and looked at Light with concern, asking, Light, how could you be injured so severely? Light did not answer her query but trembled as he reached out, clutching Jian An's garment with urgency. Jian An, please, you must get the young master to save Mina. I'm afraid it may be too late if we delay. At his words, Jian An's brows furrowed in confusion, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. What had happened to Mina? Meanwhile, Si Chen and Yu Xing were carrying their prey towards the stone courtyard. Before they even entered, they were met with a strong, metallic scent of blood, causing both to gasp in alarm. Exchanging a glance, they set down their burden and hurried towards the courtyard. An, Shaolin, they called out in unison upon bursting into the yard, spotting Jian and turned her gaze upon hearing a sound. Her eyes instantly brightening at the sight of Si Chen and Yu Xing, which brought a sense of calm to her previously restless heart. Yu Xing hurriedly approached Jian An, his golden eyes surveying her before he sighed in relief upon confirming her safety. It was then that he noticed a male lying across Jian An's legs. Yu Xing's elongated eyes narrowed slightly. Who was this male? His languid voice carried a hint of displeasure. He was indifferent to the male's condition. All he knew was that this male was currently resting upon his Shaolin's lap. Si Chen's deep-set eyes also scrutinized Jian An, and while he breathed a sigh of relief, his gaze flickered to the male resting on her legs. Le? Yu Xing, unfamiliar with Le, naturally did not recognize him. However, as the young master of the White Tiger City, Si Chen immediately identified the individual. Upon seeing Si Chen, Le appeared as if he had encountered a savior. His eyes sparkled with hope as he grasped Si Chen's hand, pleading, Young master, please, save me. Before he could finish his words, Le succumbed to unconsciousness. Si-chun furrowed his brows and crouched down, exchanging a glance with Yuxing before they lifted Le and carried him into the stone building. Together, they transported Le to an unoccupied room on the second floor. The second floor contained 4 rooms in total. One was designated for Jian An, while Si-chun and Yuxing each chose one, leaving the last room vacant. Placing Le upon the wooden bed in the room, Jian An retrieved a few medicinal oranges from her space and, glancing at Si-chun, said, Si-chun, please check where Le is injured and apply this. She handed the oranges to Si-chun and stepped back a few paces. Si-chun approached with scissors in hand. Le was drenched in blood, the congealed liquid adhering his outer garment to his skin, necessitating the use of scissors to cut it away. When Le's upper body was exposed, Jian An's pupils constricted, and she quickly covered her mouth to stifle a gasp. The right shoulder of Le was completely pierced, leaving behind a gruesome, gaping wound, a horrific sight indeed. Fortunately, Le was a 2-star soul beast. Had he been an ordinary beast man, he likely would have bled to death before any aid could reach him. Chapter 155. Le's plea. Yuxing crossed his arms, his lips pursed in contemplation, noting the severity of the injuries. Although he was indifferent to this male's fate, he was curious about who could have inflicted such damage on a 2-star soul beast. While the strength of 2-star soul beasts was not particularly formidable, they were by no means weak, capable of retreating from challenging adversaries when necessary. Could it have been a stray beast? The thought caused Yuxing's striking brows to furrow slightly. The mention of stray beasts provoked both disdain and trepidation among all beastman tribes. Stray beasts were typically much stronger than ordinary males and exhibited no mercy. Their very essence was steeped in cruelty and slaughter, making them exceedingly troublesome foes. The presence of stray beasts heralded a bloody onslaught and posed a threat to females. It was evident that Yuxing's thoughts mirrored Si-chen's suspicions. Si-chen's brow tightened as he continued to crush the medicinal oranges, applying the pulp to Le's wounds. The gaping, ghastly wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, flesh regenerating until it returned to its original state, leaving no trace of the injury behind. If one were to tell others that there had once been a gruesome gash here, no one would likely believe it. After sustaining such a severe injury, how could it possibly heal without leaving a single mark? Jian An, San Ran, and the others witnessed the astonishing event before them. Their hearts inevitably stirred. Though they were aware of the fruit's extraordinary efficacy, they were taken aback by its miraculous ability to heal even the gravest of wounds in an instant. Si-chun and Yuxing felt no joy regarding Jian An's possession of such a treasure. Instead, their unease intensified, compounded by their suspicions about the wandering beast, which rendered the atmosphere increasingly somber. Light's injuries had been healed, and his previously pallid face regained its color. Slowly, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of confusion evident within them. Suddenly recalling something, he bolted upright, grasping Si-chen's arm tightly, and implored, "Young master, please, go save Mina. She has been taken by the wandering beast." Jian An rushed to the bedside, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at Light. "What? Mina has been captured?" A wave of concern washed over her. Although she had never encountered the stray beasts, the very mention of them elicited a visceral loathing from every beastman. From their accounts, she understood that the stray beasts were akin to marauding bandits among their kind. Si-chen grasped Jian An's delicate hand, gently squeezing it as a signal for her to remain calm. He patted Light's shoulder, his lips parting softly. "Light, please recount the events in detail." His warm and melodious voice resonated, seemingly capable of soothing one's troubled heart, gradually calming Light's agitated spirit. Light dejectedly lowered his arms, his head hanging low, an expression of guilt etched upon his face. This morning, with the weather fair, Mina had proposed to take Gory outside the tribe to bask in the sun. Gory was the name Light had bestowed upon the tiger cub. The two of them ventured to the grassy expanse outside the tribe. When Mina spotted fruit ripening in the nearby woods, she insisted on having some. Light, left with no choice, went to gather them, reasoning that being so close to the tribe would pose little danger. However, as Light stepped into the woods, he was startled by Mina's cries for help and Gory's frantic calls. Rushing towards the sounds, he beheld a robust male beastman shouldering Mina as he made his escape. In a desperate bid to save his partner, Light pursued, only to be confronted by several more males, one of whom was also carrying a female, presumably another victim taken from a different tribe. Fueled by the urgency to rescue his beloved, Light engaged them in battle. The outcome all too predictable. He sustained grave injuries while the stray beasts absconded with Mina. Light lifted his gaze to Si-chun, his eyes pleading, "Young master, I implore you to help me save Mina." He could scarcely fathom a life without her. Chapter 156. A demand for reward. Si-chen's expression turned contemplative as he regarded Light and inquired, "Did you see which direction they headed?" As the young master of the White Tiger City, it was his duty to safeguard his kin. The rarity of females meant that the loss of one from a tribe would be a significant blow. Moreover, casting a glance at Jian An, who appeared distressed, he recognized Mina's close relationship with An. For her sake, he could not turn a blind eye. After a moment's reflection, Light replied, "They headed towards the River of Oblivion Forest." Si-chen nodded slightly, reassuringly patting Light's shoulder. Rest assured, I will arrange for the beastmen to search for her. Jian An followed Sichin out of the room, and the three of them together arrived at the grand hall on the first floor. Jian An gazed at Sichin, her face etched with concern. Sichin, Mina will be all right, won't she? Although she posed the question, a nagging unease lingered within her. The thought of a female being captured brought forth troubling possibilities that required little imagination to fathom. Mina was her first friend since arriving in the Demon Luo continent, and she genuinely wished for her safety. Females were exceedingly precious. At the very least, their lives should not be in jeopardy. Jian An could only find solace in this notion deep within her heart. Sichin wrapped his arms around Jian An's waist, gently patting her back in a comforting gesture. Yes, Mina will be fine. Don't worry, Inan. We will bring her back. After reassuring Jian An, Sichin stepped out of the stone tower, determined to swiftly arrange for the beastmen to commence their search. The longer they delayed, the more elusive hope became. Jian An cast a glance at Yuxing, who was seated at the wooden table. After a moment of hesitation, she approached him, displaying an expression that indicated she was torn between speaking and remaining silent. She yearned for Yuxing's assistance in locating Mina, yet was uncertain how to articulate her request or the appropriate manner in which to approach him. Yuxing glanced at her, shaking his head in resignation, and tousled Jian An's dark hair. Even if Jian An remained silent, he would still lend his aid. Although he was indifferent to the fate of the female named Mina, he could not disregard Jian An's feelings. Jian An's eyes sparkled with delight. Really? You are willing to help? Mina, a female of the White Tiger City, was of no concern to Yuxing. He could easily remain aloof from the matter. Yuxing smirked, lightly pinching Jian An's cheek, and teasingly remarked, "How could you be so foolish as to utter such silly words?" His golden eyes shimmered with affection. "I have always belonged to you, little An, and your desires are inherently my own." Rising to his feet, he brushed off his robe, a wicked smile gracing his lips as he gently lifted Jian An's chin, his long fingers playfully tapping her petal-like red lips. "Shouldn't you offer me a little reward, little An?" Yuxing whispered in a lover's tone. Jian An could not help but shudder, a mix of emotions swirling within her, both amused and exasperated. Even in such a moment, this person still sought to take advantage of her. As she beheld Yuxing's face drawing ever closer, her heart began to race uncontrollably. Instinctively, she closed her eyes, her butterfly-like eyelashes fluttering slightly, betraying her nervousness. A warm sensation brushed against her cheek, accompanied by a melodious and clear laughter that echoed in her ears. She opened her eyes to find her cheeks slightly flushed, staring blankly at him. "Aha. Xiaoan is truly adorable. I have already received my reward. Once we locate that female, remember to express your gratitude to me properly," Yuxing remarked before turning and departing from the stone tower. Jian An covered her cheeks, gazing at Yuxing's retreating figure, her heart a tempest of complexity. Given Yuxing's disposition, he would undoubtedly disregard such matters. His willingness to assist was entirely due to her. Perhaps she ought to endeavor to understand him. Gradually embracing his presence, Jian An could never truly develop feelings for Yuxing solely due to his assistance. Yet she was acutely aware of his kindness towards her. Did she genuinely harbor no feelings for him at all? The answer was undoubtedly negative. Chapter 157. Lowering her guard initially, she found Yuxing's personality somewhat irksome. But after spending some time together, she realized that she indeed held a fondness for him. Otherwise, why would her emotions be so easily stirred by him? Without affection, how could there be any entanglements? Love originates from within the heart. Why should one hesitate or evade it? Having come to this understanding, Jian An felt a sense of clarity wash over her, deciding to follow her true feelings. Sichin and Yuxing had been gone for the better part of the day, and Jian An sat quietly in the hall, awaiting their return. From a distance, she spotted two tall figures entering the courtyard, and her eyes brightened as she quickly rose to greet them. "Let us talk inside," Sichin suggested, taking Jian An's hand as they walked into the stone building. His long fingers brushed against her smooth hair, and with a gentle smile, he looked at her with concern and asked, "Are you hungry, An?" Jian An shook her head, her thoughts consumed by concern for Mina, leaving her utterly devoid of appetite. With a tender expression, Sichin affectionately tousled Jian An's dark hair, insisting, "You cannot go without food. Wait for a moment. I shall prepare something for you to eat." Jian An grasped Sichin's hand, her voice laced with urgency as she inquired, "Sichin, have you found Mina?" The matter of dining was of little concern to her. Her foremost worry was Mina's safety. Sichin held Jian An's hand tenderly, gently patting the delicate skin of her hands back. "Not yet," he replied, "but do not fret too much, Anan. We should receive news before nightfall." He had dispatched 10 capable males to search, and according to Light's account, the band of wandering beast men, apart from Mina, was accompanied by 1 female and 2 others. Their pace would undoubtedly be slow, and they should be able to catch up before dusk. Jian An nodded in agreement, naturally placing her trust in Sichin. Upon hearing his words, a sense of relief washed over her heart. Sichin rose to his feet, gazing at Jian An with gentle eyes. "What would you like to eat, An?" Jian An pondered for a moment before smiling and saying, "Well, I would like to have some noodles." "Very well," Sichin replied with a slight curl of his lips, turning to stride into the kitchen. After finishing the noodles, the three of them sat in the hall, basking by the fire. Although it was already early spring, Jian An had yet to shed her heavy fur coat. While it appeared as though the three were gathered around the fire pit, in truth, it was Jian An who sought warmth. As Siqin and Yuxing showed no sign of discomfort in the chill, Jian An covertly cast a glance at Yuxing, retrieving 2 pieces of black crystal from her spatial storage and presenting them before him. Here you go. Yuxing had been aware of the secret of the spatial storage since the day they became partners. However, unlike Taichin, she had not bestowed upon him crystals for cultivation. Previously, she had harbored some reservations about him, but today, having clarified her thoughts, she had completely set aside the remnants of her wariness. Yuxing gazed at her in confusion, having sensed Jian An's attention since moments ago. Noticing the peculiar look in Yuxing's eyes, Jian An smiled playfully, grasped his hand, and placed the black crystals in his palm, playfully threatening. Make sure to cultivate with these crystals every day. If you dare to slack off, I shall ignore you. She had entirely forgotten that she hadn't practiced with the crystals for several days, and her soul power level remained a pitiful 1 star. Yuxing stared at the crystals resting in his palm, pausing for a moment before meeting Jian An's mischievous gaze. Suddenly, understanding dawned upon him, and his eyes sparkled with intensity, as if flames were igniting within. Jian An gazed into the enchanting golden eyes, his heart brimming with admiration. Yuxing's lips curved into a captivating smile, his voice imbued with an alluring quality. Good, he uttered succinctly. Jian An turned his gaze towards Yuxing, puzzled. Was he not usually quite eloquent? Why had he suddenly adopted such a profound demeanor? Jian An, feeling somewhat disheartened, lowered her head and pouted in dissatisfaction. How frustrating it was that, after mustering the courage to take the initiative for once, she was met with such a response from him. Chapter 158, A Bold Confession. Jian An and Siqin, along with Yuxing, remained seated in the hall, awaiting news of the male beasts they had dispatched to track the rogue pack. As the sun dipped below the horizon and night enveloped the world, their anticipation remained unfulfilled. The moon was absent this evening, leaving the sky outside a profound abyss. While within the hall, the dim glow of oil lamps flickered softly. Jian An propped her head on her hand, her eyelids heavy and drooping, her head bobbing gently like a chick pecking at grains. Since arriving here, she had been going to bed early every day, and now, in the depths of night, she could no longer resist the pull of sleep. Yuxing, resting his chin on his hand, observed Jian An's head nodding rhythmically. With a smile, he stood up, took her hand, and gently pulled her into his embrace. Come, let us return to the room and rest. Jian An rubbed her eyes, gazing at him through a hazy veil, yet her yearning for news lingered. Siqin's lips curved into an elegant smile, his profound gaze imbued with tenderness. Go ahead and rest, An. I shall surely summon you once there is news. Very well, then I shall retire for the night, Jian An replied, nodding as she followed Yuxing up the staircase. Yuxing approached slowly, standing quietly as he watched Jian An lying on the bed. She appeared serene in her slumber, her raven tresses cascading like clouds, her clear, bright eyes gently closed. His gaze traversed her porcelain-like visage, lingering on her long, butterfly-like eyelashes, ultimately resting upon her lips, as red as the blossoms of a begonia. His breath hitched, and he gradually leaned closer. Jian An could feel the warm breath of Buddha against her cheek. She half opened her eyes, reached out to grasp Yuxing's sleeve, and softly murmured, Yuxing, I think I might like you just a little. Shall we enter a romantic relationship? Although her words felt somewhat peculiar, they had already established a partnership in name, yet their souls remained distanced. Once she spoke, Jian An seemed to have unburdened herself, relaxing her spirit, and almost in the next moment, she slipped into a sweet slumber. Yuxing was momentarily taken aback, listening to Jian An's steady and rhythmic breathing, clearly indicating that she had fallen into a deep sleep. While he did not fully comprehend what she meant by a romantic relationship, he could decipher the essence of her words by breaking them down. He stood there, rigid, with his heart pounding incessantly. His expression was a tapestry of emotions, shock, disbelief, and above all, joy. After some time, gazing at Jian An's serene sleeping face, he shook his head with a wry smile, thinking her quite the little imp for not clarifying her intentions before drifting off. The following morning, Jian An awoke languidly, and upon opening her eyes, she was startled to find an enlarged, handsome face before her. She sat up abruptly and asked Yuxing, what are you doing in my room? Was he keeping watch like a guardian in the night? Yuxing did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, he simply gazed at her, his golden eyes radiating a profound affection that transcended 1,000 words. Jian An discerned a hint of hesitation, and an air of uncertainty enveloped her thoughts. Suddenly, it struck her that she might have confessed to Yuxing the previous night. Well, she was utterly exhausted. In her dazed state, she had spoken and then succumbed to slumber, leaving her memories hazy and unclear, unsure if she had uttered anything peculiar. Jian An lifted the blanket and sat up straight, tugging at Yuxing's clothing to beckon him to lower his head. Yuxing's body was somewhat rigid as he slightly bent down in accordance with Jian An's gentle pull. Jian An lightly bit her lip, hesitating for a moment. before tilting her head and bestowing a gentle kiss upon Yuxing's delicate lips. Yuxing felt something warm and soft imprint upon his lips, fleeting yet poignant. Jian An felt a touch of embarrassment, a faint blush gracing her exquisite visage. "Did you hear what I said last night?" she murmured, her gaze cast downward, fixating on her feet, her toes curling in shyness. Yuxing took a deep breath, his eyes lowered as he regarded her. "What was said last night?" Jian An gently nodded, her earlobes tinged with a delicate blush. Chapter 160, An Ominous Foreboding. Jian An was momentarily taken aback. A gentle smile gracing her lips as she softly said, "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long." Yuxing lowered his head, allowing their foreheads to touch, and whispered, "You need never apologize to me, Jian An. As long as I receive a response from you, the wait is worthwhile, no matter how long it may be." For he understood that this anticipation would ultimately bestow upon him a treasure worthy of a lifetime of cherishment. The two gazed into each other's eyes until a protest emanated from Jian An's stomach, interrupting their tender exchange. Jian An gently rubbed her belly, pondering the inexplicable familiarity of the scene before her. She realized that her stomach always seemed to cause a stir at such moments, truly a belly lacking in decorum. Yuxing smiled faintly, tousling Jian An's smooth black hair, urging her to move along. As Jian An descended the stairs, a rich aroma of food wafted through the air, causing her stomach to audibly protest. Sichin placed the platter brimming with delicacies upon the table end. Upon noticing the palpable shift in the atmosphere between Jian An and Yuxing as they approached, he paused for a moment, then slightly lifted the corners of his mouth in a gentle smile. "And then, come and enjoy breakfast," he invited warmly. Jian An tugged at the corners of her lips, offering a faint smile that bore a hint of awkwardness. In the presence of Sichin, she felt a sense of uncertainty. Both harbored deep feelings for one another. Could she truly reciprocate such profound affection? It seemed Sichin sensed the turmoil within her heart as he stepped closer, his slender fingers gently caressing her cheek. Jian An gazed up at Sichin. His eyes, a deep azure, were filled with tenderness as he looked at her. "As long as I am by your side, that is the happiness I desire. Therefore, do not hesitate, do not waver, and certainly, do not fear. You are worthy of everything you long for." Jian An's nose tinged slightly with a hint of discomfort as she inhaled deeply, gently clasping Sichin's hand. A soft smile graced her face, radiating a sense of bliss. Whether one deemed her selfish or greedy, it mattered not. Both Sichin and Yuxing held a cherished place in her heart at that moment, and she wished to harm neither. Jian An sat beside the wooden table, pausing momentarily in her movements to pick up food, and turned to Sichin to inquire. "By the way, Sichin, is there any news from the orc sent to find Mina? It has been a day and a night. I hope nothing untoward has occurred." Sichin placed a slice of meat into Jian An's bowl and reassured her, "Do not worry. Perhaps they have already located Mina. Traveling with a female may take a bit longer." "Yes, if that is the case, it would be truly wonderful," Jian An nodded, striving to maintain a positive outlook. After finishing breakfast, Yuxing accompanied Jian An in the courtyard to bask in the sunlight, yet an unsettling feeling lingered within her, as if something ominous were on the horizon. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the stone courtyard. Yuxing opened the gate to find several anxious males rushing into the yard. Jian An's heart tightened with apprehension. Could it be that something truly had transpired? Among the males, two were acquaintances of Jian An, Vulin and Noor. Upon hearing the commotion, Shurchin approached, and, upon spotting the group of males in the courtyard, furrowed his brow slightly. They were indeed the orcs he had dispatched to seek Mina. As soon as Vulin and the others laid eyes on Shurchin, they hurried over, their faces etched with anxiety. "Young master, something is amiss." Shurchin's gaze deepened, observing Vulin before speaking in a calm yet firm tone. "What has happened?" "Speak slowly." Noir's honest visage displayed a hint of turmoil. He was uncertain how to convey the news to the young master. Observing his distress, Vulin, in a fit of impatience, ran his fingers through his hair, pushed Noir aside, and exclaimed loudly, "If you lack the courage to speak, then allow me." Chapter 161. The City of Dark Magic. Vulin turned his attention to Shurchin, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. "Young master, I am deeply sorry. We were unable to rescue Mina." His head hung low in frustration. Jian An's heart tightened as she stepped forward, gazing anxiously at Vulin and inquiring, "Have you not found Mina?" The unsettling premonition she had harbored within her had indeed manifested. Vulin lifted his gaze to Jian An, replying, "We have found her." "And where is she?" Jian An's chest rose and fell slightly, her delicate brows furrowed, and her crimson lips parted, poised to press further with her questions when, unexpectedly, Sichin enveloped her shoulders, drawing her into his embrace and interrupting her intended words. Jian An gazed at Sichin with a look of bewilderment, unable to comprehend his reluctance to allow her inquiries. Sichin gently caressed Jian An's back, softly reassuring her, "An, do not be anxious. I am here." He understood that Jian An was deeply concerned for Mina, yet her emotions were oscillating too dramatically at present. "I apologize for my impatience." Jian An offered a faint smile to Sichin, exhaling softly to ease her tension, acknowledging that her previous reaction had been overly intense. Her worry for Mina stemmed from a desire to preserve their innocent friendship, something she had longed for yet never attained. Sichin returned her smile, lightly shaking his head before turning to Fuluin, his lips parting gracefully. "Fuluin, what transpired?" Fu Luan inhaled deeply, slowly articulating. We pursued the direction indicated by the young master towards the forgotten river forest. In the evening, we encountered several stray beasts within the forest, fearing for the two females' safety. We opted not to intervene immediately, but instead chose to follow them, waiting for an opportunity. We trailed them through the forest until we reached a desert, where there was nowhere to conceal ourselves. We were quickly discovered and engaged in a fierce battle with the stray beasts. At this juncture, Fu Luan paused momentarily. His teeth clenched as he continued. To our dismay, those vile stray beasts resorted to using the females as leverage. The conflicts among male beastmen are typically resolved through their own strength. Such shameless tactics of threatening females can only be executed by rogues akin to those stray beasts. While those scavengers may disregard the lives of the females, we cannot. In their eyes, females are merely tools for procreation, insignificant compared to their own lives. Those despicable stray beasts used females as threats, forcing us to let them go while we followed at a distance. Unexpectedly, they discarded one of the females. And upon our arrival, we found her lifeless. Fu Luan's chest began to rise and fall violently, a trace of hatred etched upon his visage. When we finally caught up, we witnessed them entering the Dark Demon City. There were only 10 male beastmen. It was impossible for them to breach the city to rescue anyone. Dark Demon City. Yuxing mused, stroking his chin, his golden eyes narrowing slightly, a glimmer of coldness flashing within. Upon hearing the name, Xichen's deep-set eyes darkened. Jian An distinctly sensed a fleeting rigidity in his body. She tugged at his sleeve, her expression tinged with concern. Xichen, are you all right? Xichen. With his elongated fingers, gently caressed her hair, offering a faint smile and shaking his head to indicate he was fine. What exactly is the Dark Demon City? Jian An inquired, her face etched with confusion. Why does mentioning the Dark Demon City evoke such solemn expressions from everyone? Yuxing approached Jian An, taking her hand and gently squeezing it in his palm. His narrow eyes narrowed dangerously. The Dark Demon City is the lair of the wandering beast from the North Province. Jian An's face was etched with shock. Could it be that the Dark Demon City was the very stronghold of the wandering beasts? The concern in her heart deepened. Mina had been taken to the lair of the wandering beasts. How could they possibly rescue her? Chapter 162. The method of rescue. How its circumstances spiraled into such a predicament? It seemed as though everything was heading in an unfavorable direction. After gaining a clear understanding of the situation, Xichen instructed Fu Luan and the others to depart ahead. Within the stone tower, Jian An sat beside a wooden table. Gazing at Xichen's silhouette standing by the window, a sense of unease creeping over her. He had been standing there in silence for some time, his demeanor unusually solemn. Although Xichen was not typically loquacious, his current state of quietude was particularly pronounced. Jian An approached Xichen, taking his hand in hers. Her voice laced with concern as she inquired, Xichen, what troubles you? Is there something I am unaware of? It seemed that ever since Fu Luan mentioned the Dark Demon City, Xichen had exhibited an unsettling change. Could it be related to this? Jian An's mind raced with speculation. Xichen gazed out the window, returning Jian An's grip, their fingers entwined. An, I once spoke to you about the mother beast. Do you remember? Jian An nodded, recalling the painful memories from his childhood that had deeply scarred him. Jian An's eyes flickered with surprise as she gazed at Xichen. Could it be related to the Dark Demon City? Xichen turned to face Jian An. His voice calm as he replied, yes. Observing the serene expression on Xichen's face only deepened Jian An's heartache. She reached out to embrace him, gently patting his broad back. Xichen, those days are behind us. Please don't be sad. Your sorrow brings me sorrow as well. While she could not alter the events that had transpired, her sole intention was to remain by his side, now and in the future. Xichen wrapped his arms around Jian An's waist, lowering his head to place a tender kiss upon her smooth forehead. As long as you are by my side, I shall not feel sorrow. In truth, he felt no profound sadness, merely a tinge of melancholy. The stray beast that had caused the death of the mother beast had perished when the father beast rescued her. Though the father beast had sustained injuries to his star soul map and transformed into a primal beast, his vengeance had indeed been fulfilled. And Jian An had healed the father beast's wounds. Xichen cast his gaze downward, fixating on Jian An nestled in his embrace, a smile of happiness gracing his lips. Those unfortunate events were now mere memories. The greatest fortune lay in holding the one he cherished close to his heart. Jian An nestled in Xichen's embrace, gently rubbing her head against his chest, softly murmuring a response. Yuxing observed the two entwined in each other's warmth, a pang of bittersweet emotion stirring within him. He pondered whether he should feign vulnerability before Jian An, tapping his fingers on the table, he addressed them. It has come to light that the female named Mina has been taken to Dark Demon City. Retrieving her from there will likely prove to be a formidable challenge, if not an outright impossibility, unless we enlist the males from the Fox Clan and White Tiger City to venture into Dark Demon City for her rescue. We might bring back the female, but the casualties from both clans would be considerable. Sacrificing countless kin for the sake of one female is a folly I am unwilling to entertain, even if the roles were reversed. Xichen would not resort to such measures. Perhaps this sentiment seems harsh, yet it embodies the responsibilities of a leader. Yuxing's words echoed Jian An's inner turmoil. A direct assault on Dark Demon City would herald the onset of war, a scenario Jian An fervently wished to avoid. Jian An glanced at Xichen, then at Yuxing, hesitating for a moment before speaking. Let us sneak in quietly. Since we cannot approach openly, we shall do so discreetly. Upon hearing this, Yuxing looked at Jian An with a playful smile. Sichin smiled gently, ruffling Jian An's dark hair affectionately. Jian An felt somewhat perplexed by their gaze. Had she uttered something peculiar? Jian An's thoughts are both straightforward and direct. At times, the solution to a problem does not require extensive contemplation. The most effective approach is often the most candid one. Chapter 163, Becoming Ugly. Jian An's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her expression betraying a hint of discomfort as she inquired. What is it? Did I say something wrong? She wondered why everyone was gazing at her so intently. Yuxing turned his gaze towards Jian An, chuckling softly as he reached out to pinch her charming nose. How could little An be so astute? Both he and Sichin had overcomplicated the matter. As Jian An had aptly stated, if direct intervention was unfeasible, they would simply need to infiltrate the situation. Jian An's lips twitched slightly as she shot him an irritated glare. What did you mean by that? She was not foolish, after all. Sichin chuckled and shook his head. All right, enough of the banter. Let us discuss serious matters. Yuxing shrugged, his long fingers gently tapping the table. I believe Xiaoan's idea is feasible, finding a beastman to masquerade as a stray beast to infiltrate Dark Demon City. The number must be limited. And their strength should not be weak. It's best if they possess a calm temperament. Someone like Viren, with his volatile temper, would risk exposure at any moment. Sichin lowered his gaze, contemplating for a moment before speaking. I will do it. Yuxing had considered this as well, and the most suitable candidate was undoubtedly him. Yuxing rested his chin on his hand, nodding in agreement, acknowledging Sichin's strength and composure. What? You want Sichin to disguise himself as a stray beast? Jian An felt a surge of anxiety and quickly clutched Sichin's arm, interjecting, No, that is too dangerous. That is the territory of the strays. And if Sichin is discovered, even with his strength, it would be impossible for him to fend off 100 foes. Sichin gently patted her back with a smile and reassured her softly, An, I will be fine. With my strength, even if my identity is revealed, I can still make a safe escape. Jian An shook her head gently, resolutely declaring, No, you cannot go. She was unwilling to witness any harm befall Sichin. Yuxing, with a mischievous smile, gazed at Jian An and inquired, So, does this mean that little An does not wish to rescue that female named Mina? A hint of jealousy stirred within, as Jian An's unwavering kindness towards Sichin was evident. Jian An paused, slightly taken aback, and lifted her gaze to meet Yuxing's. Biting her lip, she averted her eyes, the long lashes casting a delicate shadow upon her face. Of course, she yearned to save Mina. Yet her concern for Sichin weighed heavily on her heart. A sense of confusion enveloped her, and a dull ache settled within her chest. Silence enveloped the hall. Sichin, observing Jian An's dejected demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy. He gently tousled her dark hair and spoke softly, and Jian An suddenly lifted her head, her bright eyes filled with earnestness. Then I shall go as well. Since a decision cannot be made, let us venture forth together. No way. Sichin and Yuxing simultaneously interjected, resolutely rejecting her request. Why not? Jian An's small face immediately fell, her dissatisfaction evident as she glared at them. Yuxing reached out to grasp Jian An's chin, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Are you truly intent on throwing yourself into the den of wolves, little An? His slender fingers traced her delicate features. With a beauty as striking as hers, should she step into the Dark Demon City, she would surely be devoured to the last bone. Jian An's delicate brows could not help but furrow, as she brushed aside his hand and shot him a glare. I can make myself appear unattractive, she declared, fully comprehending Yuxing's intentions. While the pursuit of beauty may be a challenge, transforming oneself into something less appealing surely was not. Yuxing regarded her with amusement, his eyebrows arched in curiosity. Oh, how does little An plan to render herself unappealing? He was genuinely intrigued. You'll find out shortly, Jian An huffed, striding over to the wooden table to take a seat. From her spatial realm, she retrieved a black fruit, which she had stumbled upon in her orchard, a peculiar fruit known as the color-changing fruit, renowned for its ability to alter one's skin tone. Jian An consumed the color-changing fruit, and within mere moments, her once luminous, jade-like skin began to transform. Chapter 164, In agreement to depart together. Her pristine complexion gradually deepened, ultimately assuming a waxen yellow hue, reminiscent of an individual suffering from prolonged malnutrition. Witnessing Jian An's metamorphosis, Yuxing could not help but widen her eyes, delicately prodding her cheek with a finger, exclaiming, What has happened to you, Xiaoan? This fruit possesses such remarkable effects. Jian An slightly raised her chin, revealing a hint of a triumphant smile. Well, what do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Yuxing nodded with a smile. Indeed, what is this fruit called? This is the color-changing fruit. It can alter one's skin tone, lasting for 2 days. Jian An then retrieved a color-changing fruit from her space and handed it to Yuxing. Yuxing toyed with the black fruit in her hand, her alluring eyes glinting with mischief. This fruit is indeed remarkable, but Jian An, you are still not unattractive. It merely changes your skin tone. Your features remain exquisitely beautiful, but we are not finished yet. Jian An took out a brush, ink, and a mirror from her space. She began to paint her face, treating her delicate visage as a canvas. After some time, she glanced at her reflection in the mirror and felt a sense of indescribable dismay. Her thick, dark eyebrows were nearly connecting, and her face was speckled with black spots. Coupled with her waxen, yellowish skin, she resembled a girl who had grown up in deprivation, far from the epitome of beauty. Jian An turned around, unveiling her masterpiece before the two, asking, "What do you think? Is it ugly enough?" She was certain that even Teresi, whom she deemed abstract in appearance, appeared more attractive than she did at that moment. At the very least, there were aspects of Teresi that surpassed her own. Yuxing stifled a laugh, his gaze sweeping over Jian An's face several times. Apart from her eyes, which sparkled like stars, every other feature was entirely different from the Jian An he once knew. Indeed meeting the criteria for ugliness. Jian An cast a fierce glare at him, thinking to herself, "Go ahead and laugh, but be careful not to suffocate from it." A burst of bright laughter resonated in Jian An's ears as Yuxing rose with a smile, grasping Jian An's hand and pulling her into his embrace. The sight of little An was undeniably charming. Jian An gazed at him in utter disbelief, directly casting the brush from his hand onto the table. What exactly is this fellow's threshold? Jian An gazed at Sichin, her eyes filled with anticipation. "Sichin, look at me now. Even if I enter the Dark Demon City, I will surely be safe." Without a trace of hesitation, Sichin resolutely declined. No. He could not allow An to find herself in peril. Jian An broke free from Yuxing's embrace and ran before Sichin. "Why?" she questioned. "It's very dangerous," Sichin said softly, regarding Jian An with concern. Jian An grasped Sichin's arm, her determination unwavering as she insisted. "It is precisely because I am aware of the danger that I must accompany you. Even if you disguise yourselves as stray beasts and successfully infiltrate the Dark Demon City. How will you manage to rescue Mina? They must have confined the females in a certain location. I could pose as a captured female, making it far easier for me to locate Mina than it would be for you." She understood that Sichin was concerned for her safety. Yet she too was anxious for his well-being. Sichin furrowed his brow, a flicker of emotion crossing his face as his deep blue gaze fixed intently on Jian An. Behind them, Yuxing, upon hearing her words, couldn't help but feel a stir of emotion as he narrowed his eyes in contemplation. Jian An observed a softening in his expression, and then continued, "The space contains numerous wondrous fruits and potions. Ensuring my own safety is not a daunting task. Moreover, let us not forget that I possess soul energy. In the unlikely event that I encounter any peril, I can simply retreat into the space." Sichin sighed softly, ultimately nodding in acquiescence. Gazing at Jian An's face, speckled with dark spots, he spoke with a tone of resignation. "Why must you be so obstinate?" Chapter 165. The Gobi. Jian An's eyes sparkled with delight, and a joyful smile graced her face. Sichin smiled gently, gazing at Jian An, and said, "An, you must promise me, do not act recklessly." He paused for a moment, weighing his words carefully, and continued, "If you cannot find Mina, let it go. Do not allow yourself to fall into danger." Jian An nodded vigorously, embracing Sichin tightly. I will remember. She certainly won't act on her own. They must all return safely together." Yuxing smirked, a hint of arrogance gracing her features. "With the combined strength of the two of us, even if we are discovered, we can undoubtedly protect Xiao and Jian An was slightly taken aback and turned to Yuxing, asking, "Are you going too?" Yuxing playfully pinched Jian An's nose and replied, "Why are you saying foolish things again? We are essentially one. Wherever you go, I shall naturally follow." Jian raised her nose in a slight wrinkle and inquired, "Who will attend to the matters of the tribe in your absence?" "Uncle Yazan is still in White Tiger City," she added. Yuxing, unconcerned, shrugged casually. "I shall temporarily entrust the affairs of the tribe to Cheetah. After all, he rarely takes charge of things anyway. He usually delegates any tasks to Cheetah." Jian An could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Cheetah. It was indeed pitiable to be burdened with such a negligent clan leader. Sichin turned to Yuxing and inquired, "What do you know about the Dark Demon City?" Having made their decision, it would be prudent to gather more intelligence regarding the city. After pondering briefly, Yuxing replied, "My knowledge of Dark Demon City is rather limited. I am aware that the current city lord is an orc from the wolf tribe. Following the death of the previous lord, he managed to subdue Dark Demon City in just 6 months. What kind of place devours its victims whole? The fact that he could restore order in such a short span suggests that the city lord is an exceptionally capable orc." Sichin nodded slightly. His concern focused on the strength of the Dark Demon City lord. Yuxing shook his head, stating he was unsure, only knowing that 2 years ago, he was a 4-star soul beast. Given the passage of 2 years, it was likely his power had already ascended to 5 stars. Sichin quickly grasped the implication, his brow furrowing. A 5-star soul beast could already project soul power, and with his own strength, coupled with Yuxing's, they could only match him in a standoff. The situation was indeed precarious. However, the arrow was already on the string, and they could only adapt to circumstances as they unfolded. Having arranged matters within the tribe, Sichin, along with Jian An and several males from the White Tiger City, departed the Fox tribe. They traversed the Forgotten River Forest, journeying southward for an additional day, ultimately arriving on the 4th day at the desert described by Fluent. This expanse was less a desert and more akin to a stony wasteland, with fierce winds whipping up sand and gravel, creating a visage reminiscent of a ghastly face, emitting a terrifying roar. The desolate terrain was strewn with sharp rocks and clouds of dust. The group halted. Sichin addressed the male orcs before him, saying, "You shall remain here. The open terrain ahead is not conducive to concealment." He and Yuxing would infiltrate Dark Demon City, while the orcs from White Tiger City would stay behind to provide support if needed. The three of them advanced along the stony landscape and on the distant horizon. A city gradually came into view. Towering walls loomed, their surface as black as night, the massive fortress standing silent yet resolute upon the land. Sichun took Jian An's hand and settled beside a rock, inquiring with concern, "An, are you weary?" A bamboo tube appeared in his hand seemingly from nowhere. "I am not tired." Jian An gently shook her head, a slight smile gracing her lips. It was her insistence to accompany them, and she could not afford to lag behind. After accepting the bamboo tube, she tilted her head back and took several sips. Yu Xing, twirling the ring on his finger, smiled knowingly. This ring was indeed marvelous, a gift from Jian An before their departure. Chapter 166. The spatial ring on the eve of their departure. Jian An busied herself within the treasure pavilion of the moon goddess realm, preparing various items for Sichun and Yu Xing to take along for unforeseen circumstances. After much deliberation, she gazed at the table laden with assorted goods and sighed softly. It was evidently impractical to carry all these items, yet in her eyes, each one held potential utility. Jian An rested her forehead on her hand, sighing, "What should I do? It truly is a headache. Selecting items is the most challenging task." She mused that if only there were a spatial treasure akin to the moon goddess bracelet, her troubles would be alleviated. Just as she was lost in these thoughts, two orbs of silvery light suddenly soared towards her, hovering before her. Jian An was momentarily taken aback as she extended her hand, and two silver rings landed delicately in her palm. A message surfaced in her mind: spatial ring, possessing a capacity of 100 square units. It can store anything except living beings, and items placed within this space will not decay. Jian An gazed at the ring in her hand, contemplating the joy of presenting it to Sichun and the others the following day, a gentle smile gracing her lips. She procured 2 boxes, carefully placing the rings within and setting them aside. The next morning, after tidying herself, Jian An descended the stairs. In the hall, Sichun had already prepared breakfast, while Yu Xing sat at the wooden table. Upon seeing Jian An, smiles illuminated their faces. Little An. Over the course of their interactions, the bond among the three had grown more relaxed and harmonious. Once Jian An took her seat, Sichun offered her the utensils, while Yu Xing delicately placed a small piece of meat into her bowl. Jian An gazed at the two individuals with a mysterious smile, stating, "I have something to present to you." She then produced 2 exquisite boxes and placed them before her companions. The two were taken aback, their eyes gleaming with delight as they beheld the unexpected gifts from Jian An smiled gently and suggested, "Why not take a look?" The two nodded in agreement, and each picked up a box. As the boxes were opened, an elegant and antique silver ring was revealed. Yu Xing took the ring in hand, examining it closely, and with a hint of confusion, inquired, "Shaoan, what is this?" "It is indeed rather exquisite in appearance." Jian An smiled gently, explaining, "This is a spatial ring, serving the same purpose as my bracelet and storing items." The two stared at Jian An in disbelief. A spatial ring? Such a concept was entirely unfamiliar to them. Yu Xing curled his lips into a smile, gazing at Jian An with eager anticipation. "Shaoan, how does one use this spatial ring? If it is indeed such a treasure, I am truly curious to witness its capabilities." Jian An smiled as she placed the ring onto Yu Xing's slender finger, stating that all that was required was to let their blood fall upon the ring. Jian An turned around and took up Sichun's ring, adorning his finger with it. Yu Xing bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the ring. And a wondrous scene unfolded. The blood that touched the surface of the ring was absorbed entirely. Like manipulating the star soul diagram, he exerted his mental will. Jian An explained to the two, and Yu Xing nodded in understanding. With a mere thought directed at the wooden table before them, it vanished from the grand hall in an instant, and with another thought, it reappeared in the same spot in the blink of an eye. The eyes of both widened in astonishment, their hearts filled with awe at the true marvel of the ring. Jian An retrieved the items meticulously selected the night before from the space, and they cascaded forth, filling half of the hall with a delightful clamor. Jian An glanced at the two individuals and smiled, saying, "Please gather these items." With the space ring, it has become much more convenient now. Jian An produced a plethora of items, ranging from garments suitable for two, to an assortment of fruits from the orchard, as well as various soul crystals. It could be said that from furniture and bed linens to bowls, chopsticks, and sewing supplies, anything that Jian An deemed useful was brought forth. Chapter 167. The plan begins. Sichun and Yu Xing gazed at the array of belongings in the hall, bemused yet amused, wondering if Jian An was preparing for a relocation. Nevertheless, the two swiftly began to store the items in their space rings, fully aware that this was Jian An's heartfelt intention. In the world of the beast men, any precious item was typically presented to the female first. However, in their household, the roles were reversed. The more this was the case, the deeper their feelings of gratitude became. Jian An observed a glimmer of cunning in the eyes of the two, her lips curving into a gentle smile as she remarked, "In my homeland, there exists a custom. Once one dons a ring bestowed by their partner, it signifies a lifelong commitment to remain together. Henceforth, you both belong to me." One might characterize her as domineering or perhaps selfish. Once she had made her choice, she would not relinquish it easily. Sichun enveloped Jian An in his embrace, tenderly caressing the ring upon her finger, his deep-set eyes brimming with affection. "An, I cherish this tradition," he declared, vowing to hold her hand tightly until the very end of his days. "Indeed," Jian An murmured, nestled in Si Chen's arms, a soft smile gracing her lips, her clear eyes reflecting a hint of tenderness. Yu Xing took Jian An's hand, pressing a gentle kiss upon her knuckles, his gaze unwavering as he declared with fervor, "I have long been yours, Xiaoan. Even if you were to cast me aside, I would cling to you for eternity." From the moment he first encountered Xiaoan, her image had been indelibly etched into his heart. He had no desire to part from her, nor would he ever wish to. A tender smile of happiness danced upon Jian An's face as she playfully teased, "Very well, I shall reluctantly allow you to cling to me." With such profound affection directed towards her, how could she possibly let them down? The winds on the Gobi Desert howled mercilessly, stirring up clouds of sand. Jian An rose to her feet and brushed off her fur coat, a cascade of dust falling away. After a brief respite, the trio proceeded towards the distant city. Standing before the dark demon city, the enormous gates stood wide open, resembling a colossal beast with its jaws agape, awaiting its prey to unwittingly step into its trap. Jian An felt a subtle sense of unease within her. Would this journey truly unfold smoothly? Si Cheng grasped Jian An's hand, gently squeezing it. "An, it is not too late to turn back now." Jian An shook her head, casting aside the tumultuous emotions within her. "I am fine. I wish to accompany you all." The image of Mina's smiling, crescent-eyed face solidified her resolve. She must rescue Mina. To enhance the semblance of authenticity, Si Chun hoisted Jian An over his shoulder like a quarry. Before they could pass through the city gates, they were halted by orcs stationed at the entrance. Several burly males regarded them with suspicion. "From where do you orcs hail? This is not a place you can enter at will." Yu Xing's eyes glimmered momentarily, a sly smile gracing his lips. "My brother and I have been wandering the outside world. We heard that Dark Demon City is a haven for lost beasts, so here we are, seeking refuge. To demonstrate their sincerity, we even brought along a female." Upon finishing his declaration, Yu Xing turned, as if to exhibit his prize, and playfully patted Jian An on the backside. Jian An, perched on Si Chen's shoulder, stiffened momentarily, biting her lip to stifle a sound. This fellow truly could immerse himself in any role. The orcs harbored no doubts. It was not uncommon for wandering beasts to seek asylum in Dark Demon City. Upon hearing that they had brought a female, the faces of the males lit up with unrestrained delight. Their gazes shifted to Jian An, scrutinizing her with unbridled intensity. Akin to famished wolves discovering a flock of sheep, their eyes gleaming with blatant lust, greed, and possessiveness. Though Jian An kept her head lowered, she could feel several scorching gazes fixed upon her, which made her exceedingly uncomfortable. In Chapter 168, very ugly, a robust male stepped forward, extending his hand in an attempt to lift Jian An's chin, eager to discern the appearance of this female. Si Chen furrowed his brows tightly. His thin lips pressed together as he subtly shifted to the side, evading the intruding hand. Had it not been for the fear of disrupting their plan, he would have undoubtedly eliminated them immediately. The smile on the burly male's face momentarily froze, revealing a hint of displeasure in his eyes. Yu Xing chuckled lightly, patting Si Chen's back, jesting, "My brother here has quite the peculiar temperament, so please do not take offense. Alas, we, the wandering beasts who live alone in the outside world, are not too accustomed to interacting with other beastmen." The robust male laughed heartily, placing a hand on Yu Xing's shoulder, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, no worries, rest assured, we shall all be brothers here in the Dark Demon City." His demeanor was so warm and inviting that one might think Yu Xing were truly his blood brother. Yu Xing's eyes narrowed slightly, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flashing within. And he replied with a smile, "Hee, then I must trouble my brother to look after us." The burly male slapped his chest in laughter, assuring, "Don't worry. By the way, what star level are you two brothers in terms of soul beasts?" While his face remained jovial, his mind was calculating. If these brothers possessed considerable strength, allowing them to remain would pose no issue. However, if they were too weak, he would seize the female for himself and eliminate these two brothers. For the Dark Demon City was not a place where just any beastman could reside. Yu Xing's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes sparkling with mirth, feigning naivety as if he had not perceived the male's ulterior motives. "Our strength is rather average. We are currently only 3-star soul beasts." Si Chen and Yu Xing had slightly disguised themselves for this visit, consuming color-changing fruits that turned their fair skin into a deep tan. And their long robes had been shed, leaving only a beast skin skirt around their waists. As for their soul power levels, as long as they refrained from using it, they would remain undetected. Upon hearing this, the burly male's face lit up with delight. Although 3-star soul beasts were not the strongest in the Dark Demon City, they were by no means weak. He had truly stumbled upon a treasure. He had not only acquired 2 reasonably strong males, but also a precious female. Surely Lord Hien would promote him for this. Just as Jian An felt her head growing light, their conversation finally concluded. The burly male laughed heartily, patting Yu Xing's back with even more warmth than before. "My name is Zili. From now on, you two shall follow me. Come, let us enter the city." Zili led Si Chen and Yu Xing to a stone house, pointing to Jian An on Si Chen's back. "You shall reside here. This female will be entrusted to me for now." Si Chen gently set Jian An down, Having been perched on Si Chen's back, her head drooped, and she now felt slightly dizzy, as if a few small stars were dancing before her eyes. Zili's gaze remained fixed upon Jian An, contemplating her petite frame and wondering about her appearance. If she were pleasing to the eye, he might indulge himself before sending her to the courtyard. After all, no one would be the wiser. Upon seeing her visage, Zili exhibited the best qualities of a beast man. He spoke the truth. Zili pointed at Jian An and exclaimed, "So ugly." Jian An had just managed to catch her breath when she noticed the male across from her pointing at her, declaring her unattractive. Her emotions at that moment were quite intricate, while she felt a sense of triumph in her successful disguise. Being told she was ugly in such a direct manner was overwhelmingly complex. Upon seeing Jian An's appearance, Zili dismissed any lingering malicious intent in his heart. Although this female was indeed lacking in beauty, the rarity of females made her somewhat acceptable. However, her frail form led him to speculate that she might struggle to bear a healthy offspring. He questioned the legitimacy of her being taken, suspecting that this female might have simply been picked up by the two brothers. In Chapter 171, Abnormal, Zili gestured to a male behind him, instructing, "You take this female to the courtyard." Initially, he had hoped to utilize this female to gain favor in front of Lord Hearn. However, it seemed his plans were destined to fail. A female who was both unattractive and seemingly lacking in reproductive capabilities would inevitably find herself relegated to a lesser fate. Thus, he saw no need to invest further effort. The male complied, stepping toward Jian An and, without further ado, seized her arm, leading her in a specific direction. Jian An was being pulled by him, compelled to move forward in accordance with his strength. His strides were rapid, showing no regard for whether the female behind could keep pace. Jian An could only trail behind him at a brisk pace. After a few minutes, she followed the man to a stone courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance, he knocked, and the door swiftly opened to reveal a dark-skinned man with a scar across his face. The man grinned widely upon seeing his visitor and jested, "Well, if it isn't Heli, what brings you here? I thought you had found a better position." Heli shook his head with a wry smile. "What better position? It's merely a job guarding the city gate. But you, stationed here every day, must be enjoying quite the fortune." The scarred man scoffed. "Fortune? My foot. It's all for show. I can only watch, not touch." Heli burst into laughter. "Well, that's still better than my sun-baked existence. If you're feeling pent up, you should head to that place to relieve yourself." The two men stood at the entrance, exchanging ribald banter, while Jian had stood aside, her head lowered, pretending she couldn't hear. The scarred man turned to Heli and asked, "By the way, what brings you here?" Heli slapped his forehead, almost forgetting the matter at hand. Grabbing Jian An's arm, he pushed her forward, saying, "I came to bring this female to you." The scarred man scrutinized the petite figure before him, frowning slightly. "Isn't she a bit too frail?" Leaning down for a closer look, he exclaimed, "Where did you find this female? She is rather unattractive." Jian An lowered her head further, silently repeating to herself, I cannot hear. I cannot hear." Heli chuckled lightly, indifferent to her appearance. After all, once Lord Hearn had seen her, he would undoubtedly arrange a fitting place for her. The scarred male laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Indeed, with the female already delivered, I shall take my leave." Heli called out a farewell and turned to depart. The scarred male cast a glance at Jian An, who still kept her head bowed, and said, "You may enter." Jian An stepped into the courtyard, slightly lifting her head to survey her surroundings. The courtyard was expansive, filled with numerous rooms, each door firmly shut. The emptiness of the courtyard accentuated its eerie silence. "What are you staring at? Move along," called out the scarred male behind her, his tone laced with impatience as he roughly shoved Jian An forward. His actions were exceedingly brusque, devoid of any tenderness one might expect towards a female. It was as if she were merely an inconsequential beast man rather than a precious female. Thrust forward by his forceful push, Jian An stumbled, nearly losing her balance, and managed to steady herself after a few faltering steps. From that moment on, she dared not look up, keeping her gaze lowered as she proceeded. Arriving before a stone house, the scarred male approached the door, forcibly opening the tightly shut wooden entrance, and gestured inside. "You will stay here for the time being." As Jian An stepped into the stone house, the door behind him slammed shut with a resounding thud. The interior was shrouded in dimness, with only a faint glimmer of light filtering through the windowsill. Chapter 169, Destination. Jian An adjusted to the darkness of the room before lifting his head to observe the surroundings. Against the wall on the right side, a row of wooden beds was arranged, resembling a communal sleeping area. On the left side of the room, near the windowsill, stood a wooden table accompanied by several stools. Jian An squinted her eyes slightly, noticing something in the innermost corner of the bed. With the dim light of the room as her guide, she cautiously approached, only to discover three females huddled together, trembling in fright. The sudden intrusion when the door had been flung open earlier had already startled them, and Jian An's approach exacerbated their fear. The three females, akin to startled birds, clung tightly to each other, seeking solace in their shared embrace. To her dismay, one of the more timid females began to whimper softly. Jian An twitched her lips, wondering if she was truly that terrifying to provoke tears. Clearing her throat softly, she gently spoke, "Do not be afraid. I am not a villain." Upon hearing her voice, the three females collectively exhaled in relief, realizing she was also one of their kind. They had initially feared she was an orc come to capture them. As they released each other, they settled onto the bed, their bodies relaxing. Jian An stepped forward with a smile and said, "Greetings, I am the one brought here today. My name is An." She had previously conferred with Si Chun and Yu Xing, and they had all agreed to use their respective aliases while in the Dark Demon City. The three females seated on the bed clearly had no intention of acknowledging Jian An. Two of them let out a soft huff and turned their heads away. The female who had been frightened to tears by Jian An slowly lifted her head to gaze at her. Jian An smiled gently, her voice soft as she inquired, "Hello. What is your name?" She endeavored to appear more approachable. However, to her surprise, the female seemed startled, quickly lowering her head and feigning ignorance of Jian An's question. A few faint black lines traced across Jian An's forehead. Could it be that she had become too unattractive? In the ensuing days, apart from attending to her personal hygiene, Jian An remained confined within the stone dwelling. It was not that she lacked the desire to venture outside, but rather that a male guardian was stationed in the courtyard daily. Whenever she attempted to sneak out, she was met with sharp reprimands and promptly sent back to her quarters. After several failed attempts, Jian An reluctantly set aside her quest to find Mina. Each day, her meals were delivered to her by a beastman at regular intervals. Through her persistent efforts over the past few days, she had become somewhat familiar with the three female inhabitants of the house. Two of them were named Sunny and Candy, while the one who had previously been frightened to tears by Jian An was called Bachira. All of them had been captured by stray beasts and, according to their accounts, had resided in this courtyard for several months. On this particular morning, just as dawn broke, the door of the stone house was abruptly thrust open from the outside with a resounding bang. Jian An was abruptly awakened from her slumber, sitting up in haste as she turned her gaze toward the source of the sound. To her astonishment, the scarred male from earlier had entered, knocking on the wall and bellowing, "Hurry up and get up. Everyone is going to the courtyard." Having uttered this command, he exited the stone dwelling. From nearby, the sound of a door creaking open accompanied by the scarred male's voice indicated that he was rousing the females from the adjacent rooms as well. Jian An sat on the bed, her mind filled with perplexity. What had transpired? Just as she was lost in thought, she observed the typically indolent Sunny and Candy behaving unusually, swiftly rising to dress themselves. Even more astonishing, they had begun to groom their long hair with a level of diligence she had never witnessed before. Jian An found himself increasingly perplexed. Could it be that today was an extraordinary occasion? After a brief morning routine, Jian An stepped out of the stone house and into the courtyard. Upon observing the scene before her, she was once again taken aback. Chapter 170. Life in the courtyard. At that moment, the courtyard was filled with females. Jian An estimated that there were at least 20 of them. The sheer number astonished her, for a typical tribe would possess only a handful of females. Even in a clan like the White Tiger City, which boasted over 200 beastmen, the number of females barely reached 10. Yet here, there were several tribes worth of females gathered, which left Jian An in utter disbelief. All the females were engaged in quiet discussions, their expressions a mix of joy and anticipation. Yet not a single one bore the visage of helplessness or fear. This perplexed Jian An further. Why were they devoid of any sorrow from being captured and imprisoned? This was exceedingly abnormal. Jian An slightly tilted her body, glancing at the three females beside her. Apart from Beiki, who still kept her head bowed, Sunny and Candy, like the other females in the courtyard, were smiles on their faces, their eyes brimming with anticipation as they gazed towards the entrance of the yard. As if awaiting the arrival of someone, Jian An gazed at them with a hint of confusion and inquired, "Are we waiting for someone?" Sunny glanced at Jian An and replied with a smile, "Naturally, we are awaiting Lord Hearn." "Lord Hearn?" Jian An asked, her face reflecting bewilderment. Sunny chuckled softly, tidying her hair and said, I almost forgot. You have just arrived, so you wouldn't know about these matters yet." Jian An nodded, her eyes brimming with curiosity, quietly observing Sunny as she awaited enlightenment. Lord Hearn, the most capable subordinate of the city lord, would periodically visit the courtyard, selecting several females from among them to serve the lord. Today, Sunny appeared exceptionally cheerful. On ordinary days, no matter how Jian An endeavored to engage her, she would always respond with indifference. A smile played on Sunny's lips, and a hint of longing graced her face. "Ah, how wonderful it would be if Lord Hearn were to choose me." Upon hearing this, Jian An furrowed her brow. "Do you not wish to leave this place? They have been forcibly brought here. Why would they want to continue living in such conditions?" Sunny pouted slightly. "Why should we leave? This place is quite good. Do you not wish to return to your original tribe? And what about your partners? Do you not long to see them again?" Jian An gazed at Sunny and spoke slowly. A flicker of displeasure crossed Sunny's face. She felt Jian An was meddling unnecessarily. Even if they wished to leave, who could possibly take them away? Besides, the living conditions here were satisfactory, so what difference did it make whether they returned? As for partners, they could find new ones later. After all, in the world of the beast men, males were in abundance. Looking at her fingertips, Sunny remarked with a smile, "I have heard that the city lord is not only handsome, but also possesses great strength. Just imagining being favored by him and becoming his partner fills me with joy." Listening to Sunny's words, Jian An's brows furrowed tighter in confusion. She could not fathom Sunny's perspective, as if, to her, a partner was merely a long-term meal ticket, readily discardable. They had been captured and confined here, yet still harbored hopes of becoming mates with the very ruler responsible for their plight? Was it the female's remarkable adaptability, or their indifference to everything? As long as their lives were comfortable, did it matter who their partner was? Jian An opened her mouth, yet found herself at a loss for words to say to Sunny. Should she urge her to abandon such absurd notions? Or perhaps confide that she might possess a means to rescue them? Sunny regarded Jian An with an impatient tone, stating, I am only sharing this for your benefit, so refrain from uttering those irrelevant remarks. You ought to focus on your own concerns. Chapter 172. Lord Hearn's Sunny scrutinized Jian An, a hint of disdain gracing her features as she spoke with a harsh tone. With such an appearance, it is unlikely you will ever catch the eye of Lord Hearn. In the end, you will have no choice but to end up in that place, won't you? With a cold snort, Sunny turned her head away, resuming her gaze towards the entrance of the courtyard. However, having one less competitor is certainly a welcome advantage. Jian An's eyes widened slightly in disbelief. Was she being mocked? With a resigned shake of her head, she acknowledged her current lack of beauty. Letting out a soft sigh, she decided that her priority was to find Mina. As for the females here, once she located Mina, she would do her utmost to assist them in departing together. However, if they chose to remain and await the favor of that so-called lord of the city, that would indeed be their own decision. Jian An lifted her head, her eyes incessantly searching the courtyard. After several careful rounds of observation, she found no trace of Mina, which left her puzzled. Could it be that Mina was not present here? Or perhaps she had been confined to another location? Just as Jian An was lost in thought, a sudden commotion erupted in the courtyard. Jian raised his head and followed the gaze of those around him. A man clad in black entered the courtyard, accompanied by several formidable males, one of whom bore a scar. Observing the reactions of the surrounding females, it became evident that the leading figure was none other than Lord Hearn. He stood tall, adorned in a sleek black attire, his lustrous hair elegantly tied up, revealing a chiseled visage. His sword-like brows were striking, and his piercing starry eyes exuded an air of commanding presence and undeniable charisma. It is indeed difficult to fathom how such a gallant man could be likened to a marauding beast. The scarred male regarded Hearn with a sycophantic smile and inquired, My Lord Hearn, how many females do you plan to take with you this time? His demeanor, replete with cautious obsequiousness, suggested that should Hearn command him to kneel and kiss his shoe, he would immediately acquiesce. Jian An curled her lip in disdain, silently cursing the sycophants. When confronted with them, the scarred male exuded a fierce demeanor. Hearn, seemingly oblivious, strode directly into the courtyard, casting glances around as if contemplating his options. Jian An stood boldly at the forefront, and given her current appearance, it was improbable that Jian would select her unless he was blind. Jian, much like a merchant inspecting goods, gestured among the females. The scarred male understood immediately, hastening forward to present the chosen female before him. Jian gave a slight nod, his expression indifferent as he regarded the male. You have done well. These females are well kept, yet their vitality seems diminished compared to before. His words implied a perspective that reduced the females to mere livestock. Jian An lowered her head and softly murmured, It's no wonder that staying cooped up in a room all day would be detrimental. Hearn suddenly turned his gaze towards Jian An. With the prowess of his 3-star soul beast, even the faintest sound of a bug could reach his ears, thus her whisper was clearly audible to him. Hearn glanced up and noticed a petite female, her head bowed, obscuring her features. After a brief observation, he averted his gaze, finding her intriguing. However, the females destined for the stone tower had already been chosen. Perhaps next time he could bring this one along for consideration. Hearn looked towards the scarred male, indicating that there would be no need to confine them any longer. Even without being locked in the stone house, these females could not escape the confines of the courtyard. The scarred male, perplexed, pondered the sudden shift in Hearn's decision, yet maintained a smile in response. This time, Hearn had taken 3 females with him, leaving the others in the courtyard who were not selected, revealing traces of disappointment on their faces. Chapter 173. Paulina Jian An shrugged nonchalantly, preparing to return to the stone house. As she turned, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Baikila, who had raised her head at some point and was now intently staring at the entrance of the courtyard. Jian An caught a fleeting glimpse of intense hatred flickering in her eyes, and a sense of astonishment welled up within him. By the time he sought to delve deeper into the matter, Baikila had already reverted to her usual demeanor. Her head bowed as if all that had transpired was merely a figment of Jian An's imagination. Since that day, the males guarding the courtyard had ceased to impose restrictions on the females' freedom. The females were permitted to roam freely within the courtyard, yet they remained unable to step beyond the confines of the stone enclosure. Jian An was perplexed by their sudden change in approach, yet it inadvertently afforded her some convenience. Today, she wandered through this particular room, and tomorrow, she would explore another, all under the pretext of social visits, in search of Mina's whereabouts. Although she had not spotted Mina in the courtyard last time, she felt compelled to ascertain her absence once more. Females, by nature, were exceedingly proud, and given Jian An's current appearance, they regarded her with disdain. Undeterred, Jian An resolutely traversed each stone dwelling. She observed that inequality permeated every corner. Most females, like herself, shared their quarters with several others, while those of striking beauty enjoyed solitary residences. Jian An was indifferent to her accommodations. Her purpose in the Dark Demon City was not for leisure. On this day, after dining on the fare delivered by the male orcs, she resolved to sit in the courtyard. Through her search over the past 2 days, she had confirmed that Mina was indeed absent from this stone courtyard. This realization unsettled Jian An, leaving her anxious about Mina's whereabouts and well-being. Jian An stepped out of the stone house and moved a stool to sit in the corner of the courtyard. By the stone table in the yard sat a female. Surrounded by several other females, engaged in conversation, their laughter occasionally ringing out with a delightful cadence. Jian An was aware of the female encircled by the crowd. Her name was Paulina, one of the few who possessed a solitary stone dwelling. Paulina's appearance was rather unremarkable, akin to an exceedingly commonplace face in modern times. However, in this setting, she was considered a rare beauty. In comparison to Talise, the former most beautiful female of the White Tiger City, at least Paulina's eyes were not askew, nor did her mouth distort. The term former was warranted, as Talise had been expelled from the White Tiger City by Shurchin in the early spring of this year. This was a punishment she rightfully deserved, and Jian An felt no sympathy for her. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Jian An suddenly sensed a profound malice emanating from this land. The male orcs were all strikingly handsome. Even the scarred male guarding the stone courtyard, though not conventionally attractive, could hardly be deemed ugly. As for the female orcs, the most beautiful among them merely possessed an ordinary appearance, while the least attractive were only marginally superior to Jian An's current visage. Jian An could not help but indulge in wild thoughts. Could it be that the creator was intoxicated while crafting the female form? Thus, it resulted in such a whimsical jest. Jian An curved her lips into a gentle smile. Sitting beside the stone table, Paulina listened to the chatter of the females around her, yet her gaze remained fixed on Jian An. Upon observing the smile gracing her face, Paulina's brows furrowed in displeasure. She harbored a deep disdain for this unattractive female, the reason being that despite her undeniable lack of beauty, she possessed a pair of extraordinarily captivating eyes. This incited a profound jealousy within Paulina, for such exquisite eyes ought to belong to her, not squandered on a visage deemed ugly. With a cold huff, Paulina rose and strode purposefully towards Jian An, while the females surrounding her exchanged glances laced with malice, smiling as they trailed behind her. Jian An was amusing himself when he suddenly felt a small shadow descend from above. Chapter 174, The Lord of the City. Jian An, somewhat bewildered, lifted her head and beheld the assembly of females standing before her. A wave of confusion washed over her. What is happening? Were they not engaged in lively conversation over there? How did they all converge upon her? Paulina, with an air of haughty superiority, looked down at Jian An and inquired, "What are you laughing at?" Jian An was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by her disjointed remark, as she had not been laughing at all. Paulina's brows knitted even tighter. She was certain she had just seen her smile. She believed this unattractive female was toying with her. Jian An stood in a daze, feeling inexplicably bewildered. She had merely been smiling to herself moments ago, and it had nothing to do with Paulina. As her thoughts turned, could it be that she was now being unjustly provoked by someone? Jian An chuckled bitterly, shaking her head. Truly, it was a year of misfortune. In Paulina's eyes, the smile on Jian An's face seemed akin to mockery, a realization that stirred a deep anger within her. With a sullen expression, Paulina extended her hand, intent on yanking Jian An's hair. Beyond her piercing gaze, it was this cascade of lustrous hair that incited her envy. How could such an unappealing female possess such silky, radiant locks? She resolved to sever every strand of that ebony mane. As for those eyes HMPF, once she became the Lord's consort, she would ensure they were gouged out. If she could not possess them, then no one else should be deemed worthy. Jian An slightly tilted her head, evading the grasp of the other and stepping back a few paces. What on earth is happening? Is a mere disagreement enough to resort to violence? Paulina gazed at Jian An, a sinister smile curling at the corners of her lips, as she commanded the females beside her, "Go, seize this ugly female. I shall ensure that her hair is cut off today." Jian An was momentarily taken aback, casting a peculiar glance at Paulina. What madness was this? What grievance had her hair caused? As several females gradually approached, Jian An furrowed her brow, her dark eyes fixed intently upon them, retreating silently. "Paulina, what do you intend to do? Do not forget, we are in the Dark Demon City, not your backyard," Jian An warned coldly. Paulina crossed her arms, her expression one of delight as she savored Jian An's current predicament. "And what of it? I am to be the future lady of the city. Punishing a mere female is hardly significant," she replied with a smile. At that moment, from the shadows of a stone building behind the stone courtyard, a tall figure clad in dark attire emerged from the corridor. As he drew closer, his features became increasingly distinct, a face of unparalleled beauty, marked by chiseled brows and ice-gray eyes that shimmered with a chilling brilliance, exuding an imposing aura. Following him was a dapper young man in black attire, none other than Hearn, who had recently selected a female from the stone courtyard. Hearn stood respectfully behind the dark-clad man, curiosity evident in his voice as he softly inquired, "My Lord Yiling, has something occurred?" He had been reporting recent events in the city when the Lord abruptly exited the stone house. Having accompanied Yiling since childhood, Hearn perceived subtle anomalies that others might overlook. Since the passing of Yiling's father beast, a lingering coldness and indifference had settled in his demeanor, a sight Hearn had never before witnessed. The dark-clad figure was none other than Yiling, the lord of the Dark Demon City. For reasons unknown, he felt unusually restless that day. A peculiar sensation had stirred within him, an instinct that something profoundly alluring lay below. Though he displayed no outward signs, internally, it felt as though something was gently pricking at him, subtle yet undeniable. Yiling stood at the edge of the corridor, his expression impassive as he observed the commotion below. The lady of the city? His deep, magnetic voice resonated. Hearn slightly bowed, murmuring, "With your grandeur, my lord, naturally all females of the realm aspire to be your consort." Yiling raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by the response. "Hearn, when did you acquire such flattery?" Hearn chuckled nonchalantly, although their relationship was one of master and servant. They were more akin to brothers. Within the stone courtyard, Jian An continued to retreat until her back met the unforgiving wall, leaving her with no further escape. Noticing this, the females quickly advanced, each seizing one of Jian An's arms. With scissors in hand and a sinister grin adorning her face, Paulina took deliberate steps toward Jian An. Jian An struggled vigorously several times but was unable to break free from the grip of the two females on either side. As Paulina drew ever closer, Jian An maintained a calm demeanor, though her heart was filled with anxiety. If she were to harness her soul power, she could easily escape her confinement. However, doing so would inevitably reveal her presence. Once exposed, she would place both Si Chun and Yu Xing in jeopardy. Could she truly stand by and watch her hair being severed? Jian An clenched her fists tightly, her entire body tensed, overwhelmed by an unbearable sense of powerlessness. As if she were merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. Strangely enough, despite her dire predicament, she remained remarkably composed, her gaze fixed intently on Paulina's every movement. As a crisp snip echoed, a single strand of hair fell to the ground. Paulina seemed to relish the moment, intentionally cutting only a small portion of Jian An's hair to prolong her humiliation. In the stone tower behind them, Jian observed Yiling quietly for a considerable time, increasingly convinced that something about him was amiss that day. Following his gaze downward, he noticed a scene unfolding in the stone courtyard, where the weak were being overpowered by the strong, and the object of their torment was the petite female he had found intriguing previously. Jian discreetly monitored Yiling's reaction, his gray eyes cold and expressionless as he regarded the unfolding drama. From that indifferent visage, Jian gleaned nothing. He could not fathom Yiling's thoughts at that moment and hesitated briefly before softly inquiring, "Shall we summon the beastmen to intervene?" A flicker of surprise passed through him. Ever since Yiling avenged the former lord, he seemed to have lost his purpose for existence, showing little interest in anything. To alleviate this, Jian periodically selected a few females to send to the stone tower, under the guise of serving the lord, yet Yiling had never cast a glance at them. For the first time in many years, he displayed a differing interest, and Jian felt a pang of concern that she might be bullied to the point of despair. Although he initially thought to describe her as frail, he swiftly altered his choice of words, recognizing the delicacy of a female who could not withstand such torment. Yiling remained silent, seemingly captivated by the spectacle below, his eyes unwavering. Jian discreetly instructed the beastman behind him, who promptly obeyed. Unbeknownst to Jian, his covert actions were not lost on Yiling, who cast a subtle glance in his direction before returning his focus below, tacitly accepting Jian's unilateral decisions. In the courtyard, Jian An gazed at the black hair strewn on the ground, her pupils constricting slightly as a surge of anger coursed through her. Why must she endure such humiliation? In moments of desperation, human potential knows no bounds. Jian An herself was astounded by the strength she could muster, as she delivered a powerful kick that sent the much larger Paulina sprawling to the ground. Chapter 176. A comical scene caught off guard. Paulina let out a startled cry as Jian An's kick struck her abdomen, sending her tumbling backward. Taking advantage of the distraction of the female on his right, Jian An swiftly freed his arm from her grasp and forcefully shoved the female on his left, sending her sprawling to the ground. In an instant, the females before him tumbled into a chaotic heap, sprawled awkwardly across the floor. Jian An dashed past them, sprinting towards her stone dwelling while crying out loudly, "Help! Murder!" After a moment, Paulina regained her senses. Her face flushed with anger as she glared fiercely at Jian An's retreating figure, screaming, "What are you all standing there for? Quickly, catch that wretched hag!" Several females scrambled to their feet, hastily pursuing Jian An. Jian An continued to run while shouting, and upon hearing footsteps behind him, he turned to glance back. Unable to suppress an expletive, he thought to himself, "Good grief, do these females have no end? They cling to me like a persistent shadow." Moreover, where had all the male orc sentinels disappeared to? They usually delighted in loitering about the courtyard, yet now that a genuine situation had arisen, not a single one could be found. Although Jian An usually lacks exercise, her physical stamina is slightly superior to that of the lethargic females who merely eat and sleep. After all, they have lived a life of idleness since birth, while Jian An has only been a sloth for half a year. Thus, a rather comical scene unfolds in the courtyard, with Jian An continuously running laps, pursued by several females who relentlessly chase after her. After several laps, Jian An's pace gradually slows down. Upon glancing back, she sees the females have come to a halt, exhausted and panting on the ground. Noticing their inability to continue the chase, Jian An slowly comes to a stop, standing at a distance with her hands on her hips. With a slight smile and a hint of breathlessness, she teases, "Why have you stopped? Come on, hurry up and catch me." Balina, gritting her teeth in frustration, points at Jian An and retorts, "If you have the guts, stand still. That wretched ugly creature, don't let her catch you." Jian An raised her eyebrows slightly, casting a mocking glance at Paulina. "Are you truly so foolish as to have injured your brain? I am standing right here. Come and seize me if you dare." Paulina, incensed, shouted at the few females seated on the ground, "You fools, why do you not hurry and capture this ugly creature?" The females exchanged glances, a flicker of indignation stirring within them. As precious females themselves, why should they be subjected to Paulina's commands? They were already exhausted, yet she continued to berate them, merely because she was a tad more attractive. What was so remarkable about that? One by one, the females turned their heads away, feigning ignorance of her words. Paulina glared at them fiercely, her fists clenched tightly. "You all." Jian An offered a light smile, raising her hands in a gesture of resignation, and remarked, "Alas. Since you do not intend to capture me, I shall return to my abode. After running for so long, I am utterly exhausted. Farewell." She waved at Paulina and turned gracefully into the stone house, her lustrous black hair tracing a beautiful arc in the air. The scarred male arrived late. Observing the perplexed females seated on the ground, was there not a stone bench in this courtyard? Why were they all sitting on the floor? He had been idly loitering outside when he unexpectedly encountered the orc under Lord Hearn's command. Approaching Paulina, he chuckled, "Why are you sitting on the ground? Come, get up." He extended his hand to assist her. Paulina evaded his grasp. Her eyes reddened as she glared at him, gritting her teeth. "You go and bring that ugly creature here." The scarred male was taken aback, momentarily puzzled. Who was this ugly creature? Following the direction of her finger, he quickly understood, realizing she was referring to that female. Chapter 177. Unclear intentions scratching his head, the scarred male pondered. This might be against the rules. Although he too found the female unappealing, it seemed that was her only recourse. However, as long as she remained in this stone courtyard, he could not allow her to come to harm. Otherwise, he would also be unable to escape the consequences. Paulina turned her face towards him, glaring furiously. Useless. She forcefully shoved the scarred male aside. Her anger had eclipsed her fear, leaving only a profound sense of indignation. With a swift motion, she slapped him hard across the face, declaring, "You worthless wretch. Once I become the lady of the city, I shall deal with you." With a haughty snort, she turned on her heel and departed. The scarred male stood frozen, his face twitching in fury as he bore down on her retreating figure, spitting in disdain. "What a piece of work. You had better pray to the beast god to make you the city's consort, or else I shall make your life a living hell." Jian An lowered the curtain on the windowsill, retracting her gaze with a faint smile. Could this be considered a case of dog biting dog? Within the stone building, the performance had concluded. Yi Ling turned, casting a sidelong glance at Jian, his voice devoid of any emotion as he stated, "Bring her to the stone building tomorrow." With that, he strode back down the corridor. Jian observed Yi Ling's retreating figure, uncertain whether it was merely his imagination. But it seemed as though the chill surrounding Yi Ling had somewhat dissipated. That night, as Jian An lay in bed, drifting in and out of slumber, she heard a slight rustling from the adjacent bed. Slowly, she opened her eyes just in time to see Beiki rising and making her way outside. Jian An, with sleepy eyes, gazed at her and casually inquired, "Bachira, where are you going so late?" Bachira's body stiffened for a moment as she lowered her head and replied in a soft voice, "I need to use the restroom." "Oh," Jian An murmured, succumbing to her fatigue and soon drifting off to sleep. Bachira lifted her head to glance at Jian An, and upon seeing her fast asleep, she let out a faint sigh of relief and cautiously exited the stone house. In the latter half of the night, a cacophony erupted in the courtyard. Jian An vaguely discerned male shouts interspersed with female cries. The sounds grew louder as they approached, prompting Jian An to prop herself up on her arms and glance sideways. Her heart filled with curiosity about Bachira's absence. Sunny and Candy had already awakened, huddled together in the corner, trembling. As the commotion in the courtyard intensified, Jian An furrowed her brow, recognizing a familiar tone in the female voice. Upon closer inspection, her heart raced. Wasn't that Bachira's voice? Where could they be taking her? Sunny and Candy appeared utterly terrified, their whispered sobs blending into the turmoil. Oh no, she must have been taken to that place. That place? Jian An had heard mention of it more than once, her expression turning perplexed as she looked at them, wondering what that place truly was. The matter concerning Jian An remained unanswered, and as a result of the commotion, everyone lost their ability to sleep. Jian An sat upon the bed, watching as the dawn gradually illuminated the sky. It was not until the day grew bright that a few knocks echoed from outside the door. Jian An hurriedly rose to dress and softly uttered, "Please come in." A scarred man pushed open the wooden door and entered. Jian An, upon seeing the arrival of the individual, was momentarily taken aback. When did he enter without knocking? The scarred man gazed at Jian An with a smirk and said, "Ah, you're awake. Have you groomed yourself? I shall escort you to your new residence." Jian's eyes widened slightly, filled with disbelief. Had he taken the wrong medicine? Or was she merely still in a stupor? Otherwise, how could she perceive a hint of respect in this person's demeanor? Did he harbor some ulterior motive? Jian An fixed his gaze on him, a subtle sense of vigilance stirring within. Changing residences? To where, exactly? The scarred man scratched his head and replied, "You'll find out once you go." Jian An nodded slightly. Regardless of his intentions, she had no choice but to acquiesce. Chapter 179. A simple and blunt conclusion. She was observing him, her eyes filled with curiosity and caution. The first thing he noticed was the female's deep, lustrous eyes. He had encountered a myriad of eye colors. Yet black was the most common. However, hers seemed to be brimming with countless stars, luminous and striking. His gaze traversed her brow, eyes, nose, lips, and chin. Yiling's steps faltered imperceptibly. She was rather unappealing. Yet her eyes were exquisite. He arrived at this straightforward and blunt conclusion in his mind. Most importantly, unlike other females he had previously encountered, who were overly eager to please him yet averted their gaze in fear, Yiling was refreshingly different. A realization that dawned on him gradually. In a fleeting moment, a chaotic array of thoughts flashed through Jian An's mind, yet her gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon him. His movements unfolded like a slow-motion film, each frame vividly imprinted in her eyes as she observed him approach the seat of honor, pausing just before it. Yiling occupied that prominent position, his icy gray eyes resembling the chilling stars of a winter night, captivating her very soul. Now, those eyes were intently scrutinizing her, harboring a complexity of emotions that Jian An found utterly inscrutable. Jian An's body involuntarily trembled, a chill coursing through her as she sensed the temperature in the hall had plummeted several degrees. Despite her extensive mental preparation prior to her arrival, she found herself somewhat overwhelmed. It was not his imposing and austere appearance that frightened her, but rather the frigid aura that emanated from him, which she instinctively resisted. Yiling raised his hand slightly towards Jian An, beckoning her to come closer, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority that left no room for refusal. Jian An was seized by an overwhelming urge to flee, yet she found herself unable to act on it. After a moment of hesitation, she clenched her teeth and approached Yiling. Just as Yiling was on the verge of losing his patience, Jian An finally made her way to stand before him. Step by painstaking step, Yiling silently extended his hand, encircling Jian An's waist and gently drawing her into his embrace, effectively ensnaring her entire being within his arms. Jian An was momentarily taken aback, her body beginning to writhe restlessly. "Don't move," a deep, magnetic voice resonated in her ear, causing her to involuntarily shudder. Remaining still was out of the question. Jian An's struggles intensified as she furrowed her brow and shouted in anger, "Let go of me." Yiling raised an eyebrow, disregarding her words entirely. His hand slowly moved to her slender waist, gently caressing her through the fabric, as he coldly declared, "If you move again, I shall break your waist." Such a delicate waist could be easily snapped with just a hint of force. His words fell upon her like a bucket of cold water, momentarily halting her struggles, leaving her rigidly seated in his embrace. The formidable and frigid aura emanating from him left no room for doubt regarding the seriousness of his threat. Yiling gazed down at the female in his arms, who was glaring at him with a mixture of anxiety and fury. Unfazed by her gaze, he leaned closer, his face nearing her neck, where a subtle, enchanting fragrance wafted from her. Unable to resist, he inhaled deeply and inquired, "What is your name?" Jian An felt her entire body stiffen upon hearing his inquiry about her name, initially reluctant to respond. The sudden tightening grip around her waist compelled her to surrender in defeat. With a slight bow of her head, she murmured softly, And is it? Remember my name. Yiling. It shall be the name of your future mate. Since we are destined to leave behind descendants, why not choose a partner who does not evoke feelings of revulsion?" The scent that enveloped her was undeniably pleasant, and her pair of dark eyes captivated him. Jian An had no desire to remember his name. She sensed Yiling's hand slipping beneath her clothing. A sudden explosion of thoughts engulfed her mind. Overwhelmed by shock, she initially forgot to react. Chapter 181. An unusual way of coexistence. Could it be that this female had bitten him? If they were adversaries, who would dare to approach and bite another's chin? Jian cast a deep glance at Jian An, his eyes filled with complexity. The female who brought the food was entirely unaware of Jian An's existence, thus only one set of bowls and chopsticks had been prepared. Yiling pushed a plate of roasted meat towards Jian An, expressionless as he tapped the table. Jian An gazed at him in disbelief, wondering if she had a role in this. She had thought her duty was merely to sit beside and watch, never expecting to be included as well. Yiling cast a cold, sidelong glance at her, offering no response. Jian An gazed somewhat absent-mindedly at the barbecue before him. Yet his attention was entirely focused on Yiling beside him. He wondered what Jian had brought him here for, feeling rather perplexed by the situation. The several females standing behind cast peculiar glances at Jian An, bewildered by the presence of such an unattractive female, and astonished that the lord of the city had permitted her to dine at the same table. Jian An indeed felt a twinge of hunger. Lifting her gaze to the table, she found no spare chopsticks. Well, shall I eat with my hands? Adhering to the philosophy of seizing every opportunity, she resolutely grasped a piece of roasted meat from the platter and took a hearty bite, using it as a means to vent her earlier frustrations. The flavor is quite delightful. Leave, Yiling gestured dismissively to the several females behind her. The females curtsied slightly and gracefully exited the hall. Before she realized it, Jian An had devoured the entire piece of roasted meat on her plate. Rubbing her belly, she unabashedly let out a satisfied belch. Yiling reclined in her chair, silently observing her. Jian An initially remained oblivious, but after a while, he sensed the gaze fixed upon him and, with a hint of confusion, raised his eyes to meet his. Yiling, with an impassive expression, returned the gaze. Thus, they exchanged looks, and the atmosphere gradually grew somewhat peculiar. Jian An felt an overwhelming discomfort under his scrutinizing gaze, and she was the first to avert her eyes, lowering her head to fixate on her own hands. Hearn's gaze flitted back and forth between the two, secretly observing Yiling's expression, yet he discerned nothing from her indifferent countenance. After a moment's hesitation, he softly suggested, "City Lord, the weather is splendid today. Why not take the female outside for a stroll? It would be far more pleasant than sitting idly here." Yiling remained silent, standing up quietly. Upon reaching the doorway, she noticed that Jian An still sat in her original spot, showing no intention of following. His sword-like brows knitted in displeasure as he coldly remarked, "Aren't you coming?" Although phrased as a question, his tone bore an unmistakable air of command. Jian An pursed her lips, reluctantly rising to her feet and sauntering over to Yiling's side. Well, she conceded defeat. After all, one cannot contend with a brawny leg, especially one as sturdy as his. As she drew nearer, he caught a whiff of the faint, delicate fragrance emanating from Jian An, causing the furrow in Yiling's brow to unconsciously ease as he cast his gaze downwards towards her. Jian An instinctively tilted his head slightly, a hint of tension evident in his clear pupils. Why was he staring at her so intently? Yiling raised an eyebrow. After observing for a while, she realized that perhaps she wasn't so unattractive after all. Simultaneously, two entirely different thoughts emerged in their minds. Jian An followed Yiling at a moderate distance, wandering aimlessly in the courtyard. After walking for a while, Yiling suddenly halted, turning to glance at Jian An, who stood a few steps away. His brow furrowed, and a hint of displeasure crossed his face, as if he were dissatisfied with the distance that separated them. Noting his abrupt stop and the ambiguous expression he directed toward her, Jian An felt somewhat perplexed, wondering what was amiss. Chapter 182. Found. Jian stood rooted to the spot, gazing at him with a look of bewilderment, showing no inclination to approach. After a moment's pause, Yiling, noticing her merely standing there and completely oblivious to his subtle hints, spoke with an impatient tone, "Come here, do not keep me waiting." Jian An was momentarily taken aback, observing him with an odd expression. Was he truly pausing to await her? She pursed her lips in mild frustration at his domineering tone. Yiling extended his arm, encircling her waist and drawing her into his embrace. Her soft form nestled against him, the warmth seeping through the fabric, soothing his fleeting irritability. A subtle smile tugged at the corners of Yiling's mouth, and his aura gradually calmed. Sensing his shift in demeanor, Jian An felt a wave of confusion. His capriciousness was perplexing. Indeed, the emotional landscape of this bandit leader was quite inscrutable, a sentiment she genuinely harbored. After a prolonged silence, Yiling finally spoke. "You must not stray more than half a step away from me." At his words, Jian An rolled her eyes inwardly, bemused by such an eccentric demand. Why not simply tell her to cling to him? A sense of curiosity stirred within her. It seemed he had not previously displayed any particular emotion towards her. Neither disdain nor affection was discernible. Yiling's arm locked around her waist like a chain as they walked toward the pavilion by the artificial lake. He stood behind them, watching the couple with a gentle smile gracing his lips. He hoped this female presence would imbue Yiling's life with newfound meaning. As a brother who had grown alongside him since childhood, he wished for Yiling's happiness. Upon reaching the pavilion, Yiling seated himself at the stone table, effortlessly drawing Jian An onto his lap. His gaze traced the contours of her face down to her neck, where he recalled the delicate and sweet sensation of her skin. Jian sat rigidly on his lap, harboring deep doubts about whether he perceived her as a mere pet. In contemporary society, many individuals cherish their small animals, often carrying their beloved pets with them at all times. This behavior was strikingly akin to Yiling's approach. As Jian An wandered aimlessly, lost in her thoughts, her gaze inadvertently swept across the far side of the lakeshore, her eyes widening slightly in surprise. There stood two females, one of whom sported a refreshing short hairstyle. They appeared to be engaged in conversation, and at some amusing point, they erupted into joyful laughter. When the short-haired female smiled, her eyes narrowed into delightful slits. "Mina." Jian An's face registered shock, her heart brimming with uncontainable joy at the unexpected discovery of her here. Jian An struggled slightly, yearning to escape from Yiling's embrace. Yiling noticed that Jian An, who had been quietly resting in his arms, suddenly began to writhe. Instinctively, he lowered his gaze, only to find her eyes fixed intently on a particular spot, a glimmer of excitement dancing within her bright, dark irises. Following her line of sight, he beheld two females standing by the lakeside. Jian An struggled for a moment, realizing that no matter how she attempted to break free from his grasp, her efforts were in vain. A sense of urgency welled within her as she lifted her gaze to meet his. Yiling cast a cold glance at the female by the lakeside, then turned his attention to Jian An, who was looking up at him with hopeful eyes. After a brief silence, he finally inquired, "Do you know them?" Jian An nodded emphatically, her voice laced with a hint of trepidation as she addressed the short-haired female. Who was her friend? Could you perhaps loosen your grip? She wondered if her request might provoke him. Stay still. Allow Hearn to bring her over. Without a moment's hesitation, Yiling dismissed Jian An's plea, casting a knowing glance at Hearn, who stood behind him. Chapter 183, Profound Friendship. Hearn understood the unspoken cue and turned to head towards the artificial lake. Jian An waited anxiously, her heart brimming with questions for Mina. Yearning to know how she had fared during their time apart and whether she had suffered any harm. As Jian An fidgeted restlessly, Hearn arrived at the pavilion, escorting Mina. However, he instructed Mina to remain outside the pavilion, showing no intention of allowing her entry. Only he was privy to the fact that Yiling harbored a profound disdain for the female gender. Contemplating this, Hearn's gaze inadvertently fell upon Jian An, who was seated upon Yiling's lap. He could not help but scrutinize her closely, unable to discern any remarkable qualities that set her apart from other females, save for the fact that she was less attractive than her counterparts. He was perplexed as to why Yiling, who typically loathed females, exhibited an unusual fondness for this unappealing one. This perplexity was further compounded by the shock he experienced upon witnessing the two embrace within the stone tower. Mina. Upon catching sight of Mina, Jian An was overcome with excitement, momentarily forgetting that she was perched on Yiling's lap, flailing her limbs as she endeavored to rush towards her. Yiling found it challenging to articulate his feelings at that moment, for he realized that Jian An displayed far more warmth towards the female outside the pavilion than she did towards him. He slightly relaxed his grip, casting a cold gaze upon Jian An, who was animatedly rushing towards the other female, her face alight with a radiant smile he had never witnessed before, her joy evident. Jian An rushed to Mina, enveloping her in an embrace. Mina, how wonderful it is to finally find you. Mina, taken aback by Jian An's sudden affection, stood stunned for a moment, unable to comprehend the identity of this female adorned with dark spots on her face. Nor could she fathom why she had dashed over to embrace her. Upon hearing Jian An's familiar voice, a hint of disbelief colored her inquiry. You are Jian An? How could you possibly be here? Before Mina could finish her sentence, Jian An swiftly covered her mouth, whispering, Yes, I am An. It was imperative to prevent Mina from revealing her name, although they were still a slight distance away from Yiling and the others. The keen hearing of the beastmen rendered such distance trivial. Mina was puzzled as to why she was being urged not to call out Jian An's name and remained uncertain about how Jian An had ended up in her current state. Yet, she instinctively understood that Jian An must have her reasons. And how is it that you two have arrived in Dark Demon City? She intended to inquire how Jian An had been captured, but upon catching sight of the imposing figure in the pavilion, she instinctively altered her question. In her eyes, the Lord of Dark Demon City was a fearsome entity. Simultaneously, her mind was clouded with confusion. How could the formidable Master Sichun and the esteemed leader of the Yoshin clan allow Jian An to be seized by wandering beasts? Herein observed the two females entwined outside the pavilion, reflecting, it is quite remarkable to witness such profound camaraderie between females, do you not think? In his perception, females were inherently lazy and fragile beings, drawn only to precious and rare treasures, characterized by their proud and envious natures. The mere coexistence of two females was a rarity, and the emergence of such a deep-seated friendship was even more uncommon. Yiling gazed at them for a considerable time, his eyes fixated on Jian An's arm encircling Mina, before he let out a cold huff after a prolonged silence. Jian An shook her head, refraining from directly answering Mina's question. Behind her stood the Lord of the Dark Demon City and his most trusted subordinate, making it inconvenient for her to speak certain words at that moment. Jian An released Mina and scrutinized her closely, reassured when she found nothing amiss. Grasping her hand with concern, she inquired, Mina, have you been mistreated? Jian An's gaze subtly drifted towards her chest. Chapter 184. Fury. Mina was momentarily taken aback, only gradually comprehending the implication of Jian An's words. She smiled and shook her head, replying, No, after I was taken to Dark Demon City. I lived in a stone courtyard with a group of females, and soon after, I was brought here. Jian An's concern brought her joy. After a brief hesitation, Mina looked at Jian An and asked, Do you know how Gory and my companions are faring? When she was captured, Gory had only just been weaned, and she was deeply worried about her offspring. As for her three companions, they often occupied her thoughts, for they had always treated her well, never expressing disdain despite her inability to conceive. Jian An smiled gently, having anticipated that Mina would inquire about them. Rest assured, Gory is doing well, and your companions are also in good spirits. They are all eagerly awaiting your return. It was no surprise to Jian An that Mina would ask about Gory. After all, no mother could remain indifferent to her child. When she heard Mina mention her companions, Jian An felt a sense of relief. Despite believing that Mina was not the type to be callous, she feared the words akin to those spoken by Sunny might escape Mina's lips. If Mina shared the same sentiment as Sunny, that companions merely served to provide a life of comfort, she would not hold it against her. For this is indeed a world of beasts. The thoughts of females have been shaped by their environment since childhood. It is not her fault. Jian An would not harbor disdain for Mina. They could still remain friends, albeit not as intimate confidants. Jian An and Mina conversed for quite some time. When suddenly she recalled Ling turning her head, she noticed him seated by the stone table, his expression indifferent as he gazed at them. Seemingly in a rather poor mood, Jian An found it impossible to fathom the mindset of the bandit leader and chose not to speculate any further. When Ling caught Jian An's gaze, he instinctively straightened his posture. Perhaps she finally remembered him. However, she quickly averted her eyes and engaged in lively conversation with the female companion, showing an exuberance in her words that he had never witnessed when she was with him, where she scarcely offered a single word. The contrast was stark. Her laughter and radiant smile directed towards the other woman ignited a sudden surge of anger within him, darkening his expression and rendering his visage quite intimidating. "And come here." This marked the first time Ling called her by name. His voice was imbued with a chilling coldness, as if it could conjure frost. Jian An couldn't help but shiver. Upon turning to see his expression, she fell silent, realizing he appeared quite angry. Mina looked at Jian An with a worried expression. Jian An cast a reassuring glance at Mina before proceeding towards the gazebo. Hearn, who had been vigilantly stationed to one side, sensed the chilling aura emanating from Ling and let out a sigh of disappointment. It seemed he would have to seek out another female once more. In his eyes, Jian An appeared to be nothing more than a lifeless shell at that moment. The last female who had provoked Ling had likely had her remains devoured by the beasts of the forest. Jian An stood before Ling, cautiously scrutinizing his expression, wondering if he intended to harm her. Ling extended his hand, grasping Jian An's arm, and with a gentle tug, she found herself enveloped in his embrace, his elongated fingers tenderly caressing her waist. Jian An's body suddenly stiffened at the recollection of his initial threats, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. Surely, he did not intend to snap her waist, did he? No, even in death, she could not bear the thought of such a tragic end. Beside her, Hearn was taken aback by Ling's actions. If he truly harbored murderous intent towards this female, he would not permit her to draw near. Chapter 185, A Sudden Intrusion. Had he truly meant to end her life, she would have already bled out on the spot, rather than being cradled in his embrace. Hearn sighed silently, acknowledging that Ling indeed felt differently about this female. Ling buried her head in Jian An's neck, inhaling the delicate fragrance that lingered around her, and miraculously, the fury within her began to subside. At an opportune moment, Hearn inquired, "My lord, how shall we deal with that female?" Since Ling was reluctant to act against the unattractive female, the one outside the pavilion seemed inconsequential. Upon hearing his words, Ling instinctively tightened her grip, pausing for a moment before replying, "Then let us kill her." Although directed at Hearn, her gray eyes remained fixed intently on Jian An. Jian An felt a sudden tension. Her ears perked up, noticing the anxiety etched on Jian An's face. Ling smirked slightly, a fleeting glimmer of calculation flickering in his eyes. He shifted the topic, musing that whether there was one less or one more of her, it made no difference. It was best to keep her for now. His fingers caressed Jian An's waist with varying pressure, suggestively implying that as long as she behaved, all would be well. Jian An was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Ling's final words were directed at her. Jian An's heart was filled with regret. She felt truly foolish for having prematurely exposed Mina, thus providing him with a reason to threaten her. Indeed, in moments of anger and excitement, one often loses the ability to judge wisely and ends up committing foolish acts. During dinner, Ling merely remarked, "You live on the second floor," before departing the stone building with Jian. Upon ascending to the second floor, Jian An discovered several rooms. Ling had merely instructed her to reside on this level without specifying which room, implying that she had the liberty to choose. She did not feel the need to inspect each room. Instead, she casually selected one, reasoning that her stay would be brief, rendering the choice inconsequential. Upon entering the room, Jian An closed the door and settled at the wooden table, propping her head on her hand, her mind in a state of turmoil. She couldn't shake her concern for Mina. Although Ling had assured her that no harm would come to Mina, could the words of a capricious bandit leader truly be trusted? Just as Jian An was lost in her thoughts, the door to the stone room was pushed open from the outside, revealing a tall figure clad in a dark robe. Startled, Jian An quickly rose to her feet, her expression alert as she glared at him. "What do you want?" she questioned, wondering if she had forgotten to lock the door moments before. Ling raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Yet his tone remained chillingly indifferent as he replied, "Mating." Jian An gazed at him in horror, doubting whether she was experiencing auditory hallucinations. What had he just said? What was he implying about cooperation and compatibility? Ling advanced towards Jian An step by step, the sound of his footsteps echoing sharply in the stillness of the night, each thud resonating in her ears, striking heavily against her heart. Jian An continued to retreat, her eyes wide with fear as she fiercely exclaimed, "Don't come any closer." Yet, Ling seemed oblivious to her warning, dismissing it entirely. In an instant, a pair of hands firmly enveloped her, pressing her against the wall beside her, leaving Jian An in a state of sheer terror. "Be obedient," came a deep and magnetic voice, resonating in her ear. Ling leaned down, his breath brushing against Jian An's neck, where a delicate fragrance wafted into his senses. He inhaled contentedly, unable to resist the urge to lean his weight against Jian An. If you misbehave, someone might face the consequences because of you. Jian An yearned to push him away, yet she found herself ensnared against the wall, entirely bearing the weight of Yiling. With her feeble strength, she could scarcely budge him. Chapter 187. The reluctance in her heart. Yiling subtly shifted his stance, retreating a few steps to evade her outstretched hand, while a glimmer of silver swiftly sliced through the air from his shoulder. Jian An clutched a dagger in her hand, directing its sharp, silver blade menacingly towards Yiling. Her face contorted with rage as she threatened, "Do not approach. Remain right there." She had deliberately feigned surrender moments ago to lower his guard. Yiling stood motionless, his expression impassive as he regarded Jian An, his gray eyes brimming with an icy fury that emanated a chilling aura around him. Observing the dagger in Jian An's grip, his brow furrowed deeply, suspecting she had stealthily concealed it while he was absent. As he sensed the oppressive force radiating from him, Jian An's hand, still clutching the dagger, trembled slightly, her heartbeat quickening with a mix of anxiety and fear. In the face of her threat, Yiling remained indifferent. To him, she was merely posturing. He took a deliberate step closer to Jian An. Jian An's heart tightened, and she shouted at him fiercely, "Don't come any closer, or I will take my own life." She pressed the dagger against her neck, attempting to intimidate him. However, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. There was no doubt in her mind that with a mere flick of his finger, Yiling could effortlessly crush her. She was taking a gamble. During their day together, perhaps he held some interest in her? Yet, Jian An dared not confirm this. Yiling halted in his tracks, his expression cold, his gaze deep and inscrutable, betraying no emotion. Jian An felt a profound sense of unease within her. She was uncertain whether Yiling would relent. Yiling paused for a fleeting moment before advancing towards her with an expression of cold indifference. Had she misjudged the situation? Was his earlier action merely a fleeting whim? A shadow of despair flickered in Jian An's eyes. Indeed, he was the lord of the dark demon city, while she was merely an unremarkable female. How could he possibly harbor any interest in her? The thought of using herself as leverage against him now seemed utterly ludicrous. A fleeting glint of ruthlessness flashed in Jian An's dark eyes as she clenched her teeth, pressing the dagger against her neck. The sharp blade swiftly sliced through her skin, leaving a crimson mark, with scarlet blood trickling down the silver edge. "Stay back, or I shall die before your very eyes." The excruciating pain radiated from her neck as Jian An defiantly gazed at him, making one final stand. Upon witnessing the glaring red at her throat, a shadow of gloom crossed Yiling's face, his body igniting with a profound anger, an intense emotion that seemed capable of searing the soul. The bloodlust within him urged him to snap her neck, and though he was reluctant to admit it, a part of him screamed in protest. "Do not attempt to challenge my limits, my patience is finite." Yiling's tone was somber as he articulated each word, his gaze piercing Jian An's depths like a blade tempered by ages of ice and snow. Jian An's body involuntarily trembled slightly, watching Yiling swing his sleeves and depart. She felt all her strength drain away, her legs giving way beneath her, and she collapsed onto the ground. The dagger clattered against the floor with a sharp sound, and for a moment, she believed her fate was sealed. Jian An spread her hands, only to realize that her palms had already been dampened by cold sweat. After a considerable period of calming herself, she gradually regained her composure and cautiously reached to touch the wound on her neck, letting out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was merely a superficial injury. Reflecting on the moment, she was at a loss as to how she had mustered the resolve to act so decisively. A wave of trepidation washing over her. Had she miscalculated her strength and the blade had penetrated a few inches deeper, it is likely she would now be nothing more than a cold corpse. Jian An curled her body, embracing her knees, burying her head deeply within them. Her petite figure appeared utterly helpless in the dimly lit room. Chapter 188. A Heart Dedicated to One. Jian An was bewildered by the turn of events. She detested Yiling's overbearing actions while simultaneously loathing her own impotence. Images of Si Chun and Yu Xing emerged in her mind. Si Chen's gentle elegance and Yu Xing's alluring nonchalance. Scenes of her interactions with both of them replayed in her thoughts like a persistent projection. Jian An's nose tinged with a slight acidity, crystalline tears slipped from her eyes, dampening her attire. How she longed for them. Ever since her arrival in the dark demon city, she had not seen them again, and she wondered how they fared. If they encountered any troubles, or if they too were thinking of her. The more she pondered, the more acute her sorrow and yearning became as she hugged her knees, transitioning from silent tears to soft sobs. Meanwhile, within a stone dwelling in the dark demon city, Si Chen stood by the window, gazing at the luminous moon in the night sky. This evening, he felt a sense of unrest, the star soul emblem on his chest faintly radiating warmth. It was as if he sensed Jian An's call and longing for him, and he gently pressed his hand to his chest, whispering her name. Yu Xing, who was resting by the bedside, opened his eyes and reached to touch the star soul emblem on his side. He too felt Jian An's summons, a compelling urge to respond to her call and appear before her. Two equally handsome men, one standing and the other seated, were bound by their thoughts for the same individual beneath the dense night. Inside the stone tower, Jian An rested her chin on her knees, softly weeping, releasing her pent-up grievances and longing. Suddenly, she felt a searing warmth in her chest and arm, her delicate brows furrowed in confusion. What was happening? She raised her hands, pressing them against her chest and arm, where the companion markings of Jian and Yuxing were imprinted. Did an incredible thought flicker through Jian An's mind? Could it be that they felt her yearning, and this was their response through the bond of their companion marks? Though this notion seemed somewhat absurd, it was the only explanation that made sense in that moment. Jian An smiled faintly, taking out a handkerchief to dry the tears and mucus from her face. And in an instant, the pangs of sorrow within her vanished without a trace. They were all concerned for her, and she could not afford to concede so easily. Sniffling, she gazed towards the entrance, recalling Yiling's stern countenance, muttering indignantly to herself, "Humph, what does he mean by saying my patience is finite, and my endurance is limited?" Rising, she approached the door and cautiously secured the bolt, feeling it was insufficient. She then pushed the wooden table from within the room against the door for added protection. Jian An rubbed her eyes, which felt sore after weeping for an extended period. She had not even removed her fur coat from outside. Instead, she lay on the bed, facing the door, her body curled up. In a soft murmur, she whispered, "Jian, Yuxing, how I long for you both." Jian An's mind and body had long been enveloped in tension and unease. At this moment, her thoughts settled into tranquility, and she could no longer withstand the weariness that gently coaxed her eyes to close. Even in slumber, her delicate brows remained slightly furrowed, her visage adorned with an inescapable trace of melancholy. The morning sun was serene and elegant, casting its gentle rays through the windowsill, illuminating the room with a soft morning light. Jian An opened her bleary eyes, having had a restless night. The mere thought of sharing the same dwelling with the notorious bandit leader rendered her sleep uneasy. Her eyelids felt weighted, and a subtle sting lingered in her eyes. Without needing to look, she was acutely aware that they must be swollen. Jian An lay on the bed, staring blankly at the bed curtains, contemplating her next course of action. Mina had already been located. How should she convey this news to Jian and Yuxing? Furthermore, how could she lead Mina away from beneath Yiling's watchful gaze and escape this stone courtyard? Chapter 189. His warning. A series of crisp knocks echoed from outside the door. Jian An awoke abruptly, sitting up in bed with a start, and cautiously inquired, "Who is it?" She believed she had moved past the events of the previous night, yet the sound of the knocking stirred a palpable tension within her. She was not yet prepared to confront Yiling outside. A familiar voice called out, "And, are you awake?" "It's Mina. I'm up. Just a moment." "I'll open the door," Jian An replied, a hint of confusion creeping in. Why had Mina come, given Yiling's nature? It seemed implausible that he would allow anyone to enter this stone edifice so freely. Jian gently pushed aside the wooden table at the entrance and opened the door, only to behold Mina standing at the threshold with a radiant smile. Jian An responded with a smile, urging her to come in. She took her hand and led her into the stone house. Jian An secured the door behind him and turned to gaze at Mina, inquiring, "Mina, did you come here on your own?" He was genuinely intrigued. Mina shook her head, smiling as she replied, "No, it was Lord Hen who brought me here. Earlier this morning, Lord Hen visited me and mentioned that the lord of the city wished for me to come and see you." Jian An's face displayed astonishment as she incredulously inquired, "Are you saying that it was Yiling who sent you? What could possibly motivate him to do such a thing? Is he truly so benevolent?" "Indeed," Mina nodded, seemingly struck by a thought. She stepped forward, grasping Jian An's hands with a radiant smile. "The lord of the city mentioned that I could come and keep you company often from now on. Jian An, this is simply wonderful. We shall be together again." In her mind, Yiling had always been an exceedingly formidable male figure, yet now he appeared less intimidating. Jian An replied somewhat absently, her gaze flickering restlessly, her thoughts spiraling. To suggest that Yiling's sole intention was to facilitate Mina's companionship seemed implausible to her, given his notoriously domineering nature. How could he possibly be so altruistic? Jian An shook his head with a bitter smile, realizing that he likely summoned her to bring Mina here with the intention of issuing a warning. Indeed, his leniency last night was merely a fleeting moment. She should have anticipated this outcome. Having dared to challenge his authority, how could he possibly let her off so easily? "Jian An, what troubles you? Has something happened?" Mina inquired with concern, noticing the deep furrow in Jian An's brow. Jian An shook her head gently, lightly patting the back of Mina's hand, and with a faint smile, she said, "I am perfectly fine. Your presence brings me immense joy." "Oh, is that so? I'm relieved to hear that," Mina replied, though her skepticism lingered. For she could not shake the feeling that Jian An's complexion appeared rather unwell. Gazing at Jian An's face, marred by dark spots and pallid skin, Mina, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Jian An, how have you come to present yourself in such an unseemly manner? Were it not for your unchanged voice, I would scarcely recognize you." Jian An smiled enigmatically, leaning closer to her ear and whispering, "I shall tell you later. You won't abandon our friendship simply because I have become less attractive, will you?" They were still on Yiling's territory, and she was uncertain whether their conversation might be overheard by him. Given his prowess, even if he were standing just outside the door, she would be utterly oblivious to his presence. Although she believed that someone of Yiling's stature would not stoop to eavesdropping, she could not be certain he would not send his subordinates to keep watch over them, so it was wiser to exercise caution. At that moment, in the corner outside the stone house, Jian stood clad in black attire. with the strength of a 3-star soul beast. He didn't need to draw too close to hear the conversation of the two females within the house with crystal clarity. After listening quietly for a while, Ian glanced toward the stone house and then turned to descend the stairs. In the grand hall on the first floor, Yiling sat in an opulent chair at the head of the table, his long fingers rhythmically tapping the surface. "My lord," Ian bowed slightly, his expression respectful. Yiling inclined his head slightly, remaining silent, yet exuding an air of icy detachment. Ian maintained his usual demeanor, seemingly accustomed to the chill emanating from Yiling, and softly remarked, "They are merely exchanging commonplace remarks." Initially, when Yiling had instructed him to guard outside the unattractive female's quarters, Ian had been quite astonished, failing to grasp his intent, only later realizing that he was meant to eavesdrop. He could hardly believe he would ever find himself lurking outside a female's door. If his subordinates among the orcs were to discover this, it would likely become a blemish upon his reputation for all time. Humph. Yiling let out a cold scoff. His intention in having Ian bring that female was certainly not out of kindness. Rather, it was to remind Jian An not to resist him. For the things she held dear were entirely within his grasp. As his long fingers continued to tap the table, a hint of impatience flickered across his face as he cast a sidelong glance at Ian, saying, "Why is it taking so long? Am I to wait for a female?" It was infuriating that the two females had little to say to him, despite their apparent chatter. Ian twitched his lips, noting that the female had seemingly only just gone upstairs. Stealing a glance at Yiling, he quietly inquired, "Shall I bring them down?" Yiling shot him a sidelong glance, neither affirming nor denying, though the chill surrounding him seemed to dissipate slightly, leaving Ian both surprised and intrigued. Although Yiling said nothing, his eyes unmistakably conveyed a clear message: hurry up. Inside the stone house, Jian An and Mina were seated at a wooden table, engaged in light conversation, when a knock echoed at the door once more. This time, it was Ian who had arrived. Jian An gazed at Ian, who stood at the doorway, and inquired, "Is there something you need?" Yet, a hint of suspicion flickered within her. She feared that Yiling had sent him. Ian, with a smile, replied, "The lord of the city is awaiting you for breakfast, so I have come to summon you." In his view, Yiling had already taken a liking to this unattractive female. However, judging by his demeanor, it seemed he was yet oblivious to this fact. Thus, Ian thought it prudent to offer a little assistance from the sidelines. "Oh, understood," Jian An remarked, casting a peculiar glance in his direction. Yiling is waiting for her to have breakfast? She found it hard to believe. Surely he felt that the purpose of summoning Mina had been fulfilled, and now wished for her departure. What was Ian truly scheming? Mina cautiously stole a glance at Ian and, with a smile directed at Jian An, said, "I will take my leave now, but I shall return to see you again." Jian gently grasped Mina's hand, a smile gracing her lips. "Let us descend together." Although she was reluctant to confront Yiling at that moment, she understood that she could not remain cooped up indoors indefinitely. "All right," Mina replied with a cheerful nod. Jian An and Mina accompanied her to the hall on the first floor. With his keen eyesight, Yiling immediately spotted Jian An by the wooden staircase. Yet he merely cast a cold glance in her direction before diverting his gaze. Hearn turned to Jian An and inquired, "Shall I escort this female back now?" Jian An nodded faintly, internally rolling her eyes. Did she truly possess the right to choose? She wondered if Hearn had perhaps taken a misstep today, as his demeanor towards her seemed excessively amiable. At that moment, only Jian An and Yiling remained in the hall. Yiling showed no inclination to speak, and Jian An was even less likely to initiate a conversation. Yiling occupied the foremost seat, while Jian An stood at a considerable distance from him. The atmosphere in the hall was thick with an unsettling silence. Upon returning to the hall after escorting Mina to her residence, Hearn encountered this peculiar scene. Though they occupied the same room, their gazes diverged, each seemingly captivated by something elsewhere. Stealing a glance at Yiling's expression, Hearn quietly suggested, "My lord, shall we have breakfast brought in?" Chapter 191. Disdain. Yiling cast a cold glance in his direction and nodded slightly. Moments later, several maidservants entered, bearing dishes, and after arranging the food meticulously, they exited in an orderly fashion. Jian An's heart was once again filled with a sense of wonder upon her encounter. Could this truly be the female she remembered? Before her stood a cadre of impeccably trained maidens. Contemplating this, Jian An could not help but smirk. Indeed, it was a den of robbers. The precious females, nurtured delicately outside, had now become mere attendants within these walls. Yiling raised his gaze, casting a sidelong glance at Jian and noticing her still standing there, seemingly lost in thought. A flicker of irritation stirred within him. He coolly remarked, "Why don't you come over?" Did she not possess the initiative to approach him? What set her apart from the previous females, who would eagerly rush to please him without needing a prompt? Jian An slightly lowered her head and took a seat at a distance from him. Perhaps Ian had specifically instructed this, as there was a set of tableware for Jian An among those that were sent. Jian An silently immersed herself in her meal, holding her bowl and chopsticks. Yiling's piercing gaze fell upon her. Since her arrival in the hall, she had not cast a single glance in his direction. A flicker of anger danced in his gray eyes, and his grip on the chopsticks involuntarily tightened, resulting in a sharp crack as they broke. Jian An remained unperturbed, as if oblivious to anything amiss. Yiling loosened his grip, allowing the broken chopsticks to clatter onto the table. With an impassive expression, he leaned back against the chair, as though nothing had transpired moments before. His cold gaze fixed upon Jian An, a fleeting glimmer of bloodlust flickering in his eyes, as he curled his lips into a chilling smile and remarked, "I shall take you to a splendid place shortly." It is hoped that upon her arrival, she will continue to exhibit such an unruffled demeanor. Jian An did not raise her head, nor did she harbor any curiosity. After all, she had no choice in the matter. Besides, being with him, regardless of the destination, held no significance for her. She sensed a hint of malice in his description of a good place, realizing that it was likely anything but. Jian An followed Ling to the entrance of the stone courtyard, where a beast-drawn carriage awaited at the foot of the steps. The carriage was pulled by 4 robust tigers, their tawny hides reminiscent of the strength of bulls. The rear of the carriage and its roof were enclosed, while the other 3 sides were entirely open, draped with a black curtain that fluttered gently in the breeze. Jian An gazed at the beast pulling the cart, a slight furrow forming on her brow. She harbored a vague intuition that these 4 tigers were not mere wild animals, but rather the beastly forms of shape-shifting humanoids. As if to confirm Jian An's suspicion, Ling reached out and grasped her waist, derisively whispering in her ear, "You have never ridden in a beast cart pulled by such creatures, have you?" In his eyes, the weak possessed no agency. They were destined to submit to the powerful in order to secure their own space for survival. A flicker of disdain passed through Jian An's heart, and her perception of Ling plummeted to an abyss. Such actions were nothing short of a violation of another's dignity. Females might perch upon the backs of their male counterparts, a gesture of care willingly embraced by all. However, the beast man before her, harnessed and tethered by Ling, was treated as mere livestock, a tool rather than a companion. These 2 scenarios conveyed entirely disparate meanings. Jian An felt a sense of repulsion at the sight of the beast cart. She was unwilling to ascend it, regardless of her inner resistance. Ling would not grant her the autonomy to refuse. With a firm embrace around her waist, Ling effortlessly lifted her onto the cart. Leaning back against the plush cushions of the carriage, his long fingers tightened their grip around her waist. Jian An could only be reluctantly half reclined in his embrace, unable to move an inch. The beast cart began to glide slowly forward along the spacious street, as the orcs of Dark Demon City paused in their tracks, paying homage to the approaching vehicle. Amidst the crowd, a striking flash of crimson instantly captivated Jian An's gaze. Jian An turned her head to gaze at the vibrant hues, her clear eyes widening slightly, a hint of a smile gracing her face. Chapter 192, A Glimpse. It was none other than the striking red hair of Yuxing that caught her attention. Beside him stood a silver-haired man, the long-missed Sichin. Jian An was filled with delight, never expecting to encounter the 2 individuals she had long yearned for in this place. The hand wrapped around her waist suddenly tightened, causing Jian An's heart to skip a beat. She hastily averted her gaze. She could not afford to act foolishly and inadvertently reveal Sichin and Yuxing's presence. Ling had been intently observing Jian An, sensing the shift in her emotions, and felt a twinge of confusion. Following her line of sight, he noticed a group of beast men by the roadside, his eyes flickering slightly. Was she gazing at a particular male? The thought stirred a wave of irritation within him. He reached out, gripping Jian An's chin to compel her to face him, his gray eyes glimmering with a cold light as he asked, his expression inscrutable, "What has you so captivated? Perhaps I should take a look as well?" Jian An felt a subtle tension within, yet maintained an air of composure, managing to force a smile as she gently replied, "I haven't seen much. It's just that I haven't been out in a long time, so I feel quite happy." Ling's expression momentarily froze. It was the first time she had smiled at him. Though it could not be deemed particularly beautiful, her dark eyes sparkled with brilliance. "Humph." Ling let out a cold scoff, releasing her hand, somewhat satisfied with her response. Jian An covertly observed Ling's expression, relieved to find no evident displeasure upon his face. She could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, yet she dared not gaze further, suppressing her yearning and lowering her head. Among the throng of orcs, Sichin and Yuxing immediately recognized Jian An on the beast cart as it approached. Their eyes were filled with curiosity and suspicion, and their emotions grew increasingly complicated. Jian An was in such a disheveled state, yet she still attracted the attention of males. If she were to regain her original appearance, it would certainly evoke a sense of nostalgia for Yuxing, who became deeply concerned about the challenges that lay ahead. Sichin furrowed his brow, casting a disapproving glance at him. With many orcs from the Dark Demon City around, he ought not to speak so indiscreetly. Yuxing shrugged nonchalantly, feeling a twinge of jealousy. How could he remain indifferent when the one he cared for suddenly appeared intimate with another male? Yet, beneath this facade lay an undeniable worry. They understood the situation within the cart, given the possessive demeanor of the city lord. It seemed unlikely that Jian An would suffer immediate harm. Their concern was for Jian An herself. They knew her temperament well, and at times, her stubbornness left them feeling helpless. They feared that her defiance might provoke Ling, leading to her potential injury. During their time in Dark Demon City, Sichin and Yuxing had been diligently gathering information, learning from the orcs that Ling was an exceptionally brutal and bloodthirsty male. Yuxing longed to disregard everything and rush out to take Jian An away from this perilous place. However, he feared that such an action would only earn Jian An's disdain. With a soft sigh, filled with helplessness and anxiety, They watched the beast cart gradually recede into the distance. Exchanging glances, the two hastily departed from the crowd, needing to return and devise a strategy quickly, lest they leave Jian An exposed to danger. Jian An, exceedingly obedient, nestled in Yiling's embrace, gazed as the beast cart departed from the city gates, traversing along the city wall until it revealed a smaller fortress situated behind the dark demon city. Jian An's face was etched with surprise. He had not anticipated the existence of another city behind Dark Demon City. The defenses of this city appeared to be significantly more stringent than those of the main city. With 6 orc sentinels guarding the city gates, 4 stationed at the entrance and 2 positioned within the towers atop the city walls. Jian An's thoughts stirred with curiosity about what this city might hold. Yiling cast a sidelong glance at her, a faint smirk playing on his lips, hoping she would not be too disappointed by the special gift he had prepared for her. Chapter 193, A Captivating Performance. The two descended from the beast cart, with Yiling wrapping his arm around Jian An as they entered the city under the watchful gaze of the orcs. Jian An leaned against Yiling, quietly surveying the surroundings. The architecture within the city was strikingly different from that of an ordinary fortress, and it felt remarkably spacious, with only a handful of stone houses scattered about. Occasionally, one could see orcs moving purposefully along the streets, not as disorganized inhabitants, but as disciplined guards. This left Jian An even more perplexed. Could there be something of great significance concealed within? Jian An allowed Yiling to lead her to a building, which, upon external observation, appeared to be of an elliptical form. As she stepped through the sole entrance, her astonishment became palpable at the sight that unfolded within. The interior was structured in a tiered fashion, ascending through 4 levels, each providing a comprehensive view of the lower tiers. The lowest level resembled a bowl, flanked at either end by grand archways, while towering walls enveloped the entire edifice, rendering it impervious to the outside world. Jian An vaguely felt that the structure before her was somewhat familiar. After a moment of contemplation, a spark of realization illuminated her mind. Was this not the Colosseum? Although it was far more modest than the arenas she had previously encountered, lacking their grandeur, in the realm of the orcs, such an edifice could still be deemed magnificent. Jian An was perplexed, unable to comprehend why Yiling would expend such immense manpower to construct a place like this. Jian An harbored some unsettling suspicions in her heart. Her delicate brows slightly furrowed as she discreetly turned her head to glance at Yiling beside her. As if sensing her gaze, Yiling cast his eyes down upon her, a bloodthirsty smile lingering at the corners of his lips. I have prepared something especially for you. I hope you find it to your liking. Jian An felt an unsettling premonition wash over her. She yearned to flee this place immediately. It was evident that Yiling would not afford her the opportunity to refuse. He enveloped her in his embrace and seated her upon the plush cushions of the elevated platform, positioning her upon his lap. Yiling gestured languidly to the orc behind him, issuing a calm command, "Commence." The orc complied without hesitation. In but a moment, a resounding boom echoed as the colossal archway on the right side of the lower level slowly creaked open. A frail, disheveled male orc stumbled forth, his expression vacant as he surveyed his surroundings, utterly bewildered as to why he had been brought to this place or what was expected of him. Almost simultaneously, the left archway swung open, revealing a robust male orc, his dark skin taut over powerful muscles, striding forward with determined steps. The orc emerging from the left, Yiling noted, appeared as though he had not feasted on meat for 3 days. His voice was low and ominous as he propped his chin upon his hand, his demeanor remaining inscrutable. The orc standing behind him, Hearn, responded respectfully, "Indeed, as per your instructions, no food has been provided to him for 3 days. Very well." Yiling replied, seemingly satisfied with the response, a faint smile gracing his lips as he nodded slightly. Jian An, hearing their exchange, instinctively clenched her hands before her, her heart racing as she observed the powerful orc advancing towards the frail one below. A glimmer of green light flickered in the eyes of the robust orc, locked onto the weakling as though he were a delectable feast. Orcish instincts are astute. Upon seeing the imposing figure, the frail male initially felt a surge of relief, thinking he was not alone in this bewildering place. Yet, as he discerned the hunger and ferocity glimmering in the powerful orc's gaze, a sense of foreboding crept in. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and sprinted towards the right archway. He stood before the massive opening, pounding on it desperately, shouting, "Open the door. Is anyone there?" His voice trembled with fear. Leaning closer to Jian An, Yiling whispered softly in her ear, "The spectacle is about to unfold." His deep, resonant voice carried an enchanting allure. Chapter 194. The choice. Jian An feigned ignorance, his gaze fixated intently on the ground below. The robust male advanced step by step toward the frail one, seemingly unable to contain his impatience. In an instant, he transformed into a beastly form and lunged fiercely at the slender male. The creature was a lion, its coat a striking shade of yellow, adorned with a striking band of deep brown mane around its neck. At that moment, the frail male, still desperately battering against the archway, sensed the looming danger from behind. Instinctively, he crouched down, evading the lion's assault through the innate reflexes of his kind. Jian An turned her head, her face flushed with anger as she glared at Yiling, demanding loudly, "Why are you doing this? Don't you think it is excessively cruel to make them slaughter one another?" Moreover, he seemed to derive pleasure from it. and she was eager to understand the nature of his heart. Yiling regarded her with an impassive expression, sneering coldly. Cruelty? If they wish to survive, they must eliminate one another. This is the world of the beasts, survival of the fittest, where the weak possess no choice. Jian An glowered at him, her cheeks slightly flushed with indignation. Yiling's expression remained icy as he looked at her, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. What is the matter? Do you wish to save that male? Very well, then you may descend and take his place. Jian An was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. She acknowledged her desire for Yiling to spare them, but to ask her to substitute for the frail male? How could she possibly contend with a lion as robust as an ox? Jian An lowered his head, his eyes glimmering incessantly. Perhaps, if he were to utilize the medicine within the space. Jian raised her head, a hint of defiance gleaming in her dark eyes. Before I could finish my words, Yiling interrupted. Even if you save him, what about the next one? How many can you truly save? If you lack the strength to rescue everyone, then refrain from meddling. I wouldn't mind sending your female friend to take his place. Yiling's gaze was icy as he fixed his stare upon her, a flicker of righteous anger gracing his features. This insufferable female was willing to risk her life for a male who bore no connection to her. Did she not comprehend her own limitations? He felt an overwhelming urge to snap her neck, yet he found himself inexplicably reluctant to do so. Jian An harbored no doubt regarding his words and dared not challenge Yiling's authority with Mina, gripped by Yiling at her vital point. She let her arms fall helplessly and bowed her head in despair. Regret washed over her. It was her own frailty and selfishness that led her to choose Mina over a stranger she had only just encountered. In the barren expanse below, a frail male desperately fled along the towering walls. The lion, having missed its strike, focused intently on the fleeing prey, baring its sharp teeth in a mocking grin. With a flick of its long mane, it resumed its pursuit of the feeble male. Although Jian An possessed limited knowledge, he understood instinctively that when a hunter perceives its fleeing prey, the primal instinct is to pursue. How could human legs possibly outpace the powerful limbs of a lion? In mere moments, the distance between the lion and the frail male narrowed to but a few steps. The lion arched its back slightly and, with a powerful leap, pounced upon him, sinking its razor-sharp teeth precisely into his neck. A piercing scream escaped the frail male's lips as a torrent of crimson blood gushed forth from the wound. Splattering upon the ground, Jian An instinctively shut her eyes, her hands clenching into fists, her entire body taut, as the pounding of her heartbeat reverberated in her eardrums, inducing a wave of dizziness. It was only now that she comprehended the reason behind the varying shades of the stone surface beneath her. The darker patches were remnants stained by blood, enduring and impervious to cleansing over time, leaving an indelible hue. Why not take a glance? It was precisely the moment of brilliance. A deep, resonant voice echoed in Jian An's ears. Jian An appeared oblivious, her eyes still tightly shut. Chapter 195, His Intentions. Yiling propped his head up, casting a sidelong glance at Jian An, his slender fingers rhythmically tapping against the armrest of the chair with varying pressure. When one closes their eyes, the sensitivity of hearing seems to amplify, as if the surrounding sounds are magnified. The anguished cries from below, the tearing of flesh, the cracking of bones, the gnawing of beasts, and the incessant tapping of Yiling beside her, all these chaotic and discordant noises surged into Jian An's ears, threatening to overwhelm her. As if sensing that this cacophony was insufficient, Yiling narrowed his cold gray eyes slightly and remarked icily to Jian An, "Since you are unwilling to open your eyes, I shall remain here to accompany you. Whenever you feel inclined to truly appreciate the scene, that shall be the moment we depart." She could feign ignorance, but he possessed the means to compel her to see and hear. Jian An bit her lip, a tumult of surprise and anger swirling within her. She was perplexed by Yiling's intentions in bringing her to this place today. Could it be that, in response to her defiance the previous night, he sought to punish her in this manner? Jian An could not fathom his intentions, yet she was acutely aware that if she did not comply with Yiling's wishes, he would undoubtedly pursue his objectives relentlessly. After much inner turmoil, Jian An gradually widened her eyes. At that moment, in the desolate expanse below, a lion lay upon the frail male figure, incessantly tearing at the flesh on his back. What filled Jian An with even greater dread was the realization that the male was still alive. His eyes bulged, his mouth weakly opening and closing, and the overwhelming fear and agony contorted his face into a grotesque mask. Jian An's complexion was ashen, beads of cold sweat continuously trickling down her forehead. Her body felt as though it were submerged in frigid water, utterly enervated as she leaned against Yiling, resembling a mere marionette. Her gaze, vacant and unfocused, was fixed upon the revelry below. This extravagant feast had persisted for several minutes when, amidst a resounding roar, the heavy archway on the left was gradually swung open. The lion, having indulged in its sumptuous meal, strode purposefully towards the entrance. Despite the brief passage of mere minutes, Jian An felt as though an eternity had elapsed. The vast expanse of the ground below was marred by a pool of crimson blood, remnants of severed limbs, mangled flesh, and viscera strewn about, alongside a bloodied head. This harrowing scene served as a stark reminder of the horrors that had transpired in this place. Jian An herself could not articulate how she had managed to endure until now. Perhaps it was merely the stubbornness deep within her heart and a desire not to appear weak before Yiling that enabled her to hold on without fainting. Yiling wore a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, gently brushing Jian An's slightly dazed dark eyes. The reason Yiling had brought Jian into this place, allowing her to witness such gruesome scenes, was to ensure she comprehended the fate that awaited those who dared to oppose him. Her continued existence was not due to her laughable defiance or futile resistance. It was simply because he had yet to decide to end her life. Everything about Jian An was firmly within his grasp. He could summon her to life or demand her death at will. Her only recourse was to learn obedience to him. Yiling sought to shatter her defiance and quell her indomitable spirit, wishing for her to remain, as she presently was, docile within his embrace. He cradled the dazed Jian An in his arms and stepped out of the arena. Hiran gazed at his retreating figure, letting out a resigned sigh. Fully aware of Yiling's intentions, observing the current state of the unappealing female, he pondered whether the outcome Yiling envisioned could truly be realized. In his view, the reality was less certain. While the unappealing female might be softened and become a compliant attachment to Yiling, would she still retain the charm and intrigue that initially captivated him? Alternatively, she might rebound fiercely, developing a profound aversion to Yiling, which would be entirely contrary to his original expectations. Chapter 196. Kill if not fed, alas. Hiran let out a long sigh, shaking his head as he followed suit and departed from the arena. Jian An was unaware of how she had returned to the stone house. Her mind remained enshrouded in a haze, her gaze unfocused, her ears unable to discern the sounds of the outside world, her body languid and her steps unsteady. When she finally regained her senses, she found herself seated beside the dining table in the grand hall. Jian An's complexion remained slightly pale as she gazed at the array of food laid out before her on the table, her brow furrowing involuntarily. Whether it was by design or coincidence, the table was laden exclusively with meat, roasted, stewed, dried, and even a plate of raw meat, still glistening with blood. The sight of the sanguine meat evoked vivid memories of the harrowing scenes she had witnessed in the arena, the shocking images indelibly etched in her mind. A wave of nausea surged within her, and Jian An bit her lip, desperately suppressing the urge to retch, hastily lowering her gaze. Yiling observed her coldly, noting her dazed demeanor as she sat there, seemingly devoid of spirit. Her once bright black eyes appeared to have lost their luster, stirring a sense of irritation in him. He had intended for Jian An to be obedient and compliant, yet if the price for this was rendering her as unresponsive as a block of wood, what was the purpose of all his efforts? Yiling's brows knitted together tightly. Could he have erred? No. How could he be mistaken? Since she lacked the strength to resist, she ought to learn to submit. The weak must cling to the strong for survival. Her defiance warranted punishment. With long fingers rhythmically tapping on the table, Yiling fixed an inscrutable gaze upon Jian An and inquired, "Are you not going to eat?" Jian An subtly shook her head, feeling that Yiling was feigning ignorance. Having made her witness such a gruesome scene, how could she possibly find the appetite to eat now? After a moment of silence, Yiling cast a glance at Hian behind him and commanded, "Take those few beast men from the kitchen to the arena." Jian suddenly raised his head, a look of astonishment and suspicion crossing his face. Why? What wrong had they committed? Did he regard human life as worthless as grass? A faint, cold smile lingered at the corner of Yiling's mouth. Their task was to prepare sustenance. If the food they provided was unpalatable to you, then what purpose did they serve? He realized that only by adopting such a method would she deign to acknowledge him, though it was an acknowledgement tinged with anger that he found distasteful. Yet, it mattered little. As long as her gaze remained fixed upon him, that was sufficient. Yiling scoffed softly, believing that seizing what one desires through sheer force was precisely his long-standing approach. Why had he become so hesitant? Expending so much effort for the sake of a mere female? Jian An's eyes widened slightly, disbelief etched across her face as she gazed at him. Was he truly going to take a life for such an inexplicable reason? Yes. Hearn nodded and turned to leave. Wait. Jian An's hands, which had been hanging by her sides, gradually tightened and then slowly relaxed. She looked at Yiling and said calmly, "I will eat. Is it not merely food? What difficulty lies therein?" Hearn glanced at Jian An, then at Yiling, and upon seeing no opposition from him, he halted and silently returned to his original position. Jian An picked up the chopsticks and grasped a piece of roasted meat, placing it into her mouth. The succulent texture of the meat should have tantalized her taste buds. However, at this moment, the faint fishy flavor was magnified several times over. Jian An gritted her teeth, enduring the urge to expel it, and swallowed it whole without even chewing. Jian An exhaled slowly, finally managing to swallow the food. Yiling narrowed his eyes slightly, lifted his chin, and meaningfully gestured towards the table. Under his gaze, Jian An clenched his teeth and once more picked up a piece of roasted meat, swallowing it without chewing. After several pieces of roasted meat had been consumed, Jian An's complexion began to pale, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Chapter 197. The realization dawned as images of a gladiatorial arena where human flesh was consumed alive flashed through his mind. The thought of the roasted meat he had just ingested caused turmoil in his stomach. Jian An could no longer contain her distress. With a sudden movement, she rose. Covering her mouth, and rushed towards the door, where she leaned against the doorframe to retch. It was only after expelling the bitter bile from her stomach that she sat down on the floor, breathing heavily. Yiling, with a darkened countenance, fixed a piercing gaze upon Jian An, snorting disdainfully before bringing his palm down forcefully upon the table. The wooden surface shattered instantly, sending the bowls and dishes crashing to the ground, shattering into countless fragments. With a wave of his sleeve, Yiling departed with Jian, regarding Jian An as exceedingly ungrateful. Jian An leaned against the doorframe, gradually rising to her feet. With unsteady steps, she ascended to the second floor, yearning for a moment of repose, for she truly felt a sense of fatigue. Jian An reclined on the bed, her petite frame cocooned beneath the quilt, with her head covered, as weariness enveloped her. Unbeknownst to her, she succumbed to slumber. However, her dreams were tumultuous, plagued by visions of a headless man dragging his contorted limbs towards her. In her attempts to flee, she discovered her arms and legs were, as if ensnared, rendered immobile. Suddenly, a bloodied head rolled to her feet, and although she wished to shut her eyes, an unseen force compelled her to gaze downward. A grotesque visage emerged before her, causing her pupils to constrict. Fear etched upon her face. She recognized this face. It belonged to the frail male from the arena. The tightly shut eyes abruptly flew open, dark crimson blood gushing from the 7 orifices as he gaped at Jian An, his mouth moving in a frantic rhythm, demanding, "Why did you not save me?" Jian An was abruptly awakened, her face devoid of color, her heart pounding violently. She clutched her chest, gasping for breath, her body drenched in a cold sweat, while her damp hair clung to her forehead, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Jian An paused for a moment before lifting the quilt to glance into the room. By this time, darkness had enveloped the sky, and the room remained unlit, shrouded in inky blackness. Fortunately, the moonlight tonight was exceptionally bright, casting a gentle glow through the windowsill, rendering the tranquil space less forlorn and desolate. Jian An nestled back beneath her covers, retrieving a luminous pearl from her space, cradling it in her hand as she gazed at its gentle glow, lost in thought. She understood that the dreams she experienced were solely a consequence of the guilt that gnawed at her heart. Having lived in an era of peace, she had never witnessed such scenes of bloodshed and brutality. Moreover, with Yiling presenting Mina to her as a choice, she felt as though her decision had led to the demise of that male. Was this truly the case? In reality, even in the absence of Mina, the moment she contemplated saving that male, his fate had already been sealed. In a stone chamber on the 3rd floor, Yiling reclined on a soft couch, propping his head up, his expression icy as he stared at the moonlight streaming in through the window, exuding an aura of frigidness that clearly indicated his displeasure. He tapped his fingers restlessly against the armrest, his thoughts consumed by Jian An, whom he had mentally claimed as his own, marked with his presence. How could he allow his possession to plead for another? Even if she merely cast a glance at something, he couldn't suppress the ferocity within him, yearning to obliterate whatever had captured her attention. Yiling was taken aback, suddenly realizing that throughout the day, his mind had been preoccupied with thoughts of Jian An. What was it about her that was so different? She was merely an unattractive female. What warranted such concern? Most infuriating was her blatant disregard for him, her entire demeanor replete with resistance. Chapter 198. The plan. With this thought, Yiling's gaze darkened, his mind drifting restlessly. He snorted softly and turned to Hearn behind him. Speaking, "It seems you have not brought any new females in days." He had already formulated a plan in his mind. Hearn paused briefly before responding truthfully, "Indeed. Since I sensed your interest in the unattractive female, I have refrained from selecting any new ones from the stone courtyard, as they would merely serve as additional subordinates. Go tomorrow," Yiling commanded. Since Jian An was so ungrateful, he would leave her to languish for a few days. After all, the Dark Demon City was never short of females. Perhaps when she saw him with another female, she would instinctively gravitate towards him. After all, aren't females inherently jealous? He eagerly anticipated the sight of Jian An, who often regarded him with anger, displaying a semblance of flattery. It would surely be quite amusing. Hearn hesitated, murmuring, "Are you certain you wish to proceed with this?" He had gathered some inkling of Yiling's intentions, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that events might not unfold as smoothly as envisioned. Yiling furrowed his brow, impatiently waving his hand. "When did you become so verbose? Do as I say. I know what I am doing." With a resigned sigh, Hearn acknowledged Yiling's temperament. Once he made a decision, no one could alter it. As Hearn regarded Yiling with disapproval, Yiling added, "Remember, choose the most beautiful." Humph. He would not believe that Jian An would remain indifferent upon seeing him with a more outstanding female. A smile played at the corners of Yiling's lips, excitement bubbling within him at the thought of witnessing Jian An's astonishment the following day. With this notion, his earlier irritation dissipated. Yiling stroked his chin thoughtfully, contemplating whether he should graciously accept her affections if she were to come forth or continue to ignore her for a few more days. Yes, he needed to ponder this matter carefully. Hearn stood beside the couch, casting a glance at Yiling, who was lost in his musings, and shook his head in resignation as he exited the stone chamber, closing the door behind him. In the same building, yet separated by mere floors, 2 individuals, each ensnared by their own thoughts, found themselves equally unable to sleep. The next morning, Yiling occupied the chief seat in the hall, leaning against the backrest. His brows tightly knitted as he observed the female not far from him. An aura of chill emanated from him, filling the air. This stone structure was his designated territory, and the presence of unfamiliar scents displeased him, particularly when they originated from a female he loathed. Behind him, Hearn quietly urged, "My lord, this is the most beautiful female in the stone courtyard, Paulina. Please do not frighten her." He was acutely aware of Yiling's aversion to others entering the stone building and his disdain for females, which undoubtedly put him in a foul mood. However, since he had resolved to force the unattractive female into submission, he could not simply expel Paulina. Yiling cast a sidelong glance at him, the chill surrounding him intensifying. He snorted disdainfully, turning his attention to Paulina. This morning, upon seeing Hearn, Paulina was elated, imagining her imminent meeting with the lord of the city. And the prospect of soon becoming his wife filled her with uncontainable joy. Yet, upon encountering Yiling, the overpowering strength and ferocity that emanated from him instilled a sense of trepidation within her. Chapter 199, Execution of the Plan. Sensing Yiling's icy gaze upon her, along with his frigid aura, Paulina's legs trembled uncontrollably. Initially, she had scoffed at the rumors circulating among the females that the lord of the city was cold-hearted and unapproachable, dismissing any female as unworthy of his attention. Paulina had internally mocked, asserting that if she were presented instead, she would surely capture his favor. However, now she found herself devoid of such fantasies. The lord was genuinely fearsome, and she felt as though the chill radiating from him would freeze her in place. Biting her tongue to steady herself, she resolved not to back down easily. She absolutely must become the esteemed wife of the lord. With her body tense, Paulina slightly bent at the waist, forcing a gentle smile onto her face as she lowered her voice. "My lord, I am Paulina." A tremor laced her words. Yiling's gray eyes narrowed in displeasure as he scrutinized her coldly from head to toe. Was he truly so terrifying? Why should she tremble in fear of him? Jian An exhibited no fear, even daring to confront him. In contrast, this female before him, clearly shaking with fear, still pretended to be demure and flattering. It was utterly pretentious. Jian An was entirely different. Her emotions were etched upon her face, so candid that they evoked both love and loathing. Yiling furrowed his brow tightly, his austere visage betraying an unmistakable impatience and distaste. He should observed him with considerable exasperation, given his current demeanor. Discontent and annoyance were clearly evident, making it exceedingly difficult for him to execute the plans he harbored within. In the stone house on the second floor, Jian An tossed aside the covers and approached the windowsill, squinting against the glaring sunlight outside. She had been sleepless the previous night, perhaps due to an afternoon slumber that extended too long, or perhaps it was the haunting nightmare that troubled her. Jian An slowly exhaled, realizing that she could not afford to remain stagnant. She must lead Mina away from this place. Additionally, Sichen and Yuxing, who undoubtedly noticed her on the street yesterday, were likely devising a way to assist her escape at this very moment. She resolved to dismiss any irrelevant thoughts about inconsequential individuals and matters. After a brief grooming, Jian An stepped out of the stone house. In the hall, Ian's ears perked up at the sound of footsteps approaching from the second floor. He took a couple of steps forward and quietly cautioned, "The female is approaching." The implication was clear. Regardless of any personal aversion, it was time to act, even if only for appearances. Yiling, visibly agitated, drummed his fingers against the armrest of his chair, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at Paulina. "Come here," he commanded, his voice cold and tinged with detachment. Paulina's face brightened, and she hurried to stand before Yiling, curtsying slightly as she sweetly called out, "My lord." The city master. Her affected tone nearly made him retch. Suppressing his revulsion, Yiling wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her into his embrace, the furrow in his brow so deep it could crush a fly. How coarse. This was his immediate reaction to holding Paulina, a stark contrast to Jian An, whose waist was so slender it barely filled his grip. Paulina reveled in delight, pressing herself against his chest in a manner that was exceedingly compliant. Her long hair cascaded over Yiling's hand, igniting an odd curiosity within him, compelling him to explore further. Yiling grasped a lock of her hair, noting its dry, straw-like texture. Was this the quality of the female's hair? It was entirely different from Jian An's, which flowed like dark silk, smooth and lustrous. Moreover, Jian An's skin felt exquisitely delicate, akin to fine porcelain. At this moment, Yiling found himself devoid of the desire to investigate further. He realized that beyond Jian An's striking visage, there was not a single aspect of her that displeased him. In fact, he even began to find her face, speckled with imperfections, less unattractive than he had previously thought. Chapter 200, New Affections and Old Flames. He silently observed Yiling, shaking his head in resignation. To him, it appeared that Yiling was merely inviting his own suffering. As Jian An descended into the grand hall on the first floor, she was momentarily taken aback by the scene that unfolded before her eyes, swiftly followed by a surge of delight. To Jian An's astonishment, nestled in Yiling's embrace was a female figure she recognized all too well, Balina from the Stone Institute, who had once conspired to bully her. However, the crux of the matter was not this. Rather, it was the intimate manner in which Yiling encircled her waist. While Balina, blushing, leaned against his chest, their demeanor radiating an undeniable closeness. Jian An's clear black eyes sparkled brilliantly like the stars in the night sky. Could it be that Yiling has found a new affection? Does this mean that her old love can take their leave? as Jian An entered the hall. Yiling's hand, which had been resting casually on Paulina's waist, gently beckoned her to draw closer. This elicited a playful laugh from Paulina, who, emboldened, placed her hand on Yiling's chest, caressing it softly back and forth. "My lord, you are quite wicked," she teased. A fleeting glimmer of severity crossed Yiling's eyes as he grasped her restless hand, his tone laced with a hint of restrained frustration. "Be good, don't fidget." Jian An twitched her lips, feeling somewhat stung by the sight before her. Yiling looked up, his expression indifferent as he directed his gaze towards Jian An. As if just now realizing her presence, Jian looked at him with a peculiar expression, with Yiling's keen perception. How could he have failed to notice the presence of a living person like her in the hall? Could it be that he was so preoccupied with his new affection that he overlooked his old flame? Jian contemplated deeply and found it quite plausible. She couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, all men are akin to boorish swine, with the exception of her Shurchen and Yoshing. Jian An contemplated this in her heart. Yet her visage betrayed not an iota of indignation, rather, a faint smile played at the corners of her lips. For her, this development bore no detriment. With Yiling having found a new favorite, he would naturally divert his affections away from her, thus granting her the freedom to pursue her own endeavors without trepidation. Upon hearing this, Paulina cast a surprised glance in Jian An's direction, incredulous that it was this unattractive creature. She had heard that Jian An had been taken away and had assumed she was sent to that dreaded place. She had even felt a pang of regret for not having had the opportunity to teach her a lesson. Little did she expect that Jian An not only remained unscathed but had also taken residence in the Lord's Stone Tower. Paulina's hands, which had been clenched at her sides, slowly unfurled. Yet, what did it matter if she had moved in? Ultimately, she would still be cast aside. With a smug smile, Paulina regarded Jian An with a challenging glare, questioning whether she still wished to contend with her, oblivious to her own grotesque appearance. The smile at the corner of Jian An's mouth provoked Yiling significantly. He instinctively tightened his grip around Paulina's waist, his expression darkening as he fixed his gaze upon her and inquired, "Do you have nothing to say?" Jian An was utterly perplexed, unable to grasp the essence of his words. What could she possibly wish to convey to him? Should she express gratitude for his previous care and extend her best wishes for their happiness? Or should she assert that now, since he has found new affection, perhaps it is time to release her? If she were to utter such sentiments, she might very well find herself in grave peril at the hands of Yiling. Jian An blinked her eyes and shook her head with utmost sincerity. Yiling's expression darkened with a hint of anger, her gaze icy as she fixated on her intently. Jian An's face was marked by confusion. She could not fathom why he had suddenly become enraged. She had no desire to speculate, for in her heart, Yiling was simply a person of unpredictable temperament. His anger, however, did not affect Jian An in the slightest, yet it rendered poor Paulina, cradled in his arms, utterly miserable. The formidable aura emanating from him was already causing her considerable distress. Moreover, the hand that Yiling had placed on her waist tightened incessantly, making her feel as though he might snap her waist in two. Yet, she dared not utter a sound, gritting her teeth to endure. Chapter 201. Lifting a stone to stumble upon one's own foot. Paulina was equally perplexed. What could have provoked the Lord's ire? Was it possible that this ugly creature had offended him? She glanced up at Jian An, a glimmer of schadenfreude dancing in her eyes. Would Jian An reap any benefits from inciting the Lord's wrath? Yiling fixed a cold, piercing gaze upon Jian An, suppressing the fury bubbling within him. With a sardonic smile, he declared, "Since that is the case, your presence here is no longer required. You may leave." He feared that if she lingered any longer, he would be unable to restrain himself from throttling her. Jian An was momentarily taken aback, sensing that Yiling was rather inexplicable today. She shrugged her shoulders, thinking that it was of no consequence to her. It was all the better if she could avoid confronting him altogether. Jian An smiled gently, nodding as she said, "All right. Then I shall return to my room." Her demeanor was exceptionally obedient, and this marked the first time she had displayed a genuine smile towards Yiling. Jian An departed the hall without a hint of hesitation, her footsteps light and brisk, clearly indicative of her elevated spirits. Yiling stood rigid, fixated on the staircase, his gray eyes shimmering with a cold, piercing light, filled with a complex array of emotions. Jian An, however, remained blissfully unconcerned, her mood evidently buoyant. What was she so pleased about? Did she believe he would relinquish her simply because a new female had appeared by his side? Such thoughts were utterly preposterous. Yian regarded Yiling's silhouette with a fleeting expression of sympathy. It seemed Yiling had truly shot himself in the foot this time. He had noticed a peculiar trend. His intelligence appeared to wane in the presence of unattractive females. Paulina was taken aback to see the Lord allow Jian An to leave so easily. Was this truly the ruthless and bloodthirsty Lord of Legend? She felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at not witnessing Jian An's punishment, yet she reassured herself that once she became the Lord's mate, there would be ample opportunity to deal with that ugly creature. For the time being, her priority was to please the male beside her, ensuring he grew even fonder of her. With this thought, Paulina adorned her face with a charming smile, gently stroking Yiling's chest as she comforted him. "My lord, please do not be upset. She is merely an ugly creature. You can always teach her a lesson later." Yiling's gray eyes were filled with frost, and a cruel smile flitted across his lips. His hand, resting on the armrest, suddenly clenched, reducing the wooden armrest to splinters. In a swift motion, he callously shoved Paulina to the ground, indignation rising within him. How dare she belittle what was his? Paulina knelt on the floor. Disbelief etched across her features as she looked up at him, unable to comprehend how the man who had just held her so intimately could turn on her in an instant. Jian shook his head inwardly. Yet again, new furniture would be required. Since the arrival of the unattractive female, the hall's furnishings had been in constant flux. Paulina rose, a wounded expression on her face as she gazed at Yiling. My lord, did I do something wrong? She implored, reaching out to touch his arm. Before she could get close, Yiling's countenance darkened, his gray eyes flashing with malice as he delivered a forceful kick to her abdomen. Ah! Paulina cried out, collapsing to the ground, her face contorted in pain as she clutched her stomach. Yiling's expression was as dark as ink. He did not spare her a single glance. Tears streamed down Paulina's face, her complexion pale as she questioned him. My lord, do you not like me? Why must you treat me this way? She truly could not fathom the drastic shift in Yiling's demeanor towards her. A cold, derisive laugh escaped Yiling, shattering her self-delusions. Paulina's eyes widened in shock as she beheld Yiling at the head of the table, his stern visage betraying his disdain and impatience toward her. Perhaps it was the severity of the kick, or perhaps she simply could not withstand the emotional blow. She fainted, her eyes rolling back. Yiling rose with an impassive expression, casting a disdainful glance at the unconscious Paulina sprawled on the floor. Ensure she is removed, he instructed coldly, and replace anything bearing her scent. I cannot abide the presence of anything that carries her odor, including myself. I yearn to return to my quarters for a cleansing bath. Jian sighed softly. If you loathe her so much, why did you summon her in the first place? He inquired quietly. Should we send her back to the Stone Academy? Or to that place? In his view, this female had lost all utility. Yiling pondered for a moment before responding slowly. For now, let her remain here and find her a suitable place to reside. A flicker of reluctance lingered in his heart. Jian fell silent for a moment, unable to resist asking. You have not given up, have you? Was today's blow not sufficient? The unattractive female practically wore my delight on her face. Yiling remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. Why? I merely believe it would be less troublesome to keep her here than to send her back. Besides, do we not have accommodations for servants? He continued, if word of our lack of resources reaches the other tribes, they might think Dark Demon City is so impoverished that we cannot even afford to maintain a servant. Yiling's lengthy explanation was uncharacteristic of him. Jian wore a faint smile, choosing not to reveal his thoughts, nodding earnestly. Your foresight is commendable. We are indeed in need of a servant in the Stone Academy. I find this arrangement most suitable. It seemed Yiling would not relent until he had thoroughly exhausted himself. Jian had not witnessed such a lively side of him in ages. Yiling shot him a suspicious glance, sensing a hint of insincerity in his words. However, feeling somewhat guilty himself, he refrained from commenting, simply stating, ensure all the furniture in the hall is replaced. What about the newly arranged table? Jian asked quietly. It was only moved in yesterday. Yiling offered no reply, yet his entire being radiated disdain. Jian sighed helplessly, responding with, understood. Internally, he lamented. Even if Dark Demon City is wealthy, such wastefulness is unwarranted. The Lord seems oblivious to the value of provisions. Yiling nodded slightly and turned to exit the hall. Jian looked down at Paulina, who lay unconscious on the floor, feeling a headache coming on. He sighed, resigned to his fate, and stepped forward to grasp her arm, dragging her out of the stone building without a shred of pity. In the ensuing days, Jian An observed that Yiling no longer paid her the same attention as before, even when she left the stone building. Yiling did not so much as lift his eyelids in her direction. Jian An could hardly contain her delight. Yet a tinge of regret lingered as she realized that she still could not leave the stone courtyard. However, should this situation continue to unfold, she surmised that even if she were to depart from the stone courtyard in the future, Yiling would likely no longer interfere. Freed from the burden of facing Yiling's frigid countenance, Jian An found herself eating well and sleeping soundly each day, her spirits markedly elevated. Whether by mere coincidence or fate, it seemed that wherever she ventured, apart from her own stone abode, she invariably encountered Yiling and Paulina. As Jian An stood in the grand hall of Shalu, Yiling occupied the seat of honor, while Paulina gracefully stood by his side. As Jian An leisurely strolled through the garden, Yiling sat gracefully in the pavilion, while Paulina stood quietly behind him. Jian An could not help but feel perplexed. How was it that she encountered them everywhere? She certainly did not believe this was a deliberate arrangement by Yiling. That would imply he was either unwell or excessively idle. Unable to comprehend the situation, she chose to dismiss it as mere coincidence. Chapter 203. Humiliation. Though Jian An occasionally felt displeased by their frequent encounters, her spirits lifted upon seeing Paulina beside Yiling. Although they no longer embraced with the same intimacy as before, the fact that Yiling consistently kept her close signified his enduring affection for her. This alone was enough to fill her with joy. Jian An seemed to perceive freedom beckoning her. In stark contrast to Jian An's elation, the most agonizing days were likely endured by Paulina. She had fainted in the stone tower, and upon regaining consciousness, found herself lying in a dilapidated stone cottage. It was only after a prolonged search by Jian that such a makeshift dwelling was discovered within the stone courtyard. This cottage, though somewhat disheveled, was not truly decrepit. as it generally served as a storage space for miscellaneous items. Paulina sat dazedly on the bed, recalling the events that had transpired in the stone tower. Feeling both alarmed and fearful, realizing that she had angered Yiling and might be sent to that dreadful place. However, Hearn's visit rekindled a glimmer of hope. For it was Yiling who wished to see her. With a heart brimming with anticipation, Paulina accompanied Hearn back to the stone tower. Upon seeing the imposing figure clad in dark attire, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. She approached joyfully. But her heart plummeted into despair when she beheld the expression on Yiling's face. His cold demeanor revealed no trace of affection or compassion for her. Only an unmistakable aversion and annoyance. The smile that had adorned Paulina's face instantly stiffened, and she dared not entertain even a sliver of false hope. Yiling instructed her to refrain from any actions or words, simply to stand quietly beside him. Initially perplexed, Paulina could not grasp Yiling's intentions. That day, as usual, she followed him to the pavilion in the courtyard. Yiling seated himself at the stone table, while she stood behind him like a mere statue. After a while, Paulina observed the unattractive female crossing the stone bridge over the artificial lake. A surge of resentment welled within her. Why should that hideous creature enjoy such comfort while she was relegated to the role of a mute observer, forbidden to speak or move? Just as she was about to avert her gaze, she noticed that Yiling was intently focused on the direction of the unattractive female. Even after her figure had vanished from sight, his gaze remained fixated. A frown creased Paulina's brow as her thoughts raced, replaying the events of the past few days. Suddenly, her eyes widened, and astonishment illuminated her face. It seemed she had uncovered a revelation. Each time she accompanied Yiling to a particular location, that unsightly female would inevitably appear shortly thereafter. Although Yiling's expression remained unchanged, upon reflection, it became evident that his eyes were persistently directed towards the unattractive female. Shock coursed through Paulina. Disbelief etched across her features. Could it be that Yiling was truly infatuated with that hideous creature? Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that they were always in the presence of that female? Even Paulina, despite her naivety, grasped Yiling's objective. He kept her by his side, restrained her speech and movement, merely using her as an invisible pawn to provoke the unattractive female. Paulina felt as though she had been dealt a crushing blow. Her body instinctively recoiling a step, her hands, clenched tightly at her sides, dug her nails into her palms, the pain unnoticed amidst her turmoil. What was it about Paulina that rendered her inferior to that hideous creature, reducing her to a mere tool for provocation? Just wait, you ugly wretch. The humiliation I have endured today, I shall reclaim from you. Chapter 204, Provocation. The following day, in the afternoon, after finishing lunch, Jian An strolled about the courtyard as per usual, walking along the arched stone bridge and delighting in the sight of the floating lotus leaves upon the lake. Her spirits lifted. However, upon glimpsing a figure at the opposite end of the bridge, she paused in surprise. Paulina stood by the lake, her gaze fixed intently on Jian An. Her demeanor suggested she was not merely out for a leisurely walk but was clearly waiting for Jian An's arrival. Jian An felt a certain reluctance to engage with her. She contemplated simply turning away and departing from the other end. However, after a moment's reflection, she questioned why she should avoid her. With this thought in mind, Jian An approached her with an air of nonchalance. As she reached the front of Paulina, without a second thought, she circumnavigated her, not casting even a glance in her direction. Jian An's blatant disregard only fueled Paulina's indignation further. She seized her wrist with a firm grip and demanded, "Did you not see me? How dare you ignore me, you wretched creature?" Jian An's face revealed displeasure as she shrugged off the hand gripping her wrist, offering a faint smile. "Are we well acquainted?" she inquired. "What of it?" Their relationship was so distant that even a casual greeting was unnecessary. Paulina clenched her teeth, seething as she retorted, "What are you so proud of? Have you taken a good look at yourself? You're quite the eyesore." Jian An was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by what had provoked Paulina's outburst. Had she inadvertently offended her in some way? Being unjustly reprimanded left Jian An feeling a surge of indignation. Her previously buoyant mood had been thoroughly disrupted. Jian An cast a cold glance at Paulina, a flicker of irritation evident in her clear, dark eyes. "Am I deemed unattractive? What relevance does that hold for you? Just remain obediently by your lord's side and refrain from provoking me. Is it now permissible for anyone to trample upon her? Does she appear so easily bullied?" Paulina flinched momentarily, having presumed that the ugly female was of a meek disposition. To her astonishment, not only did Jian An dare to express her anger, but she also brought up the matter that Paulina found most intolerable. "Do not bask in pride. Do you truly believe the Lord harbors genuine affection for you? It is merely a fleeting interest. How could he ever be drawn to someone as repugnant as you?" Paulina glared at Jian An with venom, her voice rising to a frenzied shriek. Jian An furrowed her delicate brows, casting a perplexed gaze upon her. What on earth was she talking about? How could Yiling possibly have affections for her? The mere thought sent a shiver down Jian An's spine. If that pervert truly harbored feelings for her, would he have committed such coercive acts? This supposition was utterly terrifying. Jian An shook her head, swiftly dismissing the impractical thoughts swirling in her mind. With a tinge of pity, she cast a glance at Paulina and spoke softly, "I am uncertain of your meaning. If you fear that your lord may be taken from you, then remain steadfastly by his side and do not squander your time on someone as inconsequential as I." In her perspective, Paulina must surely be suffering from a delusion of persecution. Out of compassion for her affliction, Jian An chose not to hold it against her, demonstrating her remarkable kindness. Jian An gently patted her skirt, gracefully circumventing her before turning to depart. Halt. Upon witnessing Jian An's intention to leave, Paulina exclaimed loudly. Jian An pressed on, her steps unwavering. It would be wise for Paulina to keep her distance, lest her affliction bring misfortune upon herself. Paulina gazed at Jian An's retreating figure. Her face flushed with anger, convinced that Jian An was merely feigning ignorance, and that her words were laced with mockery. A flicker of malevolence flickered in Paulina's eyes as she picked up a stone and hurled it towards Jian An's head, wishing her demise. Yet, the throw lacked sufficient force. The stone halted mere inches from Jian An, ultimately clattering to the ground at her feet, producing a sharp sound against the cobblestones. Jian An paused momentarily, glancing at the stone that had fallen at her feet. Chapter 205, The Punishment of Paulina. What would happen if the stone were to strike her on the head? Jian An turned around, her gaze icy as she approached Paulina step by step, her dark, lustrous eyes tinged with fury. Initially, she had no intention of engaging with someone like Paulina, yet the audacity of wanting to kill her incensed her greatly. Had it not been for Paulina's lack of strength, she would undoubtedly be bloodied and bruised by now. In the face of the formidable Yiling, she felt utterly powerless. But why should she endure the humiliation from someone as feeble as Paulina? Did her silence imply that she was a target for bullying? Paulina, feeling the weight of Jian An's piercing gaze, trembled with intimidation but quickly remembered that Jian An appeared far more fragile than herself. Why should she fear her? With a fierce glare, she shouted, "You ugly monster, you deserve to die," raising her hand to strike Jian An across the face. Jian An effortlessly raised her hand and seized Pauline's wrist. Despite her predicament, she possessed a modicum of soul power, rendering it impossible for Pauline to strike her. With a swift motion, she delivered a resounding slap to Pauline's face, causing one side of her cheek to swell instantly. This was the effect of Jian An discreetly infusing her palm with a layer of soul energy. "How dare you hit me?" Pauline exclaimed, turning her head to glare at Jian An with unbridled fury. Throughout her life, she had always been the one to inflict blows on others. Today marked the first time she had been struck. How could she contain her rage? With a sharp crack, Jian An remained silent and raised her hand once more, delivering another slap to the other side of Pauline's face. Off balance, Pauline stumbled and fell to the ground. Covering her cheek, she looked up at Jian An in disbelief, her heart brimming with intense anger and resentment. Her eyes, now red, bore into Jian An as she seethed. "What gives you the right to hit me? Why do you deserve the favor of our Lord? You are nothing but an ugly waste." A cold smile crept across Jian An's face as she stood over Pauline, looking down at her with disdain. "Ugly? A waste? Very well. If you claim that Yiling favors me, that he can see value in someone deemed both ugly and worthless, yet overlooks you, then what do you amount to? Why you?" Pauline stammered, her finger trembling as she pointed at Jian An, her eyes ablaze with fury. Struggling to articulate a coherent response, evidently consumed by rage, Jian An crouched down and retrieved a dagger from her waist. Ever since Yiling discovered this dagger, she had not placed it back into her spatial storage. It had remained with her at all times. Upon seeing the dagger glinting coldly in Jian An's hand, Paulina's pupils constricted sharply, a sense of dread taking hold. What do you intend to do? Was this ugly female actually contemplating murder? At that moment, in the stone tower behind them, Yiling stood by the window, hands clasped behind his back, his sharp brows raised in intrigue as he observed Jian An in the courtyard. Behind him, Jian wore a look of astonishment, murmuring, "I never imagined that it would possess such a fierce side." Yiling let out a cold snort, derisively remarking, "She has always been different from other females, has she not? Is she not always baring her fangs in my presence?" Jian was merely overreacting. The person he favored could hardly be weak. Instinctively, he touched his chest, where a dull ache lingered, attributed to this seemingly fragile yet resilient female. He could not quite comprehend the reason behind it, but he was certain of one thing: he desired her. He gazed intently at Yiling for a moment, unsure if it was merely his imagination, but he could have sworn he detected a hint of pride in Yiling's tone. Turning his attention to Paulina, who had fallen to the ground, he shook his head in exasperation. Truly, she was a female inclined towards self-destruction. Chapter 206. The human heart is hard to gauge. As if recalling something, Jian suddenly spoke up. Last time in the female stone courtyard, Paulina, along with several others, attempted to bully An, yet they were thoroughly outsmarted by her. None of them succeeded, so what audacity does Paulina possess to provoke her so thoughtlessly? Yiling's gray eyes narrowed slightly as he cast a sidelong glance at Jian, inquiring, "Whom do you speak of?" He recalled the incident at the stone courtyard vividly. It was when he first encountered Jian An, surrounded by several females. He had never paid much attention to females, thus he had not clearly discerned their appearances. Perhaps simply because he did not wish to. Jian's expression shifted to realization as he explained, those females were incited by Paulina. A flicker of cold light passed through Yiling's gaze, his eyes locking onto Paulina with an icy intensity, as if regarding a lifeless corpse. The human heart is perpetually the most challenging to fathom. When Yiling was indifferent to Jian An, he felt no concern even when witnessing her being bullied. However, once he began to care for her, Paulina's actions towards Jian An became a grievous error. Jian An brandished a dagger before Paulina's eyes, a cold smile gracing his lips. Tell me, he taunted, if I were to etch a few patterns upon your lovely visage, would it not enhance your beauty? Paulina trembled. Her gaze fixed on the gleaming blade as she warned, You dare? Are you not afraid of the Lord's retribution? Jian An, with a light tap of the dagger against her cheek, arched an eyebrow and chuckled softly, Did you not claim that Yiling holds affection for me? How could he possibly bear to punish me? Feeling the chill of the blade against her skin, Paulina's complexion drained of color, her heart gripped by fear. For her appearance was of utmost importance to her. The words of Jian An ignited a fierce sense of indignation and rage within her. Yet she found herself powerless against him, her crimson eyes glaring at him with unbridled fury. Jian An gazed at the furious Paulina, her entire being trembling with rage and her eyes ablaze with emotion. A faint smile played at the corners of his lips as he remarked, Remember, from now on, you should steer clear of me. Should you dare to provoke me again. Jian An pressed the blade of the dagger against Paulina's face, and with the slightest movement, a delicate line appeared on her cheek. I wouldn't mind adding a touch of crimson to your visage, he remarked. He did not inflict a severe wound, with some ointment. This mark would heal within a few days. Ah, Paulina screamed, trembling as she touched her cheek. Upon feeling the cut, another piercing cry escaped her lips. Paulina was genuinely terrified. She shook her head vigorously, pleading, I truly cannot bear it any longer. Please, do not harm my face. Jian An cast a fleeting glance at her, rising to sheath the dagger and carefully securing it at her waist. Her intention was merely to teach Paulina a lesson. The thought of actually taking a life filled her with trepidation. Moreover, she had yet to discern Yiling's feelings towards Paulina. Should he indeed harbor affections for this female? Sacrificing her own life for Paulina would be an egregious folly. Just as Jian An prepared to turn and depart, she suddenly beheld Yiling and Jian approaching. Leaving her momentarily stunned, her heart lamenting her misfortune. Why did they have to arrive precisely at this moment, rather than earlier or later? It seemed too late to flee now, especially with Paulina still collapsed on the ground. Jian An took a deep breath, resigning herself to the inevitability of the situation. If Yiling intended to seek retribution for Paulina, she could not simply stand by and accept it. In that fleeting moment, Jian An envisioned a dramatic tale of a swine indulging a new affection while punishing an old one. Yiling approached her with measured strides, exuding an aura of danger. Chapter 207. Do you have something to say? His piercing, golden gray eyes fixated on Jian An, laden with insinuation, he remarked, It seems I have missed quite the spectacle. Behind him, Hearn momentarily fell silent, contemplating how effortlessly the man spun his tails, not even flinching as he recalled his earlier engrossment in the scene within the stone tower. Jian An remained silent, merely observing him with quiet intensity. On the ground, Paulina, upon hearing Yiling's voice, abruptly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with hope as she hurriedly crawled towards him. She was determined to persuade the lord of the city to punish this ugly female, after all. Do males not prefer gentle and submissive females? If Yiling were to witness Jian An's ruthless and fierce side, he would surely lose any affection for her. As Paulina approached, Yiling instinctively took a step back, his brow furrowed in concern. Hearn, with remarkable awareness, moved forward to intercept Paulina, grasping her arm and pulling her up. A faint smile gracing his lips. Paulina, dear female, do express your grievances while standing, he urged gently. With tears glistening in her eyes, Paulina looked up at Yiling, her voice quivering as she pleaded, Lord of the city, you must stand up for me. She pointed accusingly at Jian An, exclaiming, This female. She attacked me for no reason and even cut my face with a knife. Look. Paulina slightly turned to reveal the scar on her left cheek. Perhaps in the past, her pitiful demeanor might have evoked sympathy from other males, yet now, she appeared far from attractive, even somewhat grotesque. Her cheeks were swollen, the result of her weeping, and her eyes were puffy, resembling walnuts. Her entire face was red and swollen, which, combined with her feigned sorrow, rendered her quite comical. Noticing Paulina's accusatory finger directed at her, Jian An raised an eyebrow and shot her a glare, questioning whether she had forgotten the lesson she had just learned. Paulina flinched and quickly withdrew her hand, feeling a twinge of apprehension in Jian An's presence after the recent incident. Yiling observed their subtle exchanges, finding Jian An's fierce little demeanor reminiscent of a newly born wolf cub, both fierce and endearing, a barely perceptible smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. After being glared at by Jian An, Paulina turned to Yiling, continuing her lament, Lord of the city, look, this ugly female dares to threaten me in your presence. Jian An, with a slight twitch of her lips, wondered if Paulina was merely a child. Yiling reached up to touch his own mouth, suppressing a hint of amusement, and coldly regarded Jian An as he inquired, Do you have something to say? If only she would yield to him, he would grant her any request. Yet again, he posed this question. Jian An felt perplexed. What exactly did Yiling wish her to express? Did he not witness everything that transpired? Jian An doubted his ignorance. After all, this was his domain, and with his domineering demeanor, any subtle disturbance within the courtyard would likely not escape his notice. Yiling raised an eyebrow, a flicker of appreciation crossing his gaze. While maintaining his icy demeanor towards her, he kindly reminded her, I have only just arrived. Thus, he awaited Jian An to articulate her thoughts directly. Jian An remained silent, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, pondering the hidden intentions behind his inscrutable demeanor. Was he feigning ignorance as a means to punish her? Yiling's piercing gray eyes fixated on her, and after a contemplative pause, he inquired, Do you truly have nothing to say to me? No, Jian An replied softly, shaking her head. Her clear gaze met his, brimming with unwavering defiance. Yiling narrowed his eyes, an aura of chilling coldness emanating from him, and remarked with a hint of disdain, "If that is the case, Yian, take her away. I do not wish to see her again." Though his words were directed at Yian, his gaze remained firmly locked on Jian An. Jian An was momentarily taken aback. Her hands, which hung by her side, gradually clenched into fists. Chapter 208, An Unfathomable Attitude. Upon hearing this, Paulina's heart surged with elation, a smug smile gracing her face. How utterly despicable that this grotesque female not only dared to strike her but also mar her visage. However, with the lord of the city personally issuing commands, it seemed she would no longer have the opportunity to encounter this hideous creature again. Yes, Hearn replied respectfully, stepping forward with a hint of pity in his gaze as he grasped Paulina's arm, unceremoniously pulling her along, lost in her own delight. Paulina was suddenly jolted by the sensation of being tugged. Regaining her senses, she noticed Hearn gripping her arm, leading her directly towards the entrance of the stone courtyard. A wave of panic washed over her as she swiftly seized Hearn's arm, her face betraying her dread as she turned to Yiling, inquiring with confusion, "My lord, did you not say you would punish that ugly female? Where are you taking me?" Yiling appeared oblivious to her distress. His gray eyes fixated unwaveringly on Jian An as he commanded, "Come here," and his tone remained imperious and impossible to refute. Jian An was momentarily taken aback. Casting a glance at Paulina before redirecting her gaze towards Yiling, her expression one of astonishment. Wasn't Yiling supposed to be avenging Paulina? How could she possibly be taken away instead? Noticing her stillness, Yiling furrowed her brows and stepped closer, wrapping an arm around Jian An's waist and drawing her into an embrace. She gently grasped Jian An's chin, compelling her to meet her gaze. With a lowered glance, she implored her not to squander her attention on inconsequential matters, reminding her that as long as she remained by her side, gazing only at her, it would suffice. Surely, in that moment, she must have been momentarily bewildered to resort to such a foolish approach. Jian An gazed at him in perplexity, unable to comprehend the latest antics of Yiling. Observing the clarity of her eyes filled with confusion and incomprehension, Yiling chose not to elucidate, releasing his hold and guiding Jian An towards the stone tower. A subtle smile graced his lips. Why go to such lengths for what he desired? It sufficed to keep her firmly by his side, whether by her volition or coercion mattered little, as long as the outcome aligned with his aspirations. Watching the direction in which the two vanished, Jian shook his head in resignation, letting out a heavy sigh. He turned his gaze to the struggling Paulina, his expression betraying impatience. With a swift motion, he delivered a decisive blow, rendering her unconscious, and proceeded calmly towards the entrance of the stone courtyard. A hurried male orc approached Jian, bending slightly to whisper a few words into his ear. Jian nodded slightly, handing Paulina over to him with the instruction, "Take this female to the storage room." It appeared that he would have to finish his affairs in the city before dealing with her. From that day forth, Yiling's demeanor towards Jian An seemed to revert to its original state, aside from the hours of slumber. Jian An could not stray from his side even for a moment. As for Paulina, it was as if she had vanished entirely, never to be seen again. Jian An remained puzzled by Yiling's sudden change in behavior, yet she decided to cease her futile contemplation, attributing it to his eccentric nature, perhaps merely seeking amusement in their presence. After all, with his peculiar disposition, what deeds was he incapable of? Jian An stood on the corridor outside the stone building, gazing at the gentle, incessant rain. Perhaps it was the season of spring showers, as the fine droplets had been falling all day with no indication of cessation. A pair of hands encircled her waist from behind. "What are you looking at?" A deep, resonant voice murmured in her ear. Jian An initially felt a moment of rigidity, but gradually relaxed as Yiling insisted on embracing her whether standing or sitting. At first, Jian An was quite displeased, yet she found herself unable to break free, thus remaining stiff in his arms. As time passed, Yiling appeared unfazed, while Jian An grew increasingly weary. Realizing she could not change his behavior, she allowed herself to gradually loosen up, understanding that a brief embrace would not diminish her. Chapter 209. Why is it you? Jian An gently shook his head, his gaze fixated on the droplets of water cascading from the eaves. Jian An's silence did not perturb Yiling. He had grown accustomed to her quiet demeanor, which often oscillated between silence and few words whenever she was by his side. As long as she remained close to him, he had no cause for concern. Yiling leaned in slightly, burying his face in the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply the unique, delicate fragrance that belonged solely to Jian An. His warm breath brushed against her skin, prompting Jian An to turn her head away. While she could tolerate his embrace, it did not imply that she was comfortable with such intimate gestures. Yiling, however, bore no resentment. He understood that she simply needed time to adjust. Eventually, she would come to accept the reality of their bond, and for that, he was willing to wait. Glancing at the sky, Yiling wrapped his arms around Jian An's waist and softly remarked, "We should head inside. The rain is about to intensify." Jian An turned around, casting a peculiar glance at Yiling, her face clearly displaying disbelief. "How do you know?" she inquired. "This drizzling rain has been falling for nearly a day." Yiling's lips curled into a faint smile as she remained silent, gently embracing Jian An and leading her towards the stone tower. The perceptiveness of the beastmen is remarkably acute, encompassing even the subtleties of weather changes. Jian An curled her lip dismissively, regarding his words as mere nonsense, and chose not to take them to heart. Suddenly, she felt a piercing gaze fixated upon her, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, imbued with malice and hostility, which made Jian An profoundly uneasy. Jian An paused momentarily, gazing toward the end of the corridor, yet it was devoid of any presence. Yiling halted as well, casting a downward glance at Jian An and inquiring, "What troubles you?" Jian An shook her head. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Just as she returned to the hall, a sudden clap of spring thunder echoed in the sky, and dark clouds rolled in from the horizon. In an instant, a torrential downpour descended from above. The rain poured relentlessly, with pea-sized droplets drumming against the window, producing a rhythmic patter. Jian An's expression was one of astonishment as she turned to her side, gazing at Yiling with a hint of surprise. "How did you know the rain would intensify?" To her amazement, he had indeed been correct. A faint smile played at the corners of Yiling's lips as he arched an elegant brow. "Because my abilities are formidable." This statement held a kernel of truth. With his 5-star spirit power, his vision was far superior to that of ordinary individuals. He had simply noticed the gathering storm clouds in the distance before Jian An did. Jian An twitched the corners of his mouth, casting a bemused glance at him. Was this arrogance or narcissism? After a night of tempestuous winds and rains, the sky now bore a resplendent sun, extraordinarily beautiful against the backdrop of blue skies and white clouds. Jian strolled leisurely in the courtyard, where the air was particularly fresh after the rain. The surface of the lake shimmered with glistening reflections, and the lotus leaves, laden with droplets, sparkled under the sunlight, resembling translucent pearls gently swaying upon a jade platter. Jian An stood by the lakeside, closing her eyes as she inhaled deeply, savoring the faint scent of earth in the air. Behind her, a ragged female, her gaze filled with malice, fixated intently on Jian An's silhouette. With her fists clenched tightly, the female seemed to have resolved to take action, charging determinedly towards Jian An. Hearing the chaotic footsteps behind her, Jian An opened her eyes, turning around in confusion. Just in time, she saw a disheveled female rushing towards her, prompting Jian An to slightly sidestep to avoid a collision. However, the female lost her balance, tripping over a stone on the path, and fell directly to the ground. Jian An furrowed her brows as she gazed at the female who had stumbled to the ground. "Who are you?" she inquired, seemingly unfamiliar with the creature that had attacked her. The fallen female abruptly lifted her head, her crimson eyes locking onto Jian An with an intense gaze filled with profound hatred and resentment. Upon recognizing the figure before her, Jian An's heart sank in shock, and she uttered in disbelief, "How could it be you?" Before her stood none other than Paulina, who had vanished for several days. However, Jian An was taken aback by Paulina's disheveled appearance. Her long hair was in disarray, her garments tattered, and her face drawn with exhaustion, her eye sockets hollow. How could she have transformed into this state in such a short span of time? Paulina's complexion was ashen, her bloodshot eyes glaring at Jian An as she spat. "It's all your fault. It's because of you that I have become like this." After being knocked unconscious by her, Paulina awoke to find herself back in the chaotic stone chamber. A sigh of relief escaped her lips, as long as she was not sent to that dreadful place. She felt somewhat reassured. Although Paulina knew little about that place, her knowledge gleaned solely from the fearful whispers of others. She recognized the terror it invoked among females, while males spoke of it with malice. Even without having set foot in that realm, she understood it to be a den of sin and cruelty. Yet, Paulina soon discovered that her assumptions had been overly simplistic. Confined within the stone chamber, she received no food or water, no matter how persistently she knocked. There was no response. For 2 consecutive days, she had not tasted a single grain of rice or a drop of water. A trial that was unbearable for one so pampered since childhood. In desperation, Paulina smashed the window of her prison with a wooden stool and crawled out. Stealthily, she made her way to the kitchen in the backyard, hoping to find something to eat. Alas, the kitchen was devoid of any edible morsels, save for a wooden barrel at the entrance filled with scraps destined for the refuse. By this time, Paulina was ravenous, gritting her teeth. She plunged her hands into the barrel, devouring the indistinguishable remnants voraciously. In the ensuing days, Paulina remained in the stone chamber during the daylight, only to escape through the window at night to scavenge for leftovers to satiate her hunger. The previous evening, she once more crawled out of the window. But perhaps due to the rain, even the scraps were absent. Stealthily, she circled to the front yard, where she spotted 2 figures standing at the corridor's corner. Hiding in the shadows, Paulina fixed her eyes on the pair before her. To her astonishment, Yiling was tenderly embracing the grotesque female from behind, who leaned into him with remarkable docility. They exchanged whispers, and a rare smile graced Yiling's typically icy countenance. Paulina's nails dug deeply into the column before her, her eyes glistening with jealousy and resentment. Yiling had always treated her with coldness and disdain. Never had he shown her such warmth. The revelation that the Lord possessed a gentler side, beneath his ruthless and unyielding exterior, left her both astonished and filled with a consuming bitterness. It was this very bitterness that erupted upon her clandestine return from the stone chamber, as she beheld Jian An standing by the lakeside. A fervent desire for the beautiful female demise surged within her. Jian An regained her composure and coldly regarded Paulina, asserting that this predicament was of her own making, and she could not blame others. In response to Paulina's accusations, Jian An firmly stated that she would not take the fall from the very beginning. She had never intended to compete with Paulina for Yiling. As for her unfortunate circumstances, it was Paulina who first harbored thoughts of wanting to eliminate her. And thus she faced the consequences. Furthermore, the one who brought Paulina to justice was not Jian An. What fault did she have? Why should she bear the burden of it all? On what grounds could Paulina resent her? Jian An shook her head gently, letting out a soft sigh. Merely because she did not possess the immense strength of Yiling? Jian An averted her gaze and turned towards the stone tower, unwilling to squander any more time on Paulina. As for Paulina's fate, that was not her concern. Yiling would naturally take care of it. Chapter 211, Too Late Behind Her. A cacophony of manic laughter erupted. Paulina's eyes, brimming with intense hatred, bore into Jian An's retreating figure as she shrieked in desperation, "Is this my doing? No. That cannot be. It is all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could I have fallen to this wretched state, neither human nor ghost? You, an abominably ugly female, why does the city lord favor you over me? What makes you superior to me?" Paulina's eyes reddened with each word. Forcing her to pause and take a deep breath, Jian An did not pause her steps, allowing Paulina's cries to echo behind her. In her eyes, Paulina had become completely ensnared in her own delusions, rendering communication with a madwoman futile. Watching Jian An retreat further into the distance, Paulina let out a cold snort. Her gaze filled with venomous resentment. She rose to her feet and charged after Jian An, determined that she would not simply let her go. With no path of retreat left for herself, she resolved to drag this ugly creature along with her. Upon hearing the footsteps approaching from behind, Jian An furrowed her brow, her displeasure evident as she turned to face Paulina. If Paulina insisted on pestering her, she would not hesitate to respond with a lack of civility. Paulina dashed in front of Jian An and threw her arms around her, causing Jian An to stagger backwards for 2 steps from the sudden force. Once Jian An regained her composure, a flicker of anger flashed in her dark eyes as she coldly commanded, "Let go." Uncertain of Paulina's intentions, Jian An felt her patience wane in the face of Paulina's persistent provocations. Yet, Paulina seemed oblivious to her words, clinging tightly to Jian An's waist. Jian An's delicate face fell slightly, and she gently raised her hand, a subtle glimmer of golden light flickering in her palm. With a swift motion, she placed her hand upon Paulina's back. Jian An distinctly sensed a momentary stiffness in Paulina's body, yet her hands remained tightly clasped behind her back. Unwilling to release their grip, the two continued to grapple, gradually making their way to the lakeshore. Blood oozed from the corner of Paulina's mouth, a clear indication that Jian An's earlier strike to her back had inflicted considerable internal injury. Being an ordinary female, she was naturally ill-equipped to withstand the force of Jian An's soul-infused blow. However, the intense hatred within her sustained her resolve, preventing her from relenting. Gazing at the lakeside behind her, Jian An's eyes darkened slightly as she seemed to discern Paulina's intentions. Ever since her near-drowning incident with the Sea Clan, she harbored a lingering trepidation towards water. Yet, the thought of the water-repelling pearl in her possession assuaged her fears somewhat. Coldly regarding Paulina, she spoke with a tone laced with menace. "Paulina, should you choose to release your grip now, I can treat today's events as if they never occurred. Although Paulina may have erred, her mistakes do not warrant death, and there is no need for our conflict to escalate to such dire consequences." In the end, Jian An was born in a peaceful modern era. Even if the two despised each other, they would never entertain thoughts of murder. At most, they would administer some minor lessons. The words spoken by Jian An resonated in Paulina's ears like the most stinging form of mockery and derision. It felt as though a victor were delivering an insult laced with pity to a vanquished foe, and this realization propelled the hatred within Paulina's chest to its zenith. A sinister expression flickered across her pallid visage as she summoned all her strength to thrust Jian An forcefully into the lake behind her. Despite possessing soul power, Jian An's stature was significantly smaller than that of Paulina, and naturally, her strength could not compete. As Paulina pushed her, Jian An stumbled and teetered towards the lake behind her, before plunging into the water. Jian An had already envisioned retrieving the water avoidance pearl from her spatial pocket as soon as she fell in. However, what Jian An could never have anticipated was that she would not have the opportunity to use the water avoidance pearl until she succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 212. Rescue. If Jian An had fallen into the water alone, her weight would have allowed her to sink slowly to the lake's bottom, with some cushioning in between. However, now she was burdened by the solid form of Paulina, akin to carrying a massive stone in her arms, compounded by the fact that the water was not particularly deep. With a resounding splash, both of them tumbled into the lake, sending up a considerable spray. Even in the water, Paulina clung tightly to Jian An, as if determined to perish alongside her. With Paulina's weight pressing down on her, Jian An immediately sank to the lake's depths, her head striking a rock at the bottom. Jian An felt her head grow heavy, her vision darkening, and her hands struggled instinctively for a moment before gradually succumbing to unconsciousness. What had happened to her? A low voice faintly reached Jian An's ears. Who was speaking? Her mind remained shrouded in a haze, yet she recognized the voice, which carried an undercurrent of coldness. Was he angry? Jian An pondered in her dazed state. But her head throbbed painfully, rendering her unaware as she slipped back into oblivion. Yiling stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gray eyes coldly fixed on the elderly man seated at the edge of the bed, and asked icily, "How is she?" The tone bore an unmistakable hint of anger, and anyone could sense his current displeasure. Mar glanced at Jian An's eyelids and gently touched the back of her head. After a thorough examination, he rose respectfully and replied, "Lord, this female has no major injuries. She merely inhaled some water, and her head struck a rock, resulting in some bruising. Once I brew some herbs to dispel the bruising, she will be fine. When will she awaken?" Yiling inquired, his expression impassive as he regarded March. Mar cleared his throat twice and hesitated before responding honestly. "It is difficult to say. She may awaken tonight, or it could be tomorrow." "What kind of statement is that?" Yiling's brows furrowed, his displeasure evident as he glared at March. Although he remained silent, an icy aura emanated from him, clearly teetering on the edge of fury. Hearn timely interjected, "Lord, I believe Mar the healer means that the female is no longer in danger, yet given her head injury, it will take some time for her to regain consciousness. Am I correct, Mar?" Mar wiped his brow and quickly affirmed, "Yes, that is precisely my meaning. She is out of danger and will awaken naturally in due time." Faced with Yiling's formidable presence, even he felt somewhat overwhelmed. Hearn discreetly observed Yiling's expression. Although his demeanor remained unchanged, the chilling aura surrounding him softened slightly. Hearn breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "Lord, you see, the female is still clad in wet clothing. If this persists, she may fall ill. Perhaps you could assist her in changing?" Hearn had prepared a fresh garment for her beforehand. Yiling remained silent, casting a subtle glance at Hearn before nodding slightly, tacitly agreeing. "Mar, allow me to escort you back," Hearn said, inclining his body slightly in a gesture of invitation. Though the old healer was slow of temperament, he was nonetheless a respected orc. Once the door closed, Yiling took a seat beside the bed, his gaze fixed upon Jian An, whose eyes were tightly shut, a myriad of complex emotions swirling within him. When he witnessed Jian An plunge into the lake, his body reacted far more swiftly than his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward with unparalleled speed, leaping into the water. As he brought her to the surface, he observed her weak breaths and cold form, and he could not deny the emergence of a sensation he had never felt before: fear. At this moment, Jian An's appearance was far from pleasing. In fact, she appeared even more unsightly than before. Her face was smeared with a considerable amount of dark, grimy substance, obscuring her original features. Chapter 213, Revealing the True Face. Yiling dismissed any further thoughts, attributing it merely to the mud she had gathered from the lake's depths. He twisted a damp cloth from a nearby wooden basin and gently wiped her face. His awkward movements suggested this was his first attempt at such care. Yet his touch was remarkably tender, as if he feared causing her harm. As Jian An's smooth forehead emerged from the grime, Yiling's hand paused, a flicker of unease passing through him. Was her forehead always this clean? Memories of Jian An's former visage flooded his mind, a face speckled with dark blemishes, even her forehead adorned with many. Frowning slightly, a wave of confusion washed over him, but he continued his task. As he cleared the black filth from her face, an exquisite yet unfamiliar countenance revealed itself before Yiling's eyes. His sharp gray gaze narrowed, meticulously scanning every inch of Jian An's face. Her elegantly arched brows and delicately pointed nose stood out, while her long, thick eyelashes rested like butterfly wings upon her closed eyelids. He wondered what ethereal beauty would manifest when those eyes were opened. Yiling knew, however, that they were orbs as clear as the stars and as luminous as the moon. His gaze descended to her crimson lips, which seemed to exude a tantalizing allure, inviting one to savor their sweetness. With his hands braced on either side of her face, he leaned closer, his eyes locked onto hers. Even at such a proximity, he discerned no flaws upon her visage. Thoughts swirled in his mind, filled with myriad speculations, yet he ultimately quelled these musings deep within, allowing his fingers to trace her delicate contours. A smile graced his lips as he murmured softly to himself, not foolish at all. Given Jian An's remarkable beauty, it was likely that before he could even acknowledge her existence, she had already been devoured by other beasts. The orcs surviving in the dark demon city were far from benevolent. Yiling composed himself, rising to assist Jian An, allowing her to lean against him. He had not forgotten his initial task, to change her sodden garments. Although Jian An's true appearance astonished and captivated him, he was not a male easily swayed by mere looks. As long as Jian An remained by his side, her beauty held little significance for him. Yiling had never anticipated a day when he would serve another by helping them dress. The sensation was peculiar, akin to his heart being gently brushed by a feather, imbued with an unfamiliar warmth. As he reached to untie Jian An's garment, an expanse of soft skin was unveiled, her graceful neck, delicate collarbones, and the subtle curves of her chest, half hidden beneath the fabric, were all the more enticing for their mystery. His breath hitched as he maintained a stoic expression, resolutely continuing to remove her top. The more chaotic his thoughts became, the more austere his demeanor appeared. As her garment fell away, revealing her entire form before Yiling, he found himself devoid of the desire to admire her flawless figure. Instead, a frigid chill gradually enveloped his gray eyes, fixating intently on the area of her chest. There, a magnificent white tiger roared defiantly. Yiling's expression darkened abruptly, his fingers pressed against the intricate pattern, grinding forcefully as though he wished to erase it by sheer will. In her slumber, Jian An seemed to sense the discomfort in her chest, stirring uneasily, her delicate brows knitting together as she let out a soft moan. Yiling snapped back to reality, withdrawing his hand to observe the reddened skin beneath his touch, his brows furrowing tightly. He could not articulate the tumult of emotions within him. Was it resentment or envy? Initially, Yiling had not detected any trace of other males upon Jian An. He had assumed she simply had yet to find a mate. Once a female pairs with a male, a trace of his essence becomes imprinted upon her. It is as indelible as a tattoo, lingering even if they have not consummated their bond for an extended period, fading only slightly, never fully disappearing unless the partnership is dissolved. Chapter 214, Awakening. Jian An has already taken a partner. Yet why is there not a trace of any other males sent upon her? This remains a perplexity for Yiling. Perhaps it is merely due to her unique constitution. Under Yiling's gaze, Jian An, nestled in his embrace, suddenly underwent a remarkable transformation. Her waxen, sallow skin, akin to fading paint, gradually shed its somber hue to reveal a complexion as pure as jade. Her skin, dazzlingly white and almost translucent, emanated a delicate rosy glow, resembling a flawless gem sculpted into a divine figure. Yiling could not help but be momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment, his face awash with disbelief. The abrupt change brought about by Jian An rendered Yiling momentarily incapable of thought. He stood in a daze for a brief moment, gradually regaining his senses. This potion, which could alter the color of one's skin, was entirely unfamiliar to him. In the span of a heartbeat, Yiling's emotions soared and plummeted. From initial astonishment and admiration to subsequent feelings of resentment and jealousy, culminating in his current state of shock and confusion. He was astonished to discover such a myriad of complex emotions stirred within him, all evoked by the female figure in his embrace. Despite the multitude of questions and uncertainty swirling in his mind, Yiling had no means of discerning the truth. All he could do was await Jian An's awakening. Gazing down at Jian An, who lay against him, completely unclad, her snow-white skin radiated a delicate pink hue, akin to a blossoming flower, exuding an enchanting luster. He vividly recalled the sensation of her skin against his fingers, soft, smooth, and exquisitely beautiful. A shadow crossed Yiling's gaze as his heartbeat quickened unexpectedly, and his breath grew noticeably heavier, his chest rising and falling slightly. A wave of warmth surged through his body, tightening his chest and furrowing his brow, prompting him to suppress the unusual sensations coursing through him. With determination, he swiftly donned her in garments from nearby, piece by piece. Yet, despite having clothed Jian An, beads of fine sweat began to form on Yiling's forehead. He held her closely, reluctant to release her even after the task was accomplished. Time slipped by, and eventually, Jian An began to stir. Her long, thick eyelashes fluttered gently before she slowly opened her eyes, gazing into his own, which sparkled like stars. Yiling's heart raced uncontrollably at the sight. Jian An opened her eyes to behold a stern visage mere inches away. Initially taken aback, she soon became aware of a sharp pain radiating from the back of her head, her thoughts gradually coalescing. She reached back to touch the source of the discomfort, only to gasp in dismay as her fingers met a sizable bump. Even the gentlest prod elicited a wave of pain. Jian vaguely recalled the incident when she and Paulina fell into the water. As they sank to the lake's depths, the back of her head struck something, rendering her unconscious. It appeared she had sustained some contusions, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of relief that it was merely a bump. Had it resulted in a severe injury, given the medical standards of the beast world, she would surely have perished. It was indeed her own fault for being reckless, relying on her spatial abilities without considering the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. Just like this instance, it seemed prudent to exercise greater caution in the future, for not every encounter would be met with such fortune. Jian raised her eyes and glanced around, realizing she was now in a stone house. It seemed that Yiling had rescued her. However, this did not appear to be her room. She recalled that the stone house she resided in was not nearly so spacious. Jian turned her head to glance at Yiling beside her, offering a faint smile as she said, "Did you save me? Thank you." Although she disapproved of Yiling's demeanor, it remained a truth that he had rescued her, and expressing gratitude was only fitting. Chapter 215. Enlightenment. Yiling remained silent, his expression inscrutable as he gazed at Jian An, his eyes filled with a complexity she could not comprehend. Jian An shifted her body somewhat awkwardly, only to realize that she had been leaning against Yiling's embrace all along. Jian An subtly shifted a few times, attempting to extricate herself from Yiling's embrace. Yet his hand remained firmly clasped around her waist. Jian An gazed at Yiling and softly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for saving me. I believe I should return to my stone house." The thought of being alone with Yiling in a strange room stirred unease within her. Yiling reached out, grasping Jian An's chin, and coldly asserted, "From now on, you will reside with me." His tone brooked no argument. "No," Jian An replied with unwavering decisiveness, not even contemplating the alternative. Yiling's brow furrowed, a flicker of displeasure dancing in his eyes. He was not soliciting her opinion but rather informing her of his resolution. Observing his darkening expression, Jian An felt a tightening in her chest. Provoking him was not a wise course of action. With a smile, she attempted to clarify, "I am simply not accustomed to sharing a room with others. It would hinder my ability to sleep. If I were to share a space with you, would I truly find peace? Yiling responded with a cold laugh, countering, oh, so you never share a room with your partner either? I wonder how long you intend to keep this hidden. Jian An was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why Yiling would suddenly inquire about this. Had he discovered something? A partner? Jian An chuckled softly, her gaze evasively lowering to her own hand, her eyes widening in astonishment. How had her hands become so pale? A sense of uncertainty enveloped her as her thoughts wandered, calculating the time. She realized today marked the deadline of 2 days. It was indeed the time she was supposed to consume the color-changing fruit. However, she had not anticipated such an unforeseen incident. Ah, the water incident. Jian An lifted her hand to touch her cheek, recalling that the dark spots on her face were painted with ink, a substance undeniably not waterproof. With a gentle sigh, she recognized that her secret was out. Regardless of her internal frustration, there was no escaping the truth now. The pressing matter was how to explain to Yiling why her skin had changed color. As for the black spots on her face, they were merely a means of self-protection. Suddenly recalling something, Jian An anxiously glanced at her attire, her brows furrowing. Was she originally wearing this color? Her gaze swept across a certain spot on the ground, her pupils narrowing. Was that not her original clothing? Jian An suddenly became aware of something. She crossed her arms and glared at Yiling with indignation, questioning, "Did you change my clothes?" Yiling showed no intention of responding, her expression cold as she regarded Jian An, tacitly acknowledging the accusation. Jian An furrowed her brows, her eyes glaring as she pressed her hand against Yiling's chest, attempting to extricate herself from his embrace. However, despite her repeated pushes, Yiling remained steadfast, unmoved. In a fit of anger, Jian An struck his chest several times, exclaiming, "How dare you? How could you so casually remove my clothing? How could he be so brazen?" Yiling allowed her to pound on his chest, his expression unchanged as he calmly replied, "You were unconscious." The implication being, even if I had asked you. A response would have been impossible. Jian An's face displayed a mix of indignation and fury as she glared at him. "But that does not mean you are immune to illness. Thus, I am considering your well-being," Yiling replied, his words sparse yet leaving Jian An at a loss for retort. Jian An bit her lip, her expression a portrait of displeasure as she shot him a disdainful look. To her, Yiling's arguments were nothing short of evasive. According to his logic, should she be grateful to him? "I have answered all your inquiries. And now it is your turn to enlighten me. How has your complexion changed?" Yiling's cold, steely gray eyes were piercing, as if anyone who met his gaze would be compelled to prostrate themselves, trembling and revealing their innermost selves. Chapter 216. Interrogation. Jian An was momentarily taken aback, her mind racing as she pondered how to respond. Suddenly struck by inspiration, she smiled softly and gently explained, "To be honest, I am uncertain about what transpired." A hint of shyness graced her features as she continued, "I stumbled upon it in the woods quite by accident. Driven by curiosity, I tasted the fruit, unaware that it would alter the color of my skin." Yiling narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her closely, leaving no expression on her face unexamined. "Oh, is that truly the case?" His voice grew increasingly frigid, akin to a piercing winter wind, advancing upon Jian An, with a sharp glint in his gray eyes. He reached out, grasping her chin firmly, compelling her to tilt her head upwards to meet his gaze. Jian An winced in pain, her brows slightly furrowed as she cast him an irritable glare. She truly detested being compelled to look up at him in such a manner. Jian An maintained a calm demeanor, her gaze unwavering as she met Yiling's scrutiny, though her hand, concealed beneath the blankets, instinctively tightened into a fist. As if struck by a thought, a hint of confusion crossed Jian An's face, and she turned to Yiling with a question. Could it be that the fruit is poisonous? Much like certain vividly colored mushrooms that possess mild toxins. Perhaps it is the reason for the discoloration of my skin? Jian An's face revealed a hint of astonishment, her lips curving into a smile as she marveled at the unexpected recovery. It seemed to possess a certain time-bound efficacy. That fruit was indeed remarkable, wouldn't you agree? She chuckled softly, uncertain whether Yiling would be persuaded by her words. She merely hoped that this ambiguous stance would lead Yiling into a misapprehension, allowing him to believe that she had unwittingly consumed it out of gluttony. Once ensnared in his own reasoning, he would undoubtedly conjure the most plausible explanation for her. Relinquishing any doubt, Yiling remained silent, his gaze fixated coldly upon Jian An, her crystalline eyes shimmering as if rippling with water, diligently contemplating the veracity of her statements. With a pensive expression, she pondered the possibility that, as Jian An claimed, she had merely ingested a fruit imbued with a slight toxin. After all, as an ordinary female, how could she have acquired such an extraordinary item? Releasing her grip from Jian An's chin, a fleeting crimson mark appeared upon her porcelain skin. Yiling could not suppress a scoff of disdain. How delicate she was. Indeed, how could a being as fragile as her harbor such intricate thoughts? Despite her inner derision, Yiling extended his hand, gently massaging Jian An's chin. He had not overlooked the pained expression she wore moments earlier. Jian An was somewhat perplexed, unsure of his intentions. Was her chin truly so unwelcome? He alternated between pinching and kneading it. Yiling remained silent, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. He found himself questioning his own feelings. Was it his original intent to pose such trivial inquiries? Initially, he had intended to confront her about her silence regarding her committed relationship, yet he instinctively recoiled, unwilling to hear Jian An speak of other males. The moment he noticed the marks of other males upon Jian An, a surge of anger ignited within his chest. pressuring him with an emotion he could not vent. It was as if he were incensed both by the notion of Jian An being claimed by another and by his own regret for not having encountered her sooner. Casting his gaze downwards upon Jian An, who was nestled against him, remarkably obedient at that moment, he couldn't help but admire her exquisite features, flawless contours, and the gentle allure of her neck, with the faint outline of her collarbone barely visible beneath her clothing, making it difficult to avert his eyes. Prior to her arrival, his world had been a palette of black and gray, dull to the point of repulsion. However, the instant Jian An appeared, vibrant and colorful, everything within his side underwent a profound transformation. Chapter 217. Fragility. Regardless of how many partners she may have had in the past or whether she still held them in her thoughts, the future would no longer see them reunited. He would secure her firmly by his side, possessively holding her, ensuring she belonged solely to him. Yiling gently raised his hand, encircling Jian An's waist, drawing her tightly into his embrace, burying his face in her shoulder. Perhaps it was due to the transformation of her complexion, but her subtle fragrance seemed richer than before. Yiling held Jian An closely, her unique scent enveloping him, and he inhaled deeply, a flicker of tenderness softening his typically stern features. A fortnight ago, from the moment their eyes met, he was captivated by the clarity within her gaze, unable to resist the desire to possess her. A faint smile graced Yiling's lips as he patted Jian An's back, whispering for her to sleep. His deep voice held a hint of huskiness, and he was unaware that merely holding her brought him an indescribable sense of contentment. What? Jian An suddenly lifted her head, hastily shaking it. No. I'm not sleepy yet, and I'm hungry. I can't sleep on an empty stomach. Even if she had 100 more courage, she wouldn't dare to sleep beside Yiling. She feared she might have nightmares. Yiling raised an eyebrow, looking back at her. Hadn't she just claimed to be tired? And now she was hungry? Truly. She was remarkably delicate. Jian An nodded vigorously, expressing her hunger with an enthusiastic, I'm starving. I could devour 2 bowls of rice. Yiling couldn't help but chuckle softly, his stern facial features softening with delight as he replied, then let us descend and have Jian An prepare some food. He was aware of her worries. For now, he would let her be, but later, she would have no choice in the matter. After Jian An escorted the old witch doctor, back, he lingered outside the door for a considerable time, hesitating whether to knock. Just as he was caught in his indecision, the door swung open, and upon seeing the 2 figures emerging, Jian An was momentarily stunned. The Lord remained the same cold and austere figure, but who was the enchanting female in Yiling's embrace? She appeared as if descended from the heavens, breathtakingly beautiful to the point of being hard to gaze upon directly. Her lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her purple gown resembled blooming flowers, exuding an indescribable elegance and ethereal charm that left the surrounding blossoms in envy. Jian An swallowed hard, lowering his gaze, only to meet her starry black eyes, causing his heart to skip a beat. Yiling's expression darkened instantly, his gaze sharp as a blade piercing through Jian's being. Clearly displeased by the way Jian looked at Jian and sensing the chill radiating from Yiling, Jian snapped back to reality and quickly averted his eyes, wearing a look of hesitant inquiry. Yiling maintained a stern demeanor, casting a cold glance at Jian as he commanded, What are you dawdling for? Go to the kitchen and have them prepare the food. He tightened his hold around Jian An's slender waist and proceeded downstairs. Suddenly recalling something, he paused, adding, also, ensure they prepare the herbs for it. He had not forgotten Ma's words regarding Jian An's head injury, which required a concoction to dispel the bruising. Yes. Jian responded respectfully, watching the pair's retreating figures, a thought flashing through his mind. He could scarcely believe that the female in Yiling's arms was in. Indeed, there had been no one else in the stone house but Yiling and An. However, Jian felt confused. What had transpired to cause such a transformation in it? He stepped back slightly, peeking into Yiling's stone abode, wondering if this female was someone Yiling had secretly hidden away, while An remained in the house. Gazing at the empty stone dwelling, Jian couldn't help but slap his forehead in frustration. What absurd thoughts was he entertaining? Chapter 218. A piece of candy with Yiling's domineering personality and strong desire for control. It seemed that only a celestial-like female could provide him with a sense of peace by being by his side at all times. Jian shook his head, filled with unanswered questions yet lacking anyone to clarify them. Suppressing his bewilderment, he followed suit and descended the stairs. Seated at the head of the hall, Yiling clasped Jian An's waist tightly, leaving her no choice but to sit upon his lap. After a brief wait, several females entered in succession, carrying dishes of food, placing them upon the table, and exiting just as seamlessly, their heads bowed in deference, evidently having been well trained not to look around. Jian An claimed she was hungry merely as a pretext to appease Yiling. However, upon gazing at the array of delicacies laid out on the table, she found herself unexpectedly feeling a pang of hunger. Jian An shifted slightly, glancing back at Yiling. Could you perhaps release me? She inquired. How am I supposed to eat like this? I might end up with indigestion. Yiling cast a subtle glance at her behind him, who nodded slightly and approached with a porcelain bowl in hand. Yiling gently raised his hand, offering the bowl to Jian An and succinctly instructed, drink. Jian An paused momentarily, her expression filled with perplexity as she gazed at him. What is this murky substance in the bowl? Yiling replied with a slight nod, his voice calm and composed. It is a medicinal broth, beneficial for you. A medicinal broth? Must I really consume it? Jian An furrowed her brow, her face displaying clear distaste as she looked at the porcelain bowl in Yiling's hands. Yiling turned his gaze towards Jian An, affirming with a gentle nod. You must drink it. Only then will you recover. Once she was well, he would be able to claim her entirely, marking her with his own imprint. Jian An pursed his lips slightly, took the porcelain bowl from his hands, brought it to his nose for a sniff, and couldn't help but furrow his brow at the overwhelming scent of medicinal herbs. It must be exceedingly bitter. Jian An discreetly cast a glance at Yiling. Under his unwavering gaze, she tilted her head and consumed the murky concoction in her bowl. After downing the potion, she couldn't help but stick out her tongue, exclaiming how bitter it was. A subtle curve grazed the corner of Yiling's mouth as he gently grasped Jian An's chin, placing a glistening morsel into her mouth. Startled by his sudden gesture, Jian An felt a delightful sweetness gradually spreading in her mouth, her eyes brightening with realization. It was candy. Jian An gazed up at him with a radiant smile, her delicate features resembling a picturesque painting. Yiling couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback, his steely gaze softening as he looked back at her, the corners of his mouth subtly lifting. It was truly effortless. A mere morsel of sweetness could coax forth her bright smile. As the bitterness in her mouth gradually faded, Jian An surveyed the array of food adorning the wooden table, feeling somewhat at a loss. Why not eat? Did you not say you were hungry? Yiling inquired softly, his once stern visage reverting to a tranquil indifference. He gently traced his fingers across Jian An's flat abdomen, back and forth. Jian An stiffened her body and turned her head, looking at Yiling with a face full of servility. Could you possibly? Before she could finish her sentence, Yiling coldly interrupted her, asserting, no. If you do not wish to eat, then return to sleep. She could only remain in his embrace, with no hope of going anywhere else. Jian An's expression instantly fell. Her lips pursed as she lowered her head, softly muttering, inhumane, tyrant, dictator, shameless. Yiling raised an eyebrow, observing Jian An with keen interest. He had heard every word she uttered, and it was the first time someone dared to insult him in his presence. Strangely enough, he did not feel anger. Instead, he found her petite demeanor rather intriguing and, inexplicably, quite endearing. Jian An felt the penetrating gaze of Yiling, momentarily taken aback. She turned her head, slightly tugged at the corner of her lips, and playfully winked at him. Surely, he hadn't heard that, had he? Chapter 219. Hand in hand, although dining while seated on Yiling's lap made her feel exceedingly uncomfortable, there was little she could do, for she simply could not match his strength. Jian An sighed weakly, picked up her bowl and chopsticks, and endeavored to disregard the presence of Yiling behind her, burying her head in the rice before her. As she had previously mentioned, after consuming 2 bowls of rice, her once flat abdomen had slightly rounded. Yiling reached out to touch her now somewhat plump belly and inquired, Are you full? You hardly ate. The little food you've consumed is hardly sufficient even for me to nibble on. Jian An nodded, feeling his hand moving around her belly, and shot him an annoyed glance, unceremoniously swatting his hand away. With a hint of discontent, she said, Don't touch my belly. His touch always made her feel uneasy. Yiling cast a nonchalant glance at Jian An, and since she was full, suggested, Then let's return to the room and rest. You may have a small appetite, but your temper is quite the opposite. Startled by his words, Jian An quickly turned around, a smile gracing her lips as she looked at Yiling. I ate too much, and if I go to sleep now, I'll surely feel uncomfortable. How about we take a stroll in the courtyard instead? Jian An felt frustrated. Why did he keep bringing up sleep? If he had suggested returning to the original stone house, she would have immediately agreed. A faint smile curled at the corners of Yiling's lips. Jian An's desperate attempts to deter him were rather amusing. He nodded slightly and gently patted the back of her hand. Then let us go. After all, it was still early, and he could indulge her a little longer. Jian An's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded enthusiastically, ready to depart. As long as it meant avoiding Yiling's stone house, she was content to go anywhere. Yiling wrapped his arms around Jian An's waist, strolling leisurely along the stone path of the courtyard. With his embrace, Jian An felt as though she could hardly walk. Lost in her thoughts, she stumbled upon a protruding stone, twisting her ankle and nearly losing her balance. Yiling swiftly caught her waist, effortlessly pulling her into his embrace. Can't even walk properly? He mused, contemplating whether he should simply carry her. Jian An wrinkled her nose, glaring at him with indignation. It was all your fault. If he hadn't held her so tightly, would she have been unable to walk at all? Jian An resolutely broke free from his grasp and took 2 steps forward, relieved that her foot had not twisted. The warmth of the delicate figure in her arms was now absent, and Yiling's gray eyes narrowed dangerously, his expression unmistakably conveying his displeasure. Jian An took 2 steps before suddenly halting in her tracks. A thought of Yiling crossed her mind, and after a moment of hesitation, she turned around and extended her hand towards him, awkwardly stating, Here, let me take your hand. A subtle sigh of relief escaped her. That was close. Observing Yiling's expression, she realized she had nearly provoked his ire once more. Having her hand held was certainly preferable to being embraced by him incessantly. Sacrificing her own hand was a far better alternative than confronting his wrath. Jian An appears to have disowned certain strategies to counter Yiling. He is domineering, resolute, and possesses an intense desire for control, coupled with a demeanor that is both aloof and unfeeling. An individual of his stature undoubtedly disdains any form of rebuttal, resistance, or even inquiry directed towards him. The more one opposes him, the more it is perceived as a challenge to his authority. It may be wiser to yield at opportune moments. Given the limitations of one's own strength, one can only afford to make slight concessions. Jian An is not invulnerable. She cannot constantly withstand the fury of Yiling. If this continues, not only will she remain under his control, but she may also collapse herself. As Yiling gazed at the delicate hands before him, he was momentarily taken aback. They were a pair of tender, slender hands, with neatly manicured nails hinting at a subtle pink hue, round and charming in their appearance. Yiling's eyes flickered, and he suppressed the coldness on his face as he reached out to grasp Jian An's hand. How small! The hand resting in his palm was as soft as if it had no bones, tender and smooth, reminiscent of the finest silk. In Chapter 220, The Final Destiny, Yiling gently brushed Jian An's delicate hand, and the warm, soft sensation in his palm seemed to dissolve the formidable fortress around his heart. Although his expression remained stern, a sense of joy blossomed within him. Yiling lowered his gaze to Jian An, captivated by her clear, starry eyes, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Jian An lifted her head and chanced upon the subtle smile at the corner of Yiling's lips. That smile softened the austere lines of his face, endowing him with an intriguing charm that was undeniably captivating. Yiling, you ought to smile more often, she unconsciously uttered, only to realize the implications of her words. Her lips gently pressing together as a flicker of regret crossed her eyes. What was she saying? Whether Yiling smiled or frowned had nothing to do with her. It was indeed meddlesome of her. Yiling retracted his smile, neither nodding nor shaking his head, and remarked in a calm tone, "Let's go." If it pleased her, he might as well attempt to oblige. Their hands interlocked, they strolled to the artificial lake, and as Jian An gazed into the crystalline waters, memories of the previous day flooded her mind. Turning to Yiling, she inquired, "What about Paulina?" She had dismissed thoughts of her upon waking, only to be reminded of her presence at the side of the lake. At the mention of Paulina, a flicker of disdain crossed Yiling's eyes, his expression darkening as he replied in a deep voice, "Naturally, she has gone to where she belongs." The day prior, he had plunged into the lake and found Paulina desperately clinging to Jian An, who lay beneath her, eyes tightly shut, clearly in a state of unconsciousness. In an instant, fury ignited within his gaze as he forcefully overturned Paulina and cradled Jian An, surfacing above the water. He left Paulina to the depths, indifferent to her fate. Holding Jian An securely, Yiling was about to proceed towards the stone tower when he abruptly halted, his eyes glinting with an eerie coldness. Casting a sidelong glance at Hearn behind him, he commanded, "Retrieve that female and take her to that place. Remember, ensure the entire city of beast men witnesses it." Allowing Paulina to perish so easily would be too lenient. Having dared to harm Jian An, her fate had been sealed the moment she harbored such intentions. A bloodthirsty aura emanated from him, causing Hearn, standing behind, to shudder involuntarily. Hearn bowed slightly, his expression respectful as he responded, "Yes, my lord. That place is indeed a hell for females, and considering Paulina's beauty, if word spreads throughout the city, her future existence will be one of torment." It is not difficult to imagine. Realizing Yiling's somber demeanor and his apparent aversion to discussing Paulina, Jian An wisely fell silent. She had merely recalled Paulina and asked out of curiosity. In truth, she held no genuine concern for her whereabouts. Meandering aimlessly through the courtyard, Jian An tried her utmost to evade the encroaching dusk, yet she could not alter the twilight's arrival. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a gradual darkness, while splendid hues of sunset painted half the sky. A gentle evening breeze caressed Jian An's face. Yiling paused, his gaze fixed on Jian An, whose waist-length black hair danced in the wind, her skin pale as snow, with rosy cheeks. Beneath elegantly arched brows, her eyes sparkled like stars, and her smiling lips were a tempting shade of red. Yiling's breath caught in his throat, his heart racing uncontrollably. He tightened his grip on her hand and softly proposed, "Having walked for so long, shall we return now?" Startled, Jian An raised her hand to cover her lips and let out a light cough, managing to force a faint smile. "Look, the sky is about to darken. Why don't we wait outside for a while and then gaze at the stars together?" However, Jian An couldn't help but feel a tinge of annoyance. Was there truly no other option? In Chapter 221, as Jian An prepared for rest, Yiling furrowed his brows, not pausing to deliberate. He swiftly lifted Jian An and hoisted her over his shoulder. "Ah!" Jian An exclaimed in surprise, her heart racing with a hint of panic. Her dark eyes reflecting her dismay, she had not anticipated that Yiling would deny her even the chance to refuse. With Jian An slung over his shoulder, Yiling strode purposefully toward the stone tower. Jian An leaned against his shoulder, vigorously pounding his back, demanding, "Put me down." Yet, Yiling remained unfazed, his strides unwavering. Noticing Jian An's fervent struggles, he raised his hand with a hint of annoyance and delivered 2 sharp slaps on Jian An's backside. Jian An's body stiffened for a moment. Her cheeks flushed with a faint hue, and with gritted teeth, she clenched her fists, delivering a series of vigorous blows to Yiling. "You pervert, scoundrel, violent man," she exclaimed, unleashing a torrent of every epithet she could muster. Standing in the corridor, Yian witnessed this peculiar scene. Yiling, with a stern expression, strode purposefully forward, bearing Jian An on his shoulder, while she flailed her arms, desperately striking him and incessantly uttering phrases that left Yian utterly perplexed. As Yiling approached, Yian quickly averted his gaze, striving to diminish his presence. Yiling passed by him, stirring a gust of warm air. Yian gradually lifted his head, gazing toward the staircase, and let out a soft sigh. He simply could not fathom where Jian An, with her petite stature, found such vigor. How could she articulate so many words without pausing for breath? Yiling carried Jian An up to the 3rd floor. Entering his stone chamber and placing the still chattering Jian An on the bed, he positioned himself beside her. Leaning down with a cold voice, "Have you had your fill of scolding? Utter one more word, and we shall mate at once." Jian An's face revealed a flicker of shock as she covered her mouth with her hand, retreating slightly to the corner of the wooden bed. Gazing at him with a look of grievance, embodying a sense of frustration that dared not voice itself, Yiling let out a barely perceptible sigh. His expression inscrutable as he regarded Jian An. "Rest assured, until your injury heals, I shall not lay a finger on you." He truly found himself at a loss regarding Jian An. She was neither to be struck nor scolded, and the thought of harming her was unbearable. Just moments ago, in the courtyard, she had been perfectly fine, even reaching out to him willingly. Yet now, the mere mention of partnership instilled a look of terror upon her face. Was his strength not formidable enough? Did females not gravitate towards powerful males? Why then did Jian An remain unmoved, her entire being radiating resistance? Despite Yiling's assurances, Jian An felt no sense of relief. Her dark eyes remained fixed on him, her fingers instinctively brushing against her waist where a dagger lay concealed. Should Yiling dare to engage in any improper conduct, she would not hesitate to plunge the dagger into him. Yiling rose to his feet and slightly lifted his hand, beginning to unfasten his belt. Jian An was taken aback, her eyes wide as she stared at Yiling. "What are you planning to do?" she questioned, noticing him loosening his belt. Yiling, with an expression devoid of warmth, replied nonchalantly, "To sleep." He removed his outer robe and boots, then lifted the covers and lay down. Jian An gazed at Yiling, who lay beside him, momentarily lost in thought. Observing his closed eyes, she quietly rose to her feet. Suddenly, Yiling, with his eyes still shut, opened them and fixated on Jian An, who was attempting to step over him. His gaze was profound, akin to an unfathomable abyss, as he coldly remarked, "If you find it difficult to sleep, I wouldn't mind yielding to the exhaustion." He deliberately emphasized the word exhaustion. Jian An's slightly raised arm remained suspended in midair, as she chuckled softly at Yiling, saying, "I merely wish to relieve myself, yet suddenly, it seems, I have lost the desire to do so." Under Yiling's gaze, she silently crawled back, curling up in the corner of the bed. Chapter 223, Speculation. Yiling gently explored her lips, lingering for an extended moment. It was only when Jian An emitted a soft whimper of discomfort that Yiling reluctantly released her hold on Jian An's lips. "Please be quiet. I wish to sleep." Jian An murmured irritably, turning over and rubbing her face against the covers, drifting back into a deep slumber. A faint smile graced Yiling's lips as he beheld Jian An's slightly swollen mouth, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. He lay down, enveloping Jian An's petite frame in his embrace.